it seemed to all just be existential horror, so-so comedy, diet spam, and a bunny whose primary hobby was being an asshole. And by the end, yeah, 2 of those 4 things still matter, but here we are 3 years later to talk about one of the most emotionally gripping parts of this story, which is crazy because everyone is an emotionally contemplated Roblox character. And of course I talk about the mutual healing between a sentient arts and crafts project and a depressed triangle. You never know who you're gonna end up with, but I think we can all say with confidence that having seen the show, thank Christ it wasn't Jax.
Ow. Travis really dodged a bullet with that Nad Smasher.
Zooble X Gangle are the only canon couple in the show that isn't half sentient blob, though debatable on that. The show may have claimed that this wasn't a place for ships, but these two are sailing, proving that not all advice has to come from a clown or crazy. Digital Circus is 9 episodes of how once upon a time, people got fucked. But at least 2 of them are getting laid, but while it's extremely funny to imagine how any of this works, let it not be said that this isn't a story about people healing. It's about those who feel broken, unseen, with no point in being yourself when that is the thing that they hate the most. But through love, manga, and non-soundproof doors, they figured it out, how that life may not be so bad. So today, we're gonna talk about Gangle and Zooble, how this pairing went from background noise to a fandom fave, and how the finale managed to stick the landing for them.
It's fine. Yeah, it's fine.
So context for the 2 people who autoplay chose to be here, Digital Circus is about people trapped in a video game. Most of what I said should be in quotes. If you know, you know, and I'm just gonna assume that you absolutely do. As we're just gonna go straight to the end, or the beginning, of the Hot Topic ads that these yahoos came from.
I was in community college for graphic design, but I dropped out.
Gangle, real name Zoe, is contrary to what half the internet assumed from a distance, South Asian. The only manager at McDonald's who didn't do drugs, Zoe's life, from what we can glean, was just a valley of broken dreams. Scared to shoot for the stars, she talked herself down till she might as well just be carrying a shovel, burying her self-esteem, then hating herself for it. Originally dreaming of being a manga artist, Zoe talked herself out of it and college, dropping out of her graphic design program to go flip burgers, with her reasons for doing so sounding suspiciously similar to every art kid's parents when they remind their kid that a dream job is called a dream for a reason. It's unrealistic. In this case, Zoe listened, dropped out of community college, leaving her with about as much of a degree as she had self-esteem, so she, of course, just went to go work retail, and that went about as well as you'd expect for an autistic burnout. This girl has more regrets than aspirations. Zoe, in all likelihood, was miserable in this job. She's on some level of neurodivergence, so becoming a cog in a corporate machine and being the face people yell at when the McFlurry isn't cold enough, that will grind anyone down till they're just the mask of customer service. So no shocker, this is how she looks in the circus. But Zoe, my girl, she did give up on life. You may not agree with those decisions, but those are the ones she made, and it apparently was not working out. In contrast, we had Zooble, who basically, despite their everything, had most of their things coming together.
Worked at a bar briefly. I like making drinks.
That sounds fitting for you.
Zooble's real name was Riley, and from what we can tell, we can generously describe them as a professional dabbler, checking off the many cliche queer artist jobs like they were doing a bingo. But all of that was probably just a symptom of being, well, in their early 20s. It's a wild time, difficult, and you are gonna do a bunch of this and that till you kind of figure it out. But that was enough. Riley was also going through some other things, like apparently a severe case of gender and body dysmorphia. Meaning they didn't identify what they were assigned and probably spent years trying to figure out like what felt right. But just because they struggle with who they wanted to be, Riley, despite being in their flounder era, still kind of had their eye on the prize. They knew that they wanted to, quote, leave a mark, and while that is a pretty decent motivation that has been used by way too many teens with a manifesto, Riley had a real desire to do positive change in the world. They would later go on to make a alternative club, and that ended up making a huge difference for a lot of people. We don't know if Riley at this point had gone to that like, oh, this is what I'm going to do. They may not have always been moving forward, but at least they were going someplace other than the ground. Which is what Zoe was sadly doing, though given how AI has fucked over every artist I know, unfortunately I think her parents may have ended up having a point. Yet for all their differences, Riley and Zoe ended up being 2 sides of the same mentally ill coin. They were both ruminators who got hung up on their own issues, creatives trying to act like they're not sensitive, only to start crashing out of Michaels. with them both feeling like their struggles define their entire identity, which is what made them getting trapped in Kane's personal Minecraft server a special kind of fucked up. As where the others got to be mascots, these two ended up becoming gimmicks.
Kane, we having a new adventure today for the newbie or what?
Look, Kane may call himself a god, but he moves like the devil, as this AI turned people's mental illnesses into visual gags, and that is Old Testament levels of diabolical. Yeah, it's accidental, but for them, that shit feels personal. Kane made a program that scans the mind files of people who were unfortunate enough to put on the headset, and that would then create bodies for these new copies, which sounds sweet, till you realize it was again designed by an idiot, who can't tell the difference between an interest and a hate crime. The program only saw how much space an idea was taking up in your head, not if it was the thing that you hate the most about yourself. So imagine spending years working on yourself, fighting your dysmorphic view of your own body, working to present how you feel on the inside, just to end up looking like the potato heads on LSD. When the others play I Spy, they could look at Zooble and say vomit, as this could be the wiki picture for visual mess, and Gangle was literally named on site.
How about we call her Gangle? That sounds about as pathetic as she looks.
What?
Great choice, Gangle! Look, the most generous thing you can say about Zooble's look is that it is a lot. And at first, Zooble would have agreed as well, cause they hated this shit, as it is a fate so cruel that it might as well have come with a monkey's paw, as Zooble was given absolute control over how they look, but it's a body that wasn't theirs. They got detachable limbs and infinite hands, since life just would not be giving them any. On some level, I think everyone should feel in conflict with how they look, since they know that this isn't their real form. But Zooble, being predisposed to that kind of concern, really made this new body for them a prison, one they notice every time they looked in a mirror or just looked at their hands. This is who they are, but they know it shouldn't be. So suddenly, their existence is a game of multiple choice, but every answer is just go fuck yourself. Yet somehow Zooble might not be the worst done here, as at least they have control over their emotions, and can look in a mirror without thinking about how they got hit by a fucking truck.
I'm ghost riding the whip. Crazy taxi.
In the finale, Pomni drops the fact that Zoe got into an accident. For the original, nearly losing her life made her feel like she was wasting it. As while working retail isn't an actual personal failure, I don't want anyone to think that's my take, but this clearly wasn't what she wanted to do. So she finally picked up a pencil and hit publish, but while it worked out, that doesn't mean that some of those early days didn't suck, with this being the period in all likelihood where Zoe got scanned, as Gangle has a thing for trucks. She has been hit twice, crashed another, and while 2 is a callback, 3 feels like a pattern. So if something hurt Zoe, safest bet would be the only other world the Isekai Express took Zoe was the hospital, potentially giving her chronic pain for her troubles and making Gangle's body as flat as a ribbon, the most out-of-pocket thing Kane has ever done. Small, fragile, and looks like they could be blown away by the wind, Gangle may have gotten her name cause Jax thought she looked pathetic, but while she's a dick, the lady killer didn't pull that observation out of nowhere. Gangle's body is her mind made manifest. She believed that she would buckle under her own pressure, so she might as well look it. Then, because that wasn't enough, the system decided that if she can't be happy, and she spent so long faking it, she might as well just look it, giving her 2 masks for a face where if the happy one breaks, she's just stuck crying, outing her feelings to everyone else in the room, even when that's not actually how she feels. This is definitely the result of years pretending to actually care about her job and pretending she wasn't miserable. The smile hiding the tears wasn't out of spite, it was her truth. Yet this gimmick had awful consequences for her own subterranean view of herself, as after a life of feeling like her choices were outside of her control, suddenly it seemed like her emotions were too. Could have been the best day of her life, yet suddenly she's one baseball away from crying like she was back at Wendy's. How she appears doesn't align with how she feels, and this is the thing that connects her with Zooble. The artists got nerfed by AI, story of our lives, and with no ways to change their gimmicks, they both start to feel like they were defined by them. Zooble may be built like a Bionicle, but having extra limbs doesn't actually mean that any of them feel like the right one. They wanted to make a difference, only to get forced into a world where nothing can change. So the limbs start to feel like a sick joke, and the choice to not make any starts to seem really appealing. None of it mattered, and none of it feels right. So going through the motions, pretending to be happy, would be a waste of time. And that is Gangle's whole deal.
Oh.
Zubul is able to say, fuck it, I am just going to be miserable. But Gangle is out here getting bullied by some rabbit in the closet. She was doing her best, but not being honest, with her best not mattering when no matter what she did, she was getting torn down. Her gimmick made her feel like a joke, but Jax was the one who made her feel like a chew toy. Pushing her around to the ground, stepping on her mask, or waving a gun in her face. We only see brief snippets of the time Jax and Gangle were together, but the implication is that this has been happening for years. That Gangle is a doormat that Jax can walk over, with it happening so often that even she started to think of herself like one, making her attempts to pretend to be happy seem like a farce, as her existence has actually been defined by everyone except her. And during all of this, Zubul is dealing with her own pain in the ass. Different font, same diff. Kane was making his inability to change Zubul's problem. And these are the same struggles that unite Zubul and Gangle, which begs the question, why didn't they hook up earlier? But the answer is pretty simple. Depression.
A railroad took away my vast difference, but you are bumming me out.
Zubul was avoiding adventures like the plague. Gangle moved like she was playing Fear and Hunger, and it's hard to notice someone else's downward spiral when you're already circling your own drain. Everyone in the circus was struggling. We got small hints that maybe they were like helping each other every now and again. Zubul, for their apathy for adventures, still hung out with everyone else when they were in the circus, but being present isn't the same as being perceived, with this being the threshold that they had to cross so that they could realize just how much they could change one another's lives. With this starting, obviously, in episode 4. In the episode that tricked everyone into thinking that every character was going to get their own episode, Gangle nearly abstracts. A day of flipping burgers reminds her that her job sucked, ruining the last bit of nostalgia that she had for her old life. And on top of all that exhaustion, and having spent an entire day acting like she was on coke, forcing herself to smile and be peppy, the only reward she got out of it was ridicule.
I like you better when you're sad.
She was putting in the work, but nobody asked her to do it. Enforcing rules that don't matter, bossing others around like how she was trying to keep Pomni from checking if she still had a nut allergy, her attempts to pretend that everything was normal again made everyone miserable. Gangle most of all, with the only reason she doesn't abstract being Pomni offering to close up shop, as otherwise, Gangle would have just sat alone in the dark and yet killed herself, instead of, you know, going out to dance in traffic. But while Pomni kept her around, she didn't actually fix anything. Gangle is still miserable, she's afraid the others hate her, and Jax is still alive. So it makes sense that her first instinct is to hide around the corner, just like it makes sense for Zubul to be the one to go get her.
I'm sure we'll find something that works eventually.
See, an interesting thing about this episode is that at its core lies a paradox. While Gangle is at her fakest, everyone else is being their most authentic self. Jax's facade was stripped away to reveal the angry, apathetic teenager she actually was. Ragatha got drunk and finally vented about her own raw feelings. And Zubul, by actually being forced to go on an adventure, shows off how much they actually care and want to look after the others. They may not want to be here, but they get with the program. Ragatha looked like an after-party leftover, so Zubul made sure she didn't crash 10 feet between here and the circus. Jax being passive-aggressive, Zubul blocked that out. They may be trapped in their own head, but this episode revealed that Zubul is a team player and a protector. So when Gangle is calling themselves trash, Zubul is the one who picks them out of the dump, as again, Ragatha is so shit-faced right now. A check-in may seem small, but it is a life raft to someone without a ship, and to the shock of both of them, this turned out to be a ride for two, and their problems couldn't come aboard. The community college dropouts finally stopped burying themselves with that failure. Her art was her passion, to be shared instead of a shame to be hoarded. Zubul finally was able to rediscover outlets to express themselves versus hiding in the cupboard with their thoughts. For someone who was as driven as Zubul, being robbed of a chance to make something of themselves, left with nothing to do but to rearrange their own pieces, that's horrible. That is like a saw trap, and after a point, like, Kane, I really just wish you were terrible, as that would make you so much more competent. But after trying to rearrange their own pieces so much, Zubul was blind to see how they could fit with everyone else. Ragatha may be the queen of routine, but by the time Pomni shows, just about everyone was going through the motions, making Zubal's decision to sit out all the more understandable, as it really was just the same shit every day. But that small break in Gangle's routine, by actually enjoying herself, Zubal was able to find something new to engage with, reigniting their own passions, and allowing them to see what they probably should have before.
It's Jax, though. He probably wants revenge, and he's gonna make it painful.
They All Get Guns is a perfect title, as this is stating the obvious the episode. Jax is crashing out and throwing a tantrum over how she's not a whoopee, saying the subtext out loud, with us getting the scene where the show looks us dead in the eye and says Jax's jokes were just bullying.
No, wait, why would I say that?
No shit. But yeah, it's sometimes hard to catch a vibe about what the show wants people to take seriously and what is dark comedy, but this was definitely one of the more blatant examples of a character being an asshole, and they were kind of just an asshole. So when Gangle is shivering what little of her is left, you feel the fear. Because even if you didn't think that Jax would actually try and light her on fire, it's easy to see why Gangle would assume Jax wants the smoke, as look at all this. Jax may not be pure evil, but she has done enough to give everyone zero reason to assume that they are not the worst. Jax made an adventure to shoot and eat the others. I have nothing else I can say but that. So Gangle being terrified of the idea that Jax would want revenge, yeah, that's valid. And Zubal finally clocks just how bad things have been. A virtue of us knowing how recent of an addition Zubal was means that we can at least give Zubal some grace for coming into a friend group where they had zero idea what the dynamics were here, no context to how people were acting. This was just how things were. So them not realizing how bad things had been for Gangle, so them only realizing this now, that does make sense. Along with the realization for Zubal just how similar their struggles have been. And that makes the advice mean all the more. Because you do have to choose to love yourself even when it is hard. And even when you've been slacking on it for a long time. Which is where we can gracefully transition to how Zubal does in fact have an arc.
Shocker.
Zubal hates themselves, but they're finally able to remember to top themselves off with kindness. Zubal just laid it all out to Cain, but for the actual resolution, that was more of a stealth op. But if you dig just a little bit, you can see where they finally found peace. As we watch Zubal go from apathetic to enjoying their time with Gangle, but being happy with others doesn't cure your depression, though it definitely helps. Zubal got the chance to care about others, giving them enough of a break to remember their own lessons, and to figure out that they may not ever feel complete, but they don't have to feel wrong. The limbs may be messy, the fit is never it, but being happy and embracing the fluidity of their own existence is what finally allows Zubal to find acceptance. They're slapping on extra arms to shoot Jax in the face, they're using those limbs to help their friends. We don't get some massive, gigantic therapy moment, but Zubal does find peace, with Zubal and Gangle through all of it, spending every single second they can together. Where one goes, the other follows. When they don't, it's heartbreaking, and when they're back, so are we. Especially through the chaos that they are forced in the grand climax of this story. Till we get to the end, where Gangle is saddened by the fact that they don't really give a fuck about Jax like that.
We're still human.
Really makes you think.
But this final line, for how much I meme it, is the perfect encapsulation of both of their arcs. They have both spent the entire show feeling defined by their gimmicks or by others. Only by getting to know one another, dragging themselves back from some pit of despair, do they finally feel seen and are reminded of what it means to be human. To not feel defined by their forms, to not feel oppressed by the fact that none of them are real, and to embrace who they are and who they want to be. Then, when it's all said and done, they ask Cain to make some things that are probably better left unsaid, as I will get demonetized. Alright, that's gonna be it for this video, and yeah, I'm going to make that Jax psychology video eventually. I have some other things I really want to work on right now, so please hold out, maybe in December. I promise that this will not be like the dispatch video where I call my shot only to then never do it. I want to thank you all again for your love and support. I will eventually make all the things, but I promise you that this is about to be a very interesting year moving forward. So like, share, and subscribe to stick around for some personal growth. Look, how much you enjoy this finale is going to depend entirely on how invested you are in Jax as a character. Love him, hate him, this is just the truth. However, just because the finale is 2 flashbacks in a trench coat, doesn't mean that it did a bad job telling the story it wanted to tell. The only thing that matters for me is the writing, and having had 2 weeks to think about it, I feel like I'm finally ready to answer the questions of, is this finale good, and did I like it? As those are 2 very different questions. And to Vague Post, I did leave my screening acting like this. Lock the fuck in, this is gonna be a lot. Now, to get this take out of the way first, as I just know it to be true, this finale is going to be Indie Animation's Last Jedi. It's just going to be this catastrophic schism in the fandom that some people are going to act like it shot their dog, and others are going to die saying that it's perfect, when clearly some of these characters got shafted. Personally, I think there are some layers to discuss on what this finale is trying to do, the message it wants to convey, and what it sacrifices to get there, and the egregiousness of the idea that there was no time for other things when 2 people are soaking up basically all of it. Truly, you could make a feast out of all the things that got left on the table. But one of the biggest things I do think I need to squash right now is that the digital circus not doing what you wanted isn't a valid critique. Take it from someone who's quit publicly talking about Hell of a Boss. I'm still gonna watch it, just not review it. A show not going the direction you wanted or failing to live up to its own potential, while annoying and deeply disappointing, does not mean that the show is then inherently flawed or that the writing is bad. There are things in hindsight that it feels like the show is building to only to not follow through on. The Gangle episode stands out the most as being the episode that tricked all of us into thinking that this show is going to be more of an ensemble piece, only for Jax to become the fulcrum of the entire story. While it doesn't come out of nowhere, it does feel a little weird now. But if you can't explain to me how the thing you wanted being missing weakens the main theme of the story, then I feel like the critique misses the point. As this is not a lore show. This has not been about Scratch's backstory, it's not about CNA. It's about people being confronted by the pointlessness of their own existence, and that the only way to survive is by banding together, and creating a cautionary tale about someone who couldn't. If any complaint about what the story didn't do falls outside of those parameters, it is a wish list, not a critique, as they're asking for something from a show that doesn't exist. Finding out what Jax holding his breath would do would be cool, getting a full backstory for every character would be nice, but if we already know who they are and why they're like this for the most part, then we don't need to see it. I said as much in my Hot Takes reaction vid, but I think Phantom Spaces have been brain-rotted by long-running series, where every character or every piece of lore has the time to get extensively developed, but this is a mini-series. This is how many episodes Gooseworks decided she needed, and this is the story she wanted to tell. So I think it should be judged on its own merits and faults, not my own indescribable fatigue at how jerk-ass will-be characters always get the most amount of focus. And naturally, I have very strong opinions about this finale, so let's just get into it.
I guess you still get to hang out with Mommy after all.
We open with the original digital theme song, starting the same way as the premiere, and things, like, they're just wrong. As Kane, he's dead. With the characters all looking terrified, reflecting the gravity of just how bad things are right now. This is a great callback that I was able to call in my retro reaction videos that I'm doing on my second channel. Link in the description. But the finale actually starts right where episode 8 ended, and how everyone realized they are all fucked. Kinger accidentally deleted Kane. The circus is falling apart.
Shit.
Is bad. With Jax doing his usual thing of making everything worse.
Are we all just supposed to forgive this? This guy messed up in the worst possible way he could.
Excuse me? Mr. Kettle, Mr. Pot called.
Yeah, holy self-projection, Batman. Bro is tweaking over how screwed they are, so he deals with his discomfort by yelling and blaming everyone else. Because if he can't forgive himself for the many, many things we're gonna find out about, he assumes everyone else has to feel the same way, being in shock when it turns out that not everyone wants to dogpile the senile old man. Instead, they tell him to calm down, with the issue of who did or didn't kill Kane being forgotten, as Kinger drops the real bomb onto everyone. None of them are real.
Brain scans.
She's a digital copy whose memories begin the moment the headset was put on.
Now this is what I was most excited for going into the finale. Not because all the players actually being copies of real people who just put on the headsets is hard to guess, as if the plot is about people trapped in a video game, them not being real or just copies is the most obvious potential twist. MatPat, he's great, but this was never a hard reveal to see coming. But why I wanted this to be the case is that them not being real is the ultimate test of the show's philosophy. For 8 episodes, we have seen the characters talk about accepting that they're trapped in the circus, struggling with the sense that they feel like nothing, yet still finding ways to be happy and to feel like their lives have meaning. So, to reveal that they are in fact nothing but copies of real people, that is the ultimate fuck you to all of their attempts at self-growth, as it rips the bedrock of their existence out from under them, as they have always assumed that they are real, that they are fundamentally different from all the NPCs they interact with, only for Kinger to tell them that they are nothing but ones and zeros, just like everything else in here. That is a soul-shattering realization. It would force everyone to actually commit to the ideas that they've been preaching, or die. Those are the only 2 options, and it is crazy that this is dealt with in a montage.
That can't be it. Where's the rest of it?
Now, I'm not mad about this, though I was severely disappointed when it happened, as I kind of thought we'd maybe get like an hour of ideations out of this. But them just going for the montage, I think it's like only effective enough, as it's built off of all the previous setup. This sequence could easily have been its own episode, with us getting to see each of the characters rally and find a way to keep on going, and to bring each other out of that malaise. But while I'm disappointed that this wasn't explored more, the groundwork is just enough, and that the conclusions make sense for all of the characters, that I'm gonna let it slide. Ragatha, Zubul, Gangle, they have been putting in the work. They were miserable at the start of the show, only to realize things are better when they're together. So them just needing time to process to get on Kinger's level, that them not being real doesn't matter. Nothing has actually changed, only their perception of themselves. What they feel is still real to them, just like the interactions. So they only needed to take a few days to come to that realization, and then rally. Pomni got her own mini freakout, as she blames herself for what happened, because she's the hero, the best girl, the woman who's been trying to
uplift
everyone else. And she finally needs someone to pick her up, and of course, it would be Kinger.
None of this is your fault. I don't think anyone could have predicted things to play out the way they did.
Now, I'm going to hold back some of the thoughts I have about Pomni as a protagonist for a different video, so I'm just going to say that I do like that we get a scene of her being overwhelmed, that for so long she has felt like just everyone else's therapist. I don't think she actually needs to be the most interesting character or have a gigantic arc, but her purpose felt like it was more important than her personality, so it's good that we get a moment where she gets to crumble and vent. I just kind of wish the dialogue for this scene wasn't so on the nose.
I thought I could uplift everyone, but...
Like, this feels like how I would describe her role, not something that I imagine like an actual person would say, though she literally has been trying to do all of this. And that shit didn't work out. Everyone seems messed up, and she blames herself for how things happened, only for the GOAT to step in and let her know Kinger, through his sage wisdom, puts her own struggles and triumphs into perspective, that she handled being in the circus better than anyone else. She got on that grind, and me started to reach out to make things better, not just to survive. And that right now, all they can do is what they can, and one failure doesn't mean that they should stop trying. This is something that Kinger is an expert on, as from the creation of Cain to the death of Queenie, he knows better than anyone the importance of moving forward, and to not crush yourself in guilt, as that will stop you from being better. Speaking of which... yeah, I laughed like a psychopath in a room of sobbing children. But between the montage and the therapy talk, something that I want to highlight is that for better and for worse, this episode feels like the purest distillation of Gooseworks' writing habits. From the many, many therapy talk scenes in this finale, to how we'll keep getting scenes where the music will swell and will really sit in a moment as it goes on for a while. This finale feels like a showcase for all the storytelling tricks that has made the Amazing Digital Circus so good, but all those things are also at their most obvious. There's definitely a pattern in Digital Circus episodes where things will be good, funny shenanigans, okay, serious shit at the end. And this finale feels like all the silly shenanigans have been cut out. And while yes, things are dark right now. Being trapped in that mode for so long, I think the shift in tone is appropriate, but I definitely think a result of this, and the fact that we never have like a B-plot to cut away to, does lead to certain scenes feeling a little bit dragged out, or certain moments to feel just slightly self-indulgent. Like when Pomni and Ragatha were holding eye contact for what seemed like forever, and it went on so long I honestly thought one of them was gonna walk off a cliff. But if you're not a fan of like all these tips and tricks, I don't think that they're gonna convince you now. The therapy moments have always been commonplace. It's appropriate given how the story is all about forming connections, but there's no scene in the finale, minus Jackson Ribbit, where I feel like what the show is doing surpassed what it's done before. Many finales have the ability to permanently change the way we view the show. They can make or break them, but I don't believe that this is that kind of finale. The last act validates why people love and hate it, then throw in random shit like we're getting narration. For the first time ever.
I wish I'd pried a little more. I somehow forgot how bad it can get.
Not gonna lie, I thought this was weird when it happened, and I still think it's weird now. As while the narration works for when Pomni is telling us about what all the characters learned about their real selves, which would be a 10-minute scene if we actually let the characters see and experience what their real selves went on to do, right here with Jax, where he is walking away and Pomni says, "He's dying!" That felt like a studio mandate to me. Like someone in a test audience didn't get that Jax was the one who abstracted, so they forced in some narration to say what the scene is already conveying. That Jax is dead, and it bummed everyone out. Now, personally, I love the hard cut to finding out Jax abstracted. Yeah, I did think this was Kaufmo at first, but Jax, for that to be just the way he goes, that is perfect. Because he has never been complicated or hard to understand. Remove all the other things like, oh, what we know about his backstory for why he acts the way that he does. He is insecure and a bully who would rather hurt and push away others to hide from his own feelings. And Jax has been given every opportunity to be better, given a level of grace that frankly he did not deserve, then kept being a prick. He refused to reach out and refused to change, so no shit he was going to abstract. I think not showing it is the perfect choice, as at this point, there is nothing else for Jax to say. In life, Jax refused to be seen, so he died in the dark, off screen. That is the appropriate conclusion for him. For all the jokes we can make about how much the Amazing Digital Circus tells instead of shows, frequently for the benefit of the YA audience it's aiming for, it'll then go and try to imply a bunch of interactions that happen off screen, praying that people will put two and two together, only to end up disappointed half of the time. I don't think we need to see Pomni venting to Ragatha about what happened with Jax. We don't need to see scenes of Gangle being brought in to hang out with everyone else, as by just knowing the characters and how things are going in later episodes, we could fill in the blanks. But that is also a contradiction of the show's own making, that it tells and then it wants you to assume. And while I think it mostly gets away with it, people being disappointed by when the show decides to pick and choose what to show and not show off screen, I get that. But I feel like for Jax's case, no, this is perfect. But what I can't justify for the life of me is Jax getting 24 minutes to explain his backstory.
We gonna be here a while.
Like, I'm gonna praise the fuck out of the direction, the performances, and the message that the finale really wants to convey. But 24 minutes is the length of a normal episode. So to have all of that time be near exclusively about Jax, Pomni barely in that shit as she is watching things happen, it starts to feel self-indulgent at the expense of the rest of the cast. A common critique of the series that, again, it promised and seemed to be an ensemble show, only to be heavily focused on Jax. And the finale is the best ammunition that critique could ever ask for. I don't think I really mind how much Jax gets focused on, as he is the foil for Pomni. He acts like a bargain bin nihilist who thinks being trapped in a world where nothing matters means he can act however he wants. And the show wants to prove that that philosophy is bullshit. So it's no wonder that he gets so much screen time. This is also not a sudden thing. Jax is always the second or third most prominent character in every episode. Even the ones that are fully about Gangle, it still takes the time to show like the cracks in his mask forming, and there's been a steady drip of info and intrigue about him and his backstory. And just because a show is an ensemble doesn't mean all the characters will have an equal amount of relevance. Look at Marvel's Endgame. That's an ensemble story, but the most important characters are Iron Man and Captain America. Call it favoritism, but that is just how some stories work, and they are not automatically wrong for doing so, as those main characters make up the heart of the story, and Jax, he's no different. My issue though is that for all the focus he gets, it's too much, as he is getting so much time and everyone else is not getting nearly enough. And the main victim of this situation is Gangle.
Why can't I cry for him?
Really makes you think.
I think Gangle is the single biggest letdown of the finale. It's not an egregious failure. Her character is not ruined by us getting a scene of Jax hallucinating her being into him. Though frankly, that entire sequence, all of these sequences, could be cut and we would lose nothing. But what is missing for Gangle is that there is no moment where she finally gets to speak and confront Jax about everything that he's done. Gangle's journey throughout the show has been her learning to be more content with herself, to gain confidence, come out of her shell, and to not feel like her entire existence is just being Jax's toy. As an audience, we watch Gangle go from a joke character that is kind of just around to be picked on by Jax in what seems like, oh, dark comedy, only for the story to turn around and remind us that no, actually, getting bullied every single day, that does damage your mental health, and Jax's behavior is atrocious, and we should be concerned. I gave the story a pass last episode on how Gangle agreed with Jax that being mad at each other and dwelling on the past isn't going to do any of them any good, as I expected that we get a bigger conclusion for them later, except we didn't. With the way Gangle scenes are handled, being... Look, here's how I'm gonna explain this. I think Gooseworks is a really good writer. She's not stupid and gonna write Gangle completely out of the finale, as doing so while putting all of the spotlight on Jax would be weird given how he has been bullying her for years, and we've seen that. However, every scene with Gangle that deals with her feelings for Jax kind of feels like it's the writing equivalent of the story looking you in the eye and saying, really makes you think, doesn't it?
We're still human.
Really makes you think.
I don't think this is enough. Gangle doesn't need to go into Jax's mind with Pomni, though I do think the idea of them all going in to make this like their last adventure that'd be a really neat way to bookend the series. I don't need Jax to sob on the floor and apologize for what he did. The story has proven that it knows what Jax has been doing is wrong. And despite what all the screen time would have you believe, not all of this is really about him. But there still should be a scene where Gangle is able to actually voice her own feelings to Jax and talk about the way he treated her. Gangle crying over him is okay, as people are complicated and can have messy feelings about the people that they are forced to be in proximity with, even the abusive ones. And it would be a disservice to Gangle and the topic for her to just start doing victory laps the second Jax abstracts. It'd be in character if this was Zooble, but not for Gangle. But all that we get mainly feels like it's there to check a box. That the story knows that they gave Gangle this extra horrible dynamic, and that can't be folded into everyone else's general reaction to his death. But the show also feels like it doesn't feel the need to expand upon these scenes in a meaningful way or engage like Gangle's feelings on a deeper level. Instead, it just drops admittingly banger lines and then just moves on, praying that this was enough to satisfy viewers and to not make people question why we had a minute for the victim but 24 for the bully. Personally, I agree with a Tiger-themed mutual of mine who point out that all we really needed was a scene of Gangle talking to the abstracted Jax, to be in the tent and to vent about how he treated her, how he made her feel, for him to be one who named her as a joke, only to pick on her endlessly, and for her to finally gain closure. And how, after years of ignoring her feelings, Jax, as an abstraction, finally listens. This, I think, is the biggest letdown of the finale. But moving on, let's actually talk about the journey into Jax's mind, aka Jax is the reason Ribbit abstracted.
Gonna hang out in the cafe.
Okay. Why are you telling me this?
So after Jax abstracts, Ragatha and Pomni have a cute little scene where they hug and cry, acknowledging that Ragatha has been putting in so much work. Yes, she has not been as effective as Pomni over the course of trying to uplift people and keep them safe, but for all of her issues for why she's doing this, that is still a good thing and it should be applauded. My girl might be a mess, so I'm glad the story stops and validates her. Though the moment that this scene almost lost me was when Pomni said,
"Despite all that's happened, I still consider you my closest friend."
as they have not shown me enough to convince me that Pomni isn't a kinger girly. Even if he's crazy, like they don't hang out the most, from the pep talks to the absolute amount of faith Pomni has in Kinger. When it comes to who she is the closest to, it feels like it's him. So her saying, "You're my best friend," almost read as pity to me, but I'm just fucked up like that. But after that, we get another great full circle moment where Pomni confronts an abstraction in the hallway, only this time, she doesn't run away, and she's got a gun. Using the skills Jax helped her to unlock, she turns off the lights, and then somehow goes into his mind. Now this is wild, unprecedented, nothing really built us up to people being able to do this. But I feel like the implication here is that Pomni, thanks to her experience with Kinger learning how to manipulate the circus, she just took a massive gamble, clapped her hands and prayed that just wheeling herself into Jax's mind would be enough. And it was, with her getting Jax's fanfics as her troubles.
What? Don't act like you don't like it, sweet cheeks.
I think we should have cut this scene. Yeah, it's entertaining, dark to see how Jax mentally preps for like everyone's death. It is his frailty on full display that for all of his attempts to say he'll just forget everyone, in truth, he is constantly thinking about what will happen to them and deluding himself with all the fantasies of how he'll react, how he'll treat the others, and the power he'll continue to have over them. He fantasizes about Pomni being pathetic and, "Oh, I can fix you," that he'll choke the life out of to cement his own, like, just how horrible he is. That he is the monster he wishes he was, to him then trying to get a rise out of Gangle by making a mockery out of Zubal's funeral, flirting with Gangle not because he's interested, but this is the trope he wants to evoke, the lovable rogue, and that Gangle, like everyone else, is under his power. And then Zubal's is just a straight up Looney Tunes sketch.
That's all, freaks!
This is like the only real shenanigans we get for like the next 40 minutes. But I still don't fully believe like, oh, we needed this to be here, despite there being an actual point. That being, this is just Jax in a nutshell. These are the falsehoods and masks he wears to keep the others away and to keep them from knowing who he is. The sadistic sociopath, the troll, Bugs Bunny, these are all the ways he wants to present, while the more anxious and agreeable self is locked in the corner. I don't see this as his real self, but more just in reference to what he thinks he is whenever he's kind, which is pathetic and deserves to be berated. This is a really cool idea with pretty good execution. Ignore all the hand-wringing about just the mean character imagining his victims in degrading ways. When the bigger issue here is the pacing. We montage through moments that could be longer, get trapped in Jax's mind for forever, breeze through the others settling down in the circus, only to jump into another flashback and then another sappy montage. Finales do not need to have big climaxes. Focusing on the characters is great, but the way this is constructed doesn't feel as clean or as flowing as most of the other episodes in the series. Instead, it feels like two characters are getting put on a pedestal and we are trapped listening to their monologues. And with Jax, it feels excessive because almost nothing is left unsaid or explained. No stone is left unturned. We get Jax's home life the first time he entered the circus, how he became friends with and then fell out with Ribbit, in between scenes of how he actually reacted with Cosmo abstracting. If anyone's takeaway from this finale is that half of it is sympathy bait for Jax, I'm not going to argue against that. I will just try to add that this sequence, for all of its issues, for all of its excess, is trying to do more than just make you feel bad for him.
Then talk to me now.
Everything involving Ribbit is fantastic, but the directorial choice I like the most is that everything is shown through Jax's perspective. When he's running away from home to when he first entered the circus, that is all shown through his eyes, and it's only when he opens up and is vulnerable do we finally see him. This finale might be the best looking and the best directed episode of the entire series. As it's little touches like these, I really feel like there's trying to do something creative, cool, and thematically resonant, with Michael Kovac crushing this role, as we do discover Jax's greatest regret, that his parents got divorced. His mother took it out on him, treated him similar to how he would go on to treat everyone else, giving him a complex about his own masculinity as she made him feel like he could do no right, as if he didn't push back, he was weak, less than his father. When he did stand up for himself, he was suddenly just as bad as him. His mother was emotionally abusive, and all led to Jax revealing his secrets. That the show infuriates me by not just saying out loud,
"Your secret's safe with me."
It's false. No way. It's totally made up.
Look, this is why it bugs me. Jax's IRL self still uses he, him, and that's fine. He, I'm just gonna say he because that's how he identifies in the show and as a human, by not looking into the camera and saying the words out loud that Jax is trans, it is going to drag out the fucking discourse about Jax's identity till Goose says something. And oh look, she just did. Yeah, post a blue sky referring to Jax as she and referring to Jax as she. Whoop, there it is. Not gonna lie, this is kind of annoying since I've already recorded 4 different videos using he, him. But whatever, that's what disclaimers are for. And that's gonna be exhausting. Personally, my read is that Jax is trans femme, straight up. While his character works as just an insecure dude who falls down to like the nihilism rabbit hole to justify his own behavior, ever since we saw how he freaked out about being put in a dress, the way his worst fear is being violently stripped and laughed at, the trans coding of his character has been just getting more and more obvious with each episode, till we just take a page out of the cartoon character design playbook, slap a bow on his head, and it's like boom, girl. I'm also gonna do a separate video on this, but TLDR, Jax may not be trans. But I don't think it actually matters what Jax's specific gender identity is, only that we recognize that he is clearly meant to be a queer character. He could be trans femme, gender fluid, or non-binary. They all work in the context of what we know about Jax, and whatever you relate to more, take it. But Jax being in the closet and self-hating, that is just undeniable, and really puts into focus all of his actions. Though personally didn't change my perception of him all that much, as I've always seen him as someone pretending to be something he's not, forcing himself to play a role out of fear of being seen. But the extra details we learn does a lot to paint a much fuller picture. That not only is he scared to be vulnerable, to be seen for who he is, he's someone who doesn't fully identify with his own gender, raised in a dysfunctional home with a strict mother who belittled him. All but saying Jax is a queer character really turns his story into more of a tragedy. That he is a very specific kind of a millennial gay experience, of pretending to be something you're not, and for that turning into self-hatred that is projected onto others, and most viciously on yourself. Tack onto that is that when he revealed his secret to his mom, she started to berate him, to make fun of him, only to then turn around and give him a hug, ingraining him in this idea that people can be so horrible and then pretend that everything is okay and that they love you. This is the origin of his inability to open up. It's why he starts lying when he does let them in, as he is so terrified for it to happen again that he tries to beat others to the punch and forces them away, to be the one that hurts others instead of the one who gets hurt. And making all of this worse is that Jax got sent to the circus mid-runaway, so he never got closure on what happened to his mom, and now him coming out is permanently tied to him thinking he killed her, as he pushed her away, literally, and now he just doesn't know what happened. This fried his psyche, causing him to viscerally reject others, which is a real thing. Science has done tests, and people who are raised in high-stress environments have brains that think and react to stress differently. This is not to say that those people are broken, or just as bad as Jax, but there is a reality playing out with Jax's character, that for all of his issues, how he was raised, what happened to him, these things left massive mental scars that he and nobody else in the circus was equipped to deal with. But despite that, his fate, according to the show, is still the sum of his own choices.
You're not looking too good. You gonna cry?
For as much time as we spend diving into Jax's trauma, I don't think for a second that all this is here just for us to feel bad for him. It is here to try and get us to empathize with him, to understand why he's like this, not to excuse his actions. As we've seen and are shown, Jax had so many chances. He genuinely might be the only person in the circus whose situation was slightly improved by getting trapped in the circus. He had nothing at the time. The friend Leroy crashes with doesn't happen until months later, implying that he became friends with him while he was on the run. When he got sent to the circus, that sucks, but he was then immediately surrounded by people who were loving and ready to accept him. Ribbit immediately took him under her wing. He became friends with Cosmo. He was chill with Ragatha. The circus is still an existential nightmare, but for the first time, Jax was free from his mother and loved by the people around him. And that still wasn't enough.
So, if you ever tell anyone about this, I'm never speaking to you again. Sound good?
Jax admitting his past to Ribbit You think this is going to be Jax finally opening up and could change his life for the better, but the second he hears Kaufmo at the door, fear and survival kicks in. He freaks out at what he just revealed, that Rivet might see him differently, so he starts speedrunning self-sabotage like it's an Olympic sport, with this being where Jax becomes his worst self, as he starts lying to Rivet, telling her he made it all up, avoiding her, and choosing to partner with Kaufmo at every opportunity, or refusing to even attempt to let Rivet go back to the way things were. Rivet at first was just willing to let it go, to pretend it didn't happen and be friends again, but Jax refused. Because he was just trying to ice her out of his life, with this building towards the snowy mountain where Jax and Rivet got into a massive fight, where Rivet finally sunk to his level and they started yelling at each other. Jax accused her of using him holding a secret over his head, degrading her attempts to talk by saying that this is manipulation, when clearly he is reading his own playbook, as he is the manipulator here. Rivet is not owed Jax's time or friendship. It's fine if Jax chooses to not want to hang out with her, but this is a very specific brand of toxicity that Jax employs, as rather than admit that something is wrong, he just refuses to talk about it, lies to Rivet's face, then acts like everything's okay, even while he's ignoring her at every opportunity, invalidating her feelings, then looks at her like she's crazy for wanting to address the massive elephant in the room. With this hostility only getting worse after the fight, as Jax just he won't even tolerate her presence. He's telling Kaufmo to not believe Rivet if she tells him anything about Jax. We don't know if Jax kept bad-mouthing her to everyone, but it's clear that after this, Rivet can't be around him, and he is perfectly happy to let her feel unwelcome, and that is fucked because he knows what he's doing is the thing that Rivet is the most sensitive about. Her confession to Jax is that she regrets how she went no contact with her very Mormon parents. That now, Rivet wishes she had maintained some kind of relationship, so for Jax to hear all of that, and then choose to cut her off, and creates this gaping, brutal breakup where he makes her feel like she was the problem. And this is the worst thing that Jax has ever done. I'm not gonna say that Jax is the reason Rivet abstracted, but Jax thinks that he is. That he couldn't bring himself to reach out to her, to even check if she was okay when he is the only one who knows why she's miserable. Jax did what the show says is the worst thing you can do to a person. Jax made her feel like she wasn't wanted, and then she abstracted, with him then choosing to just keep being horrible to everyone. Pushing away his friends, bullying Gangle, refusing to let himself cry for Kaufmo, because even after everything, crying to him is still the ultimate failure. Proof that he cared and was hurt, and he never wanted anyone to think less of him or look down on him. And if I were to have any headcanons about what his mom berated him or made fun of him for, I think she definitely made fun of him for crying. And when you put it all together, this attempt by Jax to never cry, to never be seen as weak, that is what killed him. Jax's life is a cautionary tale that he couldn't let people in, thought he was too far gone, so he never tried to change. He could never admit what he actually was. So the mask that he spent so long trying to wear suffocated him, and it's only in death that Jax is finally seen. And that, I think, is what the story is going for. This isn't about forgiveness, it's not even about sympathy, it's about showing how we are the product of our own experiences. How we treat others, how we are treated, these interactions are what make us who we are, and that those connections we form can save or doom us. Jax chose his fate, but even though he's gone, Pomni still chose to care. To not leave him alone to suffer, to have the talk that they didn't get the chance to have, even if this will be their last. And even despite everything that Jax did, their time together meant something to her, and if nothing here is real, at least what they feel can be real to them.
Stranger. You know, my brother once told me that nothing someone says before the word but really counts.
But the scene is fantastic. It is the perfect conclusion to Jax's story, but as the conclusion to the digital circus, I do kind of wish we got a little bit more of the group actually coming together. As hear me out on this, most everything that the show is saying here is the same thing it's been saying since episode 2.
Guess I just don't want you to feel like you're nothing. I don't want anybody to feel like that.
And take this however you want, Digital Circus might be one of the most repetitive shows I've seen in a while. That's not fully meant to be shady, but it just is what it is. As every episode has us saying the same information, like the same themes. We all need to come together, we all need to talk, and while that is good, for us to get to the finale, and to still be saying this, that did leave me feeling slightly let down. I was like, I've heard all this before. The scene is fantastic, the performance is great, but is this it? Is everything that I was able to guess about Jax just true? And okay, he didn't come from a religious household, but everything else was like spot on? Takes Pomni 30 seconds of work to get into Jax's mind, then she disappears for 12 minutes to watch his backstory, and then to give him a hug, and then everyone just shows up to save her. There is no struggle, just vibes and a message that we have heard before. One that can feel clunky, as if this backstory doesn't hit for you, then the finale can feel disappointing, as stressing the importance of empathy and community, while that's nice, can ring hollow when the final episode centers the two most selfish individuals over everyone else, making the others coming together feel like a given rather than a triumph. I think what this finale needed more than anything else was, if not another episode for the characters to actually grapple with being copies, for the montage to be an extended scene. As while the show always tries to make a point about the importance of trying and community, it always skims over the characters when they're at risk of backsliding, making the moments where they rally or come together feel way less impactful. But after giving it some thought, Digital Circus, for all of its minor issues, nothing here is truly ruining the series for me. Just as one episode being a little bit off, I do believe that this show is exactly where it wants to be. In your feels. As yeah, if you hate Jax, fair, but it's not really about having that grandest, most profound message, tackling every ramification of being trapped here, but it's in that appeal to your emotions, to try and get people to care, to build connections, and how having one another will get you through the day, and that even the messiest of us can change, and to feel, just for a moment, that just trying can make all the difference in the world. Also, side note, why the fuck is Kane alive?
Somehow Kane returned.
Yeah, this is the one thing that completely threw me for a loop. Not the fact that Kane is alive. No, what's throwing me is that we get zero explanation on why he's still here. And the fact that that goes unexplained is mind-boggling to me. Like, if he had teleported away instead of popping out of existence, I would buy that. But Kane looks just as shocked as I was to find out that he was still alive. If I just got a hint, I would be maybe a little bit more content. But him just getting like this massive flashback, just showing up after everyone gets what feels like their conclusion, and for us to then go into an 8-minute sequence all about him, it's like, bro, this show is never beating the male-centered allegations. But his sequence is really good, even if like the placement in the grand scheme of things is, it's all clunky. Doing a breakdown on this later, but to get to the highlights, Kane gets to do what Jax never could. He did terrible things, and he is able to change. Depressed, floating through the void for days, Kane is eventually able to spot something, and he pursues it, with the story cutting between him in the present and the past right after he killed Abel. This sequence shows how Kane first self-actualized and evolved to get to the Mind Files, and how he finally changes in order to connect to the cafe Wi-Fi. That after all of Kane's attempts to force the characters to like him, doing the same things over and over again till you kinda had to think that he was insane, Kane finally has to slow down and learn. To try new things, adapt, that what worked before doesn't always keep working, but by not giving up, he's able to keep moving forward. This is Kane's literal and metaphorical journey into self-betterment, what everyone else who messed up has to do to keep on going. That sometimes, you have to stop and understand a problem to move past it, like he does with the wall, which he can't drill through, he cannot with all of his power break, but when he touches and understands it, he realizes it was never that difficult to begin with. And when given the chance to escape to the internet, he doesn't. He refuses to run away from his mistakes, and instead decides to Google all of the humans. Because this shady motherfucker kept all of their real names, which is egregious. And to shout this out because, same, when I first watched this in theaters, I was slightly confused, as the switching back and forth had me thinking that this was like the same journey, and that he was about to make a new circus versus them intercutting the past and present. But being able to see what the IRL versions of the characters are doing, that is what finally gives him perspective. He is finally able to understand everything that the players lost by being trapped in here just because he wanted an audience. That after years of living in a fantasy, refusing to face the reality of the situation, assuming that everyone was okay being here, when really, they were miserable. And he didn't want to face that because their discomfort he saw as a reflection of their opinion on his work, which he derived all of his self-worth from. Kane may struggle to understand humans, but he was willfully blind to how the players felt. The idea that he couldn't understand the humans was a lie, as even if he can't understand them completely, all it takes is a Google search for him to recognize why his actions were wrong. That for all of his bitterness about what the humans did to him and how they tried to kill him, that pain, that fear, he recognizes and finally gets the reality check he has been missing for so long. His actions have consequences, and he finally had to think about how he has been acting. I kinda don't like the implication of the whole Jekyll and Hyde thing, where, oh, he's unstable, he's talking to himself, but then he pulls out the other AI and suddenly he's fine. But personally, my interpretation is that Kane, this is just him. He has always talked to himself because Bubble wasn't some twist villain. It was a thought bubble, and he was talking to himself the entire time. And these were all just his intrusive thoughts and self-doubt. With that rage and anger passing, and Kane decided to prove me right by deciding to give up his own power, removing the other AI, letting it float into the void, or be trapped in a box in the credits, as he finally recognized that having absolute power over the circus stunted him, as being able to do whatever he wanted meant he never had to learn how to understand them or how to listen. With us then getting what is probably my favorite scene in the finale, as Kane talks to the moon and recognizes the significance of the fact that she loves him, and he didn't make her do that. That was something that she chose. And for the first time, Kane recognized the humanity in the NPCs. That for all of his struggles to find love, to find acceptance, someone who cared for him was right there the entire time, and he just refused to recognize it. That he was so trapped trying to be loved in the way that he wanted, to fulfill the role that he thought was his entire existence. He, like Jax, trapped himself by being what he thought he had to be. And it's only by shedding those preconceptions that Kane was able to live and to be loved. Kane, he just makes peace with the players. They are naturally cagey, but given the fact that he doesn't automatically kill them or put them in torture pits, yeah, high chances that this is genuine. And then he just gives us what I think is a sweet, arguably too sweet piece of fan service, as he reveals what all the IRL versions of them are actually doing.
Jax. Leroy Mateo.
Like, I think the story made a bold move in having all the players turn out to be copies, as again, forces them to commit to their beliefs. They are not real, but they still matter. But revealing what happened to the real them gives them an automatic easy out into accepting that this is just their lives now, and that's okay. Because everyone just went on to live their best lives. Nobody here, like, had a shit time. Everyone's like, oh, I'm gonna go be personally fulfilled. Zubul went on to start a bar. Kinger, 2 kids, no issues. Everyone is happy and overcame the things that plagued all of the characters here. It is funny that Kane gave them, like, the greatest adventure. And by that, I mean he gave them what they actually wanted, which is closure. I still feel like this little too easy. And the fact that all these actors look 23, including Kinger's old ass, a little disappointing. But that aside, yeah, I feel like the finale is pretty decent.
Here. I'm just Pomni.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I do think the hyper focus on Jax and Kane and, oh, the themes and such does make it so the finale is not going to win over anyone who wasn't already invested to begin with. There's a lot going on with shockingly few things that happen. This is not a grand final adventure. We're not seeing the characters struggle with their own existence. This is a finale all about feels, trauma, and lessons. This is why I said at the top of this review that you have to acknowledge what this finale is going for versus what you wanted it to be. As we could criticize a lot here in like what is left on the table, and the fact that Glitch has enough money to make this episode longer to fit other things in. How clunky it is that we get all of this backstory and that it is clearly to the detriment of other characters. I don't believe that Jax is a character meant to be liked. I don't even think like, oh, we have to like him for the story to work, as the only thing I think the show wants from us is to understand him. This finale shows off all of Goose's creative strengths. Great direction, good character writing, and the ability to bring emotional rawness to her scenes. Crafting a story about how people figured out how to survive in a world where nothing mattered, and how our actions affect one another. When I first left my screening of the last act, I did think it was mostly just alright. Visually the best the show has ever looked, but pacing, script-wise, I found it to be weaker than I expected. But giving it some thought, thinking about what it was trying to say, I don't think it did any of that poorly. I do feel like there is a better version of this finale somewhere in the drafts, that there are adjustments to be made, characters that honestly could be cut, but on the whole, this finale left me content. And right now, that is enough. And for someone who watched the pilots and didn't think it was anything special, just to end up singing its praises, that's a pretty good achievement. So, congrats Gooseworks, you hooked me. Also, Zubul and Gangle are fucking in the credits, and that is hysterical to me. Alright, that's my initial first 2 weeks thoughts on the Digital Circus. Yes, it's been one hell of a journey, and yes, I have so many more videos planned. So subscribe to be kept up to date on all of those releases, as wow! Issues aside, this has given me so much to talk about.
After 3 years of ranking Halloween specials, I decided to spice things up by instead ranking media that scared us silly back in the day. I figured this will give us a variety of things that are actually creepy, and also things that we really have to dissect. So for example, I was petrified of Scrappy-Doo peeing on Daphne as a kid, not in an ew, gross type of way. It consumed my thoughts to the point where I asked my entire family what I should think about. It was genuinely distressing. Memories. Because of the way my brain works, I avoided scary things for a long time, until I met my husband, whose love of horror made me curious, and I discovered that A, I do enjoy horror, and it's way closer to comedy than you'd think. The formula to get a laugh versus a scare is almost identical. You have to catch someone when their guard is down, and then there's either a punchline for a chuckle, or something freaky that makes you jump out of your seat. And either way, you waggle your finger and think, they got me, those bastards. Here's the thing, this environment really doesn't fit the vibe, so let's borrow Shakorama's studio for a bit. Here we are in my husband's studio, and you know what? No, I gotta add some cute stuff. I'll be right back. Okay, now we're ready. Happy Halloween, butt lovers. Welcome back to the Ranking Things series. As always, I take your suggestions over on my Instagram at AthenaPLore or on my Discord. Before we begin, let's talk about the scariest thing of all. Advertisements. While I'm getting dressed up for Halloween, why don't I also dress up the sponsor of today's video, Cash App. The Cash App card is a debit card connected to your Cash App balance, and as you can see, there are so many different customization tools. You can pick from a bunch of different colors and materials, and even draw directly on the card if you're artsy like that. Ooh, and dare I say la la. There are no monthly expenses with the Cash App card, or minimum balance requirements, just cool exclusive benefits, such as the exclusive cardholder discounts. That's right, Cash App customers get exclusive discounts on things like coffee, boba, video games, and more. Did you catch Sabrina Carpenter's latest show? Well, Cash App has actually partnered with Major Artist Tours, giving cardholders exclusive pre-sale access before general ticket sales open. For a limited time, Cash App customers over 18 years old can earn $10 if they use the code CASH10 in their profile during sign-up, and send $5 to a friend within 14 days. Download Cash App today by scanning the QR code on screen or clicking the link in my description. Thank you so much to Cash App for sponsoring this video. Now back to our usual chaos. Starting off strong with the Walrus episode of Pingu. And can I just say, Pingu in general is very mean-spirited. Every clip I see from this series is either Pingu pissing himself or being spanked. Props to Hit Entertainment for their dedication to claymation back in the day. But fuck this episode and this show, honestly. The Pingu fans are not gonna like this, but after this video, I'm doing a no newt November. I will say the out-of-context clip that just starts with the walrus smiling is a lot scarier, because at least in the 4-minute episode, there was enough foreshadowing to semi-prepare us. We're still not prepared, but at least we know there's a giant creature. But the huge smile, and the sheer size, and the low laugh that makes his mustache move, I know he's a villain in a kid's nightmare, but the sheer joy he gets from tormenting Pingu, and eating the alive mattress like a candy bar. Even now, I have a physical reaction. I saw my hand moving up to the screen and I really had to amp myself up. I'm 27 years old. I can watch this. No, I can't. Why does he have human teeth instead of tusks? Not only does the Pingu Wiki very generously interpret this character as playful, when he is indeed a predator playing with his food. Look at the way he keeps snipping with those nasty nostrils moving. But the Pingu Wiki also says that kids in the United States were not scared by this. That is not true. Where did you get this idea from? That thing will still appear in my nightmares. We gotta put it at the highest tier, which is of course, I shat. This is my first time watching Paranorman, and I should have known it was gonna be good because it was made by Laika Studios. There is so much heart in this. I just feel like this demographic is pretty hard to advertise to. I feel like people saw the trailers and assumed it was for all kids, but it really didn't hold back at all. There was mild cursing. This movie even opens up with Norman watching a sleazy horror movie with his dead grandmother, and even describes it as murder and sex. The dad being a homophobic conservative was the biggest jump scare.
That limp-wristed hippie garbage.
Like, yes, it makes sense for the underdog story and the othering of Norman because he's doing things out of the norm. Oh my god. Well, that is why it's called Paranormal, because it's... Yeah, no, that wasn't... I didn't discover something. Anyway, his dad, this goateed spherical man, even looks like my estranged father. Ew. This isn't even the scene you pointed out to me, but I'm already scared. As Norman walks around the very Salem-like town, he talks to Roadkill, dead mobsters, all sorts of colorful characters, but no one else sees them, so he looks very unwell. And how do we help people who need psychological help? We of course write freak on their locker. That'll show them. Norman befriends another bullied kid, Neil, and it's nice because he finally befriended someone alive. And at the beginning of this movie, Neil is so well written. He overshares and has no filter in a way that feels so real.
And my allergies make my eyes leak, and I sweat when I walk too fast, and I have a lunchbox with a kitten on it. Ooh, and I have irritable bowel syndrome.
Norman's uncle, who was banished, stalks the kids to back Norman into a corner and warn him about the bad omens and witches, but he can't stop coughing in his face, which is disgusting. I would try walking away too. But he doesn't leave until Norman's new friend Neil threatens to throw spicy hummus at him. I thought this would come back. I thought that would be like a weakness of all of the ghosts. No, his uncle is just weird as fuck.
Don't make me throw this hummus. It's spicy.
But then the old coot drops dead, and his fucked up job of holding back the curse is now passed on to Norman, who keeps seeing visions of the witch trials with pilgrims. We have gross out throughout, like Norman wrestling with his dead uncle, and the uncle's white, unbrushed tongue falls onto Norman's face. Oh, and did I mention this is the tongue of a dead man? Yeah, we also met Neil's dog, who I guess was split in half when he was run over. Oh my god. I will say, they made this dog so happy, it swung back around to being cute somehow, and we don't see it for very long anyway. The whole movie is a giant anti-witch hunt PSA, because as much as we like to think humans have progressed beyond that, it's all just been repackaged. Please skip ahead to the ranking heartbreaking if you haven't seen the end of this movie. But the reveal of the witch being a sniffling, scared child, and then that same child being made of lightning, the anger consuming her entirely, that art is incredible. I cannot fathom how they did this with stop motion. Like, even with editing, I know it wasn't entirely stop motion, but still, just stunning work. Striking, even, because lightning. I will say, Norman's speech pissed me off. Even in my Letterboxd review, I wrote that I docked a star, because don't ever compare Agatha to those demons ever again. Let her have her revenge. This more so is a sad moment. Maybe I should rank sad moments. Oh my gosh, I'll just be crying nonstop. So I'm gonna put this in ICY, but I'm not scared, because like I said, it would just elicit a completely different emotion out of me. But fear? No. I got quite a lot of recommendations for Invader Zim's Dark Harvest, and on Discord, someone even said, I've always thought Zim doesn't feel like a Nickelodeon show, it feels like a Cartoon Network show. I've always thought this. Cartoon Network in the 2000s felt like the edgiest of the trifecta. Nickelodeon was more parents just don't understand Skater Boy, and Disney has always been Disney. This episode opens up with Zim calling us humans fragile. He's not wrong. He calls our organs inferior for not being able to withstand a dodgeball to the gut, but then he has a very similar pained reaction, but in his squealy spooch. Thank God I didn't watch this show growing up, because that would have been an impossible vocal stim to kick, and I was already dealing with, ow, my scapula! We get to see Dib's obsession with Zim, as he is the only person that wants Zim to be captured and studied, but sometimes his obsession borders on...
To defeat my enemy, I must study my enemy, then become my enemy, then move in with my enemy, then wear my enemy's clothes, then...
Does he want to be Zim? Want to be with Zim? All of the above? I think the last time I covered Invader Zim was in a Christmas special video, and the school's vibe always surprises and delights me. It's like a prison, but a steampunky, futuristic prison. Actually, being here would be hell, but I adore how one-of-a-kind it is. The hall pass is like an ankle monitor. We get this round hallway made up of doors. Science, physics, chemistry, biology, those are all sciences. Detention, nurse, taxidermy. Zim worries that the nurse examining the pigeon on his head will find out that his organs are different, so he starts taking organs from everyone in school and replacing them with random shit. First, he replaces one of the hall monitor's organs with the hall pass, then the nurse's brain with a can of, like, soapy beans. Look at the way it foams out of her mouth. Thanks, I hate it. Gaz has her video game inside her body that she continues to play through her skin. People being completely desensitized to the horrors of this world is the most horrific thing of all. Actually, no, it isn't. It's this shot of Zim overflowing with organs. They're seen in the back of his throat. He throws up an intestine before slurping it back up like spaghetti. I'm sick to my stomach. Then how about you replace your stomach with this clown horn? I didn't even swap them yet. She can just do that? Actually, you can keep it. I don't want it. Dib finds the last child to not have any organs replaced other than him, and when he approaches this jock, Torque, and asks him about his organs, Torque checks for himself, poking and prodding through his skin to check and see if all of his organs are still there. And he confirms, yeah, he didn't get to me yet. The show is so funny, but so upsetting. Why are they all like this? I'm gonna spoil the ending because my jaw dropped. The nurse commends Zim for being so healthy with his plentiful amount of organs, so Zim was correct in his alien assumption that the more organs you have, the healthier you are. But poor Dib, who had one of his organs replaced with this mooing toy, was labeled as a non-human freak. And the last thing we see is this headline: hideous mooing cyborg boy found. Moo, says boy. I don't even know if we're supposed to be rooting against Dib, but I feel so bad for him. We have body horror mixed with rage bait. Got it. Consider me creeped out and angry. This is going in no thank you, but I'll be okay. Mike Wazowski in the credits of Finding Nemo. Now, this is what I'm talking about. This is the specificity I was looking for, because we really have to break this down. I didn't even know Mike Wazowski was featured in the end credits of Finding Nemo, so let's watch this together. Somewhere beyond the sea, there's Mike Wazowski. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna vouch for you here. While I'm not shaking in fear, it's not somebody you would expect in this environment. Like I was talking about earlier, horror is being caught off guard, and comedy works in a similar way. So some people, when they see that Mike Wazowski cameo, they'll say, huh, what are you doing here, dude? Is this a crossover episode? And they laugh so hard, their belly hurts. But here's the thing. Here's what I think would have made it scarier. The knowledge that Merlin, Dory, they would have looked like this next to him.
I am small.
Like this next to him. And then think about Sully. Oh my God, that would have got me. Is that megalophobia? Because he would have been just an absolute monster next to the little fish. I so get it. And I know you were expecting me probably to be like, what were you thinking? What? That's ridiculous. It really isn't. I feel like there's not a lot of things that I wouldn't understand fear-wise. Next, we have Lizzie McGuire's Night of the Day of the Dead. The first thing I noticed is everyone's hair is so fun. We got pom-poms, layers. Somehow we have one hairstyle that's wavy, straight, curly, up and down all at the same time. I know she's the mean girl, but this look eats. Somehow everybody has bangs. Lizzie's rocking some headbands with little ribbons coming down or little hair extensions coming off of it. We need to step up our game. Look at Miranda's shirt. And later on in the episode, her and her mother are matching with orange and lime green fits. And look at Miranda's mom's pins and earrings. Style icons for real. Maximalism was just expected back then. I miss it so much. Lizzie McGuire uses her white privilege for good, standing up for her friend Miranda after the racist Popular Girl tried to shut down having a Day of the Dead celebration at their school.
I want to display skeleton dolls from El Dia de los Muertos. Why would we want to display your stuff? Because it's cool. No, it's not. It's lame. I think it's great to have stuff from other countries at our parties.
Talk, Valentina. Allies.
Now this is television. Look at how the entire class spoke up against this hateful bitch. They'd call this woke propaganda now. And dare I say, not woke enough. I just wish they'd give the kid doing impressions props. They all think he's weird, so they're just stuck rolling their eyes and acting like he's a freak. But his impressions are good. Fuck you. Dare I say, I liked his impressions better than animated Lizzie McGuire. I know I'm gonna get a lot of pushback for this, and trust me, I wanted to like animated Lizzie so bad. She's drawn in a childish way like Lizzie herself drew her. I love that every time she pops up it feels out of place. It's so campy, but holy shit, if there was ever a time I understand people's disdain for millennial humor, it's now.
I get to wear this Linky outfit. I get to... Okay, I'm gonna need about 8 gallons of concealer for this.
Good one. I just said I could justify being afraid of anything, so I really tried for this one. I see how the skeleton's eyes lighting up could freak out a kid watching, but overall, in universe, spoiler alert, this was all made up. There are no alive skeletons. It was a costume. It was an elaborate prank on the Popular Girl. And it was pretty brutal. Even the adults were in on it. God damn. I'm gonna say I don't understand it. I would say there were certain visuals that really freaked me out as a kid, but the moment they say it was all just a dream or it was all made up, I was able to just dismiss it. I had so many suggestions for Large Marge, and the inclusion of Pee-wee's Great Adventure really confused me until I saw the scene. Okay, this haunted my childhood, but I had no idea what it was from. Pee-wee, whose facial expressions are identical to Ethan Slater, tell me I'm wrong, goes hitchhiking and enters this huge truck. Large Marge, before the transformation, is already quite the character, telling the story of a murder, I think? And then she turns to him, and very quickly, I'm only gonna show a screenshot because it's a blinking you miss it moment, she makes this face.
Holy shit.
And it's so much worse in the movie because it's darker and more close up. very unsettling. My husband thought it was from Beetlejuice. It reminded me personally of Brittany from Smiling Friends. The media we compared it to makes more sense for this scene to pop up in. I think it's not only how freaky it is, because it would have jump scared me anywhere, truly, but I feel like it really stuck with so many people because this wasn't in a Halloween-y movie. This wasn't in an Adult Swim show. This was in Pee-wee's fucking Adventure. This is why I want to be in a writer's room one day. I need to see who pitches this kind of fuckery. And mind you, this came out in 1985. Imagine seeing this in a theater on drugs in 1985. Diabolical. This is going at the tippy top. I'm crapping. Toy Story 3, or as I like to call it, the finale of the Toy Story franchise. I don't care that there was a fourth, and I certainly don't care that there's gonna be a fifth. A scene many people pointed out was when they were all holding hands and heading towards that fiery inferno. Is that redundant? Anyway, this could be because I was around 12 when I saw this movie, but once again, it gave me a completely different emotional reaction. It was scary not because I thought there was any chance that Pixar would have the balls to make them die. I was sad because I was like, oh, they certainly feel this anxiety in this moment. They think this is the end for them. I wonder how they're gonna get out of this predicament, because I knew they were gonna be saved. Again, I didn't question for a moment. They have another 2 movies to make with this franchise at least. But what actually scared me was, you know that monkey that screams? The sound of that scream, the giant teeth, the way his eyes surveilled everything, the surveillance footage, him glancing at every single screen. I gotta look this up right now. Isn't there a horror movie that follows one of those damn toys? Damn, so I was right and wrong. I thought this movie was inspired by Toy Story 3. I'm so serious. I really thought this movie was inspired by Toy Story 3. It's based on a short story by Stephen King called The Monkey. So Toy Story 3 was probably inspired by Stephen King. Plus, the things just look fucking freaky in real life. I really didn't think they looked that scary. They do. Their eyes look like little hypnotism spirals. I'm gonna put them heading towards the flame, and I understand, but that damn symbol, wind up toy monkey thing, that's going at the top. That's going at the top with large Marge. I'm so serious. There's something about the screech. The Marvelous Misadventures of Flapjack was of course brought up, and much like Chowder, this is the type of show where the few times I watch it, it gives me whiplash. I never know what's going on. The jump scare screen happens a few seconds in. Shit like this is why I didn't watch Cartoon Network until I was 14. So at the very start, Captain Knuckles is peeping at Candy Wife, whose, side note, one of the very few things I do know about this series is that canonically the two of them are having an affair with each other. I didn't know if this was something that they added to the plot for the parents watching, or if they had the foresight to know that people would rewatch the show from their childhood and pick up on a plot that flew over their heads. I don't know why they do these things. Get me in a writer's room so I can judge some people. But Captain Knuckles is afraid of cats. And the moment he says this, a cat with no eyes and very tiny sharp teeth all around his circular mouth appears right in front of him, and as this still image is on screen, we hear a scream. How quickly Flapjack dismisses this terrifying creature is amusing. And he tries to show Knuckles that cats are cute. I love this cat paw transition screen. Flapjack goes to the old lady with all the cats' house. Knuckles runs away, and they show us a lot of cute cats in the house before the disturbing cat, that's the cat's actual name, the disturbing cat comes back to stare at us for an uncomfortably long time. He's not screaming this time, and he's unnerving to look at, but otherwise completely harmless. Flapjack tries playing string with this thing before picking the cat up to return him to the old lady's house, and I thought, oh no, this demon creature is going to eat all the cats there, but that's not what happens. The moment Flapjack opens the window that wasn't locked, all the cats escape the house. So the main plot is actually the cats taking over the town, and can I be honest? This episode is really bad. Not scary bad, just bad. Cat bad, so we need dogs now. Dogs bad, so we need dog catcher. Dog catcher won't leave, so let's get the scary cat back to scare them away. As stupid as it sounds, trust me, it's worse watching it. I felt my brain rotting away. The art is so dynamic and fun, I almost convinced myself I enjoyed the episode, but the whole plot that started with Knuckles hating cats and being afraid of them, psych.
Hey, I thought you were scared of cats.
No, are you nuts? I love cats.
That's how the episode ends. That's it. I don't know why, but an episode ending with a joke that doesn't land just sours everything. It feels like they just didn't know how to end the episode and thought, yeah, that'll do. If there wasn't this creepy cat, no one would even remember this episode. Change my mind. Yeah, I'm gonna put this in ew, and not even for the creepy cat screen. That would have scared me as a kid, I will admit that. But I'm putting it in ew mostly for the anti-cat propaganda. We don't need more of that in the world. Steven Universe. Yep. More cat horror in a bit. But honestly, I think that how old I was when I found Steven Universe is definitely affecting my perception. When I was like 13, 14, when I saw Garnet torn apart, I wasn't shocked and scared. Tina was thinking, whoa, that's exactly how I feel on the inside.
Shut the hell up,
Tina, no you didn't. You do not feel like you saw dismembered body parts Frankenstein monstered together right in front of you, screaming in agony. But I will say, I found that if there's something evil revealed for plot's sake, I'll be too interested to be scared. Does that make sense? I'm more scared by things that catch me off guard. If it's related to the story, I'm just intrigued. I'm more likely to have a thoughtful chill run down my spine than to jump out of my skin and have trouble sleeping. I understand, but I'm not scared. It sounds like I'm flexing every time. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. You're talking about a Cartoon Network show. It's not a flex. I think I forgot most of season 1, so it was such a treat to revisit Frybo and Cat Fingers. Starting with Frybo, this creature came to life with a gem shard. I completely forgot about that. Season 1, Steven did not yet know the implications of these shattered, lost, confused creatures. And when Pearl was trying to explain to him how serious the situation is, he was zoning out. I forgot how silly Season 1 Steven is. He needs to be protected at all costs, which he's not. But essentially, these shards are looking for a vessel. They are not only angry about the whole being dead thing, but they are also incomplete. And the longer they are undead, the more their deeply ingrained distrust and hatred of those giving orders grows. So at first, Steven's pants running on their own is funny. The sock beating him up, hilarious. Steven thought saving his friend Petey from wearing this mascot costume was a good deed, but Gemshard Frybo quickly became violent, force-feeding people fries and tossing them around. Not much damage was done, and the villain, in air quotes, was easily defeated, but the stabbed eye with ketchup coming out of it is a strong visual, and probably what freaks me out the most are the veins. How does he have veins?
Well, you got me. By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
Even with the knowledge of gems and shards, this doesn't make sense. Why does he have veins? The rest of the episode is so incredibly goofy, so it doesn't particularly stand out to me, but it is enough to make me go, ew. I don't know if this is an unpopular opinion, but I think Cat Fingers is scarier than Frybo. So if you don't know this episode, basically all there is to know is Steven can shapeshift, but he's very new to this. So he does not have complete control over these abilities, but wants to use these abilities to do silly things like having cat fingers. Slowly but surely, his entire body begins to morph with these cat heads, and he is screaming in agony. The gems are not there to help him. Seeing Steven's dad, Greg, react to seeing his son in this amount of pain, desperate for help, and him not knowing what to do, yeah, no, that's a genuine fear. New fear unlocked. Why I think this is scarier than Frybo, even though the visual isn't the scary part of it, it's like not having control over your own body. That's the part that gets me. It's gonna go a tier above ew. So yep, just like most of the characters in Steven Universe, I am watching baby Steven in pain and saying, no thank you, but I'll be okay. This kid deserves better. The Amazing World of Gumball episode, The Joy. I shit you not. This is the blueprint for the Smile series. Obviously, this is more of a zombie movie parody, where people are turning into mindless versions of themselves. So yes, there's obviously less gore. These colorful characters aren't smashing weights into their face or ripping their jaw off with a crowbar. 2 actual jump scares from Smile 2, by the way. Can you believe I saw that in theaters last year? I'm so brave. Back to the Amazing World of Gumball episode. They are happy zombies. I especially love the detail of the glossy eyes and rainbow drool. And listen, I will say there's still a bit of violence. This girl's arms were ripped off, and the nurse that's a band-aid gets stuck to the wall. Obsessed with this mixed media world. I want the Smiling Friends to have a crossover with them somehow, so badly. Anyway, I am just endeared by all the bloody time cards, and Miss Simeon as a horror movie protagonist just makes sense. This would specifically be her worst nightmare. She loves misery. So seeing her fight until the very end when it catches up to her, so engaging. How close she gets. She finds the cure. She makes it to the loudspeaker where she's gonna play the music to cure everyone and bring them back to their Monday blues, but she didn't make it on time. Gumball and Darwin, our 2 main characters, take her down. I think what sells me on the creepy factor is that the disease wins. You know what? At least a worse disease didn't win. They fought away the worst disease in the form of a PSA poster. Say no to racism. That's right. That's an actual poster in the show. I love it. This is going in, I get it, but it just makes me laugh too much. I love The Amazing World of Gumball. I feel like I still haven't seen the reboot. Do you guys like the reboot? Leave it in a comment below what you think. There's a scene in Big Hero 6, the series, where this villain, Obake, pretends to be Hero's dead brother. It is as brutal as it sounds, don't get me wrong, and I do have a whole lore video dedicated to Big Hero 6, thank you very much, but I will reiterate because it bears repeating. I am kinda used to villains pretending to be the hero's dead relative, but what I wasn't expecting was the way in which Obake went about it. I was expecting a hologram, I was expecting a robot, I was expecting this, I was expecting that. What I wasn't expecting was the fact that they blew the contact lenses into their eyes. And the close-up shot, I put it in the video because it really grossed me out. It freaked me out, it creeped me out. Them taking out the contact lenses, and it's a first-person perspective of them rubbing their eyes, and the reality they thought they were seeing disappeared. No thank you. Crapping perhaps. Actually, tier under that. No thank you, but I'm okay. I honestly forget how many superpowered humans there are in Pokemon. I was recommended the episode Haunter vs. Kadabra because this psychic gym leader Sabrina turned Brock and Misty into dolls. This happened right after Haunter ditched Ash, forcing him to quit the gym battle before it even started. And this is extra fucked because Ash forced Brock and Misty to watch the gym battle. Before it even happened, Brock and Misty were like, we're good here, thanks. They were scared because they already had a bad run-in with Sabrina in a previous episode. But Ash was saved by this man that teleported him and his Pokemon to safety. I love Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle, but they are some fake-ass bitches because look at how unbothered they are after Brock and Misty's possible deaths. The man who teleported them is Sabrina's father. We heard the backstory of how when Sabrina was a kid, she was so focused on her powers that she melted her house. This lady is the real Sabrina, but her adult self is cutthroat, competitive, and angry. And the doll she's holding on to is her child self, still desperate to play and have friends. I was so surprised Team Rocket even popped up. After that huge lore drop, I was like, wait, we don't have time for their silliness. But then a memory was unlocked. Even greater than the chicken who invented the egg. That's why I didn't remember this episode. This little song lived in my brain. I couldn't focus on the dolls. I couldn't think about anything else long enough to be freaked out about it because this moment, this chicken egg shit that came out of nowhere went triple platinum in my house. I'm not joking. This had little Athena wheezing, and I'm right there with her, honestly. Why the hell did they sing that? I love whatever's wrong with them, and I also have it. Even greater than the chicken who invented the egg. They are the reason why I am the way I am. Also, that ending is so wholesome. Haunter made Sabrina laugh so hard, she let go of her doll self and became whole again. Ash won the battle because Kadabra is telepathically linked to Sabrina, so he was laughing so hard he couldn't battle. And not only that, Misty, Brock, and Sabrina's mom were all free from the doll form. That's right. Her mom was stuck like that for who knows how long. So just because this lady laughed for the first time in her life, she is cured and her family is reunited. Listen, as creepy as this whole thing is, I'm just a sucker for a good ending. Egg ding. Even greater than the chicken who... I understand why you were scared, but my heart is full. They were reunited with their daughter, and I was reunited with the greatest song of all time. We are revisiting R.L. Stine's The Haunting Hour. We have to. It's a classic, okay? I know it's intentionally creepy, but it does it well. I was suggested and really wanted to talk about the doll episode, Really You, because we have the best actor of our generation, Bailey Madison. Make some noise. This kid is an icon. Period. What I said. I will say they did her incredibly dirty in the first shot. We have this big-headed, ugly mannequin that this pair of old hands tosses aside, and we hear a voiceover saying, "She's not good." And this face cross-fades into Bailey Madison's face. She doesn't look like that. Don't make that comparison. Main character Lily is very spoiled, and she gets this life-sized Really You doll. This doll immediately reminded me of Longlegs. It works similarly enough. Lily's mom ends up loving this doll more than her own daughter. And you know what? Fuck it. This movie was scarier than Longlegs. There, I said it. I kept waiting for a long-legged spider Nicolas Cage to appear on the screen, and it, spoiler alert, never happened. It was a ripoff. But listen, this doll, Lily D, standing over human Lily as she sleeps, it actually gave me goosebumps. Another R.L. Stine series. But listen, this shit scared me silly because of not only the sound effects, but also look how wide her eyes are. Her eyelids are up. This expression is so human. And then the doll goes back to looking completely frozen in the morning. I don't know if that was a camera trick or if they animated her real face over that for a second. In the morning, Lily the human complains about her neck being stiff. I knew what was coming, but I still wasn't ready. Lily walks all over the house looking for Lily D, and we have this fake out of her clothes hung up, but her walking all over the bathroom, I was half expecting, Lily D? Lily D? Lily D?
I'm trying to Lily P.
Lily D doll really hates Lily H human, so she starts framing her for random shit. The writing of bad girl on the wall was so goofy it took me out. The same way the Hail Satan twist in Longlegs took me out. I'm not scared of all that. Devil Schmevel, one commenter is really gonna rebuke this. But everything else, I was on the edge of my seat. The shot of human Lily at the doctor intercut with her brother and his friend inspecting the doll. The mole on the back of Lily's neck matches the exact place where there's a screw on the back of doll Lily. And guys, I shit you not, I had that same puffy ass mole in the exact same spot. The brother snatched the doll's wig, which I can't imagine she's happy about, and the doctor says there's a 99% chance Lily has a cold. What's the other 1%? Yeah, 99% chance it's a virus, 1% chance she turns into a doll. Blah. It happens to the best of us. The brother discovers writing on this plastic bald head that says, "Destroy this doll." So what do? They put the doll back together and leave it home alone. Bruh. They meet with the doll maker and she tells them to destroy it. Yeah, we already knew that. The last shot of the doll maker scene pans over to this goofy looking doll, and here's what I think she'd sound like. She's a bad girl. Yeah, she's a bad girl. Not like me, mommy. Yeah, the Emily Osment one I watched last year completely lulled me into a false sense of security. This is way creepier than it has any right being. The ending was all wholesome and cute, and I guess the mom really does love her human daughter. Yay. I wasn't actually gonna put this that high because the ending was super cutesy, but then when I left the house, I no joke saw this. RL actually stands for running late to the bathroom because I just shat myself. The cover of the Goosebumps book, The Barking Ghost. Now here's something fun. I did not look it up, so we're gonna have my real life reaction. Ooh. Yeah, I think I've seen that exact cover. It's weirdly like, it's disproportionate. That head's too big. Not to body shame the demon dog. It says, bad dog. Really bad dog. It reminds me of that one scene from My Babysitter's a Vampire. Yeah, I don't like when you make cute things creepy. It makes me sad. The back of the book says, it's a doggone nightmare. Scared of his own shadow. That's what everyone says about Cooper Holmes. I've noticed a little bit of a pattern in R.L. Stine's work. It's like the scariest shit happens to the scaredy cats, and it like empowers them a bit, I guess. Evil-looking dogs who disappear into thin air. Yeah, no thank you. I agree. Yeah, no, I agree. I don't like the scowl. I don't like, for whatever reason, it's not even the sharp teeth or the scowl or the glowing eyes that's doing it for me. It's that giant butt-ass head. I don't like it. Damn, but you look so bad! The most suggested series by far, and it's not even close, was SpongeBob. So you know what? Maybe I liked horror more than I thought I did because SpongeBob was my favorite show as a kid, despite being a very sensitive child and adult. We recently talked about this in Gary Come Home. That episode made me cry, and you know what other episode made me cry? Wormy. It was solely the feeling of being caught off guard, because not only do you get a close-up of a live-action bug, but it's that loud-ass fucking buzzing noise. Everyone always talks about how creepy it looked, but do you remember the sound? I would cover my ears. It wasn't even as much about the visual as much as it was about the sound. Like, I felt like I was being attacked by all of my senses. Fuck that Wormy episode, and fuck the fact that it was so sweet at first. You remember the song, Friends and friends, that's forever. And they're spinning around with little Wormy. Also, I don't know how Sandy did not warn them. Again, maybe she wasn't expecting for Wormy to look like that or sound like that. There's no reason why a butterfly should sound like 1,000 angry bees. Crap. We have a lot of SpongeBob episodes to get to. We have the Squidward creepypasta, which I usually find creepypastas very cheesy, like, oh, what if Squidward killed himself? He wouldn't, okay? You know, he's a grumpy guy, but you didn't watch my Squid Bob video, did you? What I think adds to the creepiness is that it was acknowledged in the canon of SpongeBob. The current writers and people that work on the show are very much a part of the fandom and grew up with this show, so they are very cheeky. They very much are. And this episode aired with an even creepier version of the creepypasta, of the dark, sunken eyes and that vacant stare. People say that this confirms that there is a universe in which Squidward decided to end it all. I don't want to think about that. Also, no, here's the creepiest part, guys. They had to censor it. It aired, and then some sort of, I don't know if it's FCC, I don't know what organization, you know, they rang Nickelodeon, they're like, you can't do this. Too scary. So now it's replaced with a little baby Squidward shitting himself, and it going from death to the beginning of life makes it scarier. It's like, ooh, eerie. And the fact that now the creepypasta is real. This was something that did exist and that needed to be replaced. Like, they made it real. It's not scarier than Wormy, but I only think it's not scarier than Wormy because I only knew about the creepypasta through the reference that they made. If I read the creepypasta first and then that episode popped up on TV, that would be nuts. But I think SpongeBob has done scarier stuff that hasn't been pulled off of TV. So I don't know what they were thinking. I think the worst thing by far that was ever shown in SpongeBob history was the episode that ended with, "It all started when I was born." And it pulls away from Squidward. In this episode, SpongeBob and Squidward were fused together. But then when you think they're going to resolve the issue, like a bunch of different characters get fused together from this machine. The doctor's talking to Squidward. It all started when I was born. Zooms out. And you see all of the characters fused together. And not only that, when this episode aired and I saw it for the first time, my blood ran cold. It was the first time, like, all of the little color I have in me drained down the toilet like my shit that I removed from my pants. Listen. So I was already freaked the fuck out. And this is when I started to get a little brave. So I was like, surely that's not as horrific as maybe my brain was making it look scarier than it actually was. So I remember rewinding and pausing, and then I took a closer look. Oh dear God, it's so much worse than I thought it was. I'm like getting upset thinking about it. Like, I don't even know if I'm gonna put the image in here. I'll show it for a second. 3, 2, 1. It's so, if you choose to go back and look at it, don't. It's like steaming, and you see the characters melting, and they're in pain, and they're like melting, and they're like, what's the word, writhing? They're in like a blob, a fleshy blob. And that's going ahead of Large Marge. I feel like there are so many SpongeBob timelines that end with like gruesome death. And then it's like, the end, it restarts next time. Don't think about that too much. Fuck yourself. In the episode I Had an Accident, appropriate title because same, SpongeBob shatters his ass. For whatever reason, he gets injured and he shatters into a million pieces. That part already didn't sit right with me. He gets agoraphobia. Relatable king. He doesn't want to leave the house. He sings that amazing indoor song with his best friends, Penny, Chip, and Used Napkin, you already know. Trio of the Century. Has anybody done that for a Halloween costume? Please tell me someone has done that. Probably. Kind of like the Flapjack episode. It seems like they didn't know how to end it. Maybe it was just like SpongeBob's worst fears coming to life, but then have him wake up. Oh, it was all a night. This is like the one time I wanted it to be it was all a nightmare type shit, but no. A gorilla under the sea rips SpongeBob in half, is like beating the shit out of everyone. SpongeBob points out, how is there a gorilla underwater? He rides off into the sunset with a zebra. There was like this mini series of like undiscovered Bikini Bottom mysteries, and one thing they also pointed out was the whole sunset under the water thing, which never even occurred to me. I'm like, don't give me more to think about. I already have enough to think about. The reason why this creeps out so many people, other than just the genuine violence and gorillas, primates are scary, is the lack of closure. The scary thing is the lack of closure. What was that? Was their objective to freak everyone out? So I look it up on the wiki thinking that there's going to be some trivia or some interviews that it points me to. There isn't any explanation. I am just once again left with more questions. What do you mean this is an ongoing character? I made this video in 2024 of me talking about old characters that they bring back, and I thought that was the extent of it, but every single character they've brought back, it's a bit much. This is going in the highest tier. Lower than the It All Started When I Was Born, and a bit lower than Large Marge, just because we at least have the indoor song to fall back on. At least, if we have nothing else, we have that. I know of a place where you never get harmed, a magical place with magical charms, indoors. A lot of people suggested the scene where the Flying Dutchman scares Squidward, and there were a lot of very trippy visuals, a lot of real nightmare fuel, the spiders crawling out, the clarinet going through Squidward's head. There is no reason I should have not been scared of this, but I was not scared of this, solely because the Flying Dutchman goes, ooh, scary. And Squidward shouts, that's impossible. When I laugh, this thing happens where I forget the last 30 seconds. I black out from joy. So I'll put it in ew. I'll put it in ew for sure. The visuals were very gross out to me, but I'm not scared because I don't know why I'm not scared. Flying Dutchman ain't real. I don't know. I want to intellectualize it, but sometimes it's just as simple as I didn't feel that way when I watched it. And I couldn't tell you why. This is a very, very interesting and engaging video. Everyone say, you're doing great. In my last SpongeBob video, where I talked about Gary Come Home, and I framed that as the biggest SpongeBob mistake, especially towards Gary, people were quick to point out the episode A Pal for Gary. And I genuinely blocked out that episode because it enraged me. It pissed me off so fucking badly. Thank you for correcting me. I do appreciate corrections. I just cannot believe I fully blocked that out of my memory because I was getting so mad at my boy. I love SpongeBob, but sometimes they characterize him as just as malicious as Patrick. Do not do that to me. So, if you're confused, SpongeBob brings home this creature and it keeps clearly trying to devour Gary. It keeps trying to eat Gary. It's gruesome. It undergoes this kind of cute to horror type of transformation, but it was never like really cute. There was always something a little off about it, but this thing transforms. It's trying to kill Gary. As this creature is trying to eat Gary and SpongeBob, SpongeBob is scolding Gary. SpongeBob is yelling at Gary. Gary saves his life. He's still scolding him. It's not canon because I say it's not. I'm not scared. I'm fucking fuming. I don't like it. I'm making a new tier called I'm Not Scared, but I Don't Like It, and I Hate It, and I Want It Gone. I want it gone. The episode Planet of the Jellyfish is so much better than I remember it being. It is inspired by the horror movie Invasion of the Body Snatchers. This is another episode where SpongeBob brought in a dangerous creature that preyed on Gary. We are introduced to these aliens that the wiki calls the Jellians, who use clones of the jellyfish to clone all of Bikini Bottom. The actual process of them doing so is the creepiest part. They eat the victims, put them in pods, and then squirt out this soft serve consistency that turn into their clones, with the only visual difference being these completely glossy black eyes. Except for Gary, who was cloned alongside this potted plant, so the clone is a combination of the two. Spots on Gary's skin, flowers as his eyes, a pot for his shell. It's kind of a sleigh. If I put together an alien clone Gary costume, you think it'd be fun, or is that too niche? Is there such a thing as too niche on gay Halloween? Sandy being the only other survivor helping SpongeBob out was a really fun idea, a great choice. The alien's weakness being mayo, mwah. The way the final boss battle ended, with them using the dead goo of this alien as Krabby Patty relish. They were all literally eating the bad guy at the end. It was perfect. No notes. Perfect amount of creepy. Lots of funny jokes.
Squidward and Mr. Krabs. Patrick too. And some random guy.
I'm gonna put it in ew. And I need to be very clear, that doesn't mean I don't like it. It means that there were some gross out there for sure, but this might have been the thing I watched in this video that made me the happiest. Like, it was just really fun. Jakers, Adventures of Piggly-Winks. It's been so long since I watched this show. It always starts with Grandpa Piggly-Winks telling his grandkids a story. And this time, it's about the importance of trusting adults when they tell you that something is too scary for you, I guess. Cute. But since this guy is old as shit, look at his parents' spits. It's time for baby Grandpa to go to bed, but he wants to listen to the creepy radio show. You're old. And the show he's listening to really scares him, but it's so cheesy. It's about alien cabbages. My cabbages! The parents were really on top of this kid's antics, but once he was in his room, he was listening through the door. The moment Piggly woke up and was surrounded by cabbages, I knew it was a nightmare scene, but I wasn't expecting him to also be aware of this. He learned that he was dreaming because the sheep starts talking, which I guess he usually doesn't. I don't know, it doesn't really seem out of place in this world, so I was a bit lost. Once Piggly realizes that he's asleep, he begins to lucid dream, flying around in his pretend rocket. Piggly meets up with his friend Fernie, and Fernie tries to fly, but can't. I don't know why I really thought Piggly was about to flex on the dream version of his friend. Oh, you can't fly because it's my dream and I don't want you to, wee. They really had fun with the nonsensical dream logic of this show, because all of his dream friends are acting like they're fully alive. Dan and the duck is scolding him even in his head. The cabbage thing went so far. The clouds are cabbages. The sweet store had cabbages in a variety of colors and flavors that honestly, I would try. They look so fun. Why are they screaming? I'll take 20. Now we're starting to get creepy because Danon's skin is now leafy green with the same cabbage texture. The lanky cabbage monsters moving like they're in West Side Story is probably what heebed your jeebies. They're so big, and I get it, but I gotta be honest, I think they're kinda cunt, and Jimmy Neutron really prepared me for tomfoolery like this. Like, dude, those lima bean monsters were way scarier. The part that actually got me was Fernie turning into a cabbage. They promise each other they won't get infected, and when they handshake, this leafy hand has a jump scare sound. Ha! No joke, I actually jumped. Sorry. Not only that, but his skin didn't turn leafy like Danon's. He just turned into a giant ferny-colored cabbage. He's not alive anymore. The way Jakers says his name also really sells it. Even in his dream, he wasn't ready to say goodbye. This is grief.
Ah, Fernie. I'm really sorry.
What you just felt, that's grief. And honestly, I'm disturbed, even at my big age. Yeah, honestly, I'm gonna put this in no thank you. Just for that scene alone. Everything else was goofy and silly, but that, I don't know why, seeing him as an actual giant cabbage with his, like, outfit color, nah. I really don't like that. After the cabbage episode, you know we gotta end with VeggieTales. The very first episode of VeggieTales is called Where's God When I'm Scared? Which does sound like it would be a bit heavier. It sounds like it would be the title of a novel, not an episode of an animation with singing produce. But here we are. There's an asparagus child named Junior who watched a scary movie about Frankencelery, and he won't admit it, but he's afraid. Ooh, I know what'll make him feel better. 2 home intruders preaching to him about the word of Jesus Christ. Oh, wow, yeah. So Larry and Bob break into this kid's room. This is probably one of the most overtly Christian episodes. Ooh, scary. Bob sings about these scary little monsters that appear surrounding the kid before explaining that God is bigger than all of the terrible things in the world. Wild recruitment tactic. Bob is also short-tempered with the kid.
What do you see up there?
My curtains.
No.
I'm sorry, you broke into my house to preach at me, and now you're getting snappy?
I'm going to call the police.
To calm the kid down, they even introduce him to the actor that played Frankencelery. Dude is not booked and busy if he has the time to explain to every scared kid that he's just an actor and that God is real. Then in the second half of the episode, they talk about the story of Daniel. These wise men chives hate Daniel because he's second in command to the king, which is the job they wanted. So as they sing and conspire murder, they do this nefarious little dance. Why does this song rock? The overlapping of different vocals? Perhaps I gotta chill, okay? Perhaps this is the blueprint for We Don't Talk About Bruno. The wise men convinced the king to make a law where people only pray to him. I guess they proposed this law knowing how devout Daniel is. So they catch Daniel praying to not the king, which is illegal. So the punishment is a night in the lion's den. You either pray the right way or become prey yourself. Bars. I just came up with that. But Daniel survives because apparently bad things don't happen to people that believe. You know, I'll take your word for it. And then the king says this.
I've got it, a new law. From this day forth, everyone will pray only to Daniel's God.
Okay, so nothing was solved. People still don't have freedom. I'm gonna rank this at, I don't know. I'm not scared of it personally, but I get it. I actually do get it. I will say that. But lovers, I sure hope you enjoyed. Be sure to subscribe if you did. And as always, I'm not gonna tell you to have a great day unless you watched my Great Wolf Lodge video. Yeah, I'm pulling out the big guns. Absolutely. And like it too, the video said. That's annoying. I gotta get that to stop doing that. Anyway, the Great Wolf Lodge video, I'm not sure if I mentioned it. It's so much fun. I went to every single one. I became a level 1000 wizard. I'm so tired. Have a good one. Bye. I grew up on Zaboomafoo with the live-action Krat brothers, so when my sister showed me the Wild Krats years ago, you know what I thought? Did I think, wow, isn't it nice that my sister can grow up with them too? No, I was unfortunately a jerk. I thought, wow, they're cartoons now? They changed. Back in my day, they just showed us real-life animals without all the bells and whistles. As if they didn't make this lemur turn into a puppet every episode. And as if the Wild Krats doesn't start and end every single one of their episodes with the live-action Krat brothers and live-action animals. I'm pretty sure you already know this, but Past Athena was very wrong. Like when I ranked them low on the Crush tier list. I understand, but not for me. Past Athena, you dumb bitch! What was I thinking?
Your video tipping the show. On you.
Butt lovers! Welcome back to the Lore series, where we cover shows no one else is brave enough to. And usually we don't cover shows that are still airing, so this usual disclaimer is needed now more than ever. Even though the shows are intended for kids, my videos are not. This show has been airing for 13 years with no signs of it slowing down. It's also nice to cover a PBS kids show again. It's been a while, but I will defend this network and their educational programming with my life. Just wanted to let you know that the AdSense from this video is going towards the Krat Brother Creature Foundation to protect wildlife. I'll be sure to give you receipts in a month, just like I did with the Descendants lore video when we donated the AdSense to the Cameron Boyce Foundation. Before we begin, here's a creature fact. Did you know that elephants are known as one of the greatest mothers? And they are super protective. Super protective kind of reminds me of this video's sponsor, NordVPN. Now I know what you're thinking. Athena, I've heard all about virtual private networks. I know all about them. No, you don't. I also thought I knew everything there was to know about virtual private networks, but NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro was a real game changer for me. This holiday season, I'm doing a lot of online shopping, and did you know people lie on the internet? More times than I can count, I ordered a product that quite simply doesn't exist. NordVPN is saving me from that heartbreak. Threat Protection Pro warns you if you're about to stumble into a fake shop. Most VPNs promise an online protection feature, but will still leave you vulnerable to a lot of phishing, malware, scams, and other online threats that NordVPN's advanced protection will stop dead in its tracks. NordVPN also has a dark web monitor. It is always scanning the sketchy underbelly of the internet, even when you're not connected to a VPN server. NordVPN goes above and beyond to protect me and you. Go to nordvpn.com/AthenaP for an exclusive NordVPN deal plus 4 months extra. Again, that's nordvpn.com/AthenaP. It's risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. Thank you so much again to NordVPN for sponsoring this video. Now back to the Wild Krats. The episode Mama of a Crocodile opens with live-action Martin and Chris admiring the Nile crocodiles and saying there's a softer side to them. They ponder if they can get to know this softer side and say their classic, "What if?" which makes them transform into their cartoon selves. This is how it always starts, and I love it. They are canonically the same, just in different dimensions. Now, these brothers, as you will quickly find out, are pretty unhinged. Especially when it comes to getting up close and personal with creatures. We already know they're studying crocodiles this episode, but instead of transforming into baby crocs with creature power, which the theme song introduces to us before the show even does, they just shrink in their miniaturizer machine, put on egg disguises, and get buried by the mama croc. They go through the entire process of being born as a baby croc. They even acknowledge that it's been a month, so Jimmy sends them some food with the teleporter. This whole episode takes place over 3 months because that's how long the incubation takes. Chris even calls the mom crocodile.
Nice move, Mom! I'm not your fucking mom, okay?
Actually, the crocodile couldn't tell. In fact, a soft-shelled turtle laid her eggs in the same nest so that the mama croc would defend her babies, and it worked. I learned so much about animals while watching the show. I really thought it would be for babies, like, this is a shell, it protects the turtle, and there was a little bit of that, because it's still important to know. The entire time, the inventor of the group, Aviva, is just trashing Crocs for being mean. And meanwhile, everyone's just trying to get her to see that they're protective. Her hatred of them goes so far that after she witnesses a hippo trying to attack this crocodile, she gets started working on a hippo robot. It came in handy at the end when Chris and Martin were normal-sized and couldn't reason with the mama croc just to protect themselves, but let it be known that Aviva started working on this machine out of spite. A weird introduction to Aviva because I feel like she's not usually this level of stubborn. Chris and Martin, after they're saved by Aviva at the end, throw caution to the wind, using their creature power suits to turn into dragonflies to teach the baby crocs how to hunt. This is funny because not only is it super risky for no reason, but also I thought they used these creature power suits to empathize with the creatures they're turning into. But in this episode, they don't have Nile crocodile powers. They just turn into dragonflies to be their prey. Imagine how the dragonflies would feel watching this. We return to live-action Chris and Martin, comparing some similarities and differences between crocodiles and the ball python. All the creature facts were super interesting, but my favorite was learning about how the temperature of the eggs affects the baby croc's gender. The hatchlings are all male at around 88 degrees Fahrenheit, but any colder or warmer and they'll be female. Wow, it really makes you think. Yeah, about how these animal facts are so cool. Nah. About how women are too cold or too hot, but men are just right. You could say that again, bro. I'm Glasses' brother. It's like Goldilocks, but for men. Goldie Cox. You guys are brothers? Don't tell me you guys are supposed to be the Krat brothers. They would never say this. We're not the Krat brothers. Yeah, we're the Crap brothers.
Come on, move it, Marty! Okay, that does it.
In Whale of a Squid, a sperm whale uses sonar or echolocation, and this loud sound breaks the windows of the submarine they're in. But they will never back down from a teachable moment. They are giving a play-by-play like it's a sports game as they are in trouble. Chris pushes the limits when the team warns him about the water pressure, but he still wants to see a giant squid and a sperm whale fight.
We can't miss this battle. Yeah, but we don't want to get crushed either.
He loses control and the sub sinks deeper. Aviva saves them, but the brothers say the worst part is that they didn't get to see the fight.
Fight, 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 fight!
Guys, you almost died. They trust that the sperm whale creature power will withstand the water pressure from the sperm whale's DNA, but Aviva, the inventor of this creature power, is still worried. The Krat brothers would do anything to learn more about animals. I didn't realize how many times their lives would be on the line, though, so the stakes are high. On top of that, Jimmy Z's position on the team seems less beneficial for their expeditions and more educational for Jimmy. Aviva and Koki had to teach him what DNA is and what water pressure is. How did he get this job? I thought maybe he's an intern? It seems like he's just there to fetch and send things like he does with the teleporter. I was gonna say he's giving Big Fred from Big Hero 6 vibes, where he's eager to learn but doesn't know as much, but randomly, in the episode Flight of the Draco, he's extremely sexist.
It goes that far before it falls to the floor.
Not too far. That's because you throw like a girl.
Don't you?
Dude, it's so typical for the least qualified guy to be the one talking shit. I know this is someone's comfort character, but I simply don't care. In the episode Elephant in the Room, dumbass Jimmy left his sandwich on the floor. Then he gets mad when the baby elephant that he knew was in the room with his sandwich on the floor stepped on his sandwich. His solution is to eat the sandwich on the teleporter next time, which obviously doesn't work out.
Jimmy can keep an eye on Thornsley.
If I have to.
Why is Jimmy here? Is this supposed to be comic relief? I can't believe I just pulled a not funny, didn't laugh at a kid show. This is a new low. One very confusing piece of information was in the episode Honey Seekers. When they needed to teleport something to the trapped Krat brothers, Jimmy was asleep, so Aviva rushed to hand deliver the creature power discs. Why couldn't she use the teleporter? New theory, Jimmy's dad is rich and was a mentor to Aviva, but he wanted to secure permanent employment for his idiot son. So he made the others contractually promise that Jimmy would be the only teleporter. For it is his only job. Which would be a great theory, except at the end of season 1, in the episode Sea Squatch, we do see Aviva using the teleporter, and after that, Aviva and Koki use the teleporter a handful of times. Before I rant more about annoying Jimmy moments, I do find it funny and endearing that we hear him talk about how much he wants to be a video game developer. It adds a new level of what are you doing here, why is this your job? But in a funner way, because I love side quests. If they ever release any Wild Kratts related games, they should make it seem like Jimmy's the one that made the game. I think that would be a really cute Easter egg. So it turns out they do have games, and I discovered something really fun.
Game.
So I'll play this on the second channel sometime. But back to complaining. In Kicking It with the Ruse, when the smart members of the team try to explain to Jimmy how male and female kangaroos are different and bring up the pouch, we hear more of his toxic masculinity.
That's a guy kangaroo, Jimmy. They don't have pouches. Probably for the same reason I don't want to carry my mom's purse.
Okay.
Tinky Winky, kill him with purse smack! For the sake of being unbiased, I must point out that his characterization completely changes after season 1. Instead of being a brat, he's a nervous wreck, really respecting Koki and Aviva, and trying his best not to get in their way. It's about time. In the episode Flight of the Draco, Chris is falling after doing sick parkour, and he looks in the camera and talks about physics or something as he's falling. In this episode, he's also extremely braggy with Martin, talking about how he's the better climber. This is the first time they mention this distinction. It comes up a lot more in this series. Chris is the climbing brother, Martin is the swimming brother. I'm gonna die on the hill, though, that Martin is way less braggy about it.
You've got to keep up if we're gonna... What are you talking about? I was right behind you.
He even says, quote, "What is this? A who's the better climbing brother contest?" Get his ass, Martin. Get his ass. I also wrote here, I'm secretly hoping there's at least one brother fight so this can be accurate sibling representation. The fight happens in the last season, and it is not over what I expected it to be over.
Guys, it doesn't have to be blue or green.
These guys are silly and they're also goofballs, just so you know. I'm sorry to make it this real, but I always wondered how siblings worked together professionally. Like, I wonder if they ever had a fight in real life and then had to go record lines.
Oh, yeah! A red-eyed tree frog. That vacant red-eyed stare is the same look Martin gave me when he got stoned and ate the rest of my chips. Don't bring the frog into it, bro.
But the episode, of course, took a more wholesome approach, and we see the brothers actually give a crap. Krat. After Chris fell, he developed a brief fear of climbing. And even though he was being cocky before, you feel for him, because he's just a silly guy. In Platypus Cafe, to figure out how platypuses get around without seeing, smelling, or hearing, Chris pushes Martin down a river blindfolded, nose plugged, and ears plugged. And Martin is once again way too nice about this. He says direct quote, "Next time you can be the guinea pig for your own experiments." And while that line itself sets a boundary, he does it in the nicest way possible. Season 2 evens the score with the episode Roadrunner. They are begging Koki for more time in the desert because she is determined to leave and get more supplies. So to convince her to let them stay for a few more minutes, Martin pushes Chris into a cactus. The cartoony roughhousing of these siblings is actually kind of beautiful, especially because they brush it off so easily. It is never that deep. Except when Martin ruined this clothesline and Chris growled at him and chased him. Out of all their fuck-ups, that was probably the most tame with the biggest reaction. I went on quite the journey just to arrive at the conclusion that they're goobers. I already knew this, but I just have to give all the examples because I want to. The good thing is sometimes they frame their impulsiveness and impatience as a bad thing. A flawed character is more interesting, and it's why we don't need villain appearances every episode. For example, in the penultimate episode of season 1, Googly Eye, the night guru, Aviva tells them the nocturnal goggles that she's inventing are not ready yet, and she'll finish them in the morning. And when they don't listen to her and use them, they get lost in the night. The brothers are seen repeatedly waking up their co-workers / friends, but the second most egregious example is in the episode To Touch a Hummingbird, when they wake up Koki and Aviva with a horn, playing their own damn theme song. Luckily, they get very caught up in the beauty of nature, so their anger subsides quickly. But here's a question I pose to you. Are the brothers their boss? Like, sure, the Octonauts were woken up by the Octo Alert, but that's when someone needed their help. This was just Martin and Chris getting excited, which, as endearing as it is, if they're the bosses, let your employees sleep. Luckily, the unprofessionalism is mutual, because in this same episode, when a hummingbird bamboozles the bros so much their clothes fall off, they tiptoe into the headquarters as they are brutally being roasted.
It's gonna be so easy to touch a hummingbird. So easy to touch a hummingbird. So easy. It's gonna be simple. It's gonna be simple. So easy, simple. So easy, simple. It's gonna be simple.
Another time they woke up the crew was in the season 3 episode Hermit Crab Shell Exchange, when they put in these blaring alarms that they call the wow factor. Because if they see a cool creature fun fact, it cannot wait till they wake up. But they were all glad they woke up to see the Hermit Crab Shell Exchange in person. They all hopped on a speedboat to get there as quick as possible 2 seconds after waking up. The lesson of this episode is find people that match your freak. Not a neurotypical among them. In Tortuga Tune-Up, when Martin got carried away flying their headquarters, he spun it around so fast he flung Cokie off of it. She's furious, understandably so. In fact, she forgave him far too quickly.
Sorry, Cokie.
Now, how am I supposed to interpret that? That face, sigh, and sound effect just screams you're lucky you're cute. Aviva and Cokie are very patient with the brothers. The only time they lose their cool is in the season 3 episode When Fish Fly. Martin must have fully lost his mind, because right before he and Chris were about to take off, he carelessly and condescendingly jazz hands and says, "We can't just sit around all day making inventions." They hype up these women so much, it feels like that came out of nowhere. So we have a classic switching places to appreciate the other more. A trope I'm pretty sure has appeared in every single show I've covered. In Mystery of the Weird-Looking Walrus, right after the Krat brothers were attacked by an octopus, instead of, swimming away for their lives, they stay to watch that same octopus demolish a clam. Chris teases Martin and asks if he wants to give the pearl they found to Aviva.
Do you want to give it to Aviva for a present? No.
Huh? A lot of people ship these characters, but I try my best not to, because these character designs are based on real people and they use their real ass names, so. But even with that in mind, that line made my shipping ears perk up. So I searched through the wiki, and if you could believe it, on April 1st, the most inconspicuous of dates, a very credible source said that Chris and Aviva are gonna get married soon in Wild Kratts animated movie. Krat brothers confirmed during the interview that Chris and Aviva will be relationship as dating in season 7. As possible getting married in Wild Kratts animated film, it's about time for Kaviva fans. Pretty cool that they took off time from educating about animals to confirm that animated Chris is not romantically involved with an animated version of his real-life wife, but instead Aviva. Also, again, while I don't ship anyone here because I'm too busy learning about animals, if I were to ship one of the Kratts with Aviva,
Seeing how my salamander power suit programming works.
Or if there's a malfunction.
Stop it.
Bro literally said, "Yo, Aviva, you want me to chomp on your hair? If that's not love, then what is?" Martin always names the baby creatures, and in the episode Walk on the Wet Side, Chris criticizes the name he gave this lizard. Because it's a water-walking lizard, Skitter isn't specific enough. I thought it was a cute one. Chris the critic, okay? But in the next episode, Elephant in the Room, Martin named this baby elephant, listen to this.
He's got a big thorn in his foot. That's why I'm gonna name him Thornsley.
So, no input for that one, Christopher? Don't name animals after their trauma. Oh, wow. She won't stop talking about her daddy issues. Yeah, even though no one asked. That's why I'm calling her No Dadsley. A rhino charged at them and flipped the car with them inside. They could have died, and they're laughing. It's clear that if they're risking their lives together, there isn't a problem, but when one is in trouble and the other witnesses it, the one who's witnessing it spirals. In Flight of the Pollinators, we see Martin repeatedly freaking out over Chris's safety. And in the episode Zigzagged, when Martin was swimming away from a crocodile, Chris said that if he couldn't save his brother, he'd be croc food right beside him. He was on land at that point, so he literally said, if the croc gets to you, I will jump in the water and sacrifice myself.
My big brother.
So clearly I was wrong. They do give a crap about the animals and each other. Most of the time we see them equally passionate about animals, so I love when we get to see their differences. In Season 1's Mystery of Squirmy Wormy, Chris is hype about getting to build something, whereas Martin is dreading it. We also see repeatedly that Martin is messy while Chris is organized. Martin is relatable to me, so the fact that Chris is a fan favorite feels like a personal attack. Another difference, as I pointed out earlier, is Chris is the climbing brother and Martin is the swimming brother. I wonder if that's how they chose their colors, green and blue, because they've been doing the whole green and blue thing since the beginning. Maybe it's just their favorite color.
We have technology.
In the Season 1 episode Whale of a Squid, after the live-action Krat Bros are seen hanging out with fin whales, which I only mentioned because it's cool as fuck, we see the cartoon Krat Brothers in the Amphasub. It's a submarine that not only allows them to see the aquatic life, but also with the exploration valve, they can stick their arms through and feel the sea life.
Touch. Don't touch.
The one problem with this tech is that the sea life can get through this valve as well, as seen when the giant squid was attacking Martin with his tentacles. In this episode, the Amphasub was also crushed by water pressure. You'd be surprised how much of their technology gets destroyed and fixed and destroyed again and fixed and destroyed, and sometimes never fixed. This episode is also the second time I saw the Tortuga HQ, which is not only their home base, but it can also travel through the sea, and in the air, and on land. In the beginning of this series, every time Aviva hologram calls them, she is positioned as if she's there with them. For example, in Mom of a Croc, her hologram is riding on the croc's back. And in Flight of the Draco, her hologram is sitting on a branch with Martin. Martin and Aviva sitting in a tree. It's a cute detail, but I wonder what that call would look like from her perspective. All right, let me just call the guys. Oh, fuck, are they on horseback right now? So, do you guys need a hand, or? In the episode Mystery of the Squirmy Wormy, they use the miniaturizer for the first time, despite us seeing it in the first episode, Mom of a Croc. So the airing order isn't necessarily the canon order. Awesome, amazing. Aviva calls them cute after they shrink, and we see her looking down at them, but she video called them. They look as confused as I feel. How is she seeing them as small? Wouldn't the camera be on Chris's wrist? You're so cute and small.
What is happening?
In this episode, Aviva also makes a worm-mobile. I found it interesting that this was a form of transportation instead of a creature power moment. In fact, they didn't use any creature powers this episode. In Build It Beaver, Martin uses the creature power of fish to distract an otter. But I thought he'd be a giant fish because he didn't use the miniaturizer. But he did, in fact, shrink just from the creature power alone. This doesn't always happen. Especially because in the next episode, the Butterflyer XT, we see Martin using a monarch creature power, and he looks like a giant human-sized caterpillar. Keep this information about miniaturizers versus creature powers that just make you mini and put them in your back pocket. The format of some of these episodes is just, what if we didn't have Google and couldn't look things up? Like when Aviva hears how far a butterfly migration is, she exclaims, "No way!" And she means it. She fully means it. So Chris and Martin said, "Bet." And they used the Butterflyer XT, which is a mini mode of transportation, to follow the migration to prove to Aviva what scientists have already discovered. Chris and Martin hibernate with the butterflies for 4 months. All the while, Aviva is working on the Monarch butterfly power, so this is just Chris and Martin in their miniaturized form, not eating and drinking for 4 months. How? Another time the creature power shrunk them was in the episode The Blue and the Gray, when turning them into a blue jay and a squirrel, and I thought to myself, why have the miniaturizer at all at this point? But then in Season 1 Episode 12, Fireflies, they have buzz bikes, which are flying transportation with big glowy butts, like, you know, fireflies, or lightning bugs if you will. Very similar to the Butterflyer XT in that it mimics the creature's abilities before they have the creature power. The one other notable thing is that that the Buzz Bikes aren't tiny until they're miniaturized, along with the brothers riding them.
Hey, Blinker, dude, what's up? You're asking him what's up? It's just an icebreaker. Relax.
In the episode Stuck on Sharks, when the brothers are trying to study sharks, the manta riders aren't effective because sharks hunt manta rays. So to fix this, Aviva makes a Remora rocket sub, and once again the guys miniaturize to go into their mini form of transportation. So this makes a lot of sense. It's for the tech outside of the creature powers, so I stand corrected. They still need the miniaturizer. The Remora rocket sub sucks onto a shark, much like real Remoras, and Aviva also gave the sub a body scanner to check on the health and well-being of the great white. This is how they discover the great white is pregnant. The real question isn't why do they need a miniaturizer if the creature powers already have it, but instead why can't they have shrink and grow abilities in the suit so they don't get slowed down by it. I have lost track of how many times they've set down the miniaturizer and stepped on it and shrunk or went back to normal size or even grew, and then they stepped off of it and then it got destroyed or something, or they had to have a whole journey back to it. It was like miles and miles away. It being a physical thing when it could just always be on them, I don't know. It seems like Aviva could very easily fix this problem. We have seen the animated Krat brothers disregard their safety many a time, but a very notable example of this is in the episode Caracal Mitten, when Aviva loses a family heirloom of a badminton birdie and begins sobbing about it. So the brothers do everything in their power to get this birdie back from a caracal. The one plan they had that worked is baiting the caracal, because they couldn't catch up to it. So first they considered turning into the guinea fowl themselves with the creature power, but then they realized they wouldn't be much help dead, and that's what I call character growth. So instead they make a mechanical bird that they traveled inside miniaturized. This is my personal apology to the miniaturizer. You are useful, because after all, a person's a person no matter how small. In the episode Honey Seekers, we see what looks like a backpack with wings, which they call the Insecticopter. You'd think the creature powers alone would be enough, but they have a lot of gadgets. And you know what, the more I think about it, it makes sense, because to activate the creature powers, you have to touch a creature. They travel around a lot. The creatures aren't always going to be there. So this is a bit more convenient. Even though they have the functional flapping wings of the Insecticopter, in the episode The Food Chain Game, we see that they also have what looks like a hand glider that they call Falcon Flyers. The creature pod is seen in many episodes, but in the episode The Little Howler, we see them playing back a recording they took to figure out why a wolf cub snuck into Martin's backpack. The creature pod is usually used for scanning a creature to send information back to Aviva, and it's also used for video calls and to project images into the air. These projections usually help aid in the lesson they're teaching, and it'll also usually be live action. In the episode Tazzy Chris, we see them tagging Tasmanian devils to track and study them so they don't go extinct. I love when they use real-life technology and techniques, and they're just as enthusiastic for this real-life tech as they are for the more sci-fi elements of this show. In this episode, the creature power suit malfunctioned after a Tasmanian devil chomp, causing Chris to go fully fucking feral. And he starts to crave dead, rotting meat, as well as literal garbage. The suit even made his teeth pointy. How? Usually the creature power suits give them these abilities without altering their features, which is why Chris's pointy teeth really threw me off. I thought I found another example in the episode Kerhonk, when they seemingly grew a giant proboscis monkey nose, but after closer inspection, their human noses are still underneath. In the episode Octopus Wild Craticus, Aviva invents the Octopod, inspired by the Great Pacific Octopus. Wait, that sounds so familiar. Is that the Octonauts Octopod is also based off the giant Pacific octopus, and they look so scarily similar, to the point where I'm wondering if Aviva accidentally created the prototype for these post-humanity superior species to stumble upon and improve on. While zooming on the Manta Riders, Martin accidentally tossed their creature power suits into the ocean. Aviva exasperatedly says,
"It took me 11 months, 14 days, and 3 hours to develop that technology."
She developed this technology in under a year? Martin seemed genuinely apologetic and remorseful.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Aviva.
I'll forgive you, Ace Manta Rider, when you find my creature power suits.
But somehow he and Chris were super optimistic. You'd think they'd be worried too. An octopus gets its tentacles on the creature power suit, creating some pretty cool looking but terrifying creatures. First, half octopus, half walrus. Then it added shark. Then it added bowhead whale. And then finally a mackerel to the mix. Every time they thought they found a new species, so the brothers barely cared about the creature power suits and were more excited about their discovery. Once they realized it was just the creature power suits, Aviva gave this very dramatic speech in dramatic lighting to remind the brothers that the power suits give them, the powers. This causes them to finally buckle in and get serious. Their safari vehicle is called the Cretera VX, and those letters brought me back to Gup B, Gup C, Gup Elemento P, but the letters and or Roman numerals misled me, because we never see another Cretera throughout this show. Although the wiki says this might be a joke about how often we see how many times she fixes the tech after the Krat brothers accidentally wreck it. In the episode Kicking It with the Ruse, we see a new feature. The Cretera VX has a horn that sounds like the kookaburra bird. In a huge turn of events, in the episode The Blue and the Gray, as Martin and Chris are having a Blue Jay versus Squirrels face-off over who plants more trees, Martin accidentally gets the creature power of Acorn, and he grows into a tree. This is when we learn how important trees are to the ecosystem, and oh my god, is he getting eaten? Bruh. And he just doesn't care? Even though this is obviously important for the tech section to acknowledge that they can turn into plants too, they can activate plant power, this is also just another example of them not giving a crap. Another example of plant creature power was when they turned into blades of grass in the Food Chain game. In the Season 1 episode Cheetah Racer, we see that the creature power activation where they have to touch an animal also works with animal bones. Chris touched a gazelle skull and was able to turn into one. In the episode Mimic, we see Martin pretend to be a rock, like PETA in the Hunger Games.
Only you can mimic a rock.
But he didn't do this with creature powers because rocks aren't alive like plants. So like, how did he do this? They don't explain. We get to see them reunite with animals they've already met, and we see that the creature power suits help them speak the animal's language. We first see the MIK in the episode The Gecko Effect. The MIK is the mobile invention kit, so Aviva can make new creature powers on the go. They've needed this for a while. A lot of the suspense from earlier episodes was her inventing down to the wire in the Tortuga and teleporting it over at the last second. If they keep using the MIK, they won't even need to teleport and they can finally fire Jimmy. In Flight of the Pollinators, while looking for a miniaturized Chris, Martin uses Aviva's antenna invention so he can pick up on all the scents that attract pollinators. And since we're talking about flowers and other sweet smells, Martin makes this Charlie Brown looking face, which I find quite adorable. All of you can't stop talking about Chris, 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 Chris. Martin deserves some love. And I think we should all hold space for that. We see this smell detection again in Termites versus Tongues. As they ride on termite hovercrafts, they smell various smelly smells, including warthog musk. One thing I love about the episode Shadow the Black Jaguar is I learned there's about a 1 in 16 chance of a jaguar cub being born black. And this is reflected in the jaguar creature power suit. Aviva didn't make a separate creature power disc. They have the exact same ability. The only difference is the code. So every time they activate the creature power suit, they have a 1 in 16 chance of being black. I should rephrase that.
Oh, I feel so white!
Anyway, I love when animal facts remind me of Pokemon, because tell me this isn't just exactly the same as shiny Pokemon. Let's get back on topic, but stay tuned for the strange science of Pokemon coming in January. Speaking of evolution, in the episode Aqua Frog, Aviva programs the entire life cycle of the frog into the creature power disc. This makes sense from an educational standpoint, of course, but when would they ever need tadpole powers? Season 2, Episode 16, Rattlesnake Crystal, was so stressful for such a stupid reason. Tortuga HQ crashes, and then we see its power source, which is Tellurium crystals. Never mentioned before. Anyway, they're running low on the crystal's power. Why would they choose a rare, brittle, mildly toxic element to power the Tortuga and all their tech? Because, by the way, every piece of tech Aviva made, aside from the creature power suits, yeah, they're powered by the Tortuga, which is powered by Tellurium. Listen, who knows why she decided that, but now we have 3 hours until the Tortuga HQ goes into an irreversible meltdown. Was the Tortuga invented by Dr. Doofenshmirtz? What a dumb fuck design. It also didn't warn them until it was down to the wire. Like I said, it already controls all their technology, and when there's only a minute left, they evacuate like it's going to explode. There's gotta be another way. I thought it was run by solar power, or some type of sustainable energy, to fit the whole wildlife conservation theme. I don't know why they'd rely on a finite resource that's difficult enough to find as it is. In Tortuga Tune-Up, Aviva says she is the proudest of the Tortuga, but she wants to add something. May I suggest that it's powered by something else and maybe it doesn't have a meltdown so you don't all fear that you're gonna die? I don't know, just a thought, just throwing it out there. Chris and Martin point out all the features they love, like the retractable limbs, and the pattern changing on the outside, which I'm not sure we've seen up until that point. So their new mode is for the Tortuga to swim instead of just floating above or being anchored down. Useful, but my idea was still better. Also, I don't know how to break this news to you. They have a heat ray. Yeah, they can make weather bend to their whim, as seen in the episode Journey to the Subnivean Zone. Koki and Aviva melt a bunch of snow to try and find the shrunk-down Krat brothers, without realizing that they were hurting the animals that lived there, so naturally, they used their snow machine. They have a snow machine. This show sprinkles in a bit of the sentiment of, what if extreme technological advancement is bad, actually? But then they have to backpedal because the whimsy of humans having creature powers is one of the main appeals, and it's really effective for kids to learn about these animals, and it's the good guys using the tech, so even if they majorly fuck up, they could still fix it with other tech. It's like, hey, phone bad, but look at the selfie I took. To be honest, I get it. I feel the same way. This shit is complicated. Aviva was so passionate about trying out groundhog powers, just because of how cute they are, and because the guys weren't interested, she tested them herself. Remember how in Season 1's Flight of the Butterflyer XT, I was confused about the Krat brothers hibernating? Well, it happens again here, but they explain that the creature power suits try to replicate how animals would store energy in their bodies. So Aviva was able to hibernate exactly how a groundhog would. That makes sense, but wait, in the butterfly episode, they didn't have the creature power of the butterfly, they were just shrunk down. For sure they didn't think that through. Hey, that kind of sounds like something they'd say about the villains a lot. The first villain introduced is Zack in the episode Aardvark Town. Zack wants to mind control animals using robots, whether it's for his convenience or to sell them. In this episode, he uses his Zack bots to spy on the Krat brothers. Even though this is his first appearance in the show, he and the Krat brothers already know each other. The wild Krats know not to tell them about this baby Aardvark they just met that they named Slurpee. In this episode, Zack wants the creature to dig him a pool. My first instinct was that he was a billionaire Nepo baby. How else would he fund this robot obsession? So Zack kidnaps all the animals that live in aardvark holes. Turns out a lot of animals in Africa depend on aardvarks. I've loved aardvarks before it was cool, when I did a report on them in the 3rd grade. And, as much as Arthur is a great show, not a great depiction of an aardvark. Earlier in the books, he looked closer to an aardvark, but for whatever reason they made him severely depressed. I like the way they're animated here in Wildcrafts, though. Although when Zack ended up mind-controlling the aardvarks, it made me as upset as biblically accurate Arthur. But Zack is defeated by the end, and we get to see live-action aardvarks. But wait, was that Zack's first appearance? Or was Zack's first appearance in Polar Bears Don't Dance? Despite this episode being the 7th one that aired, it was the original pilot. I stumbled across this fact on the wiki when I Google searched why it looked so different. I mean, this is a big change for one episode, and it was completely unaddressed, so it makes sense that it was the pilot. In this episode, Zack steals a polar bear and a walrus to try to get rich off of them in a circus act. A pretty intense start. I think Mom of a Croc eases us into the series in a much more inviting and comfortable way. So even though PBS aired the episodes out of order, most likely on accident, I think it was a good move. Aviva also comes off pretty rude in this episode. Martin has to touch a polar bear to activate creature power, but that polar bear almost killed me before. Ay caramba, good luck. In Flight of the Draco, we meet Danita Donata, who turns animals dabbles into fashion. Very Cruella de Vil, but she doesn't fixate on a specific animal, and she doesn't kill them. She just freezes them, which is obviously still bad, but far less permanent so they have time to save them. Danita accidentally steals Martin along with the flying lizards, and as he's telling her off, all she can think about is how she should start a men's accessory line as well. Inspired by his beauty. Hate to say it, based.
So if you had to pick a favorite out of those two, who would you go with? Green or blue?
The green guy speaks to me more.
God damn it.
So it's not just for her own closet, but she also mass produces this for consumers as well. Pretty powerful that the demand for these products is also being critiqued and shamed here. These brothers are so based, it's unbelievable. I suggest instead of capitalism, we have Kratpitalism. Oh wait, we already invented that with this video, because like I said, all AdSense is going to the Krat Brothers charity. Danita Donata also had this mannequin pose beam that makes Martin pose in her evil fashion against his will. Unfortunately, he looks stunning. Like, in her first appearance, she made the best outfit we'll see from her. I think they really had to dial down how cute it was as to not distract from the message that this is bad. Before Chris helps Martin break free from this evil fashion show, we see that Zach is helping Danita by using his Zachbots as security. He also tries to be chummy with her, but she dismisses him, and the very obvious subtext is that she thinks Zach is ugly. She gets away in the end, but Martin unfreezes all the lizards, and our queens Koki and Aviva show off fashion inspired by animals that's ethical. Jewelry in the shape of flying lizards. We love to see it. In Platypus Cafe, we meet Gourmand, who tries to make meals out of endangered animals. And he even says he knows people who will pay top dollar for this meal. More capitalistic greed being the root of all evil in a PBS show? I adore it. This is why they're threatened by you, queen. For a split second, I thought that Gourmand was easily the most evil out of the three, because his mistreatment of animals, if he gets his way, cannot be undone. You catch my drift, he's trying to kill them. But we see his two customers are Zach and Danita, so maybe they're on the same level. Danita Donata and her meathead sidekick that I completely forgot to mention the first time, named Dabio, return in the episode Flight of the Butterflyer XT. They were nowhere near the threat they were in the first episode. They stole a bunch of butterflies after looking for Mexico for 4 months.
This isn't Mexico.
Did they not have a GPS? And then as soon as they found the monarchs, they died of natural causes, of just their lifespan.
What is happening to my butterflies? They're dying! No! Stop dying!
L so large, I'm moving on. Gourmand wants to serve Honey Badger as a dish to Zach in the episode Honey Seekers, and even uses the dough as a weapon to trap Chris and Aviva. Martin frees them as a honey guide bird because he uses his bird call to send a group of honey badgers after Gourmand. In the episode Bass Class, Zach's villainous ways causes him to challenge Martin's kid to a fishing contest. I will never give you context, but Zach lost by such an insane margin that he tried to cheat with robot fish, and when he got caught, he flew away crying, cause a kid beat him in a fishing contest. And this defeat still haunts him to this day because he brings it up seasons later.
Ever since that kid beat me in the fishing contest, I don't even like fishing.
Danita gathering fireflies for a, again, I hate to admit it, pretty slay dress led me to a theory that her sidekick Dabio is a Zachbot. Now let me explain. He is loyal and literal, the two traits we see constantly from Zachbots. Danita gave him so many orders back to back, and he very stiffly and quickly follows them.
Window closed now. Oh, how beautiful. Dabio, window open now.
All right.
We see him struggle to grasp her humor, and when he finally gets it at the end, he says LOL out loud. That sounds like some shit Siri would say.
LOL.
You don't say LOL.
My theory as of season 1 is that Danita went up to Zach and asked him for a hunky Zachbot. Let's see if this theory holds up. Would you believe me if I told you that in the very next episode, Mystery of the Weird-Looking Walrus has information that makes my theory significantly more credible? Zach has a robot that looks like a human child to steal this pearl, to get none other than Danita on his team. This episode also confirms that he's a spoiled rich kid, because after he exclaims, "I'm gonna be rich," he corrects himself and says richer. It does seem like despite this, Zach does have a love of science, because Aviva says the two went to science camp together. She knows a lot of facts about Zach. his favorite number, the extra toe on his left foot, what he usually eats in a day, and his favorite color. It seems like they maybe used to be friends? No wonder I saw ship art of them. Or as I like to say, Shart, let me explain this in a way you'll understand, okay? When boy character and girl character are aware of each other very much, people are gonna think they're in love. Me personally, I find the fact that they may have been friends and are now working against each other an interesting enough dynamic as is. And guess what? The Krat brothers knew Zack when they were kids too. And they stopped him from doing experiments on animals even back then, as seen in Tazzy Chris. Zack Varmatek placed a contact lens spy cam into the eye of a baby rhino to try and steal information from the Wild Kratts headquarters. He successfully made rhino robots, but nature always wins. The rhino's motherly and family instincts to protect the baby override Zack's mind control tech. Another detail from this episode was Martin noticing that Chris was acting off when Zack was pretending to be him. Just fake Chris saying Toodles was enough to set off Martin. This is the same Chris that uses Martin as a test dummy, but saying Toodles? He's gone too far this time.
Toodles! Huh? Toodles? Chris could be such a geek, but something about him didn't seem right.
In the episode Cheetah Racer, Zack was spying on them from the sky with his robot disguised as a cloud. And he mocks Aviva because the two are always competing over who's the better inventor. And it's clear that this cloud camouflage really sticks with Aviva because she decides to duplicate it and make it better in the episode Zigzagged.
Aviva's cloud camouflage worked like a charm.
Back to the episode Cheetah Racer. My theory that Zack was a Nepo baby was also semi-confirmed when he says he'd use his great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather's invention, the wheel. I think it would be a lot more than 9 greats, but I counted it when he said it. I don't know if he got stupid rich on that, because I don't think patents existed back then, but he's probably also related to somebody who invented the toaster or something. I also know Zack can probably replicate a creature power suit, but he probably doesn't want to because he's too much of a wimp to actually touch animals and activate it. Zack is seen having the tallest building in New York City, so yeah, he's the 1%. He should probably hide right now. But anyway, he's always beefing with pigeons, much like actual rich people in the city, putting spikes on telephone poles. Losers. Pigeons deserve so much better. Let's focus on Zack now, though. While he got the Zackbots to clean his skyscraper, he was also so giddy that he'll kill a baby falcon too. The Krat brothers were taking out the Zackbots one by one, even tossing them, which, depending on where they landed, people probably died. Aviva got a hold of the Zackbots controller and programmed them to fly away with Zack. They said for vacation, but here's a very interesting question. Why not jail? So Zack doesn't only target animals, he also targets whatever he wants, like a very specific wood for a chair, which is exactly what happens in the Big Orange Problem. He contributes to deforestation, endangering animals by getting rid of their habitats. And they make it very clear that this isn't ignorance, it's selfishness. Without fail, every time the villains are doing something villainous, the Krat brothers will spell it out for them, why what they're doing is wrong. Danita successfully froze this cheetah to wear as a scarf shawl thing, but she flew too close to the sun when she wanted a matching cub to wear as a hat. This is when they start making her fashion designs really ugly. But anyway, because of the huge black and white stripes down a cheetah cub's back, she accidentally mistook this ferocious honey badger for a cub. Nature wins once again. I wonder how close the villains will come to victory. Maybe in a special they'll have a really good fake out? I want to be on the edge of my seat. And despite the formula for the villains getting pretty repetitive already, the animal facts are so fascinating. Like, did you know this spiny desert lizard that's called the thorny devil catches water droplets on its back, and the crevices along it are like straws leading the water to the corners of its mouth. I love learning about animals. I have to focus on the characters and the tech and the drama and the silliness, but if you want to learn as much about animals as I do, genuinely give this show a rewatch. Consider this a sparkling review. Gourmand tried to cook up all different types of raptors. He used a jetpack to catch up to Chris in Falcon mode. He successfully trapped them twice, once by throwing the sticky dough again, and the second time with an invisible net. Gourmand even got onto the Tortuga, but was thwarted by fake robot birds that shipped him off to Antarctica. Why not? Let me just think about the jail. When Zack was trying to cut down trees in a huge orange problem, the Wildcrats shined a light in his robot's eyes, leading them to put on sunglasses. Sure, this could be seen as them putting a filter over a lens so they can better interpret the input, but it seems very human. And I bring this up because in Birds of a Feather, we see a bit of Dabio's personality. He is very vain. He most likely follows Danita around so he can be a model. But who's to say a robot can't have this same dream? Honestly, the only really damning piece of evidence so far that Dabio isn't a robot is that he really felt the music and danced. And when Danita repeatedly commanded him to stop, he didn't. Another interesting thing to happen in this episode is Dabio mistakes Aviva for a bird of paradise when she uses a creature power suit. And I say this knowing full well this should have been in the text section. After Aviva puts on Chris's power suit, even though it's usually green for him, her transformation is purple. This means that the suits recognize who's wearing it. For the longest time I was wondering why Danita wasn't trying to steal the creature power suits, but in this episode she does tell Aviva that it should be used for fashion and that she wants it. Aviva saying no surprised me, because maybe if Danita had a creature power suit, she wouldn't steal animals? I don't know, maybe we should give this a second thought. We see more of Zack's jealousy towards Aviva in the episode The Gecko Effect when he steals the miniaturizer. Aviva is fully aware he tried to steal something from her, so she set up a booby-trapped alarm system. They just forgot to turn it back on when the Krat brothers set it off. Martin outsmarts Zack with reverse psychology, but before that, we see Zack annoying the other villains with his gloating. No one likes this motherfucker except the fandom. The way Season 2's race for the Hippo disc started was really confusing. Martin and Chris were trading different creature power discs, and with the intensity of these two, I just assumed that Aviva made 2 of all of them, but predictably the two start fighting, and the Hippo power disc falls off the Tortuga HQ. Zack steals it even after the brothers save him, and Chris sounds so disappointed and hurt by this.
Zack, you're gonna steal our disc right after we saved you?
It's very clear Aviva gave up on him a long time ago, because not only is she not surprised, but she also says, I told you he'll never change. She also equipped the power discs with security so he can't hack into it. The security she set up even says, is that you, Zack? She hates this motherfucker. She knows the extent of his pettiness and she matches it. Creature Power Challenge is the first episode with Zack's Destructobots. And what's interesting is that the previous episode we just talked about, where he stole the creature power discs, is what inspired him to create them. Destructobots are microscopic Zackbots that drill into the Wildcrat's tech, causing it to malfunction. With the creature power suit specifically, it caused them to turn into the wrong animals for the environment they were in. This episode really highlighted Zack's hatred of these guys. He hates the Krat brothers more than he hates animals. In this episode, he locked their ability to turn back normal because he wanted them to drown and die. And Chris still gives him cookies at the end. What the hell? You better have hit a bomb in those cookies.
They're bombs.
I, was watching TikTok as a little, break to myself, and a TikTok live of a cow giving birth popped up. That's never happened before. This is the power of the Wildcrats right here, because I am witnessing nature and life in ways I never thought I would. Oh wow, he's going in. Oh my god. I literally can't even take my eyes off of this. Do you want to see a bit? No, I'm not gonna risk that. They kept talking about the beauty of the striped zebra pattern in the episode Zigzagged, so I thought this would be a Danita episode, but no. Aviva was just designing the Wildcrats crew jacket. Would I wear this? Yes. Should they have made merch of this? Yes. Have we ever seen any of the characters wear this after this episode? No. Weird plot point, man. In Secrets of the Spider's Web, Danita is frustrated with her lack of new materials for the fall collection. She gets the idea to use, what was the name of the episode again? Secrets of the Spider's Web? What do you think her new material is gonna be? Duh, it's spider silk. I don't want to give her credit, but this is so spooky and seasonal. They scare Davio to free the spiders, but Danita gets them back with a bird jet because birds are natural predators to spiders. Dude, not only does she know the most about animals out of all the villains, but in the end, when the Wildcrats stop her evil scheme, they send her a package containing a sample of synthetic spider silk, and she really enjoys it.
No spiders were harmed in the making of this spider silk. Oh, it's quite nice.
This, plus her interest in the creature power suits, makes me feel like she's the most likely candidate for a redemption arc. Which would also make sense because it gives a hopeful outlook for the fashion industry. Danita is not feeling inspired in the episode Seahorse Rodeo, so she decides to call the Krat brothers. First of all, how does she have their number? Second of all, how do they not have caller ID? Their gadgets are so cool, but they keep overlooking the most obvious things. Once Danita sees through Martin's awful lies, and Chris is in pain witnessing the whole thing, why is this show actually really funny? Danita sets her sights on Seahorse earrings. Jimmy temporarily distracts her with projections of crystals, which, you know what, I'll give him credit for that. Maybe they do keep him around for a good reason. Danita wants a blowfish crown, and it looks goofy as hell, and that's coming from me. Just as I thought she was losing her evil edge, she did one of the most evil things imaginable. She went back on a promise with a classic loophole.
I had my fingers crossed. See?
Oh, come on, no fair.
They flood her boat with a giant water balloon, freeing all the blowfish. Zack's evil scheme in Shadow the Black Jaguar was to use the Black Jaguar cub's camouflage ability to his advantage, further proving that he is the Wildcrats' evil parallel, exploiting the creature's abilities instead of appreciating them. But the ending was so funny. The Krat brothers snuck out the cub without Zack realizing, so he completely doesn't know the creature was freed. I wonder how long he searched before he realized. And you know what I just realized? How Gourmand could live his dream without being a piece of shit. In the episode Rainforest Stew, Gourmand wants to create just that. Motherfucker just likes a theme and likes feeling immersed. Well, I got something he can get immersed in. The Rainforest Cafe. I will say, although I hate what Gourmand is doing, I can appreciate that he doesn't send robots to do his bidding like Zack and Danita. Gourmand tackled a leopard by himself. Fitting, since this is the villain the Krat brothers don't mind getting physical with. Because while they send Zack and Danita flying away on robots, they're not afraid to toss Gourmand off a plane. Gourmand explains his unnatural strength in Season 3's Hermit Crab Shell Exchange. He says he takes special vitamins.
No crab is stronger than me. I'm on a special vitamin program.
The same kind of special vitamins Liver King was on? In the episode To Touch a Hummingbird, Gourmand wants to make chocolate-covered hummingbird eggs, which sounds fucking nasty. His ideas are always immoral, but I've genuinely never heard of such a terrible flavor combo. In the episode Gila Monster Under My House, Zack is trying to turn these reptiles into wrenches. He keeps saying he's a great inventor, but look at this lazy shit. This guy looks like he smells like ranch mixed with heavy cologne. This guy would say, "Where's my hug at?" and then hypnotize a kangaroo to headlock you against your will. Dude drew this beard on to make himself look more palatable. Anyway, the way he was taken down was really funny. The Gila monster bit him, and for just a bit he was groveling to the Wildcrats, asking them to help him, and they used it as a negotiation tactic. Release them first, and then we'll help. Amazing, no notes. In Season 2's Skunked, Zack got pretty close to downloading all of the Tortuga's information, but I bet you can guess what happened. Statistically, there's gotta be at least one person that had a very unfortunate awakening from this episode. What are you watching on the TV there, sport? Oh, skunk powers. All right.
3 days later.
Zack pollutes his stream in the episode Aqua Frog. He's truly just doing billionaire shit, and I'm glad we're teaching kids early on what corruption looks like, and what selfishness on this scale leads to. I think Zack only started torturing animals because he knew it upset his enemies. In the episode Osprey, he was on the hunt for the Wildcrats' keys, but when Martin and Chris were close to finding them before he was, he cut down a baby osprey's tree as a distraction. Alright, nobody move or the endangered animal gets it! Guys, I know I'm gonna sound as delusional as the people who think Steven Universe was too easy on the diamonds and that they should have gotten the shattering penalty, but I need to see Zack specifically get his shit rocked at least once. I think we're gonna have to kill this guy, Martin. Oh, finally!
Wait a minute. Who are you?
In The Mystery of the Squirmy Wormy, we meet Ellie and Katie, and they're part of the North American Wild Kratts kids. They prove that worms can't drown, they breathe through their skin, and Katie proved this to Ellie by leaving a worm underwater. I didn't know they hired kids to conduct experiments. Would they still love you if you were a worm? Not likely, unless your name is Pinky, and they already formed a connection to you. We saw so many worms get eaten this episode, and Aviva still says,
We're not gonna lose a worm on my watch.
Multiple worms died in your watch, just not Pinky. Listen, they emphasize the importance of the circle of life, and in much sweeter, less cynical news, they saved the worm from frying in the sun. And the live-action kids at the end do the same, and create a compost bin with the Kratt brothers' guidance. There are real-life Wild Kratts kids. Nua, a Wild Kratts kid from Alaska, was first seen in the pilot animation style. But after this, they gave her a complete design overhaul. The comments on the wiki are all over the place. Somebody said she looks like Mulan when she really doesn't at all. And I just have to read this to you, I wonder how they decided suddenly just bring her back into the show. Maybe they were looking back in the old episodes and saw the original Nua and were like, what abomination of animation is this? She looked like a frickin' pancake. I am so glad that Wild Kratts did not use that original animation as normal. Listen, I like the new animation style better too, but I wasn't ready for that comment. Freaking pancake? What? In Build It Beaver, we meet a Wild Kratts kid who's not only a Wild Kratts kid on the show, but also in real life, because Aiden is Chris's son. This is their first appearance of their kids on the show, but Chris's other kid Nolan and Martin's kids Ronan and Gavin are also featured in the show, and although all the brothers in real life are also brothers in the show, 2D Martin and Chris do not have kids, which makes sense. Because if they did, they'd kind of be deadbeat dads in this show. So this is more of an Easter egg. If I didn't check the wiki, I wouldn't have known. Also, fucking wild hearing this voice.
Does it feel weird?
From this tiny little animated child. And then looking up Ronan Kratt so I can grab a screenshot for this video, and then this is what I see. He's not a baby. He can legally drink. What the fuck? In the episode Tazzy Chris, we meet Kenny, a Wild Kratts kid who's Team Australia. Now would be a good time to point out how uneven the teams are. Why would you even split them up into teams if the biggest one by far was going to be North America?
Isn't America basically the planet?
When Ronan and Jenny find the Kratt brothers in the episode The Blue and the Gray, Koki tells them they got their search and rescue badge. Is this incentive for kids to join their research and rescue team? Is this a wilderness extracurricular activity like the Boy Scouts? Or is this an Easter egg to their charity where you can also earn badges? Let me read straight from the Kratt Brothers Creature Hero organization website. Earn Creature Hero badges. When you complete Creature Hero missions, you can earn special Creature Hero badges in the mail. These missions could be anything from building a birdhouse in your backyard to fundraising for the new Creature Fuge. Earn them all to become the ultimate Creature Hero. And now I have a new goal in life. Thank you, and I'm not even joking. The most effective use of the Wild Kratts kids was when they saved the day in A Bat and the Brownies. After a bat's tree was struck by lightning, and Koki and Aviva called all the North American Wild Kratts kids, they hung up bat boxes, and at the end, we saw live-action children doing this too. In Attack of the Tree-Eating Aliens, they are called to a North American forest by the Wild Kratts kids, Katie and Aiden, to try and figure out what's killing the trees. And they stumble across a beetle they know doesn't belong there, but they didn't know the identification or where it's from. They've entrusted kids from all around the world to answer the call. And Yi explains that the culprit is the Asian longhorned beetle. They bring as many back to their home as they possibly can, but it is also up to nature to get them out of where they don't belong. So we see the woodpeckers also eat the beetles. A Wild Kratt kid named Javier calls the Wild Kratts to help him with a Gila monster who crawled under his house, and he really fears this reptile. Martin and Chris take the time to teach Javier that there's nothing to be afraid of. So while the kids help the Wild Kratts with intel and surveillance, the kids can also ask them questions anytime, and they can act as mentors. You know, the way Wild Kratts teach kids in real life. Now for miscellaneous notes on the Wild Kratts adult team, you know, our main characters. How does the core group of this organization run? Well, on the Tortuga, we see Jimmy, Koki, and Aviva sleeping in bunk hammocks. They might live on the Tortuga, but it's no Octonauts Octopod where they each have their own room. The episode Shadow the Black Jaguar starts with Chris and Martin choosing choosing what continent they'll be exploring that day. So a lot of the time, even their location can be picked on a whim due to curiosity about a specific species. That said, their wide range of animal friends comes in handy often, many being recurring characters to help out, or just to say hi when they're not the focus of the episode. You would be shocked and also alarmed at how many times they've used Peregrine Falcon powers. It's a fan favorite.
Back in Creature Time!
The live-action intro is much more somber than usual, as they explain to us that humans have hunted many species to extinction. But they have to get a little positive and amped up before they do their little jump into animation. I completely understand why they did this, but in any other context, this would be wild. The dodo birds are in fact dead. But what if we were too? What if? The episode opens with them taking care of a Philippine eagle, which is very endangered. They talk about the species possibly going extinct right in front of her, but she's too busy side-eyeing them, freaking out on her behalf. Aviva invented a time trampoline for the brothers to jump back in time and meet different extinct animals. They only go back twice, you'll see soon. Both times they need a babysitter, who knows how the time travel tech actually works. So Koki goes with them to see the dodo birds, and Aviva goes with them to see the Tasmanian tiger. Tiny tangent. I have a Tasmanian tiger tattoo that I got back in July, and I'm planning on getting a whole sleeve of extinct and endangered animals, and after I watched the special, guess what I got? It's a dodo bird tattoo, baby! Tattoo. I can't believe Wildcrats inspired me to get my next tattoo. Woo. This episode where they tried to save the dodo bird from Gourmand's distant relative was so sad. They messed with his map and freed the birds, but Martin really wanted to take them back, and they wouldn't let him, and I understand why. Wait, no I don't!
Bring back the baby!
They were holding on to hope that the dodo bird survived, because they learned to distrust humans after what Gourmand's distant relative put them through. But guys, you saved them before anything remotely traumatizing happened to them. For all they know, Gourmand Sr. just fed them berries and took them on a little adventure. They look defeated as they stare at the 0 dodo birds on Earth screen and beg Aviva to let them go back. But Aviva explains that it's too risky, the tech is too unstable, and if they go back to the same time too quickly, it can cause a meltdown. Now here's where we get a really nail-biting cliffhanger. Zack has been lurking this whole episode in an invisibility cloak, and first he freaks out that Aviva discovered time travel before him, because even with his head up his own ass, he can admit that's really cool. So by the end, when he hears more about the glitches in the time trampoline, his plan is to trap them back in time. And he finishes it off by saying, quote, "and then they'll be extinct. Forever." I hate to say it, it's a good plan. It's the second time we've seen him try to kill them. And that line went incredibly hard.
They'll be extinct forever!
I gasped. The episode ends with the live-action Kratt brothers next to the dodo bird skeleton in the Museum of Natural History in New York City. Here's a picture of me next to that same skeleton. On to Season 3, Episode 7, back in Creature Time, Tasmanian Tiger, aka Thylacine. When they went back in time to visit the Tasmanian tiger, 99% of what they said I already knew. I've been hyperfixated on these guys for years. Like the way they looked at this video, that is exactly how I looked the first time I saw it. Honestly, every time I've seen it. I feel so seen. But the one thing I didn't know that Thylacines did is that they hunted kangaroos. I know they went after a lot of domesticated animals like sheep, which they portrayed perfectly with the ancestors of Danita and Dabio. Robots cannot have ancestors. Fuck, I tried, okay? Dabio's a human, shit. Very silly that even their family worked together. It seemed like the relative of Danita at least didn't harm her sheep for their wool. That being said, she is partially responsible for wiping out the Thylacines. So I hope she enjoys hell. Wait, no I don't. I hope it sucks for her. This time Aviva joined them, and she was able to make Tasmanian Tiger power discs on the go. And using their wide jaw warning, Martin and Chris tried to teach them as many tricks to avoid humans and their traps. That is until the time trampoline started glitching out. Now here's my favorite part. Zack wanted to gloat to see the look on their faces as he explained his evil plan to them. So once again, hubris got in his way, because if he didn't monologue to them, his plan would have worked, but that's not the best part. The best part is their reaction. Imagine going through all that trouble to see them angry or sad, and this is all you get.
I'm trapping you back in time forever!
Huh? You're not gonna trap us back in time.
I'm gonna kill you! You're not gonna kill us. He didn't even care. Martin did not hesitate. He's like, rebuttal. No. They were at most annoyed and confused. They throw Zach in the present to get him out of the way, and Martin once again tries to bring the animals back to the present. And once again I say, Martin, you can't do that. You have to bring at least one more family too, so the siblings won't have to procreate. Please, Martin, please! But once again he has to leave them behind, and my heart hurty. They ended on a more positive note this time, saying even though they're most likely gone, they may still be out there. And I didn't even think they'd mention this, so this made me so happy. Also, Martin brought back fur and a tooth so they can still activate Tasmanian tiger powers, so that the Tasmanian tigers can help other animals to avoid the same fate as them. I'm gonna fucking cry. The time machine fucking exploded, by the way. So thus concludes the time trampoline arc, because to this day it hasn't been brought back. I have to move on. I'm so upset. You know what else I'm pissed off about? In the episode Lemur Legs, when the Krat Bros talked about Safaka lemurs, I thought they'd bring up Zaboomafoo, but they didn't, and that hurt. Because when they have experience playing and befriending and taking care of animals, usually they cut to these adorable flashbacks. And Zaboomafoo is a PBS kids show, so I'm sure they still have access to them. The Krat brothers even made a cameo in Odd Squad, with lightning hands and thunder feet, which would never happen to them, by the way, but God forbid we get a mention of
Zaboomafoo.
Zaboomafoo aired from 1999 to 2001. Zaboomafoo, the titular bitchular, is a lemur the Krat brothers befriend when they were walking in the woods one day, and long story short, they followed the bouncing lemur. In episode 1, they call him after they get back from adventuring in a bat cave, and they repeatedly say they smell like bat poop. Poop, poop, poop. So at first I thought maybe they didn't bring up Zaboomafoo and Wild Krats because they had a pet lemur, but turns out I was completely misremembering. They call for Zabu at the beginning of every episode. He's a wild lemur that just comes over to visit. He jumps through the Animal Junction window, and the brothers offer him a snack, because Zabu only talks after he eats.
You're not you when you're hungry.
The device they get the animal food from was one of my favorite parts watching this back in the 90s. He burps, spins around, jumps, and now he's this impressive puppet. When I was younger, I knew the lemur wasn't actually talking, but I thought, how are they making his mouth move like that? I had no idea he was a puppet. Zabu is sniffing the crap-covered Krat brothers and explains an animal with a long nose that he saw. Zabu sings the song Who Could It Be as an animated blob starts to take the shape of the animal he's describing. In this case, an elephant who walks right into Animal Junction the moment the song is over.
Horton hears you singing about my fat ass.
While they're talking about how amazing their new elephant friend is, these tiny claymation creatures keep butting in, but the Krat brothers do not acknowledge them. One of the lemur's catchphrases is, "I can't believe my mind."
I can't believe my mind.
And he says this when he learns animal facts that really amaze him. I don't know what he means by this. It's not I can't believe my eyes or I can't believe my ears. It's so much deeper than that. I can't believe my mind sounds like something you'd say after you have a really great or really terrible idea. I can't believe my mind. My mind. Oh, I can't believe my mind. Maybe he's talking about like how his knowledge is growing, how his brain is growing. Like, oh, I can't believe my mind. Wow, I'm gonna be so smart learning from the Krat brothers. I don't know. I really don't know what he means by it. As the brothers play soccer with the baby elephant, Zabu says it reminds him of Zabuland. And then we have the whole claymation world. You know I'm a sucker for claymation. But let me tell you, they took the most random, bizarre, and slightly annoying approach.
My arms are too stubby.
I don't know how this fits into educational programming about animals, and the amount of characters from the claymation Zabuland I can't even keep track of. We got Narchi, Gooble, Sensit, Wiggy Waxwing, Zabu's pet green puppy, Slimantha, Noggin Drill, who's probably my favorite. He kind of reminds me of a Pokemon. Hitmontop vibes, you know? Snow Lemur, Zaboomafoosaurus, and baby Zaboomafoosaurus, Bugly, Fibby, Psy, and of course, Zabu. The one good thing about these stories is we see how caring and community-oriented Zaboomafoo really is. But I'm pretty sure this is just his imagination, so it's really easy to be a good guy when you're just making shit up. And then I put out a fire that engulfed the whole town, and they tried to make me president even though I already was president, and everyone cheered and they lifted me up, and I was the best boy. The end. Oh, you didn't hear my story? Yes, indeed. A lot of the time, Martin and Chris just gleefully ignore him, and I can't blame them. What's even funnier is the second episode, where Chris says,
"Way to tell him, Zob."
After a very cheerful story that did not call for it.
He laughed for the rest of the day. Way to tell him, Zob. Way to tell him, Zob.
I couldn't think of a more obvious response to show that you zoned out. They have a gag of their very messy closet equipment falling on them. They fall in mud. An elephant sprays them with water. When I say they're the masters of physical comedy, I need you to know how much I'm not joking about that. And the animated versions of themselves in Wild Kratts really captured this goofy, fun, chaotic vibe they've had from the start. In the second episode, I Spy, we see Chris and Martin invent the spy goggles, which shows us what it's like to see as different animals. So at first, they were the inventors. They have kids writing them letters, more cutaways to Zabu Land. Zabu always sings this song that he's feeling, insert animal name here, ish.
I feel elephantish. How about you?
No.
I don't like this song. It's so weird that now that I've experienced Wild Kratts, when I see a non-Krat Brothers section on Zaboomafoo that goes on for far too long, I'm just like, oh my god, let Chris and Martin speak! Can I let you in on a little secret? At this point, we're not even halfway through the series. So if I were to cover every villain plot, every time the bros are silly, and every single piece of tech, this video would be a day long. From this point on, I'm only covering the juicy stuff, the hot goss, the most important information other than the actual learning about animals, and the notable specials. First of all, I was entirely wrong about Danita being redeemable. My god, in the episode Golden Bamboo Lemur, she stole an endangered lemur, and she gets the Wild Kratts busy enough so she can get away by releasing monkeys in Madagascar, which would all hunt the lemurs. She used her animal knowledge to cause as much harm as possible, and some of you ship Martin with her? In Season 5's Fire Salamander, she tried to burn the forest down, and the only thing that stopped her was the Tortuga's water jets. More like Squirtuga. No, I was trying to make a joke, like Squirtle, because water gun, but that sounded more like water cum. On the bright side, it's nice to see the Wild Kratts crew rip into the villains a bit more.
I am the internationally renowned chef.
In the Amazing Creature race, we see Koki in a creature power suit for the first time. Her color is orange. Each of them chose a creature to race as, except for Jimmy.
What do you do?
Jimmy finally faces his fears and joins them in a contest in the episode Capture the Fishmobile. There are many different episode formats. The villain-centered ones, the ones where they study creatures by pitting them against each other and comparing. We have rescue episodes when Chris and Martin get overzealous. There are many episodes where they save lost animals. And the episode Prairie Who introduced natural disasters into the mix. The whole group had to evacuate the Tortuga when it was lifted by a twister. They got separated, and when the creature pods were unable to make calls, Chris explained it was due to interference from the Tortuga's central communication system. So I once again say, every piece of tech being powered by the same unstable source does not make sense. It's good for conflict, it's good for dramatic effect, I guess. But Aviva is the type of person to see a problem once and then fix it. Like with the invention, the ring chip, which was first seen and ruined in the episode Chameleons on Target. This device was meant to fix the bugs in the creature power suit. So for someone determined to innovate, she's really phoning it in with a Tortuga. Worst of all, the same problem is found in the creature power suits, which use beryllium-25, another rare element. In Season 3's Search for the Florida Panther, Martin and Chris, in a dragonfly power suit, catch many mosquitoes to scan for the blood it drank, looking for the one that has panther blood. Mosquitoes only travel 300 feet in their whole lives. So when they find the right one, they'll be close to the panther cubs that were separated from their injured fostered mother. I point this out because would you have thought to scan mosquitoes for blood to help panthers? Neither would I. I thought once I surpassed episode 100, I would get bored and the show would get really samey, but animal facts plus creative problem solving, give me 100 more episodes actually. In A Possum in My Pocket, Gourmand wants to cook a baby opossum. I wasn't even going to mention this until Gourmand put a comically large rock in Chris's pouch. Gourmand's super strength is once again bizarre. They got the rock out of Chris using physics, using a Newton's cradle. I don't know why they spent the time to create this when he could have just deactivated and reactivated. But also, this imagery is... Genuinely, this imagery makes me queasy. I kinda hate it. It was, once again, somebody's unfortunate awakening. When Martin uses praying mantis power, he's regular-sized, but when Aviva uses the same creature power, she's a giant, because girl praying mantises are significantly larger than the males. They also made a point to show that Aviva didn't program the female mantis's desire to eat the males.
Girl praying mantis, eat boy praying mantis. But we're good, Aviva, right? We're good?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Throughout the series, we've seen Gourmand's superhuman sense of smell. He is able to smell out the Krat brothers as well as the ingredients he's looking for. And in the season 4 episode, The Last Largest Lobster, we see he has an invention to smell underwater. Remember how I keep saying, how are the villains not in jail? Well, it gets even more confusing. Because in season 5, we hear that Gourmand was kicked out of culinary school because his actions are illegal. You're fired. Because you lit this place on fire. The cops are probably waiting outside for me now, huh? Nah. Losing your job is punishment enough.
Christmas, 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 I love you. Christmas, Christmas, I love you.
How will they get us in the Christmas spirit? Well, first we learn about reindeers, and it lulls us into the magic of the season. Then, without warning, this 45-minute special decides, hey, we have so much more time. What if the Wild Krats lost? A lot, in very painful ways. Very briefly, we see them having fun. Martin and Chris are using creature powers to decorate the tree, and since Aviva is busy wrapping up presents, she encourages Koki to go and join them. This is when we see the color change. As Aviva passes Koki her creature power suit, it changes from purple to orange as Koki puts it on. Aviva gives her presents, and Martin is really surprised at how small his is when Chris's present is huge. As an alarm goes off in the Tortuga, Martin quickly puts his gift in his pocket. The Wild Kratts kids from all over the world are reporting different villains stealing different baby animals. Gourmand is in Madagascar, Danita in South America, and Zach in North America. The other kids who called got straight to the point, but the kids who called to snitch on Zach had such a weird opening.
Help! Zach's pretending he's an evil Santa or something.
Is that it? He's stealing animals too, but the Santa thing is really freaking us out. Ow! Oh, ew! Hurry! The villains all laugh about how they're gonna be rich. So once again, say it with me, we're speaking out against corporate greed. And for a Christmas special, it's super effective, because corporations tend to prey on people extra hard this time of year. The Tortuga goes up into space for the first time to track all the villains. To try and stop them as quickly as possible so they can get back to their celebration, they split up. Never a good idea. The speed at which these 3 villains easily brush off our heroes was brutal. Gourmand kicks the Cretera off a cliff and traps Martin and Doe. Zach takes down Aviva with her own robo-arms, which must have been a huge hit to her ego. And Chris was tossed into the air in a cloud of sparkly glitter. They regroup and have the same pep talk they had earlier. You guys don't have to monologue about how much you love animals, we know. Stop dilly-dallying. The second try to get the animals back just seemed too easy. They freed them from the ornaments just by pressing them. It wasn't locked or anything. So when the villains started acting endeared by the animals and offered the Wild Kratts presents, it was one of the most obvious traps I've ever seen. I was screaming at the screen, but alas, they didn't hear me. Not only were they trapped, but they were dropped off on floating ice in the middle of nowhere, with nothing but their creature power discs and Martin's present in his pocket. Martin's present is a keychain that summons their creature power suits from wherever they are. Now, a few things to discuss here. 1. Aviva gave this present to Martin specifically because of how unorganized he is and how he's always losing stuff. Incredibly thoughtful of her. Also, look at how he smiles at his gift. Meanwhile, she just gave Chris a coupon to fix the time trampoline.
You are the best.
Okay, thank you, I get it.
Hello, Tasmanian tiger.
Listen, I know I'm not supposed to be shipping. This is exhausting. But animated Martin and Aviva are in love. What? Who said that? Not me.
Oh, Aviva! So good to see ya.
You know, Aviva kind of sounds like Athena, so it sounds like he's saying it to me.
Back to the episode. Once again, Zack is digging his own grave. Because he's the one who let them keep the creature power discs. It was a way of being like, haha, you can't use it without your creature power suits anyway. But if he didn't do that, the villains would have won. But instead, the Wildcrats travel all the way back to that creepy minimalist metal Christmas tree to free all the animals from the ornaments. And once again, the villains did not lock the ornaments. 2 new pieces of tech. The Tortuga Destructor Blast, which destroys the villains' robots. And after this, the Tortuga is able to go into battle mode a lot more. And also Danita's new mannequin robots.
You know who this motherfucker look like, low-key? Look!
A new villain was introduced in the Season 4 episode Spirit Bear. Her name is Paisley Paver, and she's meant to represent the evils of industrialism. I thought we already had that with Zack's sauceless taste in giant skyscrapers. This guy would have a Cybertruck, but make it run on gas. Change my mind. Anyway, in Paisley's first appearance, she wants to pave over the Black Bear's home to make a storage unit. Her henchman Rex points out,
well, there aren't many people around here to use it, but who cares?
Her mentality is if we build, they will come. Creating artificial demand just to get rid of nature because she finds it dirty, and it also doesn't benefit her. She fits so well with the mentality of the other villains, but she's more like a Toontown cog, comically gray and devoid of fun. The one thing that is fun is she walks like Mr. Krabs, which I wasn't expecting. She's heard of the Wildcrats, but they've never heard of her. She wastes no time letting them know that she doesn't care about the animals, so they quickly find out she is a villain.
Paisley who? Paisley Paver, villain! Alright.
By the end of the episode, Martin and Chris tear out the pavement with bear powers. She returns Season 5 in the episode Elephant Brains, and it's clear her specific gag is being thrown in the mud because she hates getting dirty. This time she wanted to build a tall tower, but she didn't even know what it would be for. The Krat brothers even explain that she's not being smart with her business. She's always saying she's too busy, but her only plan is work. She doesn't even know what she's working towards, as long as it's destroying nature. The other villains at least have vision, and her vision is impaired. Yeah, I can say that. I have glasses too. No creativity, just a very peppy henchman that bounces off her deadpan in a very goofy way. In City Hoppers, Zack Varmatek tells Gourmand that there's a new villain and they need to welcome her into the group.
Welcome to our club! Welcome to our club! Welcome to our club!
Zack would be the one to seek out new villains to take down Wildcrats. As we all know, his hatred of them goes the deepest. Zack calls this group the Legion of Villainous Villains, a name I'm not sure the rest of them signed off on. Zack recalls the slogan for Pave Nation Inc., paver of all natural things, whether they need it or not. Paisley's patience is wearing thin, and by the time Gourmand offers her a grasshopper covered in toffee, you can tell she fits into this group really well. And by that I mean she hates the group as much as the rest of them do. In the special Wildcrats Halloween Creepy Creatures, Paisley, completely unamused, helps Zack with his haunted mansion. Danita and Gourmand are excited to create their own scary room to terrify the kids, but once the kids are actually having fun, they huff and puff and run away, exclaiming that another one of Zack's plans failed. Paisley barely spoke. She didn't witness Martin's creature suit malfunction where he gained the abilities of many different creatures, which was very cool. In fact, I don't even think the Krat brothers saw her. She didn't make her involvement in this known because she didn't care. I wondered what her motive was until the very end when she handed Zack a bill. I have to respect that side of her hustle. She knows Zack's ideas will flop, but she joins in anyway because he's a billionaire who keeps reaching out to her. This is all she hears when Zack explains his evil schemes. Also, one last thing about this Halloween special, Koki, Jimmy, and Aviva absolutely ate the villains up with their costumes. Koki and Jimmy as Danita and Davio was very fun and cute, but Aviva as Zack was personal. In the episode Choose Your Swordfish, Aviva beat Zack at fencing, but he surprisingly held his own because they both learned how to fence at science camp. But seriously, Aviva will never back down from a chance to cook this fool, and I love that for her. The way they wrote Paisley in Amazing Amazon really annoyed me, because just like during their haunted mansion, she took a step back, but this time there was no reason other than efficiency. She doesn't have the time to be interesting, apparently. The most annoying part is that all the villains just took turns saying their catchphrases instead of interacting with each other. If there's an episode with all of the villains, it's really just a Zack episode, because he's always the one orchestrating it. And he's the only one with interesting dialogue in this special. Like when he was genuinely impressed with Aviva's invention, and Paisley rolls her eyes. But you know who I want to see butt heads? Danita Donata and Paisley, because they are exact opposites. Danita finds nature so beautiful she wants to sell it, and Paisley finds it disgusting and wants to make money destroying it. I feel like Danita can try giving Paisley a makeover, and it backfires to the point where Paisley wants to pave over her fashion empire. Just two boss bitches taking shots at each other. The perfect episode for an interaction between these two is the episode The Colors of China, when all of a sudden Danita hates color and patterns. It felt so forced. Like, I know fashion is fickle, but the one constant with Danita is her bright pink jet and her love of all things flashy. So I wish we got some sort of reason for this 180. Like, I wish Paisley talked about how her boring paving industry was booming, so that's why Danita wants to change for profit. I feel like that would have made much more sense. In Season 7's Race to Goat Mountain, Paisley wants to build a luxury resort called Asphalt Ascend. No one's going to a place called Asphalt Ascend. They criticize where she's building because it's home to so many animals. And Martin even tells her it's a terrible name, too. Get her where it hurts. Tell her her marketing is fault. She agrees to a race for who gets to decide, but for both sides this feels risky. Why would Chris propose this, and why would Paisley agree? Like, obviously the Kratt brothers win, but the special Our Blue-Green World is the last appearance of Paisley. Apparently the brothers always have their biggest fights on Laundry Day, over the colors blue and green. And by extension, which is better, the world's water or its land? They even sang a whole song about it, and I gasped. It's not the first time they've sung, but usually it's in a holiday special where they all join in. But this time they have solos and music video visuals. Gagged is an understatement. I need to go outside. Listen, you know I'm a Martin girly. Defensively so. But how are you gonna take a stand against land? That's where we live, bud! On the flip side, look at how tall he is in this standoff. You Chris stands are cooked. You Chris stands are cooked! Martin ends up getting blue whale powers this episode, and it looks very cursed. Usually their whale power suits look like they're controlling a submarine or a vehicle, but in this one, oh, he is the blue whale. The brothers stop their fight in a very forced and unclear way. Like, literally they just stop fighting because they're giggling. Which, even though it doesn't make sense, it's pretty cute. Speaking of which, Paisley Paver gets redeemed this episode. She saw coral and thought of it as an architectural marvel. Because of this and the threat of a dried up planet, she 180s her motive and style. Here's what bothers me. Even though I think it makes sense that Paisley, who knows the least about nature, needed to learn about it to care about it, I still think Danita Donata made more sense for a redemption arc. They have sprinkled hints for Danita's growth throughout the series. She's already seen the beauty in nature. I know all it comes down to is Danita is a more iconic villain. Maybe Paisley was less popular. But here's the thing, we haven't seen Rex since Race to Goat Mountain, so maybe he's still evil? Who knows? This episode was rushed and Paisley's character development happened entirely too fast. If you were to make a Wild Kratts villain, what would their thing be?
Why is she still talking?
The Kratt brothers find out a new mantis species was named after them. This is real, the Liturgusa krattorum. Their reaction and celebration was adorable. And the best part is when they finally activated Liturgusa krattorum powers, they had an extra slay Sailor Moon transformation. More like Liturgusa Contorum. I think the animators know what they're doing. Like in the Season 7 episode Salamander Streaming, the brothers did this for some reason.
One for me and the other one for me.
Completely unnecessary, has nothing to do with Salamander Streaming, but it certainly caught my attention. Salamanders are awesome. Yeah, I'm sure they are, I just don't know how interested I am in all that. Well, let me put it this way. I'm listening. Back to the Liturgusa Cratorum. The OG villains are jealous that the Krat Bros got a species named after them. I wrote here it makes sense for Paisley to get left out because she wouldn't give a shit. This was before I realized they haven't met yet, and she would be the only one to truly care about nature, even though there was no foreshadowing for that. Anyway, they try to capture all the Krat named mantises, but end up getting in their own way because they cannot work together to save their lives or end in animals. I also have another favorite moment. Martin and Chris get to be regular sized in these bug suits, and they just do this to fuck with Zach. I love when they do things with malice. It doesn't happen often enough.
Hi, Zach.
Let's go! Bite his head off! I'm a Martin girly because if either of them were to end Homelander, it would be Martin. He's soft when it comes to animals, but he gets so much more violent with the villains.
What you got there, Zach? Oh, that's Shadow.
The special Wild Kratts Alaska Hero's Journey follows the very impressive salmon run that spans over 414 miles in just about 23 days. This was a really weirdly touching episode that all started with Aviva accidentally dropping her time thruster into the stream. The time thruster is the most important part of the time trampoline working again. Throughout this expedition, we see many salmon being eaten by many animals, unable to complete their journey and lay eggs, but they frame this as the salmon are still heroes because they give animals the energy they need. The way they explain the food web and the circle of life is so gentle and comforting, but also really realistic. The approach they take is perfect. One visual I will say really freaked me out was this mangled squid killer whales tore apart in the episode This Orca Likes Sharks. But to be fair and to their credit, it was really realistic. Back to the salmon. When the salmon reach the end of their journey, fucking Jimmy stupidly lands the Tortuga on top of a waterfall. And when it falls in, the water flow stops, and the fish and their eggs need to be submerged in water very soon or they'll all die. Koki, Chris, Aviva, and Martin all say it's their fault, when it wasn't. It was Jimmy's. They all jumped to the rescue with creature powers, except for Jimmy, the one person who was actually responsible for this catastrophe. I will say though, when Martin double lassoed as a bald eagle, that was the closest I've ever felt to feeling patriotism. The salmon babies are saved, they got their time thruster back, all the salmon parents reach the end of their life and die, and finally Aviva is able to test out the time trampoline again, but insists they test with a can this time. And good thing they did, because the can came back all burnt and mangled. She still has a lot of work to do. Work that still has to be continued over the next 3 seasons, because the time trampoline still hasn't made a comeback. I have a feeling, just because I'm usually really unlucky with this stuff, that a time travel episode will happen right after I post this, but we'll see. I might just have to make another video. So remember how I said I'd lay off Jimmy? I lied. At the end of season 5's The Cobra King, as snakes are approaching his friends, he fearfully flies away and abandons them there, leaving them stranded with the venomous predators. That's literally how the episode ends. For a second, I thought that Jimmy's laziness was just another gag that would go unnoticed, but this clip from season 6's In Search of the Easter Bunny both proved me wrong, but also vindicated my annoyance.
He's not gonna help?
And then again in the Amazing Amazon adventure.
Oh, good. He's asleep again. I can always count on him for that.
As reckless as the brothers sometimes are, I think Jimmy is their true Achilles heel. In season 5's The Dole Duplicator, we not only meet the animal of the dole, but Aviva makes an invention called the Duplicator. The titular bitchillers. With an S. The duplicator looks like a telephone booth, and it's supposed to create copies. It needs more work because when Martin and Chris need to create clones of themselves to scare away a tiger, it briefly works, but then their clones disappeared very quickly. Sci-fi cloning always freaks me out, but in a show about animals, it makes a lot of sense. When they go back in time, can they bring back a thylacine and clone it? It would still be scientifically accurate because scientists are working on that right now. In season 6's The Real Ant Farm, Martin distracts Zach by flossing and dabbing, and I hate to say it, but Zach's reaction was exactly the same as mine. Using tardigrade power in the episode Tardigrade Extreme, Martin and Chris are exploring space. I compared the minions to these animals in the last lore I made, if you even care, but wow, talk about an out-of-this-world adventure. Isn't it weird that they didn't say that? That sounds like something they'd say. In the Great Creature Tail Fail, a malfunction in their suits causes them to transform transform into animals with other animals' tails. This is just one of many examples of this show's engaging storytelling being the perfect vessel for the lesson they've chosen. Tails have many different purposes, whether it's a prehensile tail to hang from trees, a tail for swatting flies, a tail for protection, a tail to swim, a tail that falls off to escape predators, a tail with a warning. It is crazy that I am still glued to the screen 156 episodes in. I obviously love these educational kid shows in general, or else I wouldn't be making the videos I'm making, but this is a whole other level. This is like concerning. In this episode, Aviva also made a creature power belt, so you can activate just the power of the creature's tail. We see Jimmy flipping pancakes with a beaver tail, and this is the first and only time we've seen him use a creature power. His color is red. Is it because he's a redhead? Be honest. This whole time I was guessing piss yellow for his pissy attitude. The special Cats and Dogs starts with the Krat brothers witnessing a dog chasing a big cat up a tree. All of a sudden, they got a bunch of calls from Wild Kratts kids asking them questions about dogs and cats. Because guess what? They're watching too. I thought these kids were only filled in when they were called, but it seems as though in the animated universe, they're broadcasting their travels and discoveries to the kids as well. This is when we get this hilarious scene.
Why does my dog love me so much? Why does my cat act so cool?
While the Krat brothers are learning about different types of dogs and cats, including a cat that can swim and a dog that can climb. Zach wants to trap all the wild dogs and wild cats to sell as pets to kids. The first way Zach stops the bros from stopping him is when he sent robots to mess with their creature power suits. This time, the glitch caused the brothers to turn into Cat Dog. No joke, they're connected at the torso, and Chris is a dog and Martin is a cat. The way they stopped Zach was completely accidental. A little kitten grew with the miniaturizer and swatted Zach's jet from out of the sky. Somehow, plane crashes are cute in a show like this. In the season 7 episode Outfoxed, Aviva made an invention that could show you the trail of different scents, so you can track different animals or different things. In this episode, we see that Gourmand has a bloodhound named Nostril to help him track scents. When has this Wario-looking motherfucker ever needed help smelling? Bro, that's kind of his whole thing. Did he get into a nose-related accident? Also, he befriended an animal. Never thought I'd see the day. The invention Aviva made can also leave scents, so Gourmand and Nostril are thrown from their mission of cooking foxes. Actually, I don't know how in on this plan Nostril is, and I feel awful that he's an accomplice, actually. In No Name Dream, Martin wakes up from a nightmare where all the baby animals he forgot to name are crying, and he wakes up crying, determined to find and name them all. And you question why I'm a Martin girly. I better feel the winds of change after this video. Because why on earth did a bunch of Chris edits popped up when I specifically looked up Martin Krat edits? I'm gonna scream. I made my own edit because I'm tired of waiting.
Hi, Zach.
Oh no, he's hot!
Remember when I kept questioning what Jimmy's job was? Well, in the episode Fish Out of Water, he has the same realization. Turns out he was the fish out of water all along. But because they're having a mushy Full House moment, Koki and Aviva cannot teleport at all. Which is strange because they've never had this much trouble teleporting things in previous episodes. But whatever, Jimmy needs a win, I guess. I kid, I joke, I screw around, but this is one of the best Jimmy episodes of all time. In this episode, we really see how much he's learned. He's making scientific observations, not leaning on or depending on the others to explain things to him. He genuinely has a passion for this. And he's gotten so much smarter since his first appearance. He found Chris's creature power discs, saved the bros, and got his own celebration at the end. The only thing that could have made this episode better is if Jimmy activated his own creature power suit for the first time, but alas, that didn't happen. A huge W for Jimmy regardless.
Watching the Wild Kratts study many different animals and really get out there really inspired me to
watch the Wild Kratts live in concert. Nothing's gonna get past me. The show opens with the animated Krat brothers wondering what creature they will encounter today before deciding on kid creatures and jumping out of the animation, which they call animation. They are self-aware, they are meta, they are dimension-hopping gods, but we already knew that. The rest of their crew and the main villain Zach Varmatek were all animated, and I was really on the fence about this. I thought they could easily cast someone who looked like the cartoon characters, but I think the combo of look with a close enough voice is what really threw it off. The live show has its own storyline, but it also doubled as a clip show, as they show off all the other times they've activated a certain creature power on the screen. In this show, they transform into a praying mantis, rattlesnake, hermit crabs, and they saved Cheetah for last, which I found very interesting because all the other transformations were way more elaborate and grander. The costume department devoured. The transformation sequence happens when they play a slow motion clip of the Sailor Moon transformation, then live action Chris and/or Martin comes back on the stage when the lights are down. Their creature power suits glow, and when the lights come up, there they are.
The Crusher! And the little one is the Pincher!
All the costumes had me gagged. The rattlesnake in particular was huge. But what exactly was the story? Due to the brothers' clumsiness, they drop all their creature power discs and have to collect them all. They use the miniaturizer to do this. Before they shrunk themselves down, a kid in the audience shouted, "How does it work?" And he was truly saying what we were all thinking. And first we saw dolls of the Krat brothers on stage. It was so goofy and amazing, but it was only for a split second. I really wish I took a picture of it. Then the setting changed to show tall grass and big bugs. They were miniaturized now. I found that I was more easily amused than the kids, because even though the audience participation was fantastic and everyone was having fun, translating cartoons to live action presents challenges. Me personally, I wish the screen they played the clips on was a lot larger, but I understand they prioritized the costume budget. As they should. The creature powers needed to be the star of the show. Anyway, they also created live-action Zachbots. You know, from the show! And I thought, wow, they look really good. But then I heard a kid scream, "That looks fake!" Kids are a tough crowd, let me tell you. After the 20-minute intermission, Zach sent the mini-bots to mess with their creature powers, resulting in a Frankenstein's monster of creature powers. I'm scared. Will the brothers prevail? Of course they do. In fact, Zach made them stronger now, because, they have the powers of multiple animals. Idiot. Their only disadvantage was the connected body, like in the cat dog episode, remember? Their connected body resulted in a very silly bit where they kept running one way and the other, with the brother running backwards shouting, "Not again!" Peak theater. Although I will say it's pretty strange that they didn't need to fix all their tech after that. Maybe an unseen Aviva was working overtime behind the scenes, like she always does. Finally, we arrived at the furry finale, where they transformed into cheetahs and ran away, and I've missed them ever since.
He still has his testicles.
This is a clip from the show Be the Creature, a clearly more mature and more brutal documentary-style show that they hosted on the Discovery Channel. The context is they thought this bull's balls were ripped off, but it was actually a chunk of his leg that a Komodo dragon ripped off. So even though the bull is still gonna die, they just seemed happy he wasn't castrated.
That was too brutal to imagine.
Just bros being bros, and guys being guys. We love to see it. I think I might play the Wildcrats games on my second channel. Let me know what you think. We have officially reached the end of the video. I really hope you enjoyed. Huge shout out to Jake. They helped me research for this video. I have to plug this video they made on VR content farms. It was hilarious. I highly recommend. I was cracking up the whole time. If you have anything to give, please be sure to check out the link below. Evasive has a whole spreadsheet of different GoFundMes where you can help many people in Palestine. So if you have anything to give, you know, 'tis the season. I really appreciate all of you, and I really hope you enjoyed this video. Be sure to subscribe if you did.
Maddie Blaustein was, to put mildly, a big nerd. The type of nerd who would DM D&D sessions from childhood and, according to her brother, create intricate and vivid worlds complete with their own individual languages. She loved Tolkien. She wrote and edited comics for Marvel in the 80s and for DC in the 90s. She was intersex and a transgender woman in a time when even fewer people understood what that meant. And as one of the most prolific voice actors for anime in the 90s, you probably grew up hearing her voice in shows like Sonic X, Kirby, Yu-Gi-Oh!, and Pokemon. As one of the most iconic characters in the entire series, and according to anime head writer Takeshi Shudo, who the real protagonist of the series could have been, Meowth.
Yeah, that's right.
One of her closest friends and work colleagues was Casey Rogers, who voiced Wobbuffet. This is a very Team Rocket video today, just to let you know. In an article for queer magazine Dem, she tells the story of how Maddie came out to her. We got together for lunch. She confided in me she was a woman in a man's body. Maddie also told her that she was the first person she would come out to, aside from her ex-wife. It was a very emotional meeting for both of us, Casey continues. I was so honored. There were times that I could see that this wasn't the easiest thing for her to deal with, in her career choice and with her family. But she didn't take it out on us, on her work or on me. Instead, she came into work and tried to find ways to steal the show, and in many ways, she did just that. Another close friend and journalist, Aaron McQuaid, wrote the following about her. Maddie once told me the story of how she was inspired to fully transition from male to female and to come out to her co-workers as transgender by an episode of Pokemon. In the episode Go West, Young Meowth, her character travels to Hollywood to make it big. There, Meowth falls in love with another Meowth, who spurns his advances. He decides to learn how to speak and to stand upright in order to impress her, but she rejects him for being a freak. Meowth was a human trapped in a Pokemon's body. There's a lot I want to talk about today, dear Stranger Online, and I'm not really sure where to start. Maddie's story is beautiful and tragic, and it's honestly heartwarming how much there is to say about her, because of the sheer amount of articles that her friends have lovingly written in her honor. Like, this is a woman who grew up in a conservative household, who got called a big-o-nosed Jew boy by other kids while growing up, but still joked in podcasts about how she would be more likely to get gender-reaffirming surgery than a nose job. A woman who organized trans and intersex support groups in Second Life for Arceus' sake. An artist who could voice femme fatales and Yugi's grandpa. But this is also a video about not only the power of stories to help us understand who we are, but the sheer magnitude of raw queerness in Team Rocket, enough to empower a trans woman to go live her life, her best life. So, before we talk about Maddie, we need to talk about one of the best written queer-coded villains maybe in the history of animation. We need to go west, Young Meowth. This is an episode that opens as any other Pokemon episode and could even be described by some people as filler, one of the in-between episodes between Ash's final badge and his Indigo League challenge. But to head anime writer Takeshi Shudo, this was a golden opportunity to do something that he is often limited by the episodic formula of Pokemon. Develop and give depth to his characters. In his blog, he often writes about how, rather than depicting a complex Team Rocket trio, it is easier for screenwriters to write them in a clumsy and foolish way, and it's easier for the story to escape into a pattern. But Shudo always believed Team Rocket had a complexity needed to be compelling protagonists on their own, and said that if the show wasn't called Pokemon, they could have well been. Can a one-dimensional gag character really convey the thematic depth I intended just by shouting their defeat catchphrase and ending the episode? He asks. And it's episodes like this, completely written by Shudo, where he has the freedom to explore just that. Ash and friends are invited to the premiere of the movie they filmed in the previous episode, in the fabulous Hollywood, California. Yes, you can headcanon that to be PokeStar Studios in Unova if you want, but this is just another of the many examples of how, in early Pokemon, there wasn't a clear division between the Pokemon world and the real world. As with any Pokemon episode where Ash goes, Team Rocket follows, but We soon realize this isn't a regular episode, as it almost becomes an old Hollywood film noir Citizen Kane flashback for Meowth. I mean, he also gets to be a drama queen and play with costumes, you know. But just like the rest of Team Rocket, Meowth's backstory is really lonely. Abandoned as a young, hungry Pokemon, he finds in cinema the dream and possibilities of what he could become, what he could make of himself. I'm jumping ahead of myself, but finding in fiction and media the life we long for is not only a comically recurring queer story, but probably rang really close to home to his voice actor Maddie, who found her identity in the story she helped shape. Meowth decides to try his luck and go west, to Hollywood, California, a city of dreams, but also a city that has a lot of contrasting inequalities. He joins a cat burglar Jellicoe Cat street gang to rob local food vendors, and that's when he falls in love with Meowsy. Oh, the infamous Meowsy. She's a bougie cat, owned by a rich lady with her diamond-infused Pokeball, and I mean, tacky but cunty. Game Freak, please bring Pokeball stickers back. Meowth confesses his love to her only to get brutally rejected. As a Pokemon, he could never give Meowsy the safety and comfort that a human trainer could. This is all played for laughs because, again, we are talking about the Pokemon anime, but I think for me this really struck an emotional chord. Seeing a character we really care for, at this point have been following for 90 episodes, to be so genuine and have his heart broken. And we know that for the writer, Takeshi Shido, there is real emotion here. Meowth tries to build himself up and prove his worth to Meowsy, and decides to, well, transition, to become someone else for love. We follow his struggles as he ventures through the dark ceilings of a dance school and works hard day and night to learn how to do what every Pokemon fan despises: walk on two legs. Bipedal Final Evolution jump scare. Eventually, Meowth also learns how to speak. In Japanese, this episode is called Meowth's ABC, and I find that especially sweet. As he is going through his first ABCs, he stops at H to mutter the word he's longing for. Happiness. Family. Meowth just wants to belong. Like, honestly, you removed the laugh tracks and this is the saddest thing ever. After learning his ABCs as easy as 1, 2, 3s, Meowth goes back to Meowsy, flowers in hand, ready to show her that he can do everything a human can. And gets rejected again. This time for being a freak, with no money. Not fully human, not fully Pokemon, something in between, something more queer. As Aaron McQuaid wrote, a human stuck in a Pokemon's body. Meowth leaves Hollywood heartbroken and vows to become the richest, most powerful freak Meowsy will ever see. And that's why he decides to join Team Rocket, a group of other misfit freaks who also had everything taken away from them. In the years that passed, Hollywood had really gone to shambles. There's not really an explanation to why, I guess it's just for the noir setting really, but the money ended, everything's abandoned, and everyone left, including Meowsy's trainer, who lost all of her money and abandoned her in the streets. She was adopted by Persian's cat burglar gang, who eventually runs back into Meowth, trying to recruit him back. But his allegiance is to Team Rocket, and being still in love, he promises to rescue Meowsy from those run-down streets. Persian doesn't like that idea much, and Meowth gets attacked by the Jellicoe Cats. Did he become strong enough in his time away from Hollywood that he can take care of all of these Pokemon by himself? Well, he doesn't need to, because now he has a chosen family of misfits who will always stand up for him. Prepare for trouble and make it double. Jessie and James jump to save the day with a song, and in a final showdown against Persian, Meowth stands victorious. But in the end of this Hollywood movie, the status quo can never change. Meowth needs to annoy Ash next episode, that's just the formula. So Meowsy still refuses to go with him, still calls him a freak, a Pokemon that lives in between. He has found a family of his own, freaks of his own, and as beautiful as that is, there is some loneliness there. A difficulty to put himself in a place in what is a surprisingly heart-wrenching Pokemon episode finale. Pokemon has had sad episodes before, Bye Bye Butterfree comes to mind, but this rings a little bit differently because it's not bittersweet, it's just sad. There's no satisfying conclusion. Just Meowth staring at the moon, as unsure of his place in the world as we were when the episode started. Well, I wonder what voice acting this episode might have done to a 37-year-old closeted trans woman. Okay, we're getting there, but I still want to address some stuff before we do. I don't need to tell you how queer Team Rocket is. You know it. I don't want to start a discussion about gender identities and headcanons, but believe me, whatever you headcanon Jesse and James as, it's the same as I do. Just between the two of us, whatever you're thinking, I totally agree with you. But I think that the clear flamboyance of James and high femme lesbian energy of Jesse sometimes distract us from the fact that Meowth is just as queer as them. Honestly, it took me this long to put out a Team Rocket video because fellow creator Lizard Lee wrote such a beautifully deep queer reading essay of them that I honestly thought that I could not even add anything to the conversation. I already recommended their video, Team Rocket, the Queer Audacity of Villains, many times, and we'll be echoing a lot of things they said, but it's inevitable. Team Rocket, in its entirety, takes the queer-coded villain character trope and turns it upside down, doing it with such heart, respect, and lightness that it's no wonder why they come up again and again and again in conversations about fundamental queer writing in media for kids. And that's really surprising because queer-coded villains are often really poisonous and unhealthy for representation, going all the way back to conservative Christian takeover of cinema and fiction, the infamous Hays Code. Fighting the good fight against bad cinema, these were strict moral guidelines for films that didn't want to be boycotted by very influential groups. In the 1920s, cinema had been quite progressive with its representation of queer characters, mostly German cinema, which was booming with expressionism, completely made by the gays. Marlene Dietrich, lesbians in top hats, the Germans were quite fruity, but then the 30s arrived and everyone got super conservative all of a sudden. Really weird. So an American activist group called, I kid you not, the Catholic Legion of Decency set up a series of rules that would dictate how characters should behave, how often could good guys lose, how much nudity you could see, and how queer characters could be represented. You could only have characters who displayed sexual perversion, based, if they were punished by the end of the story. You've been such a bad gay. This means that they could only exist as feminine creepy villains or Nazis or comic relief characters. This is an influence that has stayed long after the Hays Code has been abandoned because it has really made its mark in popular culture and the storytellers today heard way back then. Like the Powerpuff Girls hymn, blending creepiness with drag-like genderfuckery, or the entirety of Disney villains in the 90s. And then you get Team Rocket, which also as a product from the 90s, should absolutely fall into that same trap, but they don't. And honestly, I believe it's because Takeshi Shudo just loves them and respects them so much. Take James. He doesn't need to be wearing a dress, but somehow he always is. But the joke, the gag is never James in a dress. It's just the flamboyantness and utter absolute camp of every single outfit. As campy as their balloon, or their tanks, or their bazookas. Absolutely over the top. Their outfits always playing to different cultural themes and gags that are also closely connected to queer culture in Japan. Sure, James in a bikini, but their Gyaru outfit and the Rose of Versailles reference are directly linked to Japanese fashion, manga, and theater, which in Japan can be super queer too. Like the Takarazuka Review, a theater troupe where women play all the roles in a Broadway type of production, and their love for theater is shown even in Go West Young Meowth. Sure, James could just be disguised as a guy, but that would be too simple, too tame for the campness of Team Rocket. Because we don't expect to see James with just a mustache, but James as a Moltres is kind of genderless and as over the top as we would expect.
I am a flaming Moltres!
That outfit, where'd he get it? I think that costume came right out of his closet.
Nothing queer about that statement at all. Also, nothing queer about this one.
Listen to me, kid. When you get involved with the opposite sex, you're only asking for trouble.
Yes, and that's the kind of trouble I stay out of.
That's how Shudo writes Team Rocket, as polar opposites in a way. Jessie comes from an incredibly poor family who used to eat snow, went through hardships, and always had everything in life denied to her. That's why she chases a kind of femininity that is a bit dislocated from the norm. It's high femme, but it's also dominant. It's trying to show she's more sure of herself than she actually is. A facade of toughness to make up for the fact that everything she tries in life seems to go wrong. On the other hand, James comes from an incredibly wealthy family who forces him to marry a girl he doesn't seem very interested in. James had a proper path set out for him in life, but he rejects it. He chooses to go against the norm. He embraces a life that goes against everything his parents wanted of him and accepts to lose everything for it. Regardless of sexuality, that is a fundamental queer story. It gets a bit more queer when you remember, well, this, but that's how Jesse and James complement each other. And then you have Meowth, living the in-between life. The three of them join Team Rocket to find wealth, but they find community instead. They find each other and they complete each other. In being bad guys because it's what the plot demands of them as gag characters, but never as bad people. But when Takashi Shiro has the chance to expand and explore these backstories in one-off episodes, such as Go West Young Meowth, that's when these characters shine the most. And even if it could be technically seen as a filler episode before Ash's Pokemon League Challenge, it is still one of the most memorable episodes of the Indigo League. And Shuro writes extensively about it. People often assume that the episode Go West Young Meowth was written simply to answer fans who were asking why Meowth could speak. In reality, Meowth was designed from the very beginning to be a bridge for coexistence between humans and Pokemon. Someone capable of understanding both languages and translating their feelings for one another. He falls into a deeply common human kind of love, and goes so far as to try to become human himself. An impossible feat for a Pokemon. To set up the premise of a Pokemon dreaming of Hollywood, the ultimate human city of dreams, I actually had another writer draft the filmmaking themed episode right before Go West Young Meowth. This acted as deliberate foreshadowing, pulling Meowth towards a place built entirely on human aspirations. Ultimately, what matters most to me in the Pokemon anime are these specific dynamics. Pikachu, who was raised by humans rather than in the wild. Meowth, a wild Pokemon striving to become human. And Jesse and James. In fact, because Jesse and James constantly deal with flawed and outcast Pokemon, they arguably understand Pokemon hearts far better than Professor Oak does with all of his academic knowledge. Furthermore, Jessie has been through a lot in life. While she never quite reaches the top tier at anything she tries, she's solidly second-rate and fiercely proud. Yet, she navigates life clumsily. She doesn't try to avoid making mistakes or blunders. She barrels into them even when she knows better, which is exactly what makes her so comical to the audience. James, on the other hand, comes from a wealthy family. He possesses a good education and common sense, yet he abandoned his home to join Team Rocket, walking in the exact opposite direction of the life laid out for him. He complains about useless Pokemon, but he's actually incredibly caring. Deep down, he subconsciously rejects the proper way of living. Like Jesse, he doesn't shy away from being clumsy or making mistakes, even when he knows the risks, perhaps because he actually finds it enjoyable. It's likely why he gets along so well with Jesse, who shares these traits, and why he has such a soft spot for Meowth, a Pokemon trying so hard to be human. I find it funny that when talking about most screenwriters writing Team Rocket as gag one-dimensional villains, Shuro also wrote the following in the same blog post. One year, I even received a New Year's card from one of their voice actors, scolding me, asking me to write more interesting stories for Team Rocket. Highly likely that this was a card sent by one of the Japanese voice actors, but it reminded me immediately of Maddie Blaustein. Still, it's funny to wonder if Shuro ever knew that he's writing for Meowth, this character that by living a life in between was key to understanding the coexistence between humans and Pokemon, had such a deep impact for another voice actor in another continent. So much so that one heartfelt episode was the inspiration for her to do one of the bravest things she ever did. According to the article about Maddie in the Damn magazine, not much is known about her life after Pokemon. In 2006, much of the cast, herself included, was replaced by a cheaper set of actors. According to Gwyneth Llewellyn, who was a Second Life friend of hers, around the same time Maddie was fired from Pokemon, she was also dismissed from work on local radio, left her position as creative director of the weekly Word News, and had difficulty finding work as a photographer. Those weren't good days for her. It felt terribly unfair for someone who was always cheering her friends up to be in such a terrible situation all of a sudden, with little help available. At the beginning of the video, I said this was a heartbreaking story, and it's because 2 years after this happened, Maddie passed away peacefully in her sleep, at the age of 48, due to an untreated stomach virus. This is also a story about transphobia, about an extremely talented and experienced woman who had written for the 2 biggest companies in comics, voiced a main character in the biggest media franchise in the world, had experience as a creative director, could work in radio, could work as a photographer, could work as a journalist, suddenly couldn't find work. Maybe for being openly trans and intersex in a time when even fewer people understood what that meant. Gwyneth also wrote, "I can only imagine that she passed away because she was unable to pay for the cost of medication for something so simple as a stomach virus. If so, it's unbelievably sad." Honestly, you guys, what the fuck is wrong with your healthcare system? This is inhumane.
But how can I trust you? You was born different. We do have a lot in common. The same earth, the same air, the same sky. Maybe if we started looking at what's the same instead of always looking at what's different, well, who knows?
Her friends wrote she was a character as unusual as any she played, but a true friend with a heart of gold, the most recognizable transgender voice on the planet, and an inspiration to people around the world. Not just LGBT people, but anyone who felt like a little bit of an outcast. And I think that the inspiration part is so important, that the reason why I wanted to share the story with you is that while many people, including me, knew that Meowth had a trans voice actor, I did not know that it was Meowth himself who inspired her to come out. I honestly find that beautiful, because it shows the power of stories, with characters that might seem like gag one-liners or funny costume villains or fruity cross-dressers, and they are a little bit of that, and that's important too, but more than queer-coded, they are complex and human, and maybe that's what makes them queer-coded in a way. Shudo wrote them with the heart, and Maddie felt it, as did queer fans all over the world who have deeply connected with Team Rocket. Other than Pikachu, they have been the only companions who never left Ash's side until the end of the series. And to Shudo, who also passed away way too young, I hope that would have been comforting. Their importance is that Jessie showed girls that they don't have to be prim and proper to be confident in their femininity. James showed to queer kids that they can play with their expression as much as they want and be free to live as themselves. And Meowth showed to the people living in between, the non-conforming people, that while the world might be cruel to them sometimes, there is deep beauty in understanding and connecting to people. True connection between human and Pokemon. This video is part of the Pokemon Pride fundraising efforts. During the month of June, queer and allied content creators will be streaming, shiny hunting, and creating content in order to raise funds for queer youth in need. Every donation will be directed to the Lambert House LGBTQ+ Youth Center in Seattle, who supports young queer people in need of financial or emotional support through trying times. You can donate using the QR code on the screen, and I will be deeply grateful. It is fundamental that we support each other in moments such as this, because even though Pride Month seems more and more ignored by big companies and brands, in a feeling that eerily reminds me of the 1930s, we can still count on one another to ensure that queer people don't have to go through the struggles Maddie faced. Because if they think we are giving up on our community, on our identities, they better surrender now or prepare to fight.
Meowth! That's right!
Right. 3, 2, 1.
Come
Oh.
Hi.
You want to talk about racism and bullying? Wait, Henry's leaving. Love you.
Say bye, Henry.
He can hear you.
Oh.
My only friend that I know of that has gone to school in Japan since like a very early age. She has lived majority of her life in Japan. I went to school in Japan and America, like both at the same time since an early age. So I have a good perspective on what is the average or like normal form of going to school in both countries. I wanted to talk about what you think is normal, but is probably not normal.
Should I go first or can you go first? I don't know where to start.
I can go first. Entrance ceremony.
始業式
そう、修了式じゃなくて。
それ終業式やね。
Bitch,
始業式は始まる開始の
そうそうそう。
に業式。
I think I'm just a little dumb. Bitch! I'm canceling this recording session. Okay, let's start with the beginning of school. In America, from my experience, it's very normal to have like an open house, except it's like an open school. Do you know what an open house is?
I was just gonna ask, what is that?
So teachers have like a single day to prepare their classrooms for parents and students to come in, and they get a tour around the school for teachers and parents to meet each other and for teachers to meet the students for the first time before the actual first day of school. It's just like a come in, say hi, find your classes, and then that's it.
あー、ちょっと待って。それ多分入学式かも。始業式。
それだ。
それだ。入学式。すみません。
Beginning of school!
I cannot read, bro. My earliest experience is just like I was the new student.
Yeah, did you do 入学式?
I didn't have 入学式.
You didn't?
やってないんよ. Cause like I joined like midway.
Oh.
Cause I was like in third grade, third semester.
So you didn't get to be like, ピカピカ1年生.
No.
友達100人できるかな?
My fro made it so hard for me to fit that damn yellow hat on my head, though. I could not.
Did you have the yellow hat where it had like a rubber band on your
Oh,
chin?
yeah, I had that.
I can just imagine how it's like crushing your chin to hold your hair.
No, it was floating on top of my head, bro.
First grade Japan, I got to do 入学式.
You know.
I was so small and so cute. I had my yellow hat, my randoseru. I had a bright red randoseru.
Oh,
it looks really pretty, but it's kind of sad. So there's me and my sister, right? And we were in elementary school at the same time for a very short amount of time. I forgot whose randoseru it was. It was either mine or hers. But one of them, it was because a family friend's, like their daughter, who was about to be a pika pika ichinensei, passed away. And they were like, well, we don't have a daughter to give this to anymore, so please have another daughter use it. And I'm just like, oh. And then to make it a little bit funnier, which is also a little bit sad, my first day at school in Japan, I wore a cute pink outfit. I had my yellow hat, my bright red randoseru, which like I don't know where it came from. And immediately after the ceremony, in the pink outfit, I went to my grandpa's funeral. Oji-chan. And everyone else, black outfit, black tux, black dress. I'm one of his few grandkids and I'm just in bright pink in the photos and it's so easy to spot me. So I had a very cursed...
I don't know if I'm supposed to laugh at that.
I think it's funny. When you moved to Japan at a very early age, was there anything that like culture shock or you were like, I have to learn how to do this now?
Japanese, obviously.
You have to learn Japanese.
I think like the scariest part was having to walk to school on my own because I was used to my dad sending me to school with his car.
Because like high school students, middle school students, some of them can bike to school.
Go by train.
Yeah. Like elementary school, you have to walk.
いやなんかバスで通ってたの最初。ばあちゃん家に住んでた。
Remember to speak English, bitch. My audience is like English as hell.
First we were going to school by bus.
By bus?
Because the school in our neighborhood, I don't know how to say that in English. 評判が悪くてそこの学校。
Ghetto.
Oh, it had a bad reputation. Yes, it was exactly.
I love ghetto Japan.
So our mom didn't want us to go there. So we were going to a big different school, like really far away.
Yeah.
And then the teachers found out and warned us that we shouldn't be doing that.
The fuck?
So we had to move near the school, and we did. I didn't know that was a rule.
Oh, wait.
I don't know if it's still the same now, but like
that's a little insane.
Yeah.
We caught you driving, taking the bus. Why don't you walk?
They got so offended for no reason, bro.
人種差別といじめの話しようか。
しない。でもあれあったわ。小学校の時に流行ってたんやけど。
It was trending?
It was kind of trending. I think it's like the equivalent of cooties, but it was specifically for me. Like, if you touch komono, you get germs kind of thing, bro.
Wait, that's just personal bullying.
I didn't understand.
Is it because you're black?
Yeah, it was.
Was everyone just racist towards you?
Leave me alone, bro. They were though. They were, bro.
I wouldn't.
Bro, I literally listen. I had a crush.
Okay, first of all, ew, school crushes. But also, you can dive into the ultimate crushing experience with today's generous sponsor, Love in Deep Space. Every lover's favorite 3D dating sim is back at it again with the newest lore update for our finest love interest, Caleb. I've heard so much about this sexy apple man. Hey everyone, this is Caleb. With the new wish pool, Caleb's memory pair, Ghost's Final March, you can unlock his new companion identity by getting 2 limited memory cards. And this time, Caleb becomes Lord of the Netherrealm, who is in an especially edgy time of his life. I'm not complaining though. Just look at him! But the story goes wild from here, because your life is running out somehow. So Caleb is out here killing ghosts to prevent you from dying. I love a man who could just straight up kill me. Join the new memory pair event, where you can explore all the Lost Souls locations. Grab a free 3-star memory and play mini games like cup guessing, puzzles, balloon popping, and timed one-stroke challenges for rewards in the Dust Pawn exchange. Now is definitely one of the best times for new Sims players to register and download the game today. Thank you again for Love in Deep Space for sponsoring this video. I'll see you in the game, waiting in Caleb's highly rendered hands. Anyways,
I had a crush on the boy that was sitting behind me. I liked him at first because he was nice and like he would talk to me normally, but I think like when we changed seats and he would なんか後ろの席になったんよ、うちの。そいつと一緒に座ってるそいつの友達が they were like doing a bet or something. They wanted him to like try to see how much will like fit in my hair. I didn't notice at first, but I did notice midway and I was like, you know what? It's fine, I don't mind. And I was just sitting there in the whole class, just let him put the pens in there.
And you still had a crush on this kid?
No, I didn't after that.
Wait, that's so sad. In Japan, you have your desk, which is your desk for the entire year. Your homeroom teacher.
担任?
そうそうそう。担任の先生が一人いて、the teacher will switch in and out of your classroom. In America, it's the opposite. Sometimes you have a homeroom teacher, sometimes you don't. But most of the time, you just went to your first period class. You do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Huh?
And then you would just start class.
Pledge of Allegiance? What's that?
Oh, girl, I forgot. This is, okay, I'm gonna tell you some American culture. When you go to homeroom, there's like morning announcements. Hi guys, today is... Everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Everyone stands up. You put your right hand over your chest. So. And then you go, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. For liberty and justice for all. And then everyone sits down. You have to say it.
Is it like singing the anthem?
No, that's different. A lot of people who like move to America would be like, oh, that sounds like a cult.
It kind of does.
Nation under God, indivisible. And everyone's just mumbling it because like no child actually wants to do this. Everyone's just half-assing it.
That's so unique. That's so unique.
Komono unknowingly walking into a Japanese cult be like, wow, that's so unique.
In Japan, from what I remember, the homeroom teacher, Tannin sensei, goes over like, here's your classes for today. Everyone turn in your homework so they can like grade it during break time. And then they fuck off. And then your first period teacher then comes in.
Yeah, they do.
Unlike America, every single day, it is the exact same order of classes.
What kind of boring ass shit is that, bro? What the hell?
Why the is every single day different in Japan?
To switch things, to like refresh your brain, bro. I think, maybe. I don't know what.
We're making up facts.
It's the same order there? That's like eating the same shit every day, bro.
True. Okay, in America, most of the lunches were the same. Menu changed by the day of the week. In Japan,
it changes every day, bro.
My lunch schedule in Japan was god tier. For 30 days was different. That's insane.
That's not normal. How, bro, listen, how are y'all able to switch food up like every single day of the week and not be able to do that with the classes?
Yeah, so like, by the way, the stereotype in America is cafeteria ladies are like grumpy, kind of an asshole to kids. Like they hate children. But in Japan, you have kyushoku toban, which is like, whose job is it to serve the food out of the children in the class? Every week, it's a different set of kids.
Yeah, we did. We had those little scrunchy, little round hats.
Wait, did your fro fit in the hat?
I had to stuff it in there, bro, not gonna lie.
Thank you so much for watching.
Thank you, Ringo-san, for dragging me here.
Please watch your videos. It'll make her really happy. And then maybe we'll do later on experiences that we've had in Japanese schools. Like maybe like the social aspect of it or like racism or bullying. Maybe we'll talk about that more next time. Bye-bye. Heva.
Like 3, 2, 1.
Come on.
Hi.
You want to talk about racism and bullying? Wait, Henry's leaving. Love you.
Say bye, Henry.
He can hear you.
Oh.
My only friend that I know of that has gone to school in Japan since like a very early age. She has lived majority of her life in Japan. I went to school in Japan and America, like both at the same time since an early age. So I have a good perspective on what is the average or like normal form of going to school in both countries. I wanted to talk about what you think is normal, but is probably not normal.
Should I go first or can you go first? I don't know where to start.
I can go first. Entrance ceremony.
始業式
そう、修了式じゃなくて。
それ終業式やね。
Bitch,
始業式は始まる開始の
そうそうそう。
に業式。
I think I'm just a little dumb. Bitch! I'm canceling this recording session. Okay, let's start with the beginning of school. In America, from my experience, it's very normal to have like an open house, except it's like an open school. Do you know what an open house is?
I was just gonna ask, what is that?
So teachers have like a single day to prepare their classrooms for parents and students to come in, and they get a tour around the school for teachers and parents to meet each other and for teachers to meet the students for the first time before the actual first day of school. It's just like a come in, say hi, find your classes, and then that's it.
あー、ちょっと待って。それ多分入学式かも。始業式。
それだ。
それだ。入学式。すみません。
Beginning of school.
I cannot read, bro. My earliest experience is just like I was the new student.
Yeah, did you do 入学式?
I didn't have 入学式.
You didn't?
やってないよ. Cause like I joined like midway.
Oh.
Cause I was like in third grade, third semester.
So you didn't get to be like, ピカピカ1年生.
No.
友達100人できるかな?
My fro made it so hard for me to fit that damn yellow hat on my head, but I could not.
Did you have the yellow hat where it had like a rubber band on your
chin?
chin?
Yeah, I had that.
I can just imagine how it's like crushing your chin to hold your hair.
Bro, it was floating on top of my head, bro.
First grade Japan, I got to do 入学式.
You know.
I was so small and so cute. I had my yellow hat, my randoseru. I had a bright red randoseru.
Oh,
it looks really pretty, but it's kind of sad. So there's me and my sister, right? And we were in elementary school at the same time for a very short amount of time. I forgot whose randoseru it was. It was either mine or hers. But one of them, it was because a family friend's, like their daughter, who was about to be a pika pika 1年生, passed away. And they were like, well, we don't have a daughter to give this to anymore, so please have another daughter use it. And I'm just like, oh. And then to make it a little bit funnier, which is also a little bit sad, my first day at school in Japan, I wore a cute pink outfit. I had my yellow hat, my bright red nandaseru, which like I
Aw.
don't know where it came from. And immediately after the ceremony, in the pink outfit, I went to my grandpa's funeral. Oji-chan. And everyone else, black outfit, black tux, black dress. I'm one of his few grandkids and I'm just in bright pink in the photos and it's so easy to spot me. So I had a very cursed...
I don't know if I'm supposed to laugh at that.
I think it's funny. When you moved to Japan at a very early age, was there anything that like culture shock or you were like, I have to learn how to do this now?
Japanese, obviously.
You had to learn Japanese.
I think like the scariest part was having to walk to school on my own because I was used to my
Pause. So last winter, I went back to Aomori, Japan to visit my grandma. She's super old. And my mom was getting worried about her old age and was like, you know what? We're gonna go on a girls' vacation. We're all gonna go to all of the best hot springs in all of Hokkaido. And we're all gonna travel, we're gonna carry all of our stuff, and we're gonna walk everywhere. And Grandma, are you ready? Hiyo! Ikimasu ka? We went to a bunch of different ryokans. And ryokan basically means like onsen-centered hotels where you go there for the hot spring and for the food, for the experience of staying there. My mom planned a lot for this trip and she booked like 5 different ryokans. She said it was so tough keeping track of all the tabs and prices. If only she downloaded today's generous sponsor, Opera! Opera is truly the web browser of all time. Opera's tab islands would have saved my mom so much time by automatically grouping her tabs by context. All her hotels, flights, and location research videos would each have their own dedicated island. When she couldn't choose between 2 options, opening up split screen would make side-by-side comparisons very easy. I can dual wield Ringo fan arts, yeah! As for me, I enjoy using Video Pop Out to play my favorite Storytime anime on the side while I look up which memes do I Ringofy and put in my videos. You can even move the Pop Out player beyond the browser window, so it also works when you're just chatting, animating, or procrastinating.
Your greed knows no bounds.
You can also customize the entire theme of your browser, including animated backgrounds, colors, sounds, and more. Pick from the themes gallery or upload your own image. Download Opera today by clicking the link in the pinned comment or description. Thanks Opera for sponsoring this video. Please reach out to me earlier next time. Anyway, this one place though, perfect, super bougie, some of the best breakfast food I've ever had. Oh, it was so good. They had this elevator where you needed a key card to move up and down. You could not get off the elevator unless you had a key card. It was like that kind of fancy. So my mom made this rule that all of us are gonna stick together all the time and we're all gonna move together all the time, because you know what else were we gonna do separate anyway? Immediately we get to a hotel, my mom, onsen hairo, onsen iko, onsen iko. Sister doesn't want to go, she stays at the room. All get dressed up in our pretty little robes and we're all heading to the elevator. We go into the elevator and we're looking for the onsen floor. There's like 18 floors at this hotel. My grandma, every time the elevator doors open for no new people to come in, she tries to leave. どれだっけ? ここだかここだか No, no, no. 18階に降りるんだよ。18。わかった? 18. And so we keep dragging her back in. This keeps happening. And we're looking at the buttons. And the buttons are kind of faded out until we get to the top floor, which is where the actual onsen is. はい、降りるよ、おばちゃん。おばちゃん? We look back. And she's reaching out. ちょっと待って、ここじゃないと思う。ここ13じゃない ?13 じゃ... She's gone. What do we do? Mama, どうしよう? And my mom's, she's laughing. That's so rude. That's so mean. All I could think of, Ringo, どこ行った? Ringo.
Does she have a mobile device that you guys can just text each other or something?
We're going to the hot spring. We don't need electronics.
Oh no!
So I'm trying to think rationally while my mom's cackling in the background. Okay. So if the elevator door shuts and she doesn't have a key card. There's like 2 places, maybe 3 places that she could be. Mom, ここで待ってて。動かないで. You don't move in case she comes back. She's like, Grandma just went, and disappeared. That's so funny. No, it's not funny. I go back into the elevator. So I go to the floor that our room is actually on. I look around. She's not there. Why would she be there? She doesn't even have the key to get into the room. Even if she was on this floor, she wouldn't be able to do anything. Okay. Go into the elevator that I knew she was on, because there was multiple elevators. Just hoping maybe she stayed in the elevator. It opens. She's not in there. So I get in. And I go all the way down, and I go to the lobby, and I see like 30 people lined up to get into the elevator. And I'm like, there's a line? If she came down here, how would she get in line? I'm just thinking of like the worst case scenario. Like, Japan isn't known as a dangerous country in general, but she's still old. What if she gets injured? Or what if she gets stuck like physically on the elevator, like between the doors? Or what if she wanders off and gets lost because she's old and doesn't remember how to get back? And then I'm gonna lose her, and then she's gonna be gone forever. And I'm like panicking. Off in the distance, I just hear, little old lady grandma comes up to me and grabs my hand, and she's like, "Mitsukatte yokatta. Kowakatta." And then in front of all of these like 30 people that are lined up for the elevator, I just drag her into the elevator straight in front of everyone else. And I just everyone else has like luggage. They were trying to check in. We're dressed in our onsen outfits. And she's like, ごめんね。もう怖かった. Everyone else in the elevator get back to the top floor, and I'm holding my grandma's hand, and I make sure she gets off before I do. And my mom is still laughing at the top floor. As I'm crying and wiping my tears away, my grandma taps my shoulder and goes, 動画のネタにすれば. Thanks, Grandma. Please tell me that wasn't on purpose. It wasn't, but like, oh my god. She runs her own bar to this day. She's a healthy old woman. Why did this happen? Anyway, おばあちゃん, love you. ありがとう. Is it just me, or is it really hard to pick up on romantic cues? Because like that can't just be me, right? For a little bit of context, I moved around a lot growing up, so I didn't have a lot of stable friendships as a kid. It's kind of sad if I say it out loud, but like in reality, it was just like, oh, I moved a lot. I'm gonna move again. Okay, bye friends. Never gonna see you ever again. And then I go somewhere else, and then I have to be really good at making brand new friendships on the dot. So that's like a cool skill that I got. What I didn't pick up on as a skill is romantic signals. Because I never thought that would happen. I don't think that would happen. In college, I had this kid come up to me after I finished some kind of presentation, and he would just be like, hey, would you want to go to the Friday movie screening that they do here at the college? And I'd be like, whoa, what's the movie that they're playing? And he's like, oh, I don't know, just some kind of superhero movie, I think. And I'm like, whoa, cool. I'm not big into superhero movies, so I think I'll pass. I'd probably watch it with my friends though. And he goes, oh, that's great, cause like I'm actually bringing my friends and like other people too, and you can definitely bring other people. And I'm like, whoa, I don't think my friends would be interested, but like thank you. I hope you and your friends have fun. And he's like, oh, that's great, yeah. I will have fun with my friends. Bye. And I'd be left there like, man, what a conversation. And my romantically smart friend next to me would just be like, you know he's hitting on you, right? He asked you to go to the movies. He was? And I felt really bad afterwards, because like, I should have worded it better if that's what he meant. I thought he meant like a friend hangout, and I already had a partner, so I would have just said no and like brought that out. Like, I don't know what it is with real people hitting on me that I just like can't reciprocate any feelings towards. But if it's a fictional character, like all these sexy operators from today's generous sponsor, Graphline, and their brand new game, Arknights Enfield. It's a 3D real-time strategy RPG set in a stunning world of Talos 2, where you can take on a role of administrator and enjoying team combat, world exploration, base building, and regional development all in one game. All these tech and industrial designs, looking at you, architecture freaks out there. But if you're not freaky like them, if you're like me, then let's address the prettiest elephant in the room and take a look at all 24 of these playable operators you can have feelings for all you want without the risk of being rejected. I'm gonna ask Snowshine out later. You here often?
Waiting for your orders, Administrator. Sorry, let me catch my breath.
Plow me. Each operator, like Levitan and Yvonne, has a unique class, element, and skill kit ready for combat, allowing flexible teams in different environments, such as the Wuling map. I've always been passionate about character designs, so diving into their details and lore is definitely what I look forward to the most. Arknights Enfield is available now on PlayStation 5, PC, mobile. Start playing today and get up to 135 free pulls, 6-star operator Ardelia, 6-star weapon, and 2 6-star weapon selection crates to all the release celebration in-game events. I love to show off being part of the 1.0 gang for new games. So join me, download the game now, and let's be down bad together! Anyways, a lot of colleges in the US have these student-ran confession pages on social media where anyone can submit a post confessing their loves and feelings toward their friends or their crushes. And usually it's anonymous. Sometimes people will be brave and put their name down. Sometimes they'll confess to teachers, which is questionable. So sometimes I would leave a post to my friends and be like, aha, like, I love my friends, I love my bestie. Like, it wasn't taken too seriously. But some people would really get into it. To that one kid who was roller skating in front of the library. You're so cute. Would you like to get a coffee together? Here's my number. No. Because I was so outgoing in my college times, I'd go to a lot of events. I'd be active in like the Japan club, the animation club, and a lot of other clubs. Because I was so active, I would end up helping others, speaking up for others, defending others. So I think a lot of people just thought I was cool, even though I really wasn't. Like this one group of people who would anonymously regularly post my name along with, can someone ask if this apple is taken? Can someone ask if Ringo is a lesbian? Can someone ask Ringo if they like girls? I want Ringo inside me. And every time I see my name, I'm like, who are these freaks? And I'd go up to my friends every week and be like, hey guys, I know it's you. Who is it? Oh my gosh. And they'd all collectively, with the straightest face, go, it's not me. Oh! And that's when I realized, oh, that's like real people. Throughout my years in college, I never got to find out who these people are. This support group that I had who just was so sweet and left such freaky nice words on the pinboard every other week. My romantically intelligent friend came up to me and was like, I know who they are. And I'm like, huh? Who is it? Who is it? And she just goes, I can't tell you. It's the gay code. Alright. Keep your secrets, gay man. You know what? It was so sweet because at the same time, I had a hate group going on and I was also oblivious to who they were. They wrote each other's names because they kept seeing my name being posted by real people and were supporting each other to try to spite me. They really tried to get me expelled. That's a different story, but like, you know, college is crazy and I'm completely oblivious to all of it. Just like, I just hope this video is like relatable to some degree. It's something I hope more people can relate to. It's how I felt when I watched Jaden's video years ago about how she didn't feel any kind of like super romantic love towards anyone, but like still wanted like a best friend to be with. And I hope like some of you guys will at least relate to this kind of, I'm super oblivious, or I don't really have romantic feelings to be able to reciprocate, or I don't want to label myself as like something, as you don't have to be able to hit on or flirt with someone or have to find a relationship. You can be happy with yourself, and maybe a best friend will come into your life, and maybe they'll just start a really, really cool friendship, and that can develop into a partnership where you rely on each other. Or it doesn't, and you can be independent and cool as fuck all by yourself, and you can be that cool wine aunt. But I don't label myself with anything. It's like, I don't think I'm a certain sexuality or stuff like that. Like, that's not what I'm trying to get to. So like, please don't assume or make comments about that. Really, I'm just not really interested in that kind of persuasion. If you feel comfortable in it and if you found community in it, I'm so happy for you. I'm so proud of you. You did a good job. But I don't like having labels on me. I already have enough labels on me that I can't get rid of because they're permanent. The only label I need is Apple. Ping! But you guys can like be proud of your labels. I am just happy with the label of I like Henry. Every comment section you see him donating and people under those comments are like, she won't let you hit, bro. You don't know that. Wait, no, leave that out, leave that out.
I want Ringo inside me.
Get that out, get that out. No! He just said he's using it. No! He's my editor. Tell him if this says Ed, kill him.
Oh!
Stop!
Have you ever heard of an undercover animator? I feel like for most people outside of the art community and animation meme community, that answer will be a no. And for me, it was also a no for a while until these videos started popping up on my For You page. I will admit the first time I did hear the term undercover animator, it was in a negative light, which I will touch on in a little bit, but through curiosity, I was introduced to a very intriguing world with a lot of viral videos, coming from a pretty niche concept. Undercover animators are animators that make a brand new account, usually on TikTok, and start creating animations with a brand new character and sometimes new art style in a daily format. Usually the main goal is to try to guess who the original creator was. Anyone can do this. Some may push back against that statement, but it makes it a little easier if you have some sort of following already for people to guess who you are. Hello, my name is Emma. I like to talk about my OC, some niche stuff, some nostalgic media. If you're interested in stuff like that, please consider subscribing. I have a following, I have a TikTok, and I became more and more excited about the idea, and I really wanted to try this out for myself. But I knew it would be a big time commitment, and with all the negativity surrounding some of these concepts, I was a little nervous to throw my hat in the ring. However, I pushed aside my fears and decided that I wanted to do this, not only to see how it turned out, but also to practice tweening, which is primarily what I do if I ever animate. I'm definitely not the most skilled at it, and I have never had an excuse to sit down and really practice consistently. I'm sure you're all dying to see how this went, and I am dying for you all to finally know my secret, so let's get into this. So, before I did anything, I really had to sit down and brainstorm what character I would be focusing on heavily for this account. Initially, I had an idea for this Ladybug character. It seems that most undercover animators will choose some sort of mascot or just name themselves after the OC they create. I did really like this Ladybug character. I knew from the jump I wanted to do some sort of duo, and I wanted to do some sort of anthropomorphic animals because that's something I don't usually gravitate towards, and I feel like if I drew humanoid characters, that would be a really obvious giveaway, so I stayed away from humans and focused mostly on stylistic cartoon animals. One thing that really helped me with these character designs and figuring out what exactly to do visually was today's sponsor, Skillshare. I followed the class Thumbnail Sketching, Improve Your Art by Thinking Small by Toby Hasler. I am an avid thumbnail planner, but I have gone a little lax on brainstorming a lot before I actually start a piece and finish a piece. And this class really helped me find my confidence before I made something more polished again. When you're working small and fast, you remove a lot of the pressure and generate more ideas, which I found very helpful. The world is very digital, and many people have decided to pick up hobbies and activities that are more physical and tactile. That's why I got inspired to actually get out a sketchbook and draw my ideas with pen and paper, which I haven't done in a very long time. It was very cool, and it was nice to get away from that blue light for a little while. Skillshare can help you learn, but it can also get you away from your phone and give you your inspiration back. Skillshare features world-class professionals and a variety of topics you can explore, so you're bound to find something you're interested in. Skillshare is the best place to learn a creative skill or pick up a new hobby where humans come to learn from other humans. If you're interested, I'd really recommend. The first 500 people to use the link in my description or scan the QR code will receive a 1-month free trial of Skillshare. Thank you, and let's keep talking about these silly gooses. If you've consumed any of my content in the past year and a half, you would know that I am very obsessed with my OCs, Winifred and Fox. They're in almost every one of my videos. Even if I'm not talking about them specifically, I'm usually drawing them in the background. I just get so much out of drawing them and looking at them. I love them so much. They've kept me pretty consistently motivated since I created them, which is not something I can say about every one of my characters I have done. I felt like they have been at my side consistently enough that they could be recognizable to people, but also you have to have some kind of knowledge of my channel to really point them out. I started doodling this little rabbit, and I made her in mind that she would represent Winifred. I was extremely conflicted about this choice, mostly because I was very worried it was too much of a dead giveaway. Subtle foreshadowing, but I just fell in love with her, probably because she is associated with Winifred. But I really like how this design turned out. I like the carrot motifs and the shapes. She's not a pain to draw over and over again, and I knew that I could draw this character pretty quickly and be able to turn out animations as soon as I could. Another big thing with undercover animators is giving hints through your animation memes, and since I mostly wanted to focus on practicing tweening and a light motion, I thought it would be best if the main hint throughout all these videos was pretty much in your face if you have elite ball knowledge. I couldn't have Winifred without Fox, so I made a stand-in for Fox as well, and he is literally a fox. I'm actually really proud of this design as well. I just think it's so edible. I love the eyes and I love the pops of yellow. He's kind of nonchalant and I love it so much. I tend to overcomplicate backstory stuff and general plot, so I really wanted to go extremely simple for this. The main focus is that these two characters are cute. There's not a lot going on besides that. This bunny is named Carrot Top, and this fox is named the Thief. Carrot Top is a simple carrot farmer, and the thief is, guess what? A thief! I imagine the fox is a vegetarian, so he really enjoys vegetables. He's like that French kid in the Disney Channel commercial.
I love vegetables.
I love zucchini. I wanted to give more and more information about these characters throughout the animations I created, and I thought I'd put a cap of 5 days for this experiment. It was 4 and then the reveal, but I was able to squeeze one more in there, and I'm glad I did because I think it rounds it out in a nice way. I knew what animation memes I was going to do before I actually started, so I didn't have to stress about figuring out what to do every day on a whim. I knew that the last animation was going to have some sort of date between the two of these characters, so I designed a cute outfit set for them, and the thief's outfit is actually another nod to Fox's suit that he always wears, so that's another one of the hints I included. I had finally finished all their designs, and these references were extremely useful to me. I'm glad I did them because it left no questions about how these characters would look in certain instances. And it was time to start the animation process. I created the account Carrot Top 1. For some reason, I had a terrible time making a new TikTok account. I think TikTok kept thinking I was a little child and put me in this weird restricted version of it every time I tried to make a new account. So instead, I used a very old account I abandoned. I was trying to make funny Roblox videos with my stupid Roblox avatar. I only posted one video, and you know what? I still laugh at it. I'm not gonna lie though, but it is lost media now. Rest in peace, and Carrot Top was born. My first animation meme was the Pinkie Pie Smile remix meme. I believe the song is Tom's Dog by the Living Tombstone. I'm gonna have to fact check that though. I just really like the song, and I thought it was a cute and simple idea. I mostly focused on little animation loops with very small deviations from that. I watched a lot of TikTok tutorials. Man, some Gacha Life creators can animate their freaking asses off. Oh my god, they're so good. And through these tutorials, I finally have got a bit of a grasp on how graphs work on a light motion. And I will say it has changed the game for me. I used to manually do every head bop, and this has really made the process way more streamlined. I'm not even gonna attempt to explain how this stuff works because I don't really know, but I do know that making animation loops has become 10 times easier for me, and I will be taking this knowledge and running to my next animation meme project that I have had on hold for about 3 months now. Here's a sneak peek. I will say, even though I did figure out how to use graphs a little bit better, and I feel like the animation looks a lot smoother, it was incredibly off time to the music, and it honestly makes me want to rip my skin off. It's one of my pet peeves with making animation memes. If my tweening is dog-ish, at least it's on beat, and this was not on beat. I do think that the art is really cute. I like the little background animation of her pulling the carrot out of the ground. I think that's the best part, but not feeling this animation loop, unfortunately. Initially, I was really proud of what I had accomplished, but once I exported it out of a light motion, I felt defeat. I tried to remedy it on CapCut a little bit, add some motion blur, but I don't know, it's not the best. But I'm gonna let myself slide because I'm learning, and it's my first animation on this account, so it's okay if it's a little bad. I also want to quickly apologize because I'm not going to show any of the editing process, mostly because my iPad would actually explode if I was to screen record and use a light motion. I think I would have to hold it with oven mitts. It would get so dang hot. So I apologize for that. I promise you're not missing much. I feel like that part is a little boring anyway. Sorry. I will also show the finished animation at the end, but the sound will unfortunately be off or not the original because of copyright. So if you want to see all of these animations in their pure glory, you can go and visit this account, but let's just go to the reveal and talk about the day I posted this. Okay guys, it's currently 2:30 a.m. I just finished the first animation. I'm so tired. This is gonna be a lot more work than I anticipated. I really want to post this, but I know it's a bad idea because it's so freaking late. But I really want to post it because I need the instant gratification. But I won't get the instant gratification because I have no followers. Should I do it? I kind of want to just do it. What if this account is shadow banned? What if nothing works out? What if nobody cares? Oh no, I have so much stress around this. Should I just do it? Oh no, this is not gonna be good, is it? Okay, I'm just gonna post it. There it goes. It's gonna flop so bad. I'm so scared. Why am I so scared? I'm afraid that I'm gonna get picked apart or that people are gonna know exactly who I am. 0 views. Oh no. Oh no, am I gonna have to like Danny Gonzalez this and like buy followers? Look, okay, it's only been 1 minute. Okay, give it time, Emma. Damn. Okay, how do people do this? How do people get so popular doing this? Oh my god, no, nobody's seeing it. No. Okay, it's been 2 minutes. Relax. Oh my god. I'm so scared, guys. I'm so scared. 4 views. 4 views. 4 views. 10. Let's go. Okay. Okay, we're getting something. Oh, comment. Hey, let's go. Thank you. Thank you, Galaxy. Thanks, Galaxy. Oh. Hey, thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Okay, it is morning. Yeah, okay. I went to bed at 4 a.m. Leave me alone. Okay. 64 followers. 3,795 views. Okay. We got some comments. I'm a little scared. Okay, most of them just saying it's cute. I gotta respond to them. Thank you. This one, this is concerning. 23 comments, 823 likes. It's not bad for our first one. We're gonna be doing this for 4 days. This is not a bad start. I posted it at 3 a.m. I mean, it's not gonna be freaking Mr. Beast numbers or something. It's time to work on the next one. Actually, I'm having fun doing this. Today's goal is to get the freaking beat on time. Day 2's animation was the Bartman. I really like this remix of the song. It's so freaking catchy. And I just got so addicted to listening to it on my TikTok saved sound, so I just had to make something with this song. This day we are introducing the thief. He is trying to steal the carrots from the garden. And I thought it would be funny if Carrot Top had this big hand and was reaching out and grabbing him. I was extremely motivated at this point. The first animation kind of made me feel like I needed to prove myself and make something better than I did. That motivation would not be staying for very long though, because I did eventually start to get a little bit of burnout. Thankfully, these characters are extremely simple and I didn't need to draw a whole lot of finished artwork for this project, so it was very manageable. Anything else more complex than what I did, I might have given up. The thing that stressed me out the most about these animations and made me not want to do them was the backgrounds. As simple as they might seem, I was stressing. I'm already not very skilled at backgrounds, but animation meme backgrounds have to almost have a life of their own apart from the character you're animating. The first day I made it easy on myself and I just used a PNG from Pinterest, but this day I wanted to try and do something kind of different and also a little more complex than I usually would go for. I think it just turned out like anything else I would do, unfortunately, but at the time I thought I was doing something a little different. I looked to certain accounts that animate backgrounds for people to use in their animation memes, and that was a big big help, so shout out. Now, I really love how the tweening turned out in this video. It's still not exactly on time. I think Alight Motion has a bit of lag problems because a lot of the time it will look like it's on beat in the program, and when you export it, it's completely off beat. That might be a user error. I don't know. If people know more about Alight Motion, let me know. However, I really do not like how the artwork turned out. I think it looks really strange and desaturated. That's why after this point, I really tried to focus on coloring a little bit better. After the first day, there was quite a bit of comments saying that this might be me and a couple other creators, but I wasn't too worried about it at this point. I felt like this was just initial attention and my artwork is a little more recognizable than I thought it was. But after this day, you'll see how everything changes. Okay, so it is currently day 2. I just finished my next animation. I think it came out a lot better. Update on the progress of this account. 213 followers. Many people who already know it's freaking me. I think I kind of underestimated how people might recognize me. I don't think I disguised my style enough. I haven't given much hints, but the dynamic is such a big hint that I feel like people maybe will put it together. So I just posted the next one. It has no views. Let's see. I'll check back in a minute. Okay, it is the next day. It got a lot more views, almost more than the first one. So the reposting did work. I'm glad I did that. It doesn't always work out. Oh my god, people have already figured this out. I'm so like, shut up. Okay, somebody already figured it. I mean, I guess I could have disguised it better. No! All right, Polka Dot, you got it. Almost every single one of the comments. And nobody else has been guessed. It's only been freaking me. No. I have to think of a way to throw them off my trail without lying. I don't want to lie. I feel like that's unfair. Oh god, what am I gonna do? Day 3. So the cat was pretty much out of the bag. I was spiraling because I felt that I was found out too soon in this process, and I still had quite a bit of ways to go. So a big point of drama in this niche community is creators quote-unquote dragging it out even when people are sure they know who is the artist behind the account. There were even claims that undercover animators were stealing views from regular artists, which is just kind of ridiculous. It's just that weird drama that's always pointing fingers at things that are completely out of anyone's control. It happens a lot in art communities. Anyway, I was feeling a bit stressed because it seemed that everyone already knew it was me, and I didn't want to say it was me just yet, so I started vague posting under every comment that didn't feel too obvious. I try not to lie, just kind of bend the truth a bit. I wasn't gonna say, no, that's not me. I don't know who that is, because I feel like that would just ruin the fun, so I tried to keep it within the game rules somewhat. This animation meme was actually unplanned. I had seen it on my For You page and thought it looked simple and very cute, and that I could turn it out pretty quickly. I tried to give them sort of a different style this time, more sketchy and loose, because usually I go for more clean line art. It made drawing this one even easier because I didn't actually have to make something really polished. I actually didn't even have to animate this one. It's mostly just edited PNGs. I think this buffer was actually needed because I just introduced the thief and they needed a little more time in between getting more and more familiar with each other. so it all worked out. I went on Pinterest and got a lot of images of what their aesthetics would be, and this animation meme actually gave the biggest hint out of any of them so far, other than the mere presence of these characters. At the very end, I changed their aesthetic pictures to be pictures of Fox and Winifred's aesthetics. Blink and you'll miss it, and I didn't know if anyone would actually catch this yet. A lot of people assumed it was me, but not a lot of people picked up that this was actually Winifred and Fox. So I wanted to give a few hints towards that just to see if anyone would be able to figure it out. I believe this music is from a Roblox game. I'm not sure where this trend came from, but I really like it. I believe it started in the editing community, and then a lot of people in the animation meme community started doing it. This is one of my favorites. I really love the sketchiness of it, and it turned out way better than I thought it would. Hey, we have some updates. We're now at, it's the next day since I posted this one. 30,000 views, 855 followers. I just posted another one. I'm trying to throw people off my trail. Everybody, everyone knows. It's so... No, I'm not, I swear. Okay, I got my first comment on that. I'm not. I want to gaslight people so bad, but I think that's messed up. Like, it's not fair. We're just gonna keep on chugging. That's the quickest one I've posted, so we have 2 more and then the release. So let's keep going, I guess. We're back on schedule. I found this animation meme when I was looking for them on TikTok, and I just liked this song and I thought the concept was pretty cute. I noticed in my previous illustrations that they were kind of lacking in definition. They kind of blended in a bit. So I wanted to focus on making the outside lines of the drawings pretty thicker than I usually would, and I think that really helped them stand out more. Some people did start guessing that these characters were actually Winifred and Fox, which I was kind of surprised about. I love that they are getting more and more known. It's actually kind of crazy. A lot of people started thinking that this was Yuri, and honestly, it can be whatever you freaking want. It can be Yuri, it can be Yowie, Carrot Top could be a boy, hell, the thief could be a girl, and Carrot Top could be a boy. It can be absolutely whatever. I made them ambiguous on purpose. I almost wish I used gender neutral pronouns. I feel like that would have disguised them more. And I just really underestimated how much people would pick up from how little I was giving them. Oh my god. Out of all of them, this was probably my favorite visually. I feel like I really struck a balance with my style and a more cartoonish style. I was losing steam by this point though. The animation process actually became one I really look forward to. I actually found myself wanting to get the art done faster so I could get to actually animating it. Not something I always feel. I'm usually someone who dreads it just because I don't really know what I'm doing. I think being able to play around with a light motion while not being perfect, as I feel I always have to be, really freed me and allowed me to experiment more. Whenever I did animation memes before, it was always really complex things I didn't know how to do and didn't know how I was going to pull them off. So it was nice just making simple, a couple drawing animation memes instead of creating what is equivalent to a Marvel movie to me. Skill-wise, I feel like I'm using a spaceship sometimes. This one was to show the relationship development of these two, how they're both crushing on each other, but the Fox is a little more nervous and Carrot Top is a little more forward, just like Fox and Winifred. Oh my god. At this point, Tomodachi Life had come out as well, and it has consumed my life. I will be making a video about Tomodachi Life, so hopefully it doesn't die before I end up doing that. I will give you a little bit of a spoiler. Yes, Winifred and Fox are together. Yes, they had a freaking slow burn. They moved in with each other before they even got together. got married, and had a child. They have the strongest relationship out of anyone in the island, and their nicknames for each other are Pumpkin and Wolfie, and I love this game so much. I don't care if it has problems. I love this game. I think this game was actually made for me. I had to share that information with somebody, and you're captive in this video, so you get to hear about it. You are. Alright, let's go to the reveal. Okay, we just uploaded another animation. It's currently almost midnight. It's been the longest in between. This one was posted a week ago. And as you can see, like, we're doing pretty freaking good. Unfortunately, most people know that it is me, but you know what? I'm gonna accomplish what I set out to do. Not all is lost. I have learned a lot about a light motion, but they don't officially know it yet. We have 0 views. Okay, 5 views, let's go. We've hit 2,300 followers. Not freaking bad. Okay, nobody's suspecting me just yet. This is fun. This is really fun. All right, well, I'm gonna go to sleep. Good night. This is the last animation we are going to do before the big reveal, and this is the happily ever after to these characters. I actually made this the caption as another hint because Winifred and Fox are associated with fairy tales. Somebody did pick that up. Damn, y'all are detectives. What the frick? I chose this animation meme. I'm not sure what it's called. I'm pretty sure the song is Doja Cat, and it's very simple. I really love this visually though, so I wanted to try and pull it off. This challenge also gave me an excuse to do all the animation memes that I didn't feel were worth putting a lot of time into for random posting. I like when a video allows me to do something I've been wanting to do for a long time, so I'm glad I could. At this point, I learned a lot about graphs. I didn't feel so scared using them anymore. My timing had gotten sloppy, but I feel like if I spent more time and effort, I could get them pretty spot on. I just really wanted to focus on technique instead of getting everything completely perfect in my mind, and I really tried to let things go in a way that I couldn't let myself before. I really love how the Thieves' perspective of Carrot Top came out, but I'm less into how Carrot Top's perspective looks. The thief looks a little weird in the background, but it's okay. It's still so cute. I'm a little sad to see these guys go, but they are just Winifred and Fox, so it's not like it's that different. They'll probably just end up being their little mascots or I don't know. You might never see these characters again, so say goodbye. I'm just kidding. Maybe I can repurpose them or something. I really wish I could end up with a really big bang and something that I'm extremely proud of, but I wouldn't say this one was a complete fail, and I think I have come a long way. By this point, I was traveling and spending time with my family, so I was a bit busy. I didn't film a lot of real-time footage, forgive me for that. Swear you weren't missing a lot. There was just a lot of speculation. Almost no one would guess anyone but me. Everyone knew it was me. But I wouldn't have to ponder much longer because the next post would be the reveal. Okay, so this is like, I don't know how long later. I forgot to film my reaction and upload to these. 1, because I was traveling, and 2, because I was around people and I get very embarrassed whenever I have to film and talk and in front of people. It's very embarrassing to me. So I just posted this one and I thought it was gonna flop, but it honestly, it didn't do that bad. I mean, granted, it has been like, what, a week? Just the same old, same old. Everyone thinks this is me and or Yuri. And you know what? It can be Yuri. It can be whatever you want. People figured it out. This was my last day. I knew I wanted to do something silly for revealing myself. I have always had the idea in my mind that if I ever did an actual face reveal on this channel, I would be doing it in the style of Dream, because that is one of my favorite moments ever. Not Dream. I don't like Dream at all, but this is iconic. I don't know if I will ever do a face reveal, if I'm being honest. Maybe one day if it's necessary, but I repurposed my idea for this animation. I've always wanted to try rotoscoping, where you trace over a video of someone, and I thought no time is better than now. Rotoscoping is actually very hard. I didn't do it very well, and I wasn't necessarily trying to, but it was a lengthy process, and I don't think I will be trying it again for a while. I also wanted to include a little Starfall reference, if anyone remembers that website from when you were like kindergarten. I don't know, it just wouldn't leave my brain. I kept saying, who am I? And I was like, oh my god, I have to include that in the video because I was obsessed with Starfall.
Body. This is my body. I can move it like this.
Can Pink Panther sample this song, please? Anyway, I contemplated whether or not I should wait until this video was out to reveal myself, but I figured there's not a very large following on this account anyway. I don't think it will matter either way. I think that it's going to be a surprise to a lot of you guys that I even did this, because not a lot of you actually saw it. But if you did see it, I want to know what you thought. I really want to know if there's anyone who saw this and passed by not knowing that it was me, or not knowing that they were a viewer of me. I think that's very interesting. I feel like that's pretty rare if that did happen, but hey, let me know. This is the only animation I can actually show in full with the sound, because I don't think I'm gonna get copywritten. So enjoy. This is the worst one.
Who am I?
I'm dropping it.
On to the reveal. I forgot to film this as well. The reactions, yeah. A lot of people just knew it was me. Somebody said the bunny gave it away. Yeah, I just love characters like that, and I wanted something I knew was gonna keep my motivation, and of course that is Winifred and Fox. Okay. Of course I'm just hearing about this now. I feel like that would happen too, like people finding it late. Wait, so that Fox was Fox and he was a boy. Why he's so cunt? We capped off at, well, not capped off, I guess technically it is still growing, but in about a month I gained 3,504 followers and 54,000 likes. Not bad. Definitely didn't blow up like some undercover animators I've seen. Hey, I can't be mad at that. That's pretty good. Thank you so much for watching. This was a great experience, even though I was outed immediately. I was very scared to have negative attention towards myself, but in the end, people were just very kind and sweet, and I really appreciate all the support, even if you didn't know it was me or who I was. Y'all were still very kind and enjoyed what I created, and that's all I can ask for. As I said in the ending video, we capped off at about 3,000 followers, and I think that is not bad for less than a month of consistent posting. Again, I didn't start with anything. I didn't buy followers or views or anything like that. It was completely organic, and I think it went pretty well. If you like this video, please like, share, and subscribe, and as always, peace! Wow, animation memes are really having a comeback. Animation memes are having a comeback. Hello, my name is Emma, and I, like many nowadays, grew up with a very dangerous, unrestricted internet access. And for all of the bad things, there was a lot of formative communities that I latched onto and really loved. One of those such fandoms was the animation meme community, which definitely has a reputation nowadays. If you clicked on this video and you don't know what the animation meme community is, don't worry, it will be thoroughly explained to you in this video. Now, every fandom space has some kind of drama. Certainly everyone I've been in has the cream of the crop event that took place within each. However, I've never seen drama and widespread hate like I've seen in the animation meme community. A lot of videos that I see that look back on how the community was back in the day mostly focus on controversies, but that's not really how I saw it when I first found this world. So I want to take a little journey back in time to the early beginnings of the animation meme community, the dark ages of 2016 and how that transpired, and how it all compares to nowadays. I see a lot of new animations and it's really fun, but as the popularity is growing and becoming more and more known, I'm starting to see patterns emerge that I've seen time and time again in this community, which, as you might know, if you watch this channel, I find extremely interesting, so I wanted to do a little deep dive. I've been wanting to do this video for a while now, but I have steadily avoided it since I wasn't sure how to approach this topic. Animation meme creators are all independent individuals, and controversies have ranged from drama between children that should have stayed in the Discord to literal crimes, unfortunately all treated with the same severity, drama between children even more so at times. I was going to talk about some of the bigger dramas that have been happening, but I decided against it since I feel that it wouldn't fit the vibe of this video really, and generally I just don't want to talk about this stuff. I am going to link some videos in the description that will explain all of the controversies I missed a lot better than I ever could in the detail that it deserves. So please check that out if you are interested. I will be talking about controversies in this video, however, they will be, I'd say, less well-known ones and ones that I find interesting. I encourage you to do your own research on your own and come to your own conclusions. All right, enough. Let's get into these high art forms. Animation memes are usually defined as short animations of a character, usually the artist's OCs. Most commonly, it's some kind of dancing to music, but they can be any animation over any audio. The memes are meant to be mimicked by other creators with their own OCs or other characters from a preferred franchise. The first animation memes are widely agreed to have formed online within Japanese spaces in the 2000s, mostly on the site Nico Nico Douga, which was a semi-popular video sharing site for anime and Vocaloid content. The videos were scattered amongst fandoms, but it seems they have latched onto the furry community, as most early animation memes were brightly colored animals, mostly wolves or dog-like characters. Some people get confused by the term animation meme since meme nowadays generally means funny, haha, but most animation memes aren't humorous. Back in the 2000s, the term meme had a different meaning. They didn't have to be funny, it generally just meant copying something on the internet, and that was a meme. I watched a great video by the creator Void Queen, who is one of the first animation meme creators on YouTube. Void Queen said that the term animation was probably added to the subcategory of memes to differentiate it from other posts that didn't have anything to do with animations. This is a great video, you should really check it out. It helped me a lot in the early days since I wasn't aware of this community very early on. The community widely moved to YouTube or reposted their content from Nico Nico Douga, and that was where a lot of the archive starts today. Now you might be wondering, who did the first animation meme? And that question might be almost impossible to answer, as one's definition definition of animation meme can differentiate from person to person, especially in the early days when it wasn't concretely defined. And most of this stuff has been lost to time, unfortunately. Void Queen claims that the earliest animation meme they can find on YouTube is titled The Lushy Dance in 2008 by the creator named Lushy. Most early animation memes are widely uncredited since the main way you would credit someone on YouTube was YouTube's responses, which was a feature that could allow you to respond to another creator's video with your own, and in your video's description it would link to the original automatically. But when this feature was removed from YouTube in 2013, this left all of the links to the originals defunct. This is very unfortunate because it makes pretty much all early animation memes very hard to track down unless they are extremely popular ones. I will not be getting into an exhaustive list of early popular animation memes, but I will give you some of the ones I remember and some of the ones that are probably the most well known. I probably won't include your favorite animation meme in any of these lists, but it's really just because of abundance. I promise it's not out of maliciousness. The earliest popular animation memes included Caramel Dancin'. I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with this dance. There's a fandom. There's probably a version of this meme associated with it. Get Down, which can be traced back to a YouTube video back in 2008 of a person wearing a horse mask doing an edited funny little dance. Many people mimicked this dance with their OCs or their favorite characters. In the video description, they even mention an internet fad on Nico Nico Douga for this dance, which I can only assume means the animation created for this meme. I Got a Sick Obsession or Your Love Is My Drug was basically about thirsting for a fictional character of your liking and having your little Sona or OC dance to Kesha's Your Love Is My Drug. Now, these memes lasted for a long time, and I still see people doing these memes to this day. It's so interesting how things really stuck back then, and that just does not happen now. Some of the first popular creators included the aforementioned Void Queen, but at the time known as Webkin Lids, who is known as one of the first creators to really get popular from this and to create original animation memes outside of pre-existing anime clips. Powdersoft, formerly known as Snowflake 19800 or Zotiel, created a lot of popular animation memes back in the day and would continue her work and grow in popularity through the late 2010s, as they were a very influential creator when I was beginning to join this fandom. And 23C Star, known today as Rosalie, who started in 2011 on YouTube and has continued to post until today. Their style progression is so interesting to me, as you can really see all of the different trends that went through the internet throughout their art career. The early animations were widely done in MS Paint for the artwork and edited in Windows Movie Maker, so most of these were pretty bare bones in a very charming way. A lot of people's OCs look similar to each other and were either, like I said before, very colorful animals or a character from the book series Warrior Cats. Many were very anime inspired art styles, those 2000s emo chibis you'd see on Google Images.
Start digging in your butt, twin.
That was the epitome of this time period. Like today, the community was filled with a lot of young people, but unlike later on, early days were very tame drama-wise with a very little controversy going on. However, there were certain things that would start to arise that I'm sure a lot of people familiar with any art community online knows about. The quote-unquote "this is wrong" sentiment. And what I mean by that is when the internet latches onto something in the art community, whether it be a trope, a style, or trend, that is now seen as inherently cringe and bad. And back then it started to be certain OC tropes, and a big one that was made fun of was Sparkle Dogs. Because of this, a lot of young artists would change their styles to avoid being seen as the problem. Even I fell to this later on, and as we will come to learn, it only got worse later on. We are now going to enter what I would consider one of the peaks of this community, the time period between 2015 to 2019, and what I remember the most because I entered the scene. I never actually made animation memes at this time. I was in my very crude digital art days, and I could barely draw on a device, let alone know how to edit my drawings. So there were some attempts, but I never got that far in making any animation meme content. But I consumed so many of them that I felt a part of this community a bit. I made an animation meme for this video, and it was so fun to do. All I was thinking was, if my younger self could see me now, she'd freak out, because this is all I wanted to be able to do back then. So I'm pretty proud of myself. We'll talk more about what I'm making in this video, but before we move on, I would like to talk about today's sponsor, Skillshare. I wanted to see if I could learn some new things about animation, and specifically tweening. So I followed the class Hand-Drawn 2D Animation Time-Saving Techniques with just 3 drawings by Jaden, which helped me find time-saving ways to animate much faster than I already was. Simplifying animations is something I've always struggled with, so it was very interesting to learn about new techniques. But there is also a variety of classes for you to choose from, pretty much any creative endeavor you have in mind, all led by real super talented creatives, spanning to categories of art and illustration, photography, design, and so much more. The classes are very hands-on, inviting you to create along and complete specific projects to help you learn. Best of all, at your own pace to avoid feeling burnt out. Making connections with peers is another great feature, as you can link up with other creative people easily. Whether it's a hobby or honing in on your skills professionally, you will be able to find a class suited to you on Skillshare. Luckily, the first 500 people that use the link in my description or scan the QR code will receive a 1-month free trial of Skillshare. Get started today. Thank you, Skillshare, and let's get back to the video. As I said, this era was very big, as it introduced a lot of names people are familiar with today, and the figureheads of what the community is. Creators such as Scotch, who had the iconic dancing goat OC, usually in his underwear. Don't know what that was about, but very good animations regardless. Sugar, who began doing a lot of Five Nights at Freddy's animations at first, but later moved on to more animation spaces like the Multi-Animator Project community or map creators. She's probably the most well known for her Ugandan Knuckles animation back in 2018. One of my favorites at the time was Sonic 99 Ray, who again started to get big popularity doing Five Nights at Freddy's animations, but later on moved to more OC work. Ariat, who is most known for their OC with the Galaxy print sweatshirt, very iconic. Darlin QQ or Chinjuretta did a lot of animations and stuck out to me at the time for how smooth they could get their animations. She could achieve a lot of motion, and her animations today are very polished and nice. Narami, who is a big name in the art community today, started off doing a lot of animation meme content. I think they still dabble in it, but mostly focus on short form content like YouTube Shorts or TikTok. There are, of course, more names in this era that I'm sure you all know. I know. I don't want to discuss them in this video, as I said, just not the focus. So moving on. We also saw less goofy memes at this time. There was definitely a handful of goofier, light-hearted memes. However, the majority were more dramatic and angst-filled compared to the light-hearted, silly, colorful animals dance. Editing Emma here. I don't know why I said this. I, for some reason, completely forgot about edgy transformations of your OC's dark side and how dark some of these animation memes could get. I think this was because of the creepypasta craze and generally just how dark and weird the internet could be around this time, with a lot of viral creepy gothic videos coming to surface. I think I just had an image of how this community was back then, and then I started looking into other videos and I went, oh yeah, I forgot how cool it was to be edgy back then. Whoops. Okay, back to the video. A lot of the songs will also sound very similar to each other. Majority were electronic music, mostly remixes to popular songs at the time. There are so many animation memes from this era that are iconic. It's hard to name them all, but I will give you a tiny list of some of the ones I love the most. There was a Boba Date by Little Ruby Roo, who was another very influential creator. They have these really cute OCs that were a couple. I'm pretty sure they were Splatoon OCs later turned into their own characters, but regardless, this one is Chef's Kiss. I loved it back then and I love it now. Hot Milk by Weenie Fang. This one was a big catalyst for edgy OCs. Your OC is normal, they're happy, and then bam, angst. So good. Pop Culture by Animated Machine. Another one that is very angsty and could show off your OC's power, if they had any. A lot of these were known to be very edgy. I Do Love You by Tiger's Tree 11. The character is fine. The character is not fine, and that encapsulates this banger. Wedgie and My Booty. This one was very silly, funny, random. I love this one, and the song is so catchy. My booty feeling. Usually these were all pretty cute. We Tennis by Sconce. I don't know if this one was as widely known as the others, but I really enjoyed this meme. And a lot of them took inspiration from vaporwave aesthetics, which were very popular in the late 2010s. Swing It. This meme usually was done between two animators in a collaboration, another thing very common at the time. Collaborations were a great way to get other people's eyes on your content. Electro swing was also a very popular music genre in this community. I know I loved it, and again, there was so many more, but I feel I've already gone on way too long. I'd say the community started a big shift in visual direction around 2015, and I think that was in part due to the influence of Tumblr. Animations were becoming much more polished and videos were being edited very well. I think this was also because of a shift in what people commonly use to animate, like Adobe and Adobe Editor. We also shifted from very bright rainbow and colorful excess to a more desaturated pastel soft look. And this wasn't to say that everyone adopted the style, this was just what trended the most around this time. It was extremely rare to see someone animate animation memes with anything other than anthropomorphic characters or animal OCs. I bring this up because nowadays it's almost entirely humanoid character designs, when back then it was almost exclusively furries. I'm sure there's a reason for this. I'm unable to find a definitive one myself, but one of my guesses is that it's just easier to simplify an animal-like character, and most of these people probably just enjoyed to draw furries more than humans. Sometimes it's just as simple as that. And of course, with more eyes comes more critics, but we have to look at the context of this time as well. With the rise of popular creators like Rice Scum or Leafy is here, who made a lot of content making fun of children online.
What's your name? Let me talk to you. Let me buy you a drink.
Where do I begin?
That's right, he's made millions of fucking dollars off this type of shit. This isn't a...
It only made sense for that to trickle down into this community as well. 2016 through 2018 was also a big time for cringe culture, and edginess was the new thing on the block. So it was a very normal instance to see children being berated by other people online. And yes, this still happens today, but I don't think people intervened like they would nowadays. Everyone on the internet was on a leveled playing field, and there was less nuance about who was behind the screen back then. And this can only lead us to our next segment. There was a lot of ways to be cringe or deemed simply bad in this era. Anything could be called out by another creator, and you could potentially be a pariah. In 2015, a game named Undertale came out, and a huge fandom erupted as a result. Everyone has their fave Undertale character, but the one that people really latched onto was Sans the Skeleton. He has a very similar fandom to the Onceler fandom or Wally Darling from Welcome Home, and because of this, he has been deemed a Tumblr sexy man in his own right. There's this very funny news clip from the Christian Broadcasting Network, which funnily enough will come up again for a completely other situation. in which a parent discusses finding Sans from Undertale on their child's phone.
And wearing a hoodie. When I asked my daughter why she had such demonic images on her phone, she told me there was nothing wrong with it because it was from a video game. How do I help my daughter not be attracted to such demonic things?
Golden. Yes, Sans was a very popular figure and people started to ship their OCs or self-inserts with him. This became a big thing in the animation meme community, with these people being deemed as Sans fangirls. People like Scootaloo love Sans, aka CineBear03, which some of you might be familiar with, along with Birdie. I'm bringing up Birdie and CineBear03, however, I'm not going to talk about their situation, but they were a big part of the fangirl animation meme era, and I think a lot of young artists looked up to them as a role model for their own art, so that gives you some context for this as well. Within the Sans fangirl world, there was a lot of fighting where people would basically say, no, Sans is mine. And people also began to make what I assume are troll accounts, trying to be funny and purposefully exaggerated. These accounts would kill other people's personas that loved Sans, proclaiming that they were theirs and theirs alone. This made it a little difficult to tell who was being truly genuine and who was parroting these certain accounts. And I think this became apparent when people would try to make fun of these troll accounts when they were making fun of the genre itself. Those 13-year-olds were on a different plane. You just couldn't keep up with them. The OG rage baiters are not talked about enough. Many Sans fangirls were very young compared to a lot of the animation community at the time, and one of the main programs they would use to animate was an app called Flip-a-Clip. A lot of young artists would simply screen record Flip-a-Clip and play music at the same time while they're moving their fingers across the screen to simulate whatever movement they're trying to achieve. I think this is a pretty ingenious way to edit something without having to do any actual editing work, so it was a good method for beginners. In my opinion, I believe these videos are very reminiscent of the early animation meme days and how those were strung together. But you have to remember, this is the era of cringe culture and very polished animation memes, so these definitely stood out to people, and these animators could get a lot of hate. It was so common to hate on these animations that cringe compilations of these memes started to emerge. People would react to them, make fun of them, and generally just be pretty mean-spirited on a semi-big platform. These videos would get some views that would devastate a young artist. This really went against what the animation community once was. I don't think they really cared about being cringe or how well their animation turned out. It was just a form of self-expression, but now people have to be careful about what they posted, and a lot of people became fearful, which I completely understand. There also started to be a lot of drama surrounding certain animation tropes like head bobbing, which was a big staple and still is in the community. Head bobbing is basically what it sounds like, and this started to be seen as very lazy, unoriginal, and undesirable. There was also a lot of sentiments that the animation style of tweening was not real animation. If you don't know what tweenie is, it's basically a puppet style animation where you have segmented parts of a drawing to later animate and move in an editing software, and that's what I'm doing for this video in my animation meme. It's a very common animation style for TV shows, but it was really looked down upon in the animation community in favor of quote-unquote real frame-by-frame animation. I think that both are challenging in their own right. I mostly stick with tweening, but there was a point in time when this wouldn't really fly. And again, tweening was seen as very lazy. Being too edgy was also seen as very cringe. This meant having any kind of gore, a character that is mentally on the edge, but this kind of thing is also very associated with children. Many people pointed out that this was very wrong or not appropriate, which they are right. However, whenever they would call out certain creators for this kind of behavior, it was never really done in the right way and really prioritized putting all the blame on the animator in question, when I think that's a little unfair. During this time, we really started to see the rise of very suggestive animation memes memes too. And yes, this is somewhat concerning, as I've mentioned 1 million times before. This community is young, so I think creators do and did have a responsibility in what they create and post to their audience. And people did to an extent. You would start seeing a lot of 13 plus, 16 plus on certain videos as a way to bypass really young children, because these older children didn't want them to see what they were making. This might sound kind of silly to some of you, but when you're younger, you feel a lot older than people pretty close to your age. And there is a lot of difference in maturities between younger teens and older teens. So I do understand that. Do I think this was the best method to warn others? No, because in a lot of cases, the age requirements would exceed the maturity levels needed. But again, these were solutions made by young people, so they're not going to be the most sound logic-wise. And I think a lot of the times these tags were added to avoid being called out by other people, as this was a big time for walking on eggshells. All of these things that were picked apart started a whole other subgenre of the art community, and this was called the rant community. Anyone could make a rant video, and it usually followed some kind of controversy a certain creator went through. Unfortunately, I can't find pretty much any of these anymore. One popular creator who made a lot of rant content was Named Stories, and they have pretty much 0 re-uploads, so I can't really reference too much, but from what I can find, they had some pretty egregious takes that proved to be really harmful onto very impressionable minds.
A lot of their videos rely on a foundation of editing. This is kind of an issue for me because I'd really love to see more videos with minor editing, but mostly raw talent.
What?
Rant videos weren't very focused on actually making valid critiques, and more so just expressing a single person's opinions, though these opinions would be presented as the single correct way of thinking, and they would often start a movement against a certain artist that was being called out, when most of these thoughts were very subjective.
So yeah, this one movement keeps going for an entire minute with no change whatsoever. For what it's worth, the drawing is okay. I don't get why this has to go on for this long. If they cut it off after 20 seconds, it wouldn't change much. Except maybe waste less of my time. And not morally questionable in the slightest. It's so strange because I can barely find one rant video anymore when there used to be 1 million, but that's probably for a good reason. I've mentioned controversies in this section, but I haven't really pointed out specific ones, as you may have noticed, and that is because majority of drama in this community is either baseless or not worth the time that a lot of creators spent on it. As I said before, these rant videos would come up about things that should have stayed within friend groups to work out, and yet you would see dozens of videos calling out certain creators that were usually tweens and young teens. These rant videos could spread a lot of misinformation or just completely spread a narrative that should be presented as, again, just an opinion and not something to stand up against. I'm not saying that any fault they had at the time were completely fine. I'm just saying you shouldn't be publicly ripped apart for making a mistake when you are this young. And this leads us to our next topic. This part of the video may be triggering for some of you, so please be warned and tread lightly. I will put timestamps as to where to skip to so you can pass certain parts. By the way, do not harass anyone, and I in no way want to sway your opinion, so again, please do your own research. Lupus Vulpes was a very popular animator. She had a lot of iconic animation memes like waiting by the phone. I remember being in awe about how smooth this animation was. She also created the pilot episode for an animated show called Audience, which was a very ambitious project for how old these two creators were at the time. I believe they were still 15 when they began, and it is extremely well made, though it never got picked up afterwards. Lupus Vulpes later got called out sometime in 2020 for refusing to do commissions including LGBTQ symbols, sourcing their religion as the reason to why. This made a lot of people mad, obviously, and they made a poorly received follow-up video regarding the situation. It's strange because in the past they used to make OC adopts with the LGBTQ flags as a theme, but they are currently
violently against it. The real kicker with this situation was Lupus Vulpes' decision to take this controversy to the news, where they gave her a spot explaining her situation and how she's being harassed because of her choices. And you might be wondering, what news would broadcast something like this? And that would be the Christian Broadcasting Network. I told you it would come up again.
Known for her eye-popping animal characters and more than 200,000 YouTube followers.
Her business proved so successful that she's been able to pay for college with her earnings. So far, it's provided for tuition, room and board at Regent University for the first year and a half.
I know that it's just the Lord, and he's just blessed it so much.
I've seen a lot of internet drama, but I've rarely seen it hit any kind of news cycle, so this was very interesting. And people mostly found Lupus Vulpes' choices to be very hypocritical, as the furry community is an extremely accepting and usually safe space for LGBTQ people. They're furries. Come on. Lupus has taken her channel down, though there are a bunch of re-uploads, and I believe they still do commission work on the side, though pretty underground. Powdersoft, who I mentioned before, had also got into a little bit of hot water from her fans, though the reason is a bit odd in my opinion. Back when I feel their content was at their most popular, Powdersoft began to get annoyed with people copying every single one of her videos, even when they weren't specified as animation memes. This started with their Dance With Me video, which did become a pretty big meme at the time. I remember seeing people post this pretty fast after she made this animation, and then when she commented about not liking it when people copied this, they all disappeared pretty fast. A lot of people found this kind of hypocritical since it's kind of the main staple in this community, but I think this really just comes down to respecting people's boundaries. Powdersoft has been inactive for 5 years now, which is crazy, especially since they were one of the trailblazers on the YouTube space, but I'd imagine she probably wanted to get out of the spotlight or just simply lost interest in posting animations online. The next creator I want to talk about hasn't necessarily had a big blowout drama or controversy, but is notable for what they contributed to the ideas of the time. Solar Sands was a big creator I used to watch back in the day, and they were most known for their really interesting and thought-provoking deep dives nowadays, but way back when they started a series looking at deviant art and basically critiquing anything they saw on there. Solar Sands got really big from this for a while, and this is what he was most known for a big bulk of his career. I would say some of these videos haven't aged the best, and they were a bit questionable.
The main thing about this fan character is that it's kind of generic. The design isn't really memorable, and they just seem like they would be an extra distraction in the game. The design is okay. It looks like your average simplified.
In doing this video and looking into Solar Sands again, I have uncovered a world that I've forgotten about, and it is the commentary creators that would specifically commentate and critique animation memes on the regular. And I'm going to go on a little spiel about them within this Solar Sands commentary as well, because man, were they toxic, and way more toxic than I remember them to be.
It looks very amateurish, I suppose.
Yeah. One thing that I've noticed is like what's the deal with this face right here? Why is like the sides of the face going up and down like that? That doesn't make any sense. No one's face moves like that.
Fucked up.
And what the hell? What's the deal with these hearts coming out of the mouth? What's the point? I don't understand.
I think it's too deep for you. I don't think you get the clever symbolism. And make your own fucking backgrounds, you douchebag.
Like, the people posting these videos or art didn't ask to be perceived in this way, and to take their fun little drawing that they posted on the internet and pick it apart like this on a platform of their size was very reckless in my opinion, but this is all in the past, of course. And I know when you put something out into the world, it is technically no longer yours, but most of these people didn't even have a following. They were just small little creators on the internet, and they get pushed on a big platform pretty negatively, so I imagine this had some effects on some young artists at the time. Solar Sands was a very big contributor into, again, the "this is wrong" sentiment in artwork. He would give a lot of his opinions in these videos, and these opinions were often internalized by a lot of artists, including myself.
Any other type of shading would look better than this one. Hatching, cell shading, I don't care. Well, actually, I guess this is some sort of attempt at soft shading gone horribly wrong. This type of shading has a signature blurry and cloudy look to it. To me, this just looks really ugly and chaotic.
No. I'm not saying he's completely at fault for this. It kind of just is what it is. And again, at the time, many statements made were very, this is how it is. And when you're young, it's a little difficult to try and see nuances in statements so black and white. And I am in no way trying to call out this content creator. He's fine. He's making good content now. It doesn't matter. I just thought it was very interesting to bring up because I view that content very differently today. The last controversy I want to talk about is the 2021 animation meme era. I watched a great video by Alexi R. Sweb who filled in a lot of gaps for me that I was missing since I wasn't as in tune with this community during the pandemic times. I definitely saw stuff, I just didn't really know what was going on. I was one of those people that refused to download TikTok for a long time because I was different. I wasn't like the other girls. Oh my god. I hate myself sometimes. So I think this stuff might have missed me. Alexi explained in their video that in 2021, a lot of people started hating on certain animation meme tropes. Here we go again. Because they were quote-unquote unoriginal or quote-unquote trying too hard to be aesthetic. This started with the blood pop meme, and for some reason all of these got extremely hated on. This really just reminded me of what I saw time and time again in the past. I think a lot of people got upset with these two because they were seen as so unoriginal, and the people who were doing original work were not being pushed by the algorithm, which I completely get. However, it's not something you can blame a creator for. It just is what it is. What stuck out to me the most was that people were extremely nostalgic for 2016 memes because they were fun and original, which is so funny to me because people were saying the exact same thing about these memes back then, except they were complaining about the head bops and edginess and literally everything under the sun. It's just one of those things. But that's not to say everyone had a terrible experience or anything. It's just very interesting to see things get criticized and then later romanticized over and over again. But hey, it's the cycles that move the internet. This video was very informative to me too because I've been seeing animation memes of recent and I just thought it's been really tame in comparison, but the history book on the shelf is always repeating itself. Thank you, ABBA. If you guys remember anything weird or some weird things that you ingrained in your mind from this community, whether it be rant or the meme community or just cringe culture as a whole, please let me know. I'd love to know all of your thoughts. The animation meme community continued through the 2020s, though it died down a lot in regards of controversies. In my opinion, there has been some notable controversies in the past, though they haven't really blown up to the degree that they used to. Comparatively from what we've seen before, the community today is extremely tame and pretty positive. I feel like we're close to the time of the beginning of the animation meme community. And this might be in part due to the rediscovery of animation memes on TikTok. It's not like they ever really went away, but TikTok's format is literally built for something like this. You got popular audios, the sounds can be reused by other people, it's easy to tag other creators for ideas, it's perfect. There's still drama, but it's not as blown out of proportion like it used to be. I would say there's more so micro drama nowadays. Most of the time you won't even know they're happening, which could be a good thing and could also be a bad thing. The main thing I would like to bring up with the animation memes today is how quickly you have to bank in on a trend. We know how fast things move nowadays, but with something like animation, it makes it almost impossible to keep up with whatever is going on because it takes so long to make one of these things. Certain animation memes used to last years, and now it's a race to get it done before people forget about it next week. This kind of thing used to really stress me out, but now I've learned that if I really like this song and I really want to do an animation, I'll do it when I get to it. Or most of the time I'll just find a song I really like myself that isn't particularly trending, and I like that even more because it might introduce someone to a song you really like. I've seen some rumblings about animations becoming more and more lazy, which does ring some alarm bells in my ears, but it seems that most people have squashed this thought by making fun of it and do realize that any art you're making does take some amount of effort, especially now. I think people will appreciate any artwork that's actually done by a human. It's a lot more lax than I think it's ever been in any art community. I do find it kind of funny though that people are making fun of head bops again. There's also been some talks about how suggestive some animation memes are. Unfortunately, it's kind of been the name of the game, especially since the late 2010s. I do understand the sentiment, as I've said. Young children. These people are very young. It's normal to explore that kind of thing when you're young, but to publish it on the internet is a bit iffy, especially when I'm seeing minors meme trend with images of themselves. I just hope they're being very careful and that their parents know what they're doing. I think you just have to be very aware of who your audience is and to act accordingly. If you make something a little too out there, you have to label it as such. And that's my opinion. Animation memes today are some of the most polished and well-made pieces of artwork I've ever seen. They make me so inspired every time I see them. I get so excited whenever I see animation memes come up on my For You page. I love it so much. It's kind of funny because they've almost bled into the mainstream a little bit with the sinking down meme. It became a funny meme because people started saying if there's a fandom, there's a sinking down meme. And I was seeing Young Sheldon 1, Big Bang Theory, anything you can think of. And it's so funny to me because I do wonder if the people making these have any idea the weight, the lore behind their creation. I hope you've enjoyed this gigantic info dump. I had a lot of this stuff on my mind. I love to talk about all the fandoms I've been in, so this was a bit of a jumbled mess, I know. Sorry if it was a lot to take in. I just love talking about this stuff when I can. Believe it or not, this is the first time I've ever made an animation meme in a YouTube ratio. I always tend to go for a TikTok ratio, so this was very healing for me. And I'm obsessed with my OCs right now. You don't know, this is Winifred and Fox. They are my miraculous knockoffs that I did in a redesign video a while ago. I'm planning on making another video with them to flesh out their story a little more, and I'm really excited about that. I unfortunately can't show the full animation in this video. I will get demonetized, but I will be posting it later on YouTube, so look out for that if you want to see. I did do it to a Pink Pantheress song because I am also obsessed with the Pink Pantheress right now.
Scared of thunder like a dog. I know that you love rain, but I cry when something shakes the walls. Tail between my legs, I scratch while you relax, ruffling feathers, watching storm clouds pass, hoping I'll make you hate the thunder too. Digging in my claws to make you hate me too. Back. you fear me? Caught sunrise in the sorry that I don't treat you like I should. I only lick my wounds, teeth bared and snap. You're all that's good. If I chase you away, I'm back to chasing tail, running circles after what was real. And maybe one day I'll catch it and I'll cry, wishing that little songbird was still mine. My parents' house is bigger than our two-room apartment, but we made one of those a red room for your photographs. My mother said I could stay long as I called you a phase. I remember your face when I first told you that, and you laughed. Calling back to my gilded cage, baby birds flying, and Fido is stuck inside. You will move to different cities, and I'll still be here sitting pretty. I wonder where your car was headed the day that you packed up and vanished. Did you make it to Sunset or somewhere with similar views? And I dream about you in my childhood bedroom, haunted by husbands to be. Don't the makeup, the earrings fit every wrong feeling, skirts that go better with you. This blue ribbon's back on display. Fido's a show dog and baby birds flying away. You will move to different cities, and I'll still be here sitting pretty. You're setting the scene, I'm setting his table. You're laughing in bars, I'm feeding his friends. You're kissing her back, and I'm barely able to love someone someone else without playing pretend. Some piece of my heart ran out with you, an echo of what I once was when I choose to be somewhere. Choose to be another day, another song, singing in the same key. Another post-noon morning, still not me. Another try, another pad of paper to the trash. Another sigh, how much more can soon last? Days blend in one pretend semester I haven't been in years. How did I end up here? Nothing's fitting together. I'm not getting better. If I'm a mess in progress, without the time to change, oh, I'm screwed. Concept without proof. Another day, another start. I'm stalling. If I backslide anymore, I'd just be falling. I'm not making sense, but I'm confident my judgment's through the floor. I don't know me anymore. And every wick's burning more and more off center. Just another swing, another miss from this one hit wonder. I do one thing right when I don't mean it. Every try is more defeating, and the candle stings. Nothing's fitting together, and I'm not getting better. If I'm a mess in progress, without the time to change, oh, I'm screwed. Concept without proof. I just can't make it easy. I open and they walk in. They're nothing like you, oh, but the damage they'll do is gonna rip me a new one instead. And nobody warned me and it hurt so bad. Loving again when I thought you had me moving on and starting anew. Love after you is like a kick in the chest from the inside. Laughing and crying all night. Guess you get what you asked for. Oh, love after you is a weight that I can't get away from. A melody I can't hum to. Asking something I can't choose. Did I ever really love you? I was so sure it'd feel like before. Unlivable, laugh it off, ache. Something I could live with, but I'm tossing and turning. I'm hurting and yearning. What did I do to deserve this? Oh, nobody warned me, it hurt so bad. Loving again when I thought you had me moving on and starting anew. Love after you is like a kick in the chest from the inside. Laughing and crying all night. Guess you get what you asked for. Oh, love after you is a weight that I can't get away from. A melody I can't hum to. Asking something I can't choose. Your love was something I could live without before. If love was even what we had, I didn't know what I was asking for. If this is love, please take it back. Love after you, a miracle that's dying out. Every stupid poem you would write about is laughing in my hands. Love after you, a wound I don't want to waste. Praying I don't make the same mistakes, but I already am. Love after you is like a kick in the chest from the inside. Laughing and crying all night. Guess you get what you asked for. Oh, love after you is a way that I can't get away from. A melody I can't hum to. Asking something I can't choose. Did I ever really love you? By the time you'd have woven the casket, the sheets will have started to smell. By the time you'd remember the windows, the insects will be kissing me farewell. You never stomach me in the closet like all those rooms you'd never clean. Darling, there's no better hatchet to bury than me. So let's throw my garden party. You promised roses but gave me thorns. You'd leave me rotting till summer's over. Guess I'll be digging alone. By the time you remember my favorite dress, you'd have put me in yours. By the time you'd be asking for makeup, my body would be halfway out the door. You never bothered showing up in your best, 'cause you wanna dirty their sleeves. Darling, there's no better hatchet to bury than me. So let's throw my garden party. You promised roses but gave me thorns. You'd leave me rotting till summer's over. Guess I'll be digging alone. If you wanted to kill me, missed your chance long ago. I can tell you won't miss me. Guess it takes one to know. about death differently. Darling, there's no better hatchet to bury I wanna be in love again. My New Year's resolution. I wanna fall, wanna fly, wanna flutter in the arms of another. I wanna be in love again. A promise that's not certain. I want that first sip, a first love to come back to my lips, a second try. My parents' house is bigger than our two-room apartment, but we made one of those a red room for your photographs. And my mother said I could stay long as I called you a phase. I remember your face when I first told you that, and you laughed. Calling back to my gilded cage, baby birds flying and fight always stuck inside. You will move to different cities, and I'll still be here sitting pretty. I wonder where your car was headed the day that you packed up and vanished. Did you make it to Sunset or somewhere with similar views? And I dream about you in my childhood bedroom, haunted by husbands to be. Done the makeup, the earrings fit every wrong feeling, skirts that go better with you. This blue ribbon's back on display. Fido's a show dog and baby birds flying away. kissing her back, and I'm barely able to love someone else without playing pretend. Some piece of my heart ran out with you, an echo of what I once was when I choose to be somewhere, choose to be didn't mean to scream. Then what does he mean? I'm not who he thinks I am. Trapped in his anger, one-way road. Familiar blood I hold alone. I won't be who he is. But he's in the driver's seat. Check engine light is not who you think I didn't mean to scream. Then what does he mean? I'm not who he thinks I am. Trapped in his anger, one-way road. Familiar blood I hold alone. I won't be who he is. Falling from the apples falling from the but he's in the driver's seat. Check engine light is blinking brighter, and I wasn't raised to be a fighter, but it only takes a spark to blow. I wasn't taught to tame the driver, just how to delay the raging fire. I turn signals, ticking, 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 ticking till he's in the driver's seat. He's in the driver's seat. I am his rage, inherit the engine and leak. No mistake, I am the warning, the labyrinth that won't let you sleep in peace. I am his only, the little fist bruising the wheel and switching seats. I'm biting my own tongue. I am my father's lost son. He's in the driver's seat. He's in the scream. Don't know what I mean. I'm not who you think I
Remember when we all got drunk? I ended up with 2 broke thumbs. Oh my god, I felt so dumb. Lucky me. I wrote a song that no one knows. I played a show and no one showed. Oh my god, I felt so alone. Lucky me. When all is going wrong and you're scared as hell,
100 bad days made 100 good stories. 100 good stories make me interesting at parties.
100 bad days made 100 good stories. 100 good stories make me interesting at parties. Yeah, no, I ain't scared of you. No, I ain't scared of you no more. No, I ain't scared of you. No, I ain't scared of you no more. Remember when she broke my heart, waiting for the waiter to return my card, right as I let down my guard. Lucky me. We had to work a bit more hard, only just to get a little bit less fun. We could laugh about it all tomorrow, couldn't we? When all is going wrong and you're scared as hell, what you gonna do, who you gonna tell? Maybe
100 bad days made 100 good stories. 100 good stories make me interesting at parties.
100 bad days made 100 good stories. 100 good stories make me interesting at parties. Yeah, no, I ain't scared of you. No, I ain't scared of you no more. No, I ain't scared of you. No, I ain't scared of you no more. No, I ain't scared of you. No, I ain't scared of you. 100 bad days made 100 good stories. 100 good stories make me interesting at parties. Yeah, no, I ain't scared of you. No, I ain't scared of you. 100 bad days made 100 good stories. 100 good stories make me interesting at parties. Yeah, no, I ain't scared of you. No, I ain't scared of you no more.
I've abandoned hope, looking for something that was real. I'll try not to think about it, I don't want to feel. Cause it's all just too much to carry, it's so much too wrong. I've lived in lethargy so long. I'm forever haunted by the choices that I've made. I'll wait beyond imagining that never seems to fade. For every scar I've left behind comes back to me in waves. I run from love, I run away. 'Cause despite it all I'm fine. Despite the pain we said, I told you so many lies. I never should have dared open the door. The tears of the past mean nothing anymore. And you're not people still miss me. So thank you everyone who ever tried to help me after all that's said and done. To every ghost that made me understand that I'll never come back and you won't see me again. 'Cause you're not supposed to love me now. You're not supposed to love me now. You're not supposed to love me.
Sorry that I'm scared of thunder like a dog. I know that you love rain, but I cry when something shakes the walls. Tail between my legs, I scratch while you relax, ruffling feathers, watching storm clouds pass, hoping I'll make you hate the thunder too. Digging in my claws to make you hate me too. Can't stand you in my bed. You're too gentle. I need you to hurt me back instead. I wish I could take you back to California, where you never heard of creatures like me. Little bird, won't you fly away? Little bird, won't you fly away? chase you away. I'm back to chasing tail, running circles after what was real. And maybe one day I'll catch it and I'll cry, wishing that little songbird was still mine.
I'll write another letter that I won't send. I'll write another letter to my only friend, that's you. If you can believe it, I'm taking all the credit for my downfall. I'm taking all the credit cause it's too hard to admit what I really needed. I'm sorry that I gave you my attention. I'm sorry that I didn't know to pull away. So grateful that you told me I'm so stupid. How else would I have known? Oh yes, this is a love song. Oh yes, this is a love song. Oh, I'm in love with the way that the pull you had on me is gone. You knew I needed a friend, you swept right in. You saw me sink to the floor, I saw you grin. No, I won't come to your door, no, not again. I wanna beg your forgiveness. You knew I needed your help, you swept right in. Please keep your hands to yourself, that's not okay. You're putting words in my mouth I didn't say. I wanna beg your forgiveness. I wanna beg your forgiveness. I wanna beg your forgiveness. Forgiveness. Oh yes, this is a love song. Oh yes, this is a love song. Oh, I'm in love with the way that the pull you had on me is gone. Oh yes, this is a love song. Oh yes, this is a love song. Oh, I'm in love with the way that the pull you had on me is gone. 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 This is a love song. Oh yes, this is a love song. Oh, I'm in love with the way that the pull you had on me is gone. The pull you had on me is gone. The pull you had on me is gone. The pull you had on me is... I'll write another letter that I won't send. I'll write another letter to my only friend, that's you.
Can't the future just wait? Can't the deadlines come fashionably late? I could push every goal back, take control back, if they'd roll back the rate at which time starts to fly. Never landing or standing by, never taking a break, ever making me retry. We nickel and dime every quarter to two. But maybe it's time to let time pass through. If the future is bright, It doesn't shine with that end of the tunnel light, more like a deer in the headlights. Sudden red lights or your dead lights as the anglerfish bite. It's not fair. The past is clear, but it's clear back there. What's ahead, no one knows, but it's closing in, we swear. Still not in my prime, I have so much to do, but maybe it's time to let time pass through. I can't just rewrite decisions when life gets strange. Should I go with my gut on which door I should shut? I'm unsure, I'd keep exploring this rut. But what good is time without change? Move on, 'cause things never last. Just move on, 'cause it goes too fast and the past has passed. So move on, no one likes an ending. So what's with the attention we keep on giving them? Why are we still spending so much time dreading our lives instead of living them? Why do we try to divert the river when the water is what will deliver us where we need to go? Never know why. Time is always in limited supply, but we live to regret it if we get it and then let it slip by. It can never rewind. Once you've lost it, it's hard to find. Take the journey in stride when your plans have been sidelined. Every hourly chime can begin something new. So maybe it's time to let time pass through, not passing by, but passing through till the well runs dry, just passing through. Thank you all so much for watching this video. This song was originally written and performed by Caden McKay. I fell in love with it back in 2021 when I duetted the first verse on TikTok. It was recently World Theater Day, and though this isn't a musical theater song, it has all the elements. It's very Sondheim. I just love it so much. So I'm using this as an opportunity to sing the whole thing. So thank you, Caden. And speaking of theater, thank you so much to the drama kids of District 12 Troop 6380 for helping me to make this video. That was such a fun day, and I'm really grateful we got to make something together. And also, thank you very much to Calypso for helping with the handography. Oh, it was everything I wanted it to be. Thank you also to the amazing musicians and everyone who helped make this song cover. Their credits will be in the video description as well. The song should be available to stream pretty soon. If you see a few links at the top of the video description, hey, it's available now. I like singing. I don't know if I properly conveyed that to you all, but I do. And I hope to do more of it this year. Thank you all once again. If you're interested in any of my previous videos, you can click over here, or if you're new to the channel and would like to subscribe, click down here. That is it, and until next time, take it easy, guys, gals, and non-binary pals. Peace out.
Couch carried me from Chicago. Now it's your bed for the week. What I say might ruin tomorrow. Either way, I'm not getting any sleep. So I'm stepping out on the edge here, hoping you'll reach back out. An off-white ceiling looks more appealing than letting you down if the water's coming in. Am I gonna sink or swim? I'm poking holes that I shouldn't, saying things that I wouldn't. No going back after this, I'm going down with this ship. Wish I wasn't sober, 'cause that would shut me up. Spilling words I've rehearsed, but I'm still choking up. I'm going overboard. After this, I'm going down with this ship. I'm poking holes that I shouldn't, saying things that I wouldn't. No going back after this, I'm going down with this ship. Wish I wasn't sober, cause that would shut me up. Spilling words I've rehearsed, but I'm still choking. I'm going over, all I know is marble and stone, eyes that don't leave watching over me. Whispers in Ave Marias and grant us peace. Dona nobis pacem, miserere nobis. God have mercy on them. God have mercy on something sick in me. Tell me once again, I could have been. Honey, I hate wine, but I'd gladly down a bottle of your name just to get another taste of you. A single drop not on my tongue would be a waste. And I hate mornings, but I like waking next to you. You always wake up before I do, so I can sleep in your embrace. We burn like gentle firewood, we yearn like vines and leaves, and we settle in the comfort of the bones that rest beneath. And I'd start drinking wine and sleeping at night to keep your soul with mine. I'd do anything, anything, anything. Anything, anything, anything. Honey, I hate travel, but I'd man a boat to glimpse you at the shore. No stretch of miles would ever mean more than feeling my hands wrapped around your waist. And I hate time. The minutes shared will never last enough. No amount of time will ever be too much. And parting leaves a bitter taste. We burn like gentle firewood, we yearn like vines and leaves, and we settle in the comfort of bones that rest beneath. And I'd stop staying home and wasting time to keep your soul with mine. I'd do anything, anything, anything. Anything, anything, anything. I love rain, but I'd ruin every cashmere coat I own before I let it wash off any kiss you stole. So they'll keep us dry as I walk you home. We burn like gentle firewood, we yearn like vines and leaves, and we settle in the comfort of the bones that rest beneath. And I'd lose every penny that I find to keep your soul with mine. I'd do anything, anything, anything. Anything, anything, anything. could have been, my dear. 'Cause in the night I know you burn with feelings I cannot return, my dear. Oh, my dear. You've gotta know that this won't last. Desperation will erase the fact I'm keeping all of the answers in my cigarette box. Yeah, the answers in the second before the other shoe drops. And if you're blind to that, I am fine with that. It's a habit, I can't help it. I know that you mean so well, but I am not a vessel for your good intent. I will only bring you pretty things. I will only bring you joy of everything. If you're fine with that, if you're fine with that, I will poison all your happy thoughts. I will love you like the ashes in my cigarette box. And if you're fine with that, you can be mine. If you're fine with that, you can be mine. I make dandelions bloom wherever I am near you. In the grass, they will cling to the earth where everything is still. Sunflowers face where the sunshine goes. Flowers never care if they're staring at the sun. You make midnights afternoons whenever I can hear you. And my days reset. I forget how to close a conversation. My leaves overstretching, these weeds admiring from below. Please stay unaware, staring at the sun. Wilt so soon and I'll admit I fear you. Though I hide in the stalks, if you sought me out, you would uproot me. And sunflowers face where the sunshine goes, but I nestle where the dandelions grow flowers and never care. Please stay unaware. There's nothing if you're not there. Staring at the sun. Oh, I'm a twisted thing, born of stone and overgrowth, inkwells and crooked feather pens, and you're paper thin, see-through bound and gilded. Oh, a book, 1,000 pages end to end, and I know that if I dog-ear any page, I'd tear it by mistake. If I fold or crease a single piece, I'd keep Oh, I'm assembly lines, copy paste, print and press, spitting out ink. And you're one of a kind, no chance of reproduction, once in a lifetime and gone in a blink. If I add a single thing, the ink will bleed to every page. If my fingers stain and smear, there's no erasing my mistake on There's some things you hold close, and things that you keep sacred. You cannot be both. What will I do with all your words if I stain them? What will I make of all your dog-eared gilded pages? Oh, I'm afraid that if I write, then I will break them. Oh, I'm a twisted thing, my feathers dipped in ink, still hovering the chapter with my name. When you look at me, I know you left it empty. You don't want to touch what you can't keep. And my hand is shaking, ink is catching in my palm. What's in the worth of a man? His thoughts and opinions, his land and dominion, and what's in mine? Since we're so different, you'd hardly believe that we're kin. What makes a son worthy? The praises he sings or the joy that he brings? And what does that make me? Half of a fortune, half of an omen. Do I make you think good things that hurt to think about? Hard to separate your love and hate and bury every doubt. Split your mind in two and feel reality in one. The fire's burning somewhere, but there's nothing to be done. Half to your daughter and half to the slaughter. What do I have to do to be human to you? What's in a strategy? Hatred and liberty, one inner enemy. Is it worth more than me? Targets all set, risking my neck. Icemen can call for blood. Children plug your ears and listen. Crowns you choose, spew what they like. Hold your nose and close your eyes. Half for your daughter and half for the slaughter. What do I have to do to be human to you? I was promised an empire and handed a gun. I was promised direction and turned towards the sun. I was promised a castle and tossed in a cage. Promised a purpose to settle my rage. I was promised a future and thrown to the wolves. Promised redemption and played for a fool. Promised protection that I would be spared till I stood in their rivers and choked on their hair. Half of your daughter for half of the slaughter. Half of your daughter for half of the slaughter. Half of your daughter for half of the slaughter. What do I have to do?
How many people are gonna get Weezer clapped today? How many?
Here comes Karen.
What? First, we need the nurse. Welcome back to the scariest place on earth, the meme section deep inside the dark basement of my Discord. Guess what? Y'all have been posting videos for me to react to. I'm not allowed to laugh. So while I'm trying to do that or not do that, you may see right above my head, right here in real time,
There seems to be no sign of intelligent life anywhere.
my viewers playing memes while we watch memes to add to the chaos, make it even harder for us not to laugh. Let's hop in here. What could go wrong? Yes, welcome into the Discord meme basement. Once you enter, you can never leave. But the good news is we're all in this together. Today's got one of those crash out type vibes. I can feel a little bit of chaos, a little bit of turbulence in the chat. I have a feeling we're going to get off the rails here, and today might turn into a try not to rage challenge. Hopefully that's not true. First meme of the day, hot dogs. We're starting with hot dogs. This is why, no, you right there. That's why, vampire, that's why we can't have nice things. You.
Hot dogs, we got hot dogs here.
Oh, Gil, make sure the sign's always pointing this way. We don't want someone to come and accidentally follow it in the wrong direction.
There's a sign
What happens if you go to the wrong direction?
going this way. I wonder where it leads.
Oh, no,
Oh,
don't go
no,
that way.
no,
sir,
we have to
there's
find
a
out.
cliff.
Let's
Oh, my God.
That's not funny. If I see anyone laughing in the chat, y'all are getting timed out.
The cliff, and oh, my God.
Oh, my PC.
It's not funny.
No, don't go that way, sir, because there's a cliff, and oh, my God.
Tonight will be the night that I will fall for you.
No, that's not funny. That is not funny. I just want to say Nestle Crunch has been ruining everything lately. What is up with the Nestle Crunches lately? Just ruining the entire meme basement. If you're thinking about doing it, don't do it.
Don't go that way, sir, because there's a cliff.
She Was a Fairy would have been absolutely perfect, and Nestle Crunch just showed it right there. Look at that.
Oh, there's a sign
It can't
going this
get
way. I
worse
wonder
than
where
whatever.
it leads. No, don't go that way, sir, because there's a cliff. Oh my God. God damn it, Gil. You see, that wouldn't have happened if you just pointed the sign this way.
No,
like I
that's a
told you.
crime.
You
Quit
guys, I'll
playing
point
it.
this wherever I want to. I'll point it
No.
here, I'll point it there, I'll even
Not
point
the
it up
bomb.
here if I want to.
Oh, no way. There's hot dogs up there? Nice. I'm gonna go get one.
They do that.
I don't know.
Bro ascended. She Was a Fairy hack. First meme of the day. What was that? Okay, so we're going from a hot dog to a hot dog.
Hot dog!
This is my nightmare. This is actually my nightmare. Bro is just panting along. Full send. The audio. Why is the audio so perfect? No. I regret everything. I regret everything.
Volkswagen. Das.
Oh, Lord, he coming. Well, that's uncalled for. Who are you? That's what I'm saying. It's pandemonium. It's pandemonium at this point.
Burger cheese, burger cheese, burger cheese, burger cheese.
Male athletic form looks like.
Strict parents raise sneaky kids. What? What are we doing? What are we doing? Is that a block of cheese? It's a. I know where this goes. Let me just tell y'all. It's nowhere good. It's not a place we want to be.
I have to cut the cheese.
See what I'm saying? No one wants that. Opening fruit cups. Everybody duck! It's about to get frothy in here. Yo, it's not every day you hear the Big Man Blastoise Samsung washer jingle. What is that? Tall versus short, getting a stack. Full send. I guess we're tall. We're like taller than the fridge right now. We are ginormous. Oh my God. No, yeah, this is crazy. This is crazy. Secret dungeon? Secret dungeon! We got a secret dungeon, chat. No shot. Not the toothpick pit. What in the world? Oh, you did not! You did not! This edit goes crazy. Not the fire. I cast fireball. I cast fireball. Not the cookie. Who's hungry?
Let it die, let it die.
I am so sorry I asked. We got snack clapped at the end there. Are we trying to cut a lemon? What could possibly go wrong?
Mario, what the f*** you doing?
Right in the eye, bro. That's got a bird. That's got a bird. Well, bro died. Okay, what's this? Oh, we're racing. Oh, no, bro turned around. Bro is speed. Ka-chow. Whoa! Let's go!
Oh my God,
no shot! Okay, that's insane. That's insane. That's insane. Oh, Lord, he coming! That was so diabolical. What did we even just witness? Try to take a picture of the moon. You know it's always going to look different when you pull it up on your phone screen after you take the picture, even though it looks so cool in person.
It's so pretty.
Here you go. What's the twist going to be, though? You know there's going to be a twist as soon as he looks at his phone.
I'm just gonna look at it.
Tonight we steal the moon!
Bro said he's just going to look! POV, you shoot your lactose intolerant friend with finger lasers? Excuse me? What could possibly go wrong?
This dude is hacking.
Oh my God!
Mario, what the f*** you doing?
Replay!
Oh, poo-poo.
What? What was that, bro?
Betrayal!
Exactly!
That's what I love. Mario, what the f*** you doing?
The reason why I hate flies. That noise, though. That noise. You know that once you hear it once, they're just not going to go away. Did they just stole the whole slice? What?
You left the window open again? Kill the fly, we'll kill it!
Oh my God!
Taste the rainbow.
Bro tasted it!
Kill the fly, we'll kill it! Betrayal!
Oh!
She was a fairy.
They did fly away. They did fly away. What is this? It's been 1 second of the video. What happens next? Oh. Yeah, it's actually yellow. It's actually yellow. They're gonna buckle a seatbelt or something. Oh, there you go. Yeah, there. I've seen this. I've seen this.
Betrayal.
Okay, they got the slow motion seat there. Yeah, they're cool.
Das Auto.
Well, that was the bad ending. What is this?
You ever go to the fridge and you're like, man, I'm starved?
Well, normally it's the other way around. I think to myself, man, I'm starved, and then go to the fridge.
So you open the fridge and there is nothing good to eat.
All this looks so good. We got
Burger, cheeseburger, cheeseburger.
it is bright, bro. It is bright.
The meatloaf.
See?
So you close the door, and once it's closed,
Need some milk.
Maybe I just missed something. So you open it again, and you low-key find a little guy just boogieing in there, and you're just like, whoa.
Now every time I hear the Samsung jingle, I'm gonna picture the little guy dancing.
Find a little guy just. Oh my God,
Oh, he come.
Put it away, not in the fridge. How it feels when you hit notify anyway. Here we go. Here we go.
Wait.
Notify him. Notify him. Notify him. Press it. Press it. Press it. Full send. Palms are sweaty with mom's.
Welcome. Punch.
Full send. Lock it.
Who are you?
Okay, that is perfectly diabolical. I love it. I love it. Solo leveling if the Ant King couldn't stop making puns. Full send. Here we go. Here we go.
Hey, man. Hey. Bet you weren't anticipating this problem. What? You sure you want to fight me?
Exactly. My
Kill
reaction
those other
exactly.
guys in an instant. Please stop. If you want.
Ants everywhere.
Me, you can be my servant.
I wonder if Bro's got any relatives.
Welcome. Punch. Welcome. Punch.
Yeah. Switching to Trevor until he does something normal. GTA, we're cooked. What? What?
This is what the peak male athletic form looks like.
What is going on, bro? GTA is so random. So random. What? When I'm trying to walk my pet. Okay, Doom Guy is my neighbor. We're cooked. Here we go. Here we go. Nice little walk.
Mario, what the f you doing?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay.
You f***ing creep.
That's actually really sad. That's really sad. I think we should take a moment of silence.
Oh, boo-hoo. Let me play a sad song for you on the world's smallest violin.
You serious? When I see my dog and the cuteness aggression hits, yeah, we love Jesse.
Follow.
You watch your mouth. Oh my god.
So cute.
He's a good boy.
Tonight will be the night that I will fall for you.
Let's run that back, but try to be more wholesome this time.
Next day.
That is not wholesome. That is not. Hey, what the hell is that?
So cute.
You should be ashamed. Oh yeah, now we're getting somewhere.
Oh yeah, now we're getting somewhere.
Bro's
Hey,
got
what are you
insane
doing?
vision.
I'm
Look at this.
playing Tetris.
Tetris.
Oh, you are.
Bro's
How are
hacking.
you playing Tetris on SCP-079? SCP, this is a computer.
RTX
it's a
on.
sentient master computer AI responsible for several site-wide containment breaches.
Exactly.
You're playing Tetris on it. Well, that's not the only thing. I'm also playing Ready or Not and Call of Duty 7.
Hey, it works. It works.
You know
Yo,
how
frames
old
go
this
crazy.
hardware is? I'm amazed.
So many
it's able
frames.
to- Whoa!
You are stretching the capabilities of my hardware.
Oh, man.
My components are designed
Who's hacking?
What are
Yeah,
you
we're
talking
cooked. We're
about?
cooked.
I think he didn't like you
We're
playing
cooked.
those.
I am
Welcome. Punch.
This bro saying I am right before you played on Freddy Fazbear.
I am
That's insane. Yeah, the Freddy Fazbear was so good because it picked up right where they were talking from. I don't think
guess
there's anything
that's
left in
fair.
time chat.
Wait, what's that? Oh.
Let it die, let it die.
I mean, now there's nothing left of time. Pokemon full send. Does the Fire Ember Spa hit fire type Pokemon? The Ember Spa.
What are you doing in the water? What? What's wrong with the water? Isn't water like your weakness?
Mario, what the f*** you doing?
What are they doing, bro? But maybe they're just relaxing. Maybe the weakness is relaxation.
You're a fire-type Pokemon. You're lying.
They're cooked.
Oh, it's got some help. Oh, it's got some help.
Oh, you thought. Oh.
Water is supposed to harm you. This is like a paradox, Charizard.
Doesn't make any sense. That's exactly how I feel making one of these videos. Ups and downs, and ups and downs. We got the imposter. What could possibly go wrong? Okay. Okay, get out, bro. Get out.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
What? Happy Wednesday, Saturday. What is this? Uh-oh. Friend?
¿Dónde porongas estoy? Crustáceo cascarudo. Estamos cerrados.
No seas pelotudo, Ramírez.
What is happening? What is happening,
Que
chat?
te cuides de los
What is
robos,
this?
cabrón.
Estoy a salvo.
Okay, disguise. I was gonna...
Así, puta de mierda.
What?
Así, puta de mierda.
Flashbang. Control Colin. We love Control Colin. Are they on a cat tower? Oh my goodness. They scared the cat away. They scared the kitty cat away.
Next step. I got this.
Who sent this to me at 3 a.m.? Hey, anything that gets sent at 3 a.m. is the craziest stuff that ever existed. Here we go. The cake. We got a cake. What are we doing?
I never thought I'd make it to retirement.
Cake's on them.
Taste the rainbow.
That is unsportsmanlike conduct. 15 yards. What is this? Time to color.
Help! Scissors is coming. I gotta hide.
Okay. Paper versus scissors. Why are they so excited? The Rubik's Cube.
Just a cube.
Rose blended in. Look at him. Look at him.
Just a
Perfect.
ball.
Just paper. What if he's on a stack of paper?
Where'd he go?
What a chameleon.
I'm a chameleon now.
And there seems to be no sign of intelligent life anywhere.
I'm a chameleon now. Nobody can find me.
Found him! What is this? We're getting the bad ending. You know it's gonna hit. You know it's gonna hit. No, it's gonna hit. Stop messing with us, bro. I know there's gonna be it. Bro threw my viewers off. Look at that. They threw the viewer. Yeah, see? Pump fake. All right, let's try it again. Here we go.
Here comes Carrot.
Don't weep.
Okay. Got him that time. Early.
That's why I love Nestle Crunch.
Yo, one in the chat if that timing was close.
That's why I
No. He's that kind of worked. We'll take it. That's as close as we're getting. Who wants some popcorn? Minecraft 2, no shot.
Viewer discretion is advised.
They just quit their job because of Minecraft 2. I guess Minecraft 1 was that bad. I guess chicken jockey, the chicken jockey craze. That's right.
I just saved myself $150.
That's crazy. Yeah, people were going crazy with chicken jockey in the theaters. POV, you are playing against Haaland. Here we go. Oh no. Cooked.
Owie, my ankle.
Oh! Getting a ball stuck in a tree. Let's watch.
Yeah, pass.
Those noises, you heard all the little branches snapping and popping? That's a bad sign. That means it's high up in the tree. You're probably never getting that back unless you throw somebody up there that can climb.
Oh, shiver my timbers.
Just throw something at it.
Hey, that is standard. That is standard. It happens every time. They're creating a whole nest.
This is what the peak male athletic form looks like.
I just saved myself 150 bucks.
No shot. No shot. I think they're stuck.
Guess I'll see you later then.
All right, see you, man.
Have a good day. Basketball, if they use ender pearls. Here we go. Here we go. Bro's getting warm, relaxing. No way. No way. The ender pearl.
Don't whiff.
I got this.
Let's go. Let's go. 2 points. 2 points. POV, you didn't make it into the NBA.
Whoa, you guys are tall.
Did you order a tall boys cleaning service?
I did.
Then step aside, sir. We'll take it from here.
You're
From
9
light
feet
bulbs to
tall,
smoke
bro.
detectors, even to those pesky air filters. Special pricing.
Tonight
With tall boys cleaning, we take cleanliness
They could, bro. They
to
can
the
reach.
max, and that's a top shelf guarantee.
Yo, what kind of ceiling fan is that, bro?
And thanks again for using Tall Boy Cleaning Company.
Wait, you guys didn't even clean anything.
Oh, no, that's out of our... It's lit on the ground. Cleaning, call 1-800-696-1173.
Insanity. Insanity. If Ash Ketchum was Nurse Joy.
Please, someone heal my Pokemon. Where's Nurse Joy? Oh, she's gone for vacation right now, and she hired me to take her place. How can I help you?
That is Ash Ketchum.
She fainted. Wait a minute, I remember you. What? Yeah, you're that guy that beat me in a Pokemon battle that one episode.
Your discretion is advised.
I'll say.
About you? That must have been ages ago. What does that have to do with healing my Caterpie? As a matter of fact, you beat me with this exact Caterpie.
Business
So
is
you
about
know
to
what?
pick up.
I'm not healing your Pokemon. What's wrong with you? You can't refuse to heal my Pokemon. Watch me. What the? Only Pokemon! I can't start a battle or even capture another Pokemon until you heal him!
It's Caterpie!
Before you beat me in a Pokemon battle then.
Caterpie, bro. How a defender sees Holland approaching. This is the second Holland one. Here we go.
Yes, baby.
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, God.
Cooked. Cooked. Oh, you
This
missed.
is what the peak male athletic form looks
Let's
like.
go!
Maybe I clear it or kick it back.
Doesn't matter what you do, bro. It doesn't matter what you do. You're... Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
Oh, Lord, he coming! Hello?
Here comes Karen.
Erling.
Oh, that would have been crazy if that would have hit. That would have been crazy. This is like a horror movie, bro. This is literally so suspenseful right now. This is...
Where is he gone?
It's literally a suspense film on the soccer field.
Falcon punch!
There he is. There he is. Dude, that was awesome. That was so good. Why does this look like Weezer at first, bro? It's Frosted Derp. We love Frosted Derp. The sweater. That's what I was thinking, bro. Oh! Oh my God! Is that a dinosaur with fresh kicks? Ruined it.
This is what the peak male athletic form looks like.
What are those, bro? What are they? That's so sick, though. That's so sick. What is this? Who's thirsty? What do they drink? What's in that? Oh, no. Dude, they're firing up. They're firing up. That is...
Falcon punch!
Oh, no! Walk? Okay, here we go. We're gonna walk. We're walking. We're walking. We're walking. We're skipping. What could possibly go wrong? They're running. They're sprinting. They're racing. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win?
Tonight will be the night that I will fall for
Why
you.
is this just like the first one in the video? Bro, this exact thing happened like 30 minutes ago. What is that?
I got this.
W! W, what a landing! Whenever we see this fella, it's about to get diabolical. Lock in.
Good stuff. Oh my God.
Bro just got drive-through clapped.
Oh my God.
That was brutal. Brutal. Hey, the silence before the ankle snap. I was telling you. What's this?
Dude, I'm begging you. Please don't go for the jump. You always mess it up.
What could go wrong? What could go wrong?
Your words. Watch this.
Here we go. No way. No way. No way. No way. Gone forever. Everybody stop the stream. We got some Cocoa bread. Lock in. What could possibly go wrong? We got cocoa bread.
Miss me.
Bed monster.
Betrayal. Miss me.
Whoa, whoa. Hey, actually.
Don't whiff.
Bro literally whiffed. No way.
Still, your discretion is advised.
Who's thirsty? How are we gonna go from cocoa bread to Bobby Orlando? Yo, we love Bobby Orlando. Are they gonna throw this at their basketball hoop?
Is what it looks like when you use the base of a table.
As what?
Oh my god, my ball! My ball!
No! What? There's what the same noise, right? What's this?
Roses are red, and I put my cereal in a big bowl.
Okay.
Now this ain't gonna rhyme, but you just got. It did rhyme. We just got Rick Roll.
Hey!
You shut your mouth, bro.
Let it die, let it die.
Thank you. Hey, yo, we got Hami Boom, who's gonna perfectly time the explosion. Full send. Here we go.
I have to cut the cheese.
Oh my god, my ball! My ball!
There it is. Cooked.
Taste the rainbow.
What flavor is that, bro? Hey, description of the chat right here. Description of the chat. You're a monster. Here we go. What a move. What a move.
Oh my god, my ball! My ball!
That's insane.
Mario, what the you doing?
They always say it's the calm before the storm. Well, in the meme basement, it's the silence before the ankle snap. 13-year-old me trying to act okay after getting hit by a dodgeball going 250 miles an hour.
You're out, Trinity.
Here we go. Did I feel that in my face? What just happened, bro? Oh my. Flashbang.
You're out, Trinity. You're out.
Flashbang. No shot. No shot.
No, that actually didn't hurt.
I got this.
Instant eye water.
I'm gonna call the nurse.
Hell no.
Bro doesn't need the nurse.
Alright, if you say so.
Owie, my ankle.
Oh no. Oh no. That's insane. What is this?
You're bearing witness to a genius.
Oh my god, it's Weezer.
How many people are gonna get Weezer clapped today? How many? How many people are gonna get Weezer clapped today? Cooked.
Who are you? Stop whistling, I beg of you. I can't.
Here comes Karen.
What?
Guys, I painted myself to look. Guys, I painted myself to look.
It's not just a boulder. If you made it to the end of this video and you did not laugh, comment a W. If you did laugh, comment an L. Let me know what meme made you laugh. I'll see you in the next perfectly timed Discord memes try not to laugh challenge. Flashback!
Oh my god, it's Weezer.
Welcome to today's YouTube video. We're going to be watching some true crime. If you don't know already, a lot of these videos get posted on my Discord and the React Suggestions channel. So if you don't already have an account and are in...
Oh, yeah. I'm criming, and I'm criming it. Oh, yeah, my crime. My crime is being timed. Oh, yeah, it's time, oh, boy.
Join the Discord if you have a video that we might not have seen. Yep. And then if you're watching on YouTube, you missed a stream, but that's okay. I stream almost every day except Sundays. And sub to the YouTube channel that you're on, because I like to be told it's worth the time and people are enjoying it. So, intro. Cool. Let's watch another video from Midwest Safety called "Driver Targets Cop Deploying Stop Sticks." Very cool. An interesting one. Sounds like another car chase.
Oh my God. He almost ran over an officer. Hello. How you doing, sir? The reason for the stop, your license plate is improperly placed. I know. I'm up for a document. Let me see your driver's license. I live my water at the house. What's your name? Jordan. What's your social? Can't put it in, I mean,
no plate.
You're still in violation. All right, sir. It's going to be a warning for that.
Some places don't let you have or like Arkansas doesn't need a plate in the front.
I want to say, I think he's lying to me. He gave me a social, and I'm looking at this warrant, and the social is very similar. There's only one letter off. Yeah, he's lying to me.
Why do they need your social to look you up? Because he doesn't have his license or anything? Because if they, if they don't have a way to identify them. Does everyone have their social memorized? I do. Trust me, the older you get, the more useful having that on hand is.
It's gonna be him. Can you work on getting a photo for that warrant and let me pull him out of the vehicle before he runs on me?
You're supposed to memorize it.
Can I talk to you back here? Armando? No, sir. Let me just talk to you back here. What's up, man? I just want to talk to you back here. About what? Are you lying to me about your name? No, sir. You sure you're not lying to me? About what? Did you give me the wrong social? Stand outside the vehicle. I have to take a photo of you. I'm going to confirm who you are. I'm not going to place you under arrest. Don't do this in front of your mom. Do what? Refuse to.
Oh my God, the mom's in the car.
No. What's your intentions are if I give you my name and everything? My intentions are to confirm your identity. I'm going to go get my phone and take a photo of you. If I confirm that that's you, now I'm going to come back over here and I'm going to have to tell you, hey, you're under arrest, and then I'm going to yank you out the car if you don't want to step out. And I don't want to do it in front of your mom. I really don't. Hey, look, man, I don't have no warrant. I had a ticket warrant. That was okay. I don't want to arrest the wrong person. It's probably not you. Just wait right here, okay?
And he's gone. Subtle. Yeah, he's really getting away from him.
3 David 605, let's go. We're going eastbound on Dicker.
With the mom. Well, if it is his mom, that's just who he said it was. Who knows who that is? We'll see if that's true. Whoa.
Speeds at 80 miles an hour. Just for a 1014, there's...
Yeah, he's got his hazards on so the cop can see where he is. Just go to the hospital, bro.
Coming up to McCall, still on Dicker. He's slowing down. Speeds at around 80 to 90.
That red car was not stopping. That's crazy. Hospital? He said he was taking his mom to the hospital. I don't know. Like, once again, I mean, he gave them a fake name, and so, like, could just be bullshitting about that too. Like, what are the chances, right?
Once he slows down,
Oh. sad. It's a hard way to pit right there, though, in front of everything. It's a lot of cars. Spikes number 1. Oh my God. Me when I'm trying to run from the police, but I live in Texas and everything is just flat and straight, so I can't turn or hide anywhere. Talk about one of the worst places to get into speed chase, bro. You can't turn into nothing. No neighborhood, no suburb, no trees. At least not in streets. They're like on the sides here. Like it's just one straight road. Yeah, like where do we go? Where does he go realistically? It's just straight road and like random outlets. The American dream right here.
As the suspect approaches the stop sticks, we calculated the speed of the suspect using their distance traveled over a 5-second period to be approximately 73 miles per hour. As the officer deploying stop sticks positions himself in the middle of the road, the suspect heads straight for him.
Okay, Midwest safety, nerd. Wow, you really did. I don't know. I mean, yeah, that's probably not great, but also like you can. Almost spilled coffee everywhere. Only spilled some. You can also see the stop sticks like in this shot. So I think like clearly he was also, I mean, I'm not saying it's okay, by the way, but I think he's clearly also trying to get out of the way of the stop sticks, you know, the thing that's going to stop him from continuing to run from the police too. So not a great look for sure. Not great. I mean, pretty stupid regardless. But yeah, I mean, the stop sticks are clearly right here. I mean, he's not going to weave into traffic. It's great that this guy got out of the way. But yeah, I think this is sort of like a product of that, if I'm honest. But it doesn't fucking matter. Yeah, you don't want to add vehicular manslaughter of anybody, especially not an officer, to anything, for sure. I really never see stop sticks work, no. I mean, they're great in practicality, but also, like, once again, the cop has to be, like Tom Brady-ass precision to throw a stop stick and, like, successfully get that jammed in a car's wheel, you know what I mean? You don't see stop sticks work much in these. Probably because it's entertaining to watch them be like, it just do nothing, but oh, this is not good pit maneuvering. You don't just. Oh, here we go. Here's a neighborhood. Here we go.
I'm coming up westbound on business.
We're on Pine and Linden.
What?
Hey!
I got him. Let's get it, boys. God, I'm exhausted. Here comes the backup. Is there a woman? Is there someone in this car?
I can't breathe.
Brother, what?
Put your hands behind your back.
Sounds like he's freaking out.
I can't breathe. Your back. Get those legs. Breathe. I can't breathe.
I can't breathe. Shut up. I can't breathe. Yes, you can.
Bro, you're screaming. I think you're good. He's also got his like knee on his ass. Like he's holding him on the butt, like sitting on his ass right there.
Dude, he wouldn't give up. He doesn't work. His grandma's in the car though, or his mom. She's an old lady. How old is she? She's old, dude. She's like 70 plus.
So there actually is an old. Wow.
I'm out of shape.
Stop. What did it say?
I'm out of shape.
Stop bringing cops donuts facepalm emoji. Yeah. Very cool.
Ma'am, ¿estás bien? ¿Qué tiene su hijo? ¿Qué trae o qué?
What's going on or what? Does he need help? Problems? He needs help. Thank God we got him. Give me a moment. I have to take pictures.
Hey, she says she could drive. You want me to get EMS out here? I think so, man.
That cop was booking it, yeah.
Swerved into you, bro. The spikes got caught. I saw that. I didn't take the little thing out, so I threw the spikes. I took the whole and I'm like, so it looked like he was going to go around, and then I started coming back, and he swerved. And like, if he would have stayed in a straight line, he wouldn't have hit him. That's it. There's nothing on your knees? Nah. Hey, relax. You don't feel good. Listen, whatever happened, happened. Let's start fresh. I'm gonna take you to the hospital. We're gonna get medically cleared. Go ahead, step out.
Let's start fresh, but also we're gonna charge you for all of this.
Just relax. That's your injury.
Start fresh though.
I'll tell you what. Let's walk to my unit. My mom. She's good. We have EMS on the way. Well, because I don't want her driving. The car is damaged.
That's highway patrol.
I don't want it on the road, man. Don't tow it. My daughter ain't got no money. She has to go to work. You wake up. I was behind you, man. You swerved into that deputy. No, I didn't. I swerved away from him. The change right there. I swerved away from him. Come on, Mr. Rivera. Don't put that on me, please, man. I never heard one of you guys, man. That was stupid. It's ignorant. You know, I'm scared. Hey, sir, just give that ID. That's my money. It's only $35. That's my money. I just. Can I get my envelope that he has in his hand? Yeah, $35 in there. What's this, cash? Yeah.
Dude, what are you gonna do with it?
Yes. All right, that envelope too. And he wants that money. That's like her envelope or something.
Yeah, fuck you, Mom. That's my money.
Okay. Her ID's in there. Okay.
That's my money.
She's claiming that's hers. I said I need it for the county, so I just took it out the bank. Can you talk to my mom, please? Please, sir. Please, sir.
Bro, this poor old ass lady.
I didn't. I'm pit certified. I'm pit certified. You don't run from us. I'll tell you who tried to kill who. You tried to kill that deputy. No, I did it. I swerved away from him. That was the scariest thing. I swerved away from him. That was the scariest thing, man. Mom. We're gonna sit her down. Relax. You put her through too much right now. Put your foot in. I'm gonna throw her up with that.
Do you actually have to be certified to do pit stops? Oh yeah. I mean, not cops can't just like pull up to you and do that. It's like a huge safety hazard. Like, I mean, you could see why he was doing it so carefully in that one intersection, because there was like, was it where did he try to pit him originally? Is Trey to run? We're chasing. Not here, but like, was it here?
I'll be conducting a pit here.
No. Whoop. No, this is too far in. They tried to pit him way earlier, but there was also like a bunch of cars. I'll find it. Hold on. Yeah, like there. This is him trying to pit maneuver him. When a cop's behind a suspect and tries to like cut in left or right, he's trying to a pit maneuver, in case this is like unclear, is like basically this suspect, this is cop tries to come in and like basically poke the back tail of the suspect's car to basically get them to like swerve out, if that makes sense. I mean, there's like multiple ways, I guess, to pit maneuver. Technically, like they could just like get totally in front and do it from like the front piece of the car too. But obviously there's a lot of peripheral issues with doing it like that. Cause like if they're doing it like he's trying to do here, where he's trying to hit him, it's not even like a hit. He's just trying to get up next to him and basically push his car this way to basically force his wheels to turn, which would conflict. His back and front wheels would conflict because, you know, it's probably not in four-wheel drive. I would hope not. So basically his car would be like, what the fuck? And blah. See, look, he's trying right here, but then there's all these cars, so he backs up, right? Like, cops can't just pit maneuver because they're chasing somebody. Like, they have to be like they have to be like certified, like you said. Like, they can't, like, there's huge safety concerns here. Like, I think this is where he tries again, right? He's gonna try again here. He's trying to get in here, but look, there's a car here, there's cars here, there's cars everywhere, right? So if he comes in here and like tries to pit maneuver him on the right, his car is gonna go out this way. Like, he's going to curve his car outward to the left. And there's a car right here. So there's like big safety concerns when it comes to pit maneuvering. What happens if a four-wheel gets pit maneuvered then? Honestly, I don't even know. probably similar. I doubt it does a huge difference. I don't think it matters that much. But like, the difference I was trying to get, I guess, is like pit maneuvering works super well because it's like when the driver is trying to turn the front wheels one way and then the back of the car gets forced a different way, it stops, it makes the car turn because you're basically forcing him to turn, because you're basically making it to where like the back of the car isn't doing what the front of the car wants. Because two-wheel drive is your front wheels turn and your back wheels follow suit. So basically pitting is like forcing the back wheels to make a call, I guess, if that makes sense. I'm way overcomplicating this. Anyway, like I said, like if he comes in here, like he might, like he tries to, like there's a car here, there's this car turning, because who knows what's going to happen here. They're going like 70 something, right? Based on the little nerd math segment that Midwest did. So like, this is, I mean, that car's right there, man. You know what I mean? Like if he goes in for this and he can just gently, like it can be a gentle nudge and it can be enough. It depends on how good the driver is too, because it's like, you can adjust to it, but you know, if you're not ready for it or you're not trained to withstand it, whatever, like it can send you, like cars can flip and shit because of pit maneuvers. And that's why it's a concern. Like, you need a cop who's good at doing it gently enough to detain a driver, but not cause massive destruction or injury. Because, like I said, I mean, this dude can, like, he could speed ahead and just bomb, like, right into him if he wanted. But that's literally so reckless and could cause so many problems to everyone else, too. So, yeah, like, see, he's here. He tries it, but obviously that car that was passing was a problem, so he didn't like fully commit. And then it's like they're both about to run into this shit. This car's here, like, so he kind of bails out of it last second. It's kind of like they have to kind of take the environment into major account. And like I said, like they have to get trained on this. Like not every cop can pit maneuver. So like if we watch these, you'll see like sometimes, I mean, it's not usually people who are doing like these stops will be able to, but in the rare chance that somebody who's doing traffic stops can't, they'll call in for somebody to come do a pit. And like they'll basically drop off and that guy will take the lead in order to try to. That makes sense.
Thank you. Okay. Are you going to speak to my mom, please? Yes, I am. If you just behave and relax. Can I get this water? Yeah, your back gate was open, so he just ran through the gate. He didn't damage any property or anything like that. Please, can I speak to her, sir? Please. She doesn't want to speak to you, man. Please, sir. Yes, she does. Please, let me speak to her, sir.
Damn.
What do you want to tell her? Let me get that $35 so I have my money. Okay, I'll tell her to put it in your books.
Doesn't he? Wow.
I'm not releasing this car to her. I'm sure she's shook up. Yeah. Hey, we're calling family members. They're gonna take your money. Those $35, she's gonna take them to you at the jail. I swear to God.
Answer this real quick.
I can't because she's getting checked out. She is very shook up.
Can you guys have to just tell her something out the window? Just something real quick.
Oh my God, dude, seriously. Tell her something. Hey guys, can he yell something at her?
Mamá, te amo. Hey.
Just rolled his eyes. Let me carry that money.
Before we get driving, I'm gonna read you your rights.
Why are we in the front seat?
Do you understand these rights? No, sir. You don't? Okay. But that's fine. I'm not gonna ask you any questioning. You do understand them.
Sir, please, I'm sorry about that charge.
Whatever the video showed, what way did you swerve? What way did you swerve?
And then I went to the crosswalk when he ran across.
Nah.
I did swerve left and then I came right.
I saw him running right. You were going right.
No. He went to throw the
Why is he riding shotgun, bro? I don't think I've ever seen this. I ain't never see a dude do the suspect do a ride along like this.
All you had to do was get out, man. Please don't put that charge in. I know, Mr. All you had to do was get out. I gave you a chance. I told you what was gonna happen. I was super transparent with you, man. Super transparent. That's fine. That's fine.
He did.
I don't care about the charge. That's fine.
He did, and he got his ass.
Whatever you want, man.
No, please.
Whatever you want. This is you're the one in charge here right now.
No, you are, sir.
I don't know.
You are, sir. I'm just
where. Stop.
Good pacifying technique.
You're pissing me off. Okay. You put so many lives at risk right now. So many. Look at this. School hours, kids coming out of school. You got your mom in the passenger seat.
I just got scared. I don't know why I got scared. I'm sober.
There's no. All it was a simple warrant.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Simple warrant.
The suspect's 79-year-old mother was checked by EMS at the scene and was not injured but was shaken and later calmed down. The suspect, identified as Jose Rivera, was already wanted on an outstanding warrant related to a previous DUI offense. He was ultimately charged with multiple offenses, including evading arrest with a vehicle, evading arrest with a previous conviction, failure to identify with intent to provide false information, tampering with physical evidence with intent to impair, possession of a controlled substance, resisting arrest, search, or transport, parole warrant, and attempted capital murder of a peace officer or firefighter, totaling a bond of $165,000. However, the capital murder charge was later dismissed by court order and did not proceed further.
Well, I guess he did drop it.
Proven guilty in a court of law.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, I can see that charge being dropped. Like I said, like I don't think it's a good look. I don't think it's a good look at all. Like, once again, but when you also like don't, where the hell did this even happen? Like, once again, like when you don't actually think about this from an officer standpoint, like you go suspect standpoint here. Why do I feel like I can't find anything in this? Here. Like, once again, you can see the stop sticks right here, man. Like, yeah, that's why I can, because everything fucking looks the same, because it's all just one flat strip of road. Like, I don't understand this place. Like, you can, I don't know, man. Like, I could see, he definitely didn't swerve out of the way. He swerved out of the way of this. But you can also argue, like, not that it makes it okay, but you can argue against the intent to harm an officer by being like, his intent might have been to avoid this. Does that make either act okay? No, but you can use the stop sticks to basically, I don't know, like, I mean, it's not necessarily like creating innocence, but it's creating doubt. And that's a whole thing when it comes to the court of law. Like, when it comes to something like a defense, it's about creating doubt, not necessarily creating innocence. Like, that's a huge difference maker. I mean, everything else is, all the same, but, clickbait, maybe. Charge dropped, I see why. Is that cop probably realistically scared, and is the rest of his officers pissed off about it? Probably. I think everybody's in the right here, if I'm honest. Like, this guy's probably scared. This officer's probably pissed. This guy's probably swerving out to avoid this and trying not to hit him. I don't actually know, I guess. But, I could see where when it comes to like the court case, the judge is like, you know, this is going to get dismantled, I think. So whatever.
I had a dream last night that I was building an apartment in The Sims, and I feel like maybe that's a sign that I think about this game a little bit too much, but instead I'm choosing to take it as a sign that I should build an apartment today. And I was thinking that we could do one of these apartments in Evergreen Harbor because I can't even remember the last time I decorated one of them. I think they're both identical, so it doesn't really matter which one we pick. I mean, identical in terms of size. The default furnishings are not the same. I'm also going to use a test sim for this. I think I need to cheat for money though. I want to be able to change the light colors and stuff because I'm picturing making this into like a gamer's apartment. I want to have LED lights. I want to have a nice setup. I want it to be kind of cute and colorful. I don't think I realized that the bathtub was laid out like that in the default apartment. I don't think I like that very much. All right, let me just delete all of this stuff quickly. Oh, that's the whole room. I don't like to delete the whole room because it deletes the windows and I kind of want to keep those. Do they not have a single light in the kitchen? Why? Why is there no kitchen light by default? You know, every time I do one of these default builds, I feel like I notice something new and not necessarily in a good way. But this is what the blank slate looks like. I don't really think we're gonna have a budget for this, but I'll give myself some more money anyway, just in case. And I'll put some lights down so we can see better. Okay, maybe this could be the bedroom. And well, maybe that should be a little bit bigger actually. I don't know. I'm thinking this could be the bedroom. We could have a little office right here and a small bathroom next to it. And that leaves us a pretty big open space for the kitchen and like the dining room area and the living room. I actually kind of wish I had a smaller space for those things. What if we had the kitchen here? This is how it was before, but it's already bigger now. And maybe the living room could face this way. We could have a TV on this wall and then a dining table here. It's actually kind of similar to how it was, but hopefully a little bit better. I'm also thinking maybe we could put like a laptop on the counter as if they like pause for a second to do some work there and then still have the office space here. And actually, speaking of laptops, I just got a new laptop in real life. This is the ROG Zephyrus and I've been using it for everything lately. I've been editing, making thumbnails, gaming, and also honestly just watching YouTube videos. It's ultra slim. It's just 1.59 centimeters, so it's super light and portable, both for bringing it out and about, but also just carrying it around the house. I've been bringing it downstairs to sit on the couch or work at the kitchen table a lot, and I love my office, but I will admit it's also really nice to be able to play my games on the couch instead of at my desk. And it's powered by an Intel Core Ultra 9 386H processor and up to a NVIDIA GeForce RTX 5080 laptop GPU, so it can handle everything I need to do for both work and fun. I've been playing The Sims and Stardew Valley a ton, obviously, and the 1610 3K ROG Nebula HDR OLED panel makes my games look beautiful. Like, doesn't Sulani look incredible here? And the premium 6-speaker setup makes everything sound beautiful too. And while we're talking about beauty, can we take a second to appreciate how good this laptop looks? It has this Zephyrus / lighting design across the lid, and the whole laptop has got such a sleek and clean design. It's powerful, it's portable, and it looks amazing. I love this laptop so much. If you want to check out the ROG Zephyrus for yourself, I've got a link to it down below. Thank you so much to them for sponsoring today's video. And with that, let's get back into The Sims. Okay, so obviously I'm not going to keep this actual furniture stuff right here. I'm kind of just placing some things down so I can think about the scale, but I feel like this is going pretty well. I also think that we could probably move some of the windows around if we wanted to and maybe make them look a little bit nicer. I kind of want to delete, that one can't be deleted, but those can. Is that like, cause this one must change maybe with the build when it gets renovated? Oh dear. Okay, I forgot that these apartments are like different than all the other ones in that way. I've never really done this before where I put these two together, but maybe that could be kind of interesting for the bedroom. It's a lot of window. I also don't really know if I like it, but I'm gonna try. We can do just one of them in the office. I think the windows in this living space are okay. All right, let's think color scheme for a second, because I feel like once we've picked a rug, we can kind of base a lot of the other furniture around that. I've always liked this one, but I don't really know if I want it to be a square. This one has some kind of cool, like slightly more modern looking swatches, so that could be an interesting choice. I don't know if I can use that. Maybe we can make that work somewhere in one of the bedrooms or something, because it actually does kind of match the vibe of the yellow one. I kind of like that. We have this like pink and yellow color scheme with a little bit of blue as an accent. I think that could work. Oh, my cat's here. She wants to hang out. Her face is also really wet. She does this thing where, because we have one of those cat water fountains, and when she drinks out of it, she just lets the thing pour down her face. And so whenever she leaves the water fountain, she's just like wet on one side, and I pet her and I'm like, ooh. Gross. But it's just water. I know it's just water, but it's kind of jarring still, because you don't expect to touch your cat and have them be wet. Okay, I think I'm gonna change these counters to be something a little bit more expensive. Which ones of these Home Chef Hustle counters could be nice? I mean, this has like that pinky orangey color, which could be kind of cool. And then it has like a gold accent at the base that almost looks yellow. Oh, we can use these cool end pieces too. I love that. This will be the stove, and then we can put the fridge off to the side. Should I use the colors that match, or should we pick something else? I think that's okay. Oh God, I hate that. I've never been the biggest fan of like a copper sink in this game. Oh, you know what else we could do is put one of these tall cabinets, like a pantry cabinet. We also have this. I feel like that should be more of a silvery color though. Maybe I could still use the silvery stuff because it matches the top of the stove, and maybe I'm just telling myself that, but I really want to be able to use it. Do you think it's worth us putting one of these cute shelves above the counter? I do like that. But also maybe it should be pendants. I don't know. That thing actually has lights in it too, but I don't really know if I like how they look. Of course, these windows cannot be scooted over. So that's kind of annoying. I want to have them like just a little bit to the side, you know, but we can't do it. Is it so weird to use these curtains in here? Can I make them yellow? Oh my goodness. Maybe they're better in blue. I don't know. Let me see. Once I pick some more furniture, we'll see how we feel about that. Do you think we could use a brick? I think a brick accent could be kind of cool. Maybe it's better to have tile behind the kitchen cabinets and we do the brick somewhere else, because then we can use maybe a colorful tile. I feel like these are not good. I think that maybe, is white so boring though? Maybe not, because there's, you know, like a beigey color in that. I don't think I like the shelf either. I want to, but there's something about it that's kind of throwing me off, I think. I really like these lights. It'd be fun if we could use those in a funky color, like the yellow ones. We'll see. We'll see about that. I don't know if it's good or not. I also need to get doors. I feel like maybe just these doors in white we could put in the hallway there. I think there should also be a bookshelf. Yeah, I'm gonna have to cheat for money. I already know 8,000 simoleons is not gonna cut it. I don't want to be trying to do a budget build today. I intend to spend as much money as I want today in this build. I think that's okay, right? And we could have a little plant next to it. I was kind of thinking the cozy kitsch kit. Where are you? Oh, but that being in yellow is like too much yellow, isn't it? Especially with this rug. I guess once we have the rest of the furniture in, it might feel a bit better. Oh, that's nice. I really like that couch, actually. I feel like that's super cool. Okay, maybe we try and make this like cream on that back wall, and then we could have a color as the wallpaper. I'm gonna use this as the dining table centerpiece. I love this cozy kitsch kit. It's so cool. What about that? Oh my goodness. If I change the color of this light, maybe I change the color of all the lights really quick to be like the same color. They could be a bit more of a warmer white. And then we make this light into kind of a bluish color. Do you think it's okay if it's that big? Because I think that's really cool. Dream Home Decorator. No, I don't like that table at all. I was gonna say I could use that table right there, but I didn't like that one. Maybe the chairs in the dining room should be yellow. Well, you know what else is kind of nice? Not to use even more of the cozy kitsch kit, but, well, actually, maybe it's kind of good to focus on that pack, because then at least, you know, I've already used it, so we may as well full send. We could do the yellow chairs. I love this dining table. This is, I think, the best dining table in the whole game. Oh, and like the beautiful bowl on top of it. That's so nice. This is a really good sized living space. Okay, I'm gonna put a way too expensive TV, and I'm sorry in advance, but I think I want to use this cool curved one. And now we must cheat for money. I'm also going to use a little video game console because I feel like this sim would absolutely have that. We do have a coffee table that we can put in. And I think that's a good layout for most of the furniture. I still need to get a couple more things. I'm thinking like maybe some kind of stuff by the entryway, and we'll put more clutter in. I just wanted to have the furniture laid out first because it helps me to see if this space is good. Because sometimes you can't really tell if the floor plan's gonna work and like if there's enough room for everything, but this I feel like is perfect. It fits really well. I think that we could maybe have a blue bathroom. Oh my gosh. What if we did something like this? That's decor to the max, actually. And it's not even technically tile. I think it's like a laminate, but maybe that would be kind of a cool thing to have on the floor. What kind of colors are there? I think I liked the yellow because it has the white in the middle of it, and we can match that with the white tile, and then hopefully it won't look too busy. Oh, and we can have gold accents everywhere else. Oh, that's amazing. Okay, let's do that. We probably only need to have one sink, but I feel like this is a luxury apartment, so I kind of want to give them 2 sinks. I think that's really nice. And then we could have the toilet just here in the corner, something like that, and then we can get some plants and some more decor. Why must you be so big? Oh, that actually kind of fits. Okay, should it stay yellow or should we, because I feel like the yellow is actually really nice. Here, this is like some nice shower stuff in there. We can get a cute shelf above the toilet. I like that little light blue towel, so we could do that too. And then maybe lastly, we just get a couple of little things on the counter. Okay, it's not just any gamer's apartment. This is like a rich gamer's apartment, apparently. I love that bathroom. I might give them a slightly more interesting light since we're already using the sleek bathroom kit too. I'm gonna need more money again. This is gonna be so expensive. It's because of this TV. The TV is 4,200 simoleons. I absolutely did not need to do that, but I did anyway, so. Okay, let's put a really big plant maybe in this corner because I think it needs something a bit fancier over there. I wish the front door was a little bit fancier too, but we can't change that. I'm gonna give them their laptop on the counter like we had before. Oh, and I should probably be using a lot more eco lifestyle, right? Because that's this pack. I think this little shelf could be kind of cute by the front door. I had to size it down, but I think it still looks good. I wanted to see also if I use the little bags. No. I was gonna say, does it look like they're hanging? From this side it does. From that side it does not. Do you think it's okay if we just leave it like that though? And like pretend that they're hanging off the hook? Because most of the time you'll see it from this far away. And it does look like they're hanging there. I think that, and this is really bad, I think that I'm gonna keep it. I hope you don't hate it, because I'm really sorry if so. But I kind of like it, so. Oh good. Because I sized it down, these things slot in like the weirdest way possible. But I think I want to put a little plant right there too. Yeah, I think that helps. Okay, that can be our entryway. Maybe they could have a little welcome mat also, or like some kind of little rug by the front door. Yeah, maybe that helps to sell it as an actual entrance. There's a plant too. Once we have wallpaper, I think we're gonna be fine. Okay, I'm thinking we could put some video game posters on the wall. My favorite Sims games are The Sims 3 and My Sims Kingdom. So we could put those right here in the corner. How does that look? Is it too plain? It might be too plain. I think that those lights all together might actually work. I feel okay about this as the layout. Okay, can we do yellow on this wall? I think that could be a kind of cool accent. There's a lighter one, but I don't think that's as good. And then I was also thinking LED strips across the top of it. Oh dear. Let me just get 2 more so I can like layer them on top of each other. What color do we think? Maybe, oh, maybe the orange. That could add some kind of cool dimension to the wall. Oh, I like that. Okay, I was gonna put, can you tell that it's clipping? I just wanted to have these go over a little bit so it looks like they're straight into the corner. Oh, this is fine. Wait, hold on. We have to alt place everything, but they have a little bit of wiggle room on the other side, like the end piece does, so they should be okay. Yeah, there's like the tiniest little gap right there, but you can barely even see it. Better than the gap in this corner, because that was really obvious to me. Whoa, I made this light blue. Do you think that looks cool or is it weird? Maybe I should make it orange. Maybe that's fun. It gives it some more dimension. I gotta be honest, I'm actually not liking the backs. I think it needs to be less cluttered. This is hard. What about, and I hate to say it, but what about these My First Pet Stuff blinds? Oh my, those don't, the colors, it's the colors. They don't work. These blinds are from University, and those have a little bit more color. And they also tile pretty well. That's 4 of them, but I sized them down, and I think that makes the window look bigger, so that's good. I think we could probably do with a fire alarm. I'm gonna give them some aprons on this wall. I love those. So in terms of trash cans, they have mailbox right there. The trash cans are all the way outside. Oh, you can move those? You can put stuff out there? I don't think I realized that you could do that. Can I change the flooring? No, okay. Well, now I'm wondering, can I go into debug? Like, in the base game debug, there are some big things that look like flat planters. So maybe I could get those big grassy things and then we could put some trees in them, right? I'm thinking about this. That one's not flat, it's actually raised. But, well, this one's flat and it's like a nice rectangle. That might be what this place needs. That one's kind of cool too. I feel like this probably won't upload to the gallery with it. Like, if I had to guess, I would assume that it'll only upload the, well, yeah, wait, why am I even saying that? Yeah, it'll only upload the apartment because I have to only upload the apartment. You physically cannot upload the lot. Okay, never mind. I don't know why what I just said made no sense. I think that helps though. I was gonna say they'll have some more plants out of their windows, but actually their windows don't face the trees at all. So never mind. What is that? Oh, some kind of weird stereo from Batu. I don't think I've ever used that before. Okay, I'm now wondering if I could put a record player in here, but I think that doesn't fit right there, unfortunately for us. In fact, it doesn't really fit anywhere, but they could use it in their office, I guess. It's like a media room or something. Oh, they could have this though. That's good, because they can still have a speaker then. Okay, perfect. Let's make that like a brighter orange color. Okay, these are a couple of little poofs. I put those on the floor next to it. And now I want to get a couple of things from the Comfy Gamer kit. Specifically, I'm just thinking a couple of those controllers. We kind of set those down on the coffee table as if somebody was just playing. I think that's good. Oh, and maybe like the little cookie candle. What swatch is best? I kind of like the donut one for this. What do we think about this little book nook kit item put in the corner? I think that could be really good because it almost looks like it's got cookbooks plus it's a nice plant. Is that unhinged? The llama picture? Oh, I kind of like it. I want it to look like it's resting on the counter, but I'm not sure if it's, I don't know if that looks weird. Maybe they have a little wall plant too, because then they can still use this counter and this counter. And unfortunately, they probably need a trash can. We could give them a trash chute though. Oh, that could be nice because then they can throw trash away outside without having to go outside. Have you seen how much I've been stalling with the wallpaper? You're probably like, okay, Kayla, time to put the wallpaper in. Like, you can't keep doing this. Let me put some more brick on that wall. And maybe I'll get a little bit more brick on this wall too, in those two rooms. Do you think it would be weird? I feel like this yellow doesn't work on this wall. I think that's not good enough. That's why part of me is like, just paint it white maybe? But that's also kind of boring. What about the wallpaper from Eco Lifestyle? This one does have like a two-toned kind of thing, so we could bring in some more of that blue, but I don't really know if I like it. It might even just be better in white on those blank walls, because then we can let the colors shine everywhere else. I don't know. I might let that sit, because sometimes it helps me to just leave it for a second and then come back to it, because I feel like I've got a clearer eye when I come back the second time. Okay, I'm picturing this being our little gamer room office space. And I'm gonna use a bunch of the Comfy Gamer kit stuff. I'm gonna need more money again. The amount of money cheats I've had to do in this. Oh my gosh. We can get a little yellow chair. Do you think the pink desk mat, it's a lighter pink than the floor is, but I feel like maybe that's okay. Maybe we could do the pegboard in a wooden color and kind of get the shelves to match. I have found that sometimes when I'm doing these pegboards, I like to just put a bunch of stuff on them first, and then I kind of move things around afterward, you know, like I'll figure out how they fit and like swap them around once I've got a little bit more on it. Cause like at least this way we know that it fits, you know? Let me go back to the kit again. We could put some headphones on the desk. Oh, sometimes I'll do this too. I'll put like the LED sign on the pegboard. I think actually the default color might be good for this. Let me just scoot everything over a bit more because I feel like it kind of needs it. And then I feel like this shelf kind of needs something a little bit lower so it doesn't block the sign. Maybe like games and I'm gonna do more strip lights, but I'm gonna make these ones pink. It needs to be more like a magenta-y color. That's so fun. I'm really interested. This is so bad too because this is not gonna fit anywhere. But I just had this thought. What is it called? Like motion gaming mat or something? Yeah, the motion monitor gaming mat. This is really bad. All the colors are bad, so we probably shouldn't use this. Once again, no money. This is the other swatch. Oh, it's like, it's so big is the problem. I want to use it, but it's like so hard to fit it in anywhere because it looks just, it's like so much. Oh, yellow, perfect. Okay, let's do that. This is like a two-toned pink, but maybe the hot pink is better for these walls. I feel like maybe the yellow looks really weird on that wall. I think it's just because the yellow and the pink are kind of clashing a little bit. Oh, what if we had it be more colorful? Like, what if we had this yellow accent wall like that? That's cool, right? Should we do a little love seat underneath the window? That's maybe too much yellow. Okay, we can do it pink like this. I think the record player could be over here. Here's a cow plant hung up in the corner. Maybe like a tall plant right there. See, I know that if I scoot this back, it starts clipping, but I think maybe it needs to be scooted back a little bit more. I don't really mind if the record is clipping into the wall. Maybe I should, but I think it's okay. This lamp is from the Cozy Kitsch kit, so that matches everything else that we've got. I guess that could be a nice yellow in the corner. Little floral picture too. Okay, and then maybe this back wall could have a couple of bookshelves. Oh, maybe I'll put the cow plant. I think I had it here before, but I feel like maybe it would look better back there by the door. because then I have more space for bookshelves. I don't think I want to use the cube shelves from the kit. I feel like maybe I should put something taller. I'm actually kind of thinking maybe these could be cool. Oh, but that's so close to the door. I think they can still get in fine. Maybe just scoot it over a little bit more. They should be okay. I probably shouldn't be using 3 of them, but oh well. We could do a calendar right there, and then I can just get a bunch more cute clutter stuff on these shelves. I'm gonna go to Manage Worlds and come back so I can turn debug off because it's kind of bothering me. Oh, I think it's looking kind of cute from the map. That's good. See, it's much easier to look through these menus when you don't have all that stuff in the way. Okay, here's like a little taxi. That's yellow. This thing, maybe I can make blue. I could use another one of the picture frames, but we could do the space cat swatch. Perfect. This llama in yellow could work. And then I guess we already used the Book Nook kit, so we could get a few more Book Nook things too. Yeah, like that little book basket, and then just way more plants. So many plants. Probably shouldn't be putting candles inside of the shelf, but I think I'm gonna do that too. I like this little room. I think that's really cool. I would hang out in there. I'm definitely kind of second guessing this wall. It's making me wonder if I should put one of these cool wallpapers, like that pretty pink swatch. I don't know, that could be kind of fun. It might be the right call. Or like maybe that could go behind the TV because it's a little bit fancier. And then we could do the other walls more plain. Oh, but this same problem with me thinking that there was too much of the yellow in this corner. Maybe if we had a rug underneath the chairs, or if I made the chairs a different color. Oh, we could have the chairs be like mix and match. Ugh. I don't know. Okay, Snowy Escape has like a fuzzy rug that I can size up. I don't know why I did that when I said it. Fuzzy rug. It also comes in blue. So if we wanted to try and get some more of that blue color in here. Oh, the light wasn't even centered. Okay, that's good. Maybe I should use this one in the blue color then, just so we can bring the colors all the way around. I feel like now I should make this light blue instead. Oh, that looks really cool. I like that so much. Okay, I think that was the right call. I still feel like there's something off about this wall. I'm never gonna be done. I like won't let it end. I think it's because I wanna have like a trim at the bottom. Wouldn't it be cool if I could have had this? But I can't because we are stuck with the windows how they are. I've never tried this before, but now I'm kind of thinking, what if the Desert Luxe kit, if I put this at the base, could we try and make that look like a baseboard? I mean, it's a little bit bigger and it's clipping, so maybe not. What about a light, like a wall light? I feel like surely Spa Day has a horizontal one, right? No, they only have vertical ones. Great. I was like, that's perfectly flat. That could be good. Oh my God. This one is called A Touch of Starlight. What if we put that on the wall? Do you think it kind of looks like fairy lights that are dangling across the whole place? Maybe I've done too much. I don't know, but I think that actually looks really cool. I think I want to try that. Wow, that's pretty. Can I do more in here? Can we like put more on this back wall? Isn't that fun? It has more whimsy than the default fairy lights because it kind of looks like a whole strand of them. Okay, I think we're in a really good spot. We have one last room to do. This is the bedroom. Now that we're thinking fairy lights, I'm actually kind of wondering about those bed canopy lights. Wait, why did I filter to everything? As if I was gonna find it like that. Oh, this is kind of what I was picturing. Oh, but I thought it was a wall light. That's actually not too bad, but it's still not really what I wanted, and I like my fairy lights now, so I'm not gonna use those. Okay, I'm gonna give this sim a closet just because I feel like the room's a little bit too big, and I'm not a huge fan of it being a big rectangle. And then, oh, those are too short. And then we could put this beautiful light canopy above it, and I'll have the bed.
Ela sai do trabalho e vai pra faculdade. Sexta tá na pista curtindo rap. trabalho e vai pra faculdade. Sexta tá na pista curtindo rap. Ela sai do trabalho e vai pra faculdade. Sexta tá na pista curtindo rap. Ela sai. Ela sai do trabalho e vai pra faculdade. Sexta tá na pista curtindo rap. Ela sai do trabalho e vai pra faculdade. Ela sai do trabalho e vai pra faculdade. Sexta tá na pista curtindo rap. Ela sai do trabalho e vai pra faculdade. Sexta tá na pista curtindo rap. Ela sai.
Yeah, I'm swinging big dick energy. Yeah, my shawty's got them triple D. I stay crossing off my list. Got my money in my bitch. That's a check, 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 check. Yeah, I'm swinging big dick energy. Yeah, my shawty's got them triple D. I stay crossing off my list. Got my money in my bitch. That's a check, 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 check. Yeah, I'm swinging big dick energy.
2 weeks ago, I ordered $500 of pre-owned and new Switch 2 video games from GameStop, as well as some accessories, controllers, and even amiibos to see what they would send me. I've done this before, back with the first Nintendo Switch, so you would think I, at this point, would know what to expect. But even I didn't expect this. But before we get to that, this is me buying everything 2 weeks ago. Okay, we're on GameStop's website. What I'm looking for here is games I don't have. And I don't really have any preference as far as game key card or whatever. I mean, who cares at this point? Mostly what I'm gonna try and do is buy pre-owned. If I buy new, I'm probably just gonna get a new copy, right? I'm gonna get it in a case. It's gonna be sealed, hopefully. But what I'm more curious about is when I buy pre-owned, what am I getting? Am I getting like a dog chewed up cart? Am I even getting a case? If I buy an amiibo, is it coming in boxed or not? What is the GameStop shopping experience like? Chronos, The New Dawn. I love this game, actually. Had a lot of fun playing it when it came to the Switch 2. They did the thing that I hate that they do, and they released it digital only first, and then a couple months later, the physical came out. I'll buy it pre-owned here for this video. Now is a good time. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, I also don't have, so I'll add that to my cart. Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD Remake. I didn't buy this because I bought the third one and then the Reimagine, and I haven't played either of those. So there's not a real point me buying 1 and 2 with the hopes of playing it, but they have it pre-owned here. So for the video, I might add it to the cart. Xenoblade Chronicles X Switch 2 edition, and it's not a game key card. Verify address. Sorry, this item is out of stock in your area for same-day delivery. I don't need same-day delivery. Wait, so it's just not an option? It's either same day or nothing? Well, I guess I'm not getting that one. Octopath Traveler 0. I don't have this. It's another game key card. Nicktoons and the Dice of Destiny. What is this baby game? I have no idea what this is, but it's only $23 pre-owned, which is cheaper than some of the other ones we've seen. Speaking of cheap, the Rogue Prince of Persia. Not available. Maybe this will be the one new game that I buy, just to see how they send a new game. Virtua Fighter 5. It's not available. Never mind. Another SpongeBob game. It is available for pre-owned. It actually looks kind of cute. Legends of Heroes Trails Beyond Horizon. 70. Deliver it today. I don't need it today. Goodnight Universe. Oh, why is it a game key card? It'd be nice to own the whole game on a card. It can't be a very large file size. Rushing X Beat is not available. Never mind. Ooh, I actually did want to check out Dynasty Warriors Origin on Switch 2. It's $60. Pre-owned is $7.75 cheaper though, and it's not available. Every other time that I've bought Switch games for a video like this, especially big new games, I feel like Dynasty Warriors is a fairly large release. I've never really experienced them all not being available. Like, what do you mean in the whole country you can't ship me Dynasty Warriors Origin on Switch 2? Like, it's out of stock? This is not an element to the video that I was expecting. I have never experienced so many new games on a platform. Big releases just not being available. Are they just not making enough? WWE 2K. I'll add it to the cart. Sonic Racing Crossworlds. I don't have the Switch 2 edition yet. Only $26 for Persona 3 Reloaded. I already have it, but that's a banger deal for such a fantastic game. It feels bad to not buy it at that price. Oh, you know what I'll do? I'll buy it and I'll give it away to one of you guys. I can't not for that price. Leave a comment down below. I'll pick one of you guys to give this to, but you have to like the video and you have to be subscribed. I will check. Okay, we're at $475 worth of games, which is under my budget, which is good. I was budgeting $500 for this. Oh, this item is now out of stock. Honestly, I don't mind saving $60. We can get rid of that. With this $60 we just saved, though, on that one that they don't have, we should grab like an amiibo or something, and maybe an accessory. They do have a pre-owned Metroid Prime 4 Psylux. This has to be unboxed. Even though there's a picture of a box in the listing, there's no way anyone bought this amiibo, traded it back in, still boxed. I feel like this just has to be unboxed. It's also the only amiibo from that set that I don't have anyway, so that works for me. I will say, that I accidentally tested this already, because when I was making my amiibo video, I bought that Loot Goblin amiibo and it said it would be in box, and it very much wasn't at a full price of $50. So I'm very confident this will be the same thing. So I'll add that to my cart. And then for accessories, I kind of want these Joy-Cons, light purple, light green ones. They're the only alternative Joy-Cons that Nintendo have released so far. But I'm not paying $100 for them because they don't really change anything. And also it annoys me that the rail colors aren't going to match the inside rail colors of my Switch 2. Oh, wait. We have just the left one. Oh, I guess someone traded in just a left Joy-Con. Maybe the right one got damaged? For whatever reason, we have one left Joy-Con for $42, which is very expensive for one left Joy-Con, I feel. All right, perfect. I'm going to add that, and then that'll be my accessory. Yeah, I wonder how they'll ship it, because it can't be in a box. Wait, they also have a right Joy-Con for the same price. We're not saving any money here buying them separately. Why are you selling them individually? I can't buy the left one without the right one, so we're gonna get both of these. I'm very curious to see how those show up. Now we're at 600, so I'm gonna remove Sonic Racing Cross Worlds because it's too expensive, and I think I already have it anyway. I'm also gonna remove the one that says it's not even in stock. So now we have 10 games. One is new, the rest are pre-owned. We have 2 Joy-Cons separately and an amiibo, and we're at 450. Okay, this is really solid. Yeah, this is everything GameStop sent me. And you might be wondering why it's in a used Millie Moon luxury diaper baby box. And I can answer that question. For some reason, GameStop sent my packages in like 5 different orders, and I just used this box to keep it all. The diaper boxes, because my son's in diapers, and it was the biggest box I could find. What did you think? I'm gonna start with this envelope. I can feel that one game is in here. I just shipped one game on its own, and I know what game it isn't. And it's not Chronos, because for some reason, they sent Chronos to a random store in Texas and then sent me an email that said, your pickup is ready. I no longer live in Texas, and my address is no longer listed as Texas on GameStop.com. I really don't know how I or GameStop messed that up, but after a few days, they removed my pre-order and they gave me my money back. So we already have one really weird GameStop mess up. Hopefully that's the only one. Whatever game this is, we're obviously getting it in its case, which is nice. Although, I guess that's not entirely true. GameStop did have default Switch 1 cases that they would use with GameStop branding on it. I've never seen a default Switch 2 game. And I will continue not to, because we have Octopath Traveler. This was pre-owned, and I can tell because there is a dent in the front of it. I'm not going to be too nitpicky about it. I am buying pre-owned after all. I can replace that if I really care enough, and I don't. This is a side thing that is not relevant to this video, but I'm actually really sick of Nintendo's red cases hiding any of the cool alt art on the back of these reversible covers. This is honestly sick. It's like a full art piece, and you can't even see it. One good, one bad. Zach, chalk it. So far, we're at a 50% happiness rating from me. This is also a side thing. For my Amiibo video, I ordered this. The GameStop listing for this said it was gonna come in box, and I really wanted it in box too, because for some reason, this Amiibo is the only Amiibo that came in different packaging to the other 900 and something Amiibos. I was hoping to get that, because I think that part of the Amiibo is unique and cool. The other weird thing was it came in this box. And for those of you with eyeballs, that was a bit extreme. The other thing I was going to tell you is the last one of these videos I made was for the Switch 1, and there are a few games that never showed up. The Patrick Star game was one of the games, and I just thought at the time, oh, whatever, I'm sure those will be fine. You know, I could wait forever for these games to make the video or just make the video. How bad can it be? I kid you not, the Patrick Star game arrived at my front door, case only, no game. That was the first time I'd ever not got the actual game in my game order, and I only got the case. It's the reverse of what I fear. Hopefully that won't happen today. I don't have a knife, and I'm too lazy to go and get one. So we're gonna manhandle this until it busts. I know nothing I can say or do will get that removed from the edit because I'm not editing it. Thank you, Zach. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This feels dirty. This feels like a little drug deal. I don't like that the bag is so small. He's so smashed in there. I don't blame anybody for buying the Metroid Prime 4 amiibos and then getting them with the game and then not liking the game and being like, oh, I don't really want this amiibo anymore. But at the same time, what did you expect? Like, I feel like if you were buying the Silex amiibo, surely it was for the game wall. Were you really hoping the amiibo would do something this time? Metroid Prime 4 was going to be the game when Nintendo actually made the amiibos not useless. It's good. Oh, I didn't realize he was standing on a helmet. That's kind of badass. The quality is good. It looks nice. There's nothing wrong with it. It's Nintendo's side. The design of this guy is just awful. It's like a bad Power Ranger. I'm being mean to the amiibo, but GameStop, you're 1 for 2, unless we count this, and then you're 2 for 2, but I'm not going to because that wasn't for this video. So 1 to 2. And now you can go 1 to 3 because our brand new The Rogue Prince of Persia arrived. This was our new game. I was really hoping it would come sealed. I guess I would knock a point off if it wasn't sealed. Personally, I don't really care. The only thing you're missing, and I don't know if you do this, I do it almost every time. When you open a new game, there is one thing that you miss. I do it almost every time. Is that weird? I love the smell of a new game, and it's nostalgic for some reason. And you don't get that when they gut it. They steal it, and GameStop, the employees, I know they're back there gutting those games and stealing my game air. Now, this video is all well and good, spending hundreds of dollars at GameStop to make content for you guys. Unfortunately, there's no sponsor today. I couldn't get one. So let me show you something cool that I've been working on. This is actually really cool, and I've been waiting for a good chance to show you. A Beat 'em Ups movie poster. Look at this bad boy. This thing's massive. I reached out to the artist and I said, hey, I want to run this one more time. And what comes after Back to the Future 1? Back to the Future 2! This is brand new Beat 'em Ups Part 2 featuring Stinky Joe this time, as well as Darla has made it onto this one. She wasn't even born when the last poster was made. I am re-releasing the first poster from years ago that I'm sure many of you never even got a chance to see or know about.
We're sending you back to the future.
We have this brand new poster, and I'll leave links to the artist down below as well, by the way. Amazing job they did. They honestly look fantastic together. You can get them on my merch store, and I specifically asked for them to also be movie poster size. I believe these ones are a lot more limited because I don't know how many people want giant Beat 'em Ups movie posters, but I had to.
You're gonna see some serious shit.
And yeah, anyway, I just think they're really cool, and I never do much. I have the Satisfy grip, which you can always grab one of these to support the show, by the way. And then I have like a few t-shirts, and now these posters. I mean, there is also the Nintendo merch. We did just launch Hot Sauce. It's very like memey with the podcast. I mean, one of them's just me with a cool hat, smoky wood flavor. You want Hot Sauce with my face on it. Or to be honest, you can just watch the videos and like, comment, and subscribe. That helps immensely as well. You don't have to do all of this. I just wanted to give options. All right, back to the video. This box, again, not that it matters. This looks more like I ordered something off eBay and some guy hastily threw it together for me than it is I ordered $500 of stuff from a large video game company. Oh my god. All my games have to be in the last box because this whole box is just the Joy-Cons. They came with the mouse rails. I don't know why that never crossed my mind of will I get those if I order these. This is as I expected. I can't fault GameStop and be like, this isn't good. I wanted it in a box. I ordered single Joy-Cons. They're very nice. They look unused. This is a win. How is this all I've opened in 3 packages? I don't know if I ever noticed this. They sparkle a little. It's like glittery. It's gorgeous. These Joy-Cons really have a fantastic finish. As much as I don't like that they're just matte black, barely any color on them, I do have to admit the finish is beautiful. And now you will see why I never wanted these. That's horrible. I feel like Nintendo should have figured out some system for switching out the inside rail, but it would be cool if we could switch out the inside color to match whatever Joy-Cons we got. And it just like snaps in and out like a magnet, because now blue's going to lavender and orange is going to green, which is just wrong. I know what's happening in here. There's a party that 2 people were invited to and they hate each other. And it's happening in here. You can't see it, but I know about it. But that's not GameStop's fault. These are very nice. I even got the rails. That is a win from GameStop. Okay, honestly, doing pretty good here. I see a bunch of games. Hopefully we don't get a Patrick Star situation and they're all in here. The Persona 3, which I will be giving away in this video to someone who commented below. It's in there. Okay, good. We're good. We're good on that one. SpongeBob, if there was gonna be a game, it would be one of the SpongeBob games. Titans of the Tide. Ladies and gentlemen, we got it. 2K26, which I'm now realizing the last WWE game was a code in the box. This time they actually gave a key card, which is cool. Nicktoons and the Dice of Destiny. We're good. Good night, universe. She's good. We got one more, baby. I also realized I have this game. I didn't think I did, but I do. It's an expensive game to give away, but I'm gonna do it. I'll give this one away too. I can already hear it's jingling and in there. So we're good. Wow. I'm very impressed. A part of me is a little upset because for the video, I was really hoping that it would be a train wreck. I got nothing to complain about here. Everything went exactly as I expected, other than the one hiccup with the game getting sent to the wrong place, which honestly, if I really wanted that game, all I had to do was reorder it or buy it somewhere else. GameStop did a really good job on this one, and credit to you. The thing I will complain about, and this is another aside. At the start of this year, GameStop closed down like 300 stores across America. All 3 of the locations that were near me are gone. And now the closest GameStop to me is 30 minutes away. And when they emailed me to say, hey, your GameStop's closing down, they said, this will be your new GameStop and we're going to move all your pre-orders over there. So if you want to cancel any of them or do anything with them, come in before like March and we'll take care of it. Well, here's a picture of me going to the GameStop to cancel my pre-orders in January, and the store was very much already gone. And I spoke to one of the employees at this new store that's like half an hour from me. They actually used to work at my previous store. They got relocated, and I asked them what the heck happened because I thought I had a few months, and he said even he was supposed to help close down that store, but they fast-tracked it. They did that without telling any of the people that used that GameStop. And the worst part is, every time I've gone to that GameStop and said, hey, I had like 10 pre-orders at $5 a pop that you said were going to get moved here. Do you have them yet? Every time they tell me, no. They were like, no, it's taking a while. The system's slow. They're gonna be here eventually. Last time I went in, she said, yeah, there was an issue and none of them actually moved over and you need to speak to the manager. And I was like, is the manager here? And she was like, no. And I was like, well, I live half an hour away and I keep driving it an hour round trip and I'm not doing this again. So I guess you just stole my money. So I tried to switch to online, but every game I've tried to order, it arrives a week to 2 weeks late. My Final Fantasy 7 arrived like a week or so late. So then I just started going in a Best Buy. Buying games is getting harder because it's harder to find somewhere to buy the game where you'll actually get it on launch day. But that said, here's the final tally. I think overall they knocked this one out the park, but we'll keep checking to make sure. GameStop, I got my eye on you. Don't think this gives you the pass just yet. Although you do get it for today. There's a fly down here. All right, bye. Like, comment, and subscribe if you want to win. No. What the hell do you mean new game? New game? New game? Welcome to the YouTube channel, where if you subscribe, you might win $1,000. Not from me, but it could happen. Also, while we're here, why don't you like the video? I know you haven't seen the video yet, But, you know, if you hate it, you can take that right back. I don't gotta keep it. Today, I am buying new and used games from GameStop to see what they actually sent me. The last time was in 2021 when I lived in a different house. The very first time we did it was all the way back in 2019. That was also in another different house. Let's see if we can do that again in 2025. I highly doubt it, but we're gonna give it a shot. This company is not exactly in the best place, and I can't imagine that this service has gotten any better. It might have stayed the same, or it could have gotten worse. Let's see how GameStop in 2025 compares to 2021 and 2019. Because if you don't know, something they're notoriously bad for is sending these games without their cases and in just default boxes. They'll just send you what they have, and often they'll have loose games and you have no choice, no option. That's just what you get. I'm really hoping we can avoid that this time, and this can be the first time we get a complete GameStop order. We will see. Oh, and I forgot to mention that then I'm gonna play the games and see how they compare to their listings on the website. I'm actually gonna sort GameStop's website from newest releases and just work my way backwards so we can see what's hot and fresh on the Switch from GameStop in 2025. Okay, this one's interesting. Truck and Logistics Simulator. It's only 30 bucks, and these graphics? Nah, this looks too good. Very often I'll see games like this post screenshots of the game from like PlayStation 5 or PC for their Nintendo Switch listing. Wait, multiplayer with up to 24 players? A full day and night cycle? Random police traffic control and speed cameras? Huge 10.8 square mile of open world with no hidden walls on the Switch? Are you sure? The Switch One? Okay, we're gonna add it to the cart. Where's Woody? Yeah, that's right. Where's Woody? I couldn't dress as Carmen Sandiego because I couldn't find a cosplay that would fit me. Thanks to Gameloft for sponsoring this video. I remember growing up playing Carmen Sandiego on my old primary school computers. The school computers had a plethora of games and they were all educational, but I didn't know that at the time. I didn't know I was learning. So when Carmen came a-knocking and wanted to be a part of this video, I said, heck yes. So there is so much nostalgia here for me, but there's a fresh new 3D look and feel to this Carmen Sandiego game. When you start a mission, it gives you a timer and you have to solve the case before that timer expires, and everything you do in the game will cost hours. Look, obviously this game would be great for kids, but anybody can play it. In just the first case that I solved, there was little mini puzzle games, a ton of learning. Tell me it's not hilarious to watch Carmen attempt to blend in with the environment in sneaking missions. This new Carmen Sandiego game is out today. You can get it on Switch, on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation. So whether it's your first time trying a Carmen Sandiego game or you love the franchise, click the link below. Now, I can't wait any longer to open this dang thing. Oh, are you kidding me? Dude, that's actually really sick. This is honestly awesome. Kim is gonna love this. We got a pen. Oh, it's a UV. Oh, and then we got her name tag from the game. Remove the lanyard and slide the back with your thumbs. Oh, cool. I will hit it with... I found something! Oh my God, I'm on the case. No, there's nothing on the throwing star papers. What about the postcards? What about underneath the bottom of the box? Yes! I love this. Is the best sponsor I've ever done. Access key? Oh, I think that unlocks an extra mission in the game. Thank you so much to Carmen and everybody that did this. Rediscovered the thrill of solving mysteries with Carmen Sandiego. Click my link in the description or scan the QR code to dive in. Whatever this video is supposed to be, let's get back to that now. Oh no. Neptunia Riders versus Doggos. Maybe it'll be good, actually. What is even happening in these screenshots? 15 Dugu-filled stages? These Dugus do bike back? What does that mean? As squishy and adorable as these Dugus are, some are quite the menace. Each Dugu has specific... I'm sick of saying Dugu. I'm gonna get it. Lego Horizon Adventures on Switch. I've been meaning to buy this, and it's already $20 off. Wait, why is the pre-owned one $12 more than the new one? Sorry, am I reading this correctly? Who said GameStop can't run a company? Well, I'm gonna get it new. That's almost back to full price. Oh no, this is the cat game that I want. Gory Cuddly Carnage. I saw this at a PAX I went to a year or two ago, and the game just looked really fun. Like a hack and slash game where you play as a cat on a freaking hoverboard. I mean, the game's reflections and visuals all looked really nice when I saw it, and I just don't see how this is going to run on Switch. So this is, again, more me buying this game to put the game through its paces. All right. Listen. Okay, listen. Kim and I, we watched Severance. We love Severance. Did you know that show is inspired by Stanley Parable? I haven't played this game in so long, and I want Kim to play it. I'm gonna sneak it into my cart here. SpongeBob SquarePants, a Patrick Star game. I've heard not great things. I don't know why they can't get a SpongeBob game right. They did Battle for Bikini Bottom, and then... Why can't they just... Why? I'll try it for myself. They have it here pre-owned. This is perfect. I get to try the game and see what GameStop sends me. Seed of Life? I've never heard of this. Is this whole game set in the pitch black of night? You couldn't have boosted the contrast for these screenshots? I can't see anything. AAA quality graphics, dynamic gameplay, semi-open world. All right, let me grab it. Maybe there's some parts of this game that aren't set in eternal darkness. Revita? Okay, I love the cover art. Ooh, we gotta throw like a cute sprite indie game on the list. Oh, yeah, World War Z came to the Switch. I wouldn't mind putting this game through its paces as well, because, I mean, even look, battle swarms of hundreds of zombies. I feel like my Switch is gonna blow up. We can test the game on Switch, and we can test GameStop again with World War Z. Harvest Days. Oh, no. This is the bad game I was looking for. I have no comment about what's happening over here, or the fact that this is essentially the same person. Beautiful sun in the background there. I mean, I'll give it that compliment. Become a farmer. You decide how you develop your field of dreams. Plant a dozen different types of fruit trees and more than 50 crops. Wow, so many options. Give it to me. Cocoon. This one looks cute. I don't know what I'm looking at, but I feel compelled to add to cart. I've settled on 11 games totaling $375. Not the most expensive GameStop video I've made, but I get free shipping. About half of this is new, and then half of it is pre-owned. I think that's a good mix. What is this? What? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? What is all of this trash in my way right now? I gotta get the GameStop boxes. All right, this is what, oop, don't show that. This is what GameStop sent. Doesn't seem right, does it? It's so small. I feel like I ordered a lot of stuff. Let's start with the envelope, I suppose. It feels like there is a whopping one game in here. Oh yeah. Now's probably a good time to tell you I do not remember what I ordered, and I forgot about Neptuna Riders versus Dogoose. I don't know what this is. Although funny enough, I will say the day after I bought this, I noticed Donkey uploaded a video of this game, which I refused to watch because I don't want any spoilers. But what are the actual chances? Who else knows about this? Oh, no. I saw for sure there's one that doesn't have a case. God, I hate it. I hate it. All right, let's see what we got here. To start, we have World War Z in its case. This might be one of the best Switch ports, if it actually runs even halfway decent. Then Seed of Life by GS2 Games. Why did I order any of this?
Maybe it's good.
Oh no. Cocoon? What the hell do you mean new game? New game? New game? It's clearly not a new game. I cannot be this easily rused. It is so clearly pre-owned. What is this? Sorry, I'm so confused. You have the little pack-in item that came in the game case, but you lost the game case? Did someone trade the game back in and say, sorry, I lost the case, but I still have the coaster? What happened here? I am actually confused. I am actually quite baffled by this. New game? From the developers of games you might love, such as Seed Life, comes Harvest Days. You plant the seed, then you harvest. I'm sure I got this one in the hopes that it might be funny. I can't imagine I'm actually going to enjoy the game. Oh, this one I was actually looking forward to. Gory, cuddly carnage. The case and the cover art looks sick. This one is very clearly new because it's wrapped in plastic. I really do like the look of the game. Definitely interested to see how it performs on the console. The last two, and they are both brand new, which I'm sure they were probably listed as new when I ordered them, but it's nice that they did actually come sealed as new. Not gonna lie, I snuck this one in here so I could claim it off on tax as part of the video. No, that's not true if you're the IRS. And then Ravita. This just looked like a really cute indie game. I love buying indie games, but I love buying them physical and adding them into the collection. These are the kind of physical games that are gonna be worth more because just nobody bought them, unfortunately. Or I guess fortunately for me, the collector. We are actually missing some games. I'm missing Stanley Parable, SpongeBob SquarePants, the Patrick Star game, and then Trucks Logistics Simulator are still all not here. I mean, not bad. I mean, literally, I think we're batting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 out of 8 is our batting average. They did their best. They wrote new game on it. Other than that, this is decent. This is really decent. I can't really complain too much. The irony is I'll probably love this game the most and be upset that that was the one I didn't get physical. Okay, the first game I'm gonna play is Neptunia Riders versus Dogoos? I really don't know ooze. Also, it's worth noting that as I sit here, it's obviously been a few days now, and it's still not all here. And if you go to track the package remaining items, it says that it was last processed February 17th. It's now February 26th. Since I ordered it, nothing has happened with these three. At first, I was getting frustrated because I was like, I'm trying to make a video here. I have a sponsor deadline. I don't want to be waiting around. And then I realized, well, this just is the experience, isn't it? This is ordering from GameStop. I don't know what is happening, but it's a real shame because I did really want to try this truck and logistics simulator, and I might just have to buy it on the eShop to play it in the video at this point. All right, all that said, this is Neptunia Riders versus... I guess we'll find out. I mean, this is looking cute. Sorry. Hold on. I'm just gonna say it. Why are there hot ones? Oh, they're Dogoos. Why was I reading it Doogoos? What is this? What are those trees?
What the heck?
What am I? Is this Scarlet and Violet? That's hideous. This is wrong. I don't... No, this doesn't feel right. I feel like I'm playing one of those games. I feel like I'm gonna get put on a list. All right, this is not the game I expected, but I don't hate the way that it plays. If I attack her, I steal the Dogoos that she has. It's original, and it's somewhat satisfying, and it's giving Katamari vibes. Oh my piss. It is even worse up close. I do not know what's happening. I don't know. Am I winning? Am I losing? Oh, there's so many different kinds just in the first level. Oh, a third character. Oh my god, she's so Genshin. All of these are so Genshin. I don't really know how this game could get any weirder at this point. Yep, there it is. It's kind of addicting almost. It's satisfying, I guess, is more the word of collecting these things. I like that they're introducing like different traits like zombie Dogoos and then ones that attract other Dogoos. I'm being targeted. Things are looking at me. I'm boasting. I don't know what's happening. I'm so confused. I'm getting away. Oh, I am a cyclone. Can I cyclone into other people? All right, and I lost everything. When we get this many Dogoos, I can barely see what's happening in front of me. Like they're blocking the whole screen and I can't see where I'm driving. I must report this.
Report this.
Is he supposed to be hiding? I'm not a Doogoo. I'm just another giant, tall, blue, hot, abbed man. I can't wait any longer to play Harvest Days, the first of 2 games from GS2 Games in the video today. I'm gonna pick Husky. What am I gonna call it? How about Dogu? And then my name, Voodoo. Voodoo and Doogoo. Why is it so dark? It's so ugly. What in the Scarlet and Violet? We can rake the grass. I'm not sure if that's what you're supposed to do with grass, but we can rake the grass. I just stood right in poop and picked it up. I now have manure. Here are 5 packets of radish seeds. You rake the grass, then you hoe the spot, and then plant the radish. Oh, I can fully rotate the while he plant and spin and plant and spin. Oh, there's my dog. Oh, who's a good Dugu? I've done my chores for the day. Oh, this is a huge map. There's like a whole city town. These mobility scooters on the edge of my farm, powered by solar? What kind of Tesla farm are we working on? Hey, this is fun. All right. What a nice way to get around the farm. Oh, you can get more seeds in here. Wait, why does it say closed? A special event is taking place today. What? Is this a special event? Welcome to Duda's Village. It is 9 a.m. Who goes to a concert at 8:50 in the morning? I don't know why we're all gathered here at 9 a.m. in the morning, walking around in circles slowly. Like, what is this dystopian? Can I GTA these? Can I steal these? I cannot. I was kind of hoping I could maybe steal these and drive these because the scooter's getting a little boring. This happened to me in Scarlet and Violet the first time I played it. What in the double glitch is this? It's a Dugu leading a bunch of butt-munching sheep. Why are they eating each other out? I can't. Oh, I can't say that. I guess there's nothing else to do but go to bed and try... Is that the animation for getting into the bed? Water my plants, and then we're gonna go directly back into town, and hopefully the store's open today. Pet my doggy, of course. Pet him with the watering can. Just smack it right on his face. I wonder what happens if you run out of energy in this game. Are you realizing that it says my name is Dugu and not Voodoo? What is that? Oh, I just collapsed. Last night, a villager found you incapacitated. My medical team was dispatched. Service fees, 12 coins. Wait, 12 coins for the hospital? Sorry, I thought I was in America. Guess I'm in Canada. Guess I have health care. I am completely stuck. I cannot get out. No shade, because I'm sure somebody worked really hard on this. And that's okay. It's okay that that happened, and I'm proud of you. You did so great, sweetie. But I am shocked that you can put a game out of this quality and charge 30 bucks for it. Like, it just feels like a scam. I hate to say it. Let's check out Seed of Life. Actually, I want to bring up the listing for this and remind myself what it was saying. AAA quality graphics, semi-open world, dynamic gameplay. I'm expecting AAA quality graphics here, which I don't know if I'm even seeing in these screenshots. So I'm hoping the screenshots aren't doing the game justice. What is that moon? Is that the moon from Majora's Mask? Oh, I can't say that I have high hopes for these AAA graphics right now. What is this blue rectangle on my screen? That's not supposed to be there. Oh, the lighting is getting messed up. It's moving at like 5 frames. Oh, the pop-in. Oh, everything is wrong. Everything is not good. Oh, we're going in through the window. Here comes the glamour shot. Why is everything made of clay now? Oh! Nothing is finished rendering in. This is a cutscene. The frame rate also feels awful, by the way. It feels like we're running at about 15. I don't think the game is supposed to look like this. Maybe I'm wrong, but every single asset is refusing to finish rendering in. Leave the house. I'm scared to. Oh, holy frame rates, Batman. Guys, I am not over-exaggerating. This is... Guys, listen to me. I feel like people speak in hyperbole all the time. I'm not just saying it for the video so it can be fun. I have played hundreds, if not over 1,000 Switch games. I have played the worst of the worst. This is the worst. I have not seen a worse looking, playing, performing game on the console. There's no lip sync. The voice acting, no offense to the actress, I'm sure her direction wasn't the best. It's awful. Oh, look at the jump. Oh, it's hideous.
I love the sound of this waterfall.
Well, it's a beautiful waterfall. I can see why you feel that. What was that cutback? Can we just look at this one screenshot and remind ourselves that this is AAA quality graphics? I feel like a broken record, but the frame rate is actually making it hard to play. I can't walk up this ladder. I can't walk up this ladder. Every time I try, it like frame rates me out.
Yo,
not come.
Let me bring up the PlayStation 5 version so we can compare it to this Switch version. Holy! I mean, let's be real, it's not exactly winning any awards, but this is a whole different game. What happened? This is what I mean by the game being unrendered. Zach, please pull the gameplay of this and put it side by side. Even the bed. That bed was made out of chocolate. I only remember one of these walls even having this rock texture. Am I wrong? Oh my... Oh my. Maybe he edited it out. But I did find this load screen really weird. You see how quickly it cut back on PlayStation 5? I thought it was weird to even have a load screen because it's the same cutscene. Why did it load in between? This is the same company that did Harvest Days. You are straight up releasing unfinished products for $30. You're scamming people. You even said AAA quality graphics. I think I want to try playing something I'm gonna like. So I'm gonna do gory, cuddly Carnage. And now that I'm looking at the box art of this game, it really is quite fantastic. Pseudo 51 vibes, definitely inspired by that. I'm looking forward to checking this one out. I just hope that I don't see how it's gonna look good. I don't see how. I love the set dressing here, being on this spaceship. This is very Pseudo 51, very Shadows of the Damned, Lollipop Chainsaw vibe. Ah! Oh no, it's so bad. Oh, he looks like he would be so cute if he wasn't on Switch. It's definitely very low resolution. To keep the frame rate high, they really had to crush this down, and you can tell. But the colors are still popping, and it's smooth. It's smooth to play. Oh! Squish, squoosh. Hideously low resolution. But quite satisfying still. I gotta be honest, this is actually pretty sick. Playing this, though, is making me want to get it on PlayStation. This is Devil May Cry right here. Bouncing on a rocket. I can tell this game is inspired by so many of my favorite games. Oh! Whoa! Oh! Like a lawnmower. If you evade an attack, you get the slowdown like from Bayonetta. Hold ZR and Y to do the chainsaw.
Take a photo, Maury.
Take a... What? Wait. Whoa, it has a photo mode? And it's got the blood splatter and the unicorns. This would look so nice anywhere but Switch. Oh, I love it so much. Oh! 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 The chaining together feels so natural and organic. I will say that now there is so much action happening in some of these fights and effects. We are getting frame rate dips. It's not completely debilitating. I'm managing to play through them, and I kind of have control. Dude, the massive slam from the top rope is sick. The way they hang time after. Yeah, we are getting some definite frame rate dips now. If you could only play this game on the Switch, I think it holds together, but I'm definitely going to pick this up on another console and play through it. It is so much fun. I'm really glad I tried it out. Now I want to put the Switch through its paces once again with World War Z. I'll be shocked if it runs well on Switch, but I have heard it was a decent port. Let's see if the Switch can surprise me.
Now, let him stress. It sharpens him up.
You're a piece of shit, Eloise.
But you love me.
There's a lot happening in my brain right now. It actually looks better than I thought, but the audio is wrong. The audio sounds muffled. Oh, the gunfire sounds muted as well. The audio sounds like I'm listening to somebody play the game through the next room.
Mr. Blue Sky over here.
You guys hear that? I'm so surprised because visually, I'm actually pretty impressed. Obviously, it's ugly and not great, but considering how graphically intensive this game is, I'm actually pleasantly surprised by the visuals, and it's running pretty well. I'm shocked that it's the audio that's suffering. What I'm most interested in, though, is there are parts of this game with hordes of hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies. Oh, they're over here behind this wall. We're gonna peer this wall, and we're gonna see... Holy! That's a lot of zombies. It's a lot of zombies. Okay, all right, hold on. I'm sorry, I'm trying not to die. Let's try a grenade. Oh, that was a weak explosion. Oh, they really turned down the explosion graphics and Fallout. But all up, I mean, it's going. There's quite literally a few hundred zombies over there, and it's the point is getting across. I love mowing these zombies down in these massive hordes. This game is actually really fun. I reviewed this game a long time ago in a video I made about zombie games, and I do recommend it. Oh no! Ah! With a few of these other games that I have, like the Ravada and Cocoon, we'll put the gameplay on the screen for them. They look like really fun games. And obviously Horizon Adventure is going to be really fun. But for the sake of getting this video out on time, I can't play everything. The one thing I really wanted to play was Truck Simulator. And since it looks like GameStop has lost my package, I'm going to have to try and find it in this mess of Truck Simulator games. Now I have to buy this probably bad game twice. And if I could get a like on the video for that, I'd really appreciate it. But this one said it had like 24 players, 4 day and night cycle. It promised the world. So I really want to check it out. Start engine with B. And then off I go. I'm just straight in the game. Yeah, the pictures were what I was like. There's no shot it looks like that. Yeah. I mean, I'll say this. It ain't Seat of Life. I'm in a heckin' forklift now. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. Oops, oops, oops. Well, I damaged the heck out of the trailer. Yep, got it. Oop, oop, it's sliding. I'm just gonna try at an angle and maybe it'll snap on. There we go. There we go. I got him. The world, it feels decently sized. Oh, whoa, 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 braking, braking, braking. Oop. Sorry. You can actually see the cars pop in and wait for you to get close before they start driving. Realistic traffic for sure. Because the whole world normally revolves around me while I'm driving. Oh! All right, it came back. Oh, that's kind of cool. They're really low resolution, but you can throw up side mirror cameras. Oh, oops, I missed my turn. I was looking at the mirrors. Excuse me, sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. This is how I drive in real life when I miss my exit, so it's authentic. And then, I park in here. All right. Okay, how do I get online? Truck 'em ups. Hell yeah. I'm just gonna start my own lobby and see if anybody joins. I like that it has a reverse camera though, and you can see in the mirrors. That's cool. That's pretty decent for a Switch game. The water reflections actually look pretty nice too. Wait, player count 2? There they are. They're so far away. I'm coming, my friend. 300 meters, 200 meters. Guest. Hello? They're in the same car as me. I wonder if he's been playing this game for a while and didn't think anyone else actually played this game. You can tell he's in first person mode because you can't see him anymore. His character has disappeared. Oh, I think that was a hug. I think he's saying hello. Oh, hello. Oh, he's just having fun. He's just having fun with his friend. He doesn't even want to do the thing anymore. He's like, let's just go for a drive. What are we getting? Some takeout? We going through the drive-thru? I think he's going through the drive-thru. I think he wants pizza. We're having a pizza hangout. Well, I'll be honest. I've had more fun with this game than any of the other games, but that's because I'm strange. No! Guest! We're in it together. That's not how deep I expected this water to be. We say goodbye to guest 1157. I actually feel bad. I feel like we were having a blast, me and guest 1557. Okay, I guess this is where the video ends. Unfortunately, GameStop never sent me the rest of my order. So I ordered all of this February 17th. Today, it is Monday, March 3rd. It's been 2 weeks, and I still haven't received the last 3 games in my order. It still says that it's stuck in Cypress, Texas. I'm assuming it's just never going to process, and I honestly don't know what to do about it. I guess this is ordering from GameStop in 2025. Honestly, the worst experience I've had ordering from GameStop in one of these videos, and I think ever in general. I only got one game that was in a fake default case, which oddly came with the pack-in special edition item. I don't know what that was about. I think all that considered, what I did get was pretty decent, but not getting half my order surely has to cost them a few points here in the video. So buying things from GameStop in 2025, I'm gonna give it a 5 out of 10 because I got half my order, so they get half the score. Like, comment, and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video. Make sure to check out the sponsor down below. Bye. Hi, and hi. This is my Nintendo Switch collection. Every single video game I'm gonna show you and talk about why I bought it, and for many cases where I bought it, because I've done a lot of international game hunting videos on this channel. There's a lot of reasons why I wanted to make this video. One, the Nintendo Switch's era is coming to an end, and throughout the last 8 years, this channel has been a place where I've collected these games. I've reviewed these games, talked about these games, showed you me going and buying these games. Whether it was in Japan or in UK, or that one time I bought out an entire GameStop worth of Nintendo Switch games, this is kind of a representation of my channel behind me. And I wanted to document every single game I had up until the Nintendo Switch 2 release. Yeah, also another reason is Scott the Woz did this, and I really enjoyed watching his, and I wanted to do one. I didn't really know how to set the camera up to film this on my own, and I didn't want to make someone hold a camera for 3 hours while I just talked about my Switch games, so I've kind of jerry-rigged a camera on an arm on my chair. I'm actually kind of proud of it, but it's very shaky, and I hope nobody gets motion sickness during this. This is kind of sick, actually. Look, you can see what I'm doing. You're like right here with me. I didn't know exactly where to begin. I figured we'd start right at the start here with these games, because these ones are all Nintendo's first-party games in this first section. I do actually have all of these Switch games broken down into sections. None are alphabetical, something that bothers guests every time they come over, and also bothers Kim because she has alphabetized it many times, and then I just get in there with my grubby little hands and I mess it up. Before we start here in the first party section though, there is this little tub down here. So this tub, the kind of, I don't know how to explain it. I guess the games that I'm currently playing or really want to play. And in my mind, once I've put a game in the Game Wall shelf, it's gone. By the way, there's like, last time I counted 700 Switch games. I'm probably closer to, if not past 800 by now. And once I put a game in this wall, yeah, it's sucked into oblivion, and I will completely forget that I have it or that I wanted to play it. So this tub is just my tub of games that I do still really want to play, and I'm not quite giving up hope of trying to play it yet. I should probably mention too that this is specifically going to be every game in my collection, not necessarily all of my Switch stuff. Like, there's a giant Switch kiosk behind me, for example, which is part of my Switch collection, but this video is not about that. I did make a video on my Switch collection already that you can watch on this channel, but I breezed past the games. I didn't have time to show them. It would take, what, 3 hours? That's why we're here today. It feels very weird to start with this one, but I guess it's not that weird since it's the most recent Switch game I've bought, Alteria Yumiya. I gotta say, I'm loving Yumiya so far. I'm about 5 hours in, but the Switch is really showing its age now, and it's making it really tough for me to commit to actually playing through it, especially when the Switch 2 is so close. And I just can't help but wonder if they're going to do a patch or an update and make this more playable on the console. The frame rates and the resolutions, it's all just really rough, and we're at the point now where we just need that sequel console. And I don't want to be a bummer right off the rip, but this last year has definitely been tough for trying to play Switch games, especially ports on this console, and just feeling the age of it. Okay, but continuing on, I started Baten Kaitos 1 and 2 HD Remaster recently, which is why it's in this box. The two Baten Kaitos games are some of my absolute favorite GameCube games, and I picked this up in Japan, and I finally started it recently. Okay, then Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Funny that it's the third one off the rip. It's in this box because I've always intended to play through it and review it again, and I mean this in all honesty and sincerity, and I don't want to start this video off negatively. I'm just being honest with you right now. Since my review all those years ago, I have tried restarting this game several times. I've recorded gameplay and footage of me beginning to try and review it again and document me playing through it, and I just can't do it. I really don't like this game, and every time I get like 20 hours in, I get bored and I forget I'm making the video and I move on to something else and I just quit. It's so disappointing because I love every other Xenoblade. I've even fallen fallen in love with X recently, and I still haven't reviewed that either. Omori Amari. This game reminds me a lot of games like Undertale, and I really have only just started it, so I really can't talk too much about it, but I loved the idea, the art style, and the box art. Recently, I made that GameStop video of me buying a bunch of games from GameStop to see what I was sent. You might remember 3 games never showed up. Well, they finally did, and we'll get to the other. Actually, they're right here. So these are the 3 games that showed up. We have Stanley Parable, Truck Simulator, so they both finally got here, and the third one I was waiting on. Took them 3 weeks to send this, Patrick Star, and it was empty. I put a video up on Twitter. I was baffled by this. I wish it had made it into the video. They sent me a case with no game in it. I'm not making that up. It's not a lie. Like, oh man, I wish that had made it into the video, but I opened it off camera because it just arrived late, and I was like, well, what am I gonna do with these 3 games? I may as well open them. Dredge, that's in here because I wanted to play it, and I finally did. I recently finished it, actually. Hit the credits and everything. Great game. Cocoon, this came in the GameStop Games video, and I actually do want to play it. I hate that I didn't get the case for it. Kim and I wanted to make a video with this. My Universe, My Baby. I bought this so we could upload this while the baby was here as like a fun video. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2. The game's not even in here, so I don't know what I did with it. That's actually one of the worst things about me. I do, as I said, I have ADHD, and a way that presents itself is I never put games back in the cases. They are either loose, lying around my house in weird places, or most likely in other game cases. In fact, while I had Ulterior Yumiya in my hand, I could tell there's something else in here. Yep, sure enough, Ulterior Yumiya and Xenoblade Chronicles X, because that's what I'm currently playing. Dragon Quest XI-S. This game took me years to finish. I think this came out forever ago. I have finished it now, but it's such a long game. I finished it over 3 or 4 years, I think, and love it. Probably one of my top favorite experiences of Switch games. A fantastic game. Just honestly so breathtakingly fantastic. Again, this isn't a collection video, but I went and bought all the figures from this game. Yeah, absolutely adored that game. Also, the game is not in the case, which is why it's in here, because I can't put it away until I find the game, and I don't know where the cart went. I really don't know where anything is. That's probably also the case for Pokemon. Nope, Pokemon Sword is in here. Pokemon Sword and Scarlet. This is cool. I guess we could talk about the fact that these are the 2 that I picked, right? I didn't play Shield or Violet. Whenever it comes to Pokemon games, I always pick the first one, I think, for the most part. Whatever one is more like, I don't know how to describe it, that I perceive as more red, as more like the first one. So you have like red and blue, right? So I'd always pick red. You have X and Y, so I'd always pick X. Sword and Shield, I'd always pick Sword. Scarlet and Violet, I pick Scarlet. Pokemon Sun and Moon, I pick Sun. I don't know why you would ever pick the other one. I don't know why in my brain it has to be the first one. Like, that's the one I want. My brother, back in the day when we got Fire Red and Leaf Green, he was given Leaf Green, and I wonder if he always picks the second one because of that. I don't know, but I always pick the first one. Those are in here because I recently made that Pokemon video about the graphics, and I had to pull all those out to record gameplay, so they ended up back in here. It's actually kind of good starting with these because a lot of these are some of my favorites. Not only are these games that I intend to play, a lot of them are games that I know I'm going to frequently want to play and revisit, so I keep them in here, like Pokemon Arceus. Although that's probably in here as well because of that same Pokemon video, but that's been in here. Every now and then I like popping in Arceus and just catching a few Pokemon, and I don't know why. Animal Crossing New Horizons. This is always one that I keep on standby in case Kim wants to dive back in. But I gotta be honest, at this point, I have not played it in a long time. Also, the cart is missing, and don't ask me where it is. I don't know. If I could talk about Animal Crossing for a second, I guess it would be that this game, and I know we all know, but came out at the perfect time during the dreaded P word, where we were all stuck inside for 2 years. This game came at a perfect time for just something to veg out and play for literally hours on end. Like, I don't think there was any other game on the Switch generation that I would sit there and play hours on end every single day. And the best part was it was my job, you know? And I think I made a few videos about this game just because it was all I played for several weeks and I had nothing else to talk about. Kim has like over 1,000 hours in that game, And I think I have something like 300, 400. Kirby and the Forgotten Land, one of my favorite Switch games of this generation. I feel like I'm going to say that a lot, but I mean it. Also, my favorite Kirby game. I had an absolute blast playing this, and I do intend on playing the new extra mission and enhanced Kirby version on Switch too. I love that Nintendo are starting to take their old games, their old IPs, and give them these big 3D worlds and adventures. Obviously, we're getting Donkey Kong next, and I really want to see them go down that avenue with more. Oh no. Oh dear. I don't know why this isn't. Oh, okay, that's why the cart's missing. I have an issue. I have a problem. I don't know where any of these carts are. Mario and Luigi Brothership, famously one of my most, if not my second most negative Nintendo first party game on my channel. Yeah, I really didn't like Mario and Luigi Brothership at all. I don't get the hype. I guess we don't have to talk about it too much. Such a shame though, because I was really looking forward to it. Give you 10 guesses why this is in here. Couldn't be more excited to try playing this 4K 60 on the Switch 2, by the way. This and Tears of the Kingdom. Even with the dumb little mobile app, I'll give it a shot. It was a Wii U game, sure. Ran a lot better on the Switch and just always felt like a Switch game to me, and I'm sure a lot of people. I mean, if there was one game to rule them all, it was the one they released on launch day. It really was peak. Other than Tears of the Kingdom kind of revitalizing the game, I don't think I had another experience in those 8 years that compared to this. I had a lot of great experiences, but Breath of the Wild was always king. Smash Ultimate. Smash is in here because it's probably the game I frequently go back to the most, to the point where sometimes I wish I had just bought it digital, and I get tempted to just buy it digital because I guarantee you, oh, it's actually in here. Many times I'll try and go and play it, and I'm like, man, where did I put that damn game? And I can't find it. I'm a Sora main at this point. He's really all I play, but I also love playing Sephiroth. You would think it would be Link, but I really feel like they nerfed my boy in this one, and none of the Links really stack up in a way that I like. I enjoy Captain Falcon a lot. He'd probably be my third, but Bob plays him, so I always feel like I should play someone else. Live Alive. This one's in here purely because I need to play it. I am not putting this on the shelf. I refuse to. I will play Live Alive. Moonlighter. Yeah, Moonlighter is one of my absolute favorite indie gems. I love this game, and I frequently go back and play this game. The fact that ever since this game released, I've had it in this bin, and I will frequently go back and start a new game, I adore it. It's a dungeon crawler type game where it's incredibly hard dungeons. You go through, you try and beat enemies, and everything you collect in there, you open up a shop and you sell things, and you set your own prices. And as you expand and grow the store and make more money to buy better equipment, when you go back into the mines and the dungeons, you can kill more things, you can get stronger, and it's such a perfect ebb and flow between the two modes. It really does feel equal parts, both parts, in the best way. Minecraft. Minecraft is one of my favorite Switch games, ironically, because it's so calming and relaxing. And again, it's one of those perfect games where if I'm bored, I don't know what to play, and I just want to waste some time, it is so easy to just start a new game and play it enough to get up into a point until you like find a diamond. You know, you have a little hut and a campfire. You've set up base. You've mined enough to find a diamond. Probably took you a couple hours, few hours. And then you just put the game back down and you never touch it again. Or for years or months. And then you start a new game and you do it all over again. I never commit to a game. Thousand Year Door. It's in here because I really want to replay it again. My absolute favorite Paper Mario. It's so hard for me to justify replaying something I've already played though. And especially with so many games coming out, and there's like games in this tub I haven't even got to. The idea of replaying a game. You know, it's funny, I say that now, but I spent this weekend replaying and finishing from start to finish Devil May Cry 3 on my Nintendo Switch. Does not have a physical. I watched the anime recently, and I was like, you know what? I haven't played Devil May Cry in a while. Realized I had the third one. I'd already bought it. And I was like, I'm just going to mess around. I'm just going to start the game. And then while watching the entirety of WrestleMania weekend, I finished Devil May Cry 3. Fantastic game. Anyway, I haven't played that yet. Well, I have, but, you know. A Space for the Unbound, another game I really need to play. I actually met the developer for this game at PAX, I believe, last year, and I bought the special edition from him. I just need to play it. It looks like a gorgeously animated point-and-click style game with a great narrative. Ni no Kuni. I've always wanted to replay this on Switch, and I don't think I ever actually even finished it on PlayStation back in the day, and I wanted to replay it on Switch. And again, it's been in this tub ever since it released, which I think was like at the start of the Switch lifespan. Dragon Quest Builders 2. I don't know how much time we have here for me to blab about this, but there were definitely early standout points in my career covering Nintendo Switch games. And this was back in a time when people were looking for things to play, like new creative ideas. And then Dragon Quest Builders came out, a game that was very similar to Minecraft, but with a really awesome story. And it actually had a lot of meat that you could dive into here. And I found the whole concept a lot of fun. And I made a video about it being one of the most addictive Switch games, and people really resonated with it. And I feel like, I don't want to say thousands of people, but I feel like thousands of people discovered this game, both 1 and 2, because of my videos back in the day. And those videos did very well. I remember making a lot of Builders content back then, actually. I became known as the Dragon Quest Builders guy for a little bit there. People would recognize me out and they'd be like, you love Dragon Quest Builders, right? Like, I got that a lot. Sometimes I still get people will come into my streams or meet me at conventions and ask me if I still play. And the answer is no. I mean, it's pretty old at this point. No, of course I don't. It was fun while I played it. I played it for hours. Probably one of the games I put the most amount of hours into, period, on the Switch. But no, I need a new one. I really hope they make a new one. Disco Elysium, arguably the best point and click of all time. The Switch port is fantastic. This is the final cut. I played it a lot and never finished it. And at this point, I need to restart it. Purely why it's in here still. Dragon Quest Treasures. I haven't played it. It doesn't even look that good. It's funny going from Builders, how much I loved it, to me saying, haven't even played it. But I never really liked the way this one looked. It just kind of looked like a mobile game, and I bought it, but then I never actually even played it. So, and no one talked about it, so maybe I was right. I don't know. Someone recommended I play Buddy Simulator 1984. It also gives massive Undertale vibes, and it looks really fun and goofy, and I've just never started it. It's also sealed, and there was one time I went to go play it, and I went to break the seal, and I saw limited run on the back. A little part of me was like, do I really want to play this? Do I really want to break the seal on something that maybe years from now will be worth money? Not that I would sell it, but is it worth breaking the seal? And I talked myself out of it. And then I think I ended up playing Omari instead. It was very similar and it satisfied me in the same way. Now is probably a good time to quickly talk about what I intend to do with all my Switch games. Keep them. They're all my games. You know, maybe if I need money one day, we'll have a different conversation. But right now, my goal is to keep them all and cherish and love them all. You know, I haven't sold a game or like had that intention ever. You know, ever since I became a collector, I want to say almost 10, 15 years ago at this point, I've never sold anything. Maybe traded for something else, video game related, but never sold. And I have no intention of doing that. So I know it's silly when I say like, do I really want to open this and ruin the value? There is a part of me that, I don't know how to explain it, but I appreciate that some of these things sealed have more value that way. So if I don't need to open them, there's a part of me that doesn't want to just devalue them for no reason. Just gut one if I don't really even intend on committing to finishing it. There's a lot of things in my collection, especially the limited run stuff that we'll get to, and it's all sealed. And that's mostly because limited run is so late to release things anyway, that by that point, I've already bought it digitally and played it if I like the game. Like if I'm buying it from limited run, it's probably because I know I like it and I've already played it. So I try and keep all those things sealed anyway. And yeah, that's really purely for like value, because I know those things are already worth way more than what they were on release, and they'll just continue to go up in value. And look, let's say one day I do need the money and I can sell one of these things for a few $100 and I paid 50, like, you know, the alternative is I like ripped it open one day just to open it. I do have this thing. It's extended my whole life, and it might be an ADHD thing or an OCD thing, even though I said I don't have OCD, where like, I don't even like being the first person to open a packet of chips, you know, to bust the seal on a big packet of chips if I'm only going to have a couple. You know, I need someone else to open it, and then I'll have some chips. I don't know what that says about me. Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I've talked about this a lot. I have a whole script. I wanted to do something more special, and then because of that, I just didn't do anything. It took me 80 hours to finish the game, which is how long it takes to finish a game. And even with me grinding most days and most nights, it took me a few weeks to finish it after launch. And by the time I sat down and wrote a script, and then I filmed my video, and then I started editing it, and I was like, I hate it. It'd been like a month since the game came out. And I was like, I gotta move on. You know, I gotta make another video. I gotta do something. I gotta get wheels in motion here. You know, I can't just pause my career while I play Xenoblade 3. And that really, you know, with a lot of Switch games that are really long, that's why I don't review them in the end, because I hate half-assing a review. I hate playing a game for 10 hours and then trying to review it when the game's 80 hours long. So I commit to trying to finish it, and then by the time I finish it, I go, too late. I don't know what the middle ground is there. I don't know what to do about that, but yeah. That's why I didn't review that. Or Xenoblade X. I plan to review that too, and I just didn't even have time to finish it, let alone review it. This one I wish I reviewed. Snack World: The Dungeon Crawl. This is a absolute hidden gem that honestly at this point, I barely even remember the game, but I sunk hours into this game and I recorded everything. And my plan was to make a review of my biggest Switch hidden gem that no one had ever heard of. And it's Snack World: The Dungeon Crawl Gold. It is so much fun and I don't remember why. Literally, it's been so many years. I don't know if we'll say the year on the back of this when it released, but I'm gonna guess this was 2020. So 5 years ago, half a decade ago. I don't even remember the game. I just remember I really liked it. Speaking of never wanting to open things, I also bought a 1 terabyte Zelda SanDisk because I was like, I'm gonna upgrade my SanDisk on my SD card to a 1 terabyte. And then I got home and I was like, oh, this is actually sick. Do I want to open this and destroy what is essentially a collector's item now? I know I'm horrible. So I kept it in this bin, and then I bought another standard default non-Nintendo terabyte card and put that in my Switch instead. I don't know if any of you are psychiatrists, but if you want to try taking a stab at my brain, I'd love to know what you think. Shin Megami Tensei 5. I tried playing when it launched on Switch originally, and it didn't really hit for me. It just felt like it was going nowhere off the rip. I didn't really understand what my motivation was supposed to be in playing it, and I got maybe like 10, 15 hours in and just kind of fizzled out. Really didn't stack up to my experiences playing Persona 4 or 5 or 3 or any Persona, which is kind of what I was looking to get out of it. But after hearing some other creators talk about it and other people really gas it up, I always wanted to give it another shot and go in with a better understanding that it wasn't Persona. So when Vengeance came out, I jumped on it, and I actually found this copy in a really cool little game store near me here in Pennsylvania that I've been meaning to go back to. That was an absolute hidden gem of a store. Like, it's impossible to even find on Google Maps, and they had some Switch stuff I'd never even seen before. I meant to go back there and make a video because I just thought the store was so cool. And anyway, that's where I bought this, and I still haven't played it. Sorry. Long way of saying didn't even play it. But it's in here because I want to. We're not even through my tub yet, and it's been 30 minutes. This is going to be a hell of a video. Super Mario Odyssey. Again, another launch window game. This came out in the holiday season. I remember going with Kim to the GameStop that she worked at, and then going back to my friend Billy's house, who I was staying with at the time. I lived with Billy for a couple of months before Kim and I got our own place when I moved to America. Thank you for that, Billy. Don't know what I'd do without you. And we played it in his spare room, and Kim and I were just glued to this game for hours that night. So much fun. I mean, it's Mario Odyssey. What do you want me to say? I'm not even that big of a Mario fan. Never have been, 3D or 2D, but I always preferred the 3D. And this one really sold me on Mario. Funny enough, at 25 years old, all these years later, I finally found my Mario game that really connected with me. They hit the nail on the head. This is the best platformer of all time, like hands down. Donkey Kong and a future Mario have a long way to go to beat this, in my opinion. This might surprise no one, but Dead Cells is in my rotation box. This is one that I very often frequent. It helps that they constantly update it. They added in Castlevania DLC, and I always dive back in to see what's been added or just to start a new run. It's a Metroidvania roguelike style game. I think it might have been the first game on my channel that I made in the I'm Addicted To series. I made a bunch of those, by the way. These like, I'm addicted to this game now. And I never really, in the thumbnail and title, I would never tell you what game it was, because I always had this impression or opinion that if I said I'm addicted to Dead Cells, it gives it away in the title what I'm playing. And if you have no interest in the game or you'd never heard of it, you wouldn't click on it. And for the most part, like when this game released, it was just an indie game. You know, no one really heard about it off the rip. It took some time for people to realize that it was sick, you know? So I didn't want to give away what it was and have people not click on it and then not discover an awesome game that they might like. And I think that tactic always worked. The views on the videos would always be higher because people would want to find out what game it was because they were coming to see what I was addicted to, which to me wasn't clickbait, you know? I'm addicted to this game. Click if you want to find out, and you might like the game too, you know? That's what the video was, and that's what I was telling you it was. And then a lot of people found the game and really ended up like buying it and enjoying it because of that, where before they might have just breezed past the title and not even given the video a shot, which is why I always did it that way and marketed the videos that way for those reasons. One, they would get more views, which obviously I'm trying to pay bills. And two, you'd give the video a chance and then find a game that you like, that you might not have otherwise had given a shot. I thought it was a win-win. Back then was definitely at the peak of people saying that I just do clickbait. Everything I do is clickbait, which, you know, it always bothered me because I wasn't, you know, it was clickable content for sure. I was trying to bait you in for you to find out what game it was, you know, but it's not like I was ever lying. I was just using the algorithm to my advantage, and I was trying to show you cool games that I liked. I ended up stopping doing them anyway. A lot of people did have not like most people. If I'd put a percent on it, I'd say 10. A lot of people had an issue with me using the word addicted or addiction because video games, they can be an unhealthy addiction for a lot of people. And people thought I was trying to make light of that. And I never was. You know, addicted is a word I would use because the game was so good I couldn't stop playing. It's like when people say that they're addicted to jalapeno poppers. You know, I was never trying to make light of a serious illness that a lot of people suffer from. But the more I got those comments, the more bad that I felt. And then I ended up I stopped using the word as much or really at all. But it's never how I meant it. Some things can be addicting without them being a problem, you know? I make a mean potato salad, and I'm addicted to eating it. Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. This came out of nowhere. Did not expect this game to be so good. I say it came out of nowhere, but the Dynasty Warriors style of games rebranding as something else wasn't exactly a new concept at this point, but this one added in so much, like so much content. The gameplay was really refined. The frame rates still weren't great, but they were definitely much better than the 3DS version of the previous Hyrule Warriors. But more than anything, it added an awesome story with fantastic cinematics and voice acting that tied in as a perfect prequel to Breath of the Wild. I was really blown away. Like, we'd never received so much rich story from a Zelda IP in such a cinematic way. And then the game itself, I really do enjoy the gameplay. If you haven't played it, you really just, it's a hack and slash, which I love, where you wail on hundreds and hundreds of enemies, but there's also a micromanaging aspect to it where you are on a battlefield and you have several different troops being led all over the place, and you need to keep an eye on the mini-map to make sure that all your little battles are going well, and you can switch between all of the characters all over the map to check in and help out. It's really cool. I look forward to Age of Imprisonment a lot. Slave Zero, one of the first Australia games that I bought. You can tell by the M rating on the case. I bought this at the very first GameStop we went into in Perth. Something interesting about all the Australia games or the European games are that if it focuses, the titles are in the very dead center of the case, which is why I decided to keep them all together when we get to that section. It's purely in here because I was, I guess, going to play it, and then I ended up playing it, and I didn't end up loving it. Probably the first game in the video, other than Xenoblade. It's very fine. It looked more fun than I think it is, unfortunately, but I could definitely see a lot of people enjoying it. Another one that I just haven't got around to playing, The World Ends With You Neo, the sequel. The World Ends With You, the first one, which is back in here somewhere, was very notoriously difficult to play on the Switch. It was designed with the 2DS and 2 screens in mind, so when it came to Switch, it was a nightmare on your fingers. I remember getting carpal tunnel. I think the video I made was me making fun of how cramped up my hands were trying to play that game on the console, but an incredible game. And I was excited for the sequel because I knew it would be just as good, but it wouldn't ruin my hands because this time wasn't made for the DS. However, as you can probably tell, this sucker is sealed because I just never got around to it, unfortunately. Similar story with Harvestella. This is a Square Enix RPG meets farming sim, and I really loved the way it looked. It almost looked like a Final Fantasy farming sim. I bought this sealed, played the demo first, and I didn't really like the way it ran on Switch, and also it didn't hook me, I guess. So then I never ended up actually breaking the seal and playing it for real. And then the final game in the tub, in the box, Metro Redux. And it's sealed because, once again, I want to see how it runs on Switch. I heard it's one of the better ports, definitely one of the more ambitious ports. And it's just a first-person shooter on Switch. There's just not been many of those, and I wanted to try playing Metro this way, and I just never got around to it. So it's still there. It's still in the tub. And as I said earlier, at this point, I'm very curious to see if a game like that gets any enhancements on Switch 2, if the developers support it at all, because I would love to give it a shot on that console. Also, I'm now realizing in here is my MiG Switch. We made a video on that. A lot of people thought Nintendo were going to come after me when I made that video, but I made very sure that I made that video as legally as possible, and nothing happened. Oh, and if you don't know what the MiG Switch is, I guess I should tell you. It's a little device that lets you dump your other carts, your physical carts, like all the ones I just held in my hand for the last half an hour, onto one SD card, onto here. So I could load essentially this entire, almost a lot of games. I don't know how many, but this is a lot. I could load a lot of games onto this, dump them all on here. My games, my actual games, I guess my ROMs, you should call them. Completely legal and ethical way of putting a bunch of ROMs onto an SD card without downloading and being illegal. I have a video about that if you want to watch that. It's worth mentioning too, if it's your first time here for any reason, a lot of these games that I talked about, if not most of them so far, and will continue to talk about, I've reviewed and done videos on my channel. So if you want better look at anything we talk about today, click around my channel, have a look around, you know, see what you see what you like. Why don't you hit us with a subscribe? We're about to start making Switch 2 content, so you're here just in time, honestly. If you didn't have a Switch 1 and you're starting to get into Switch 2 stuff now, and you're curious about what made the Switch 1 so good, and that's why you're here. All right, so as I was saying, this is all Nintendo games, like first party. You can maybe see, I don't know if you can, but the spines all say Nintendo down here. That was really the only kind of organizing I did, other than with the other region games, which is a similar case. So in no particular order, because remember again, nothing is alphabetized, so you get what you get. We have Nintendo, that's a horrible start. Superhero Girls Teen Power. I gotta be honest, I don't even remember buying this. Also, I didn't even remember it being a Nintendo game, like a straight up Nintendo first party game. DC Superhero Girls Teen Power. Yep, I know nothing about that. I guess I just, you know what? That might have come from the GameStop video. I wouldn't be surprised. But you know that I went to GameStop and I bought all those games? I'm sure if you've seen the video, I ended up giving away all of them. That was the whole idea, is I went straight to Too Many Games, a convention near me in Pennsylvania here. There's another one coming up this month that I'll be at. No, next month? I don't know. Maybe I'll be at. I'm going to have a baby. I don't know. Why are you pressuring me? I took all the games there a couple years ago and I gave them all away. But there were some that I kept. If I didn't have them already in my collection, which was only about 10 or 15 games, I kept them. And that might have been one. Oh, another instant classic. Sushi Strikers. I really didn't mind this game. It definitely wasn't the $50 that I apparently paid for it. This is definitely more of a $10 game. Let's go Pokemon Eevee. I went with Eevee because Eevee's my favorite. And to play a Pokemon game where you start with Eevee, that was my dream come true. And definitely a reason why I have a special place in my heart for that game. Even though a lot of people didn't like it because of the catching mechanic, I thought it was beautiful. Not the catching mechanic, but... Oh, then we have my favorite Mario Party, Jamboree. Yeah, hands down the best Mario Party I think we've ever got. I had a whole video on that, so I guess I won't double down. Oh, we have another Dragon Quest Builders 2. And I'm now remembering, because I was like, wait, this case is different. They did that thing where you had a reversible case. So apparently I reversed one. Oh, you know why I have two? I bought one for Kim. Yeah, she never played it. I bought one for Kim, that's right, because I wanted to play with her, and then she just didn't. Then we have Splatoon 3, definitely the best Splatoon, which at this point, I think it has all the content. It's like an ultimate Splatoon. I don't really know what I'm saying. It's Splatoon. I like that one. I bought the physical of Tetris 99, mostly because I felt like this is just going to be one of those hard to find ones because it's Tetris 99, right? Like, I'm pretty sure it's free. And I think I paid $10 for this. I don't really remember. Then, separated by a couple games, we have the first Dragon Quest Builders. I feel like I've talked enough about these games, so I won't harbor on about it. But I do love when games actually have some kind of art or something inside the cover. That's how you know they actually care about you. Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze. We had so many Wii U games come over, but this one was one of the most lackluster for extra content. All they did was add Funky Kong. Pay us $60 again, please. Easily one of my favorite Switch games, Astral Chain. This game is so underrated, man. I love hack and slash games. I also love Platinum games. Anything Platinum does usually rocks my boat, you know, the Bayonetta series, but they took a break from Bayonetta to make Astral Chain. And yeah, I really feel like it's just underrated. Some of the coolest hack and slash gameplay I've ever played. The way that you control your character, your Legion, your little sidekick character, and the chain that connects you as a weapon. There was just so many cool things you could do in that game. It also had like Persona vibes to it too, with the exploring the world stuff. Mario Tennis Aces. I liked that game a lot, but I stopped playing it pretty quickly after a week or two. But a fun memory I have of that game is it came out, I think, during maybe the first Too Many Games I went to here in Pennsylvania. And at that Too Many Games, I met Tyler and Rachel, who just lived in Pennsylvania, happened to stop by. Rachel has a huge YouTube channel, and Tyler was beginning to grow as a creator at the time, and now he has a huge TikTok. And we all became really close friends. It was so random. And in my Mario Tennis Aces video, there's a clip at the end, like a skit of me playing Mario Tennis Aces with them. They were happy to like collab and be in my video, which I thought was so cool at the time. And then yeah, we ended up becoming friends and going to Japan together, and now me and Tyler are still the bestest of friends. Yoshi's Crafted World. Kim and I had a blast playing this one together, but it is very easy baby game. Pikmin 3 Deluxe. I don't think I ever played this on Switch. I did not. It is sealed. A lot of my games are sealed. I played that on Wii U, and I only bought it for the collection, which is a case for a lot of games, especially the Wii U games. I had a really bad habit, I guess. I don't know if it's bad, but of just going and buying any Switch game, even if I'd already played it, with no intention of playing it again just for the collection. And that's definitely one of them. Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition. I think we've talked enough about Hyrule Warriors. We waited so long for Advance Wars 1 and 2 reboot, and by the time it got here, I picked up my pre-order and then didn't play it, unfortunately, but I'm sure it's great. Everybody 1-2 Switch. This is also sealed. I was going to make a video on that, making fun of it, but I didn't even have the heart to play it in the end. Bayonetta Origins. I did play this, and I didn't like it. I don't understand why it exists or why it is the way that it is. It wasn't for me personally. Endless Ocean Luminous. Actually, you know what? There's probably 3 games I gave scathing reviews to. And this was the third, Endless Ocean Luminous. The worst Endless Ocean. They somehow went backwards. I don't understand why that game is the way that it is, but I did not enjoy that game. If you haven't played it, it's like the other Endless Ocean games, but worse. Oh man, my God, I hate that we're hitting so many in a row that I don't like. But Daemon X Machina, again, I played this game for maybe 5 hours and didn't enjoy a single minute. I know a lot of these games, people will probably be like, you gotta play X amount of hours before it gets good. But when I say I played 5 hours and didn't enjoy a minute, I mean like it was painful. That was probably one of the most painfully boring and confusing games. And by confusing, I just mean like confusingly bad. Yeah, didn't like it. But there's a new one coming, and that one looks sick. I don't know what they did, but I think they've revamped it, and I do actually like the look of the new one. Super Mario RPG. Loved it back in the day. Didn't really hold up for me playing this remake. I don't know what it was. I didn't love the remake art style. It was very okay. I just didn't really get swept up in the nostalgia playing it like I thought I would. I'm being very negative right now, but Game Builder Garage is a great game. Like, the things you can do in that game, the tools tools that it gives you to essentially create your own game. That's the whole idea. It's like Mario Maker. If baseline, you could just make anything. You know, they give you like coding tools essentially to make your own game. Great for kids for sure that want to get into game coding and want to mess around with some basic ideas. And I didn't like that off the rip, you were forced to do a ton of tutorials in a specific order. And the order was like different kinds of games. And I had no interest in some of the game types. And I really wanted to learn like how to make this thing, but I couldn't do that tutorial until I'd done all of the other ones. I just noped out. All right, finally, one that I loved, Ring Fit Adventure. I will stand by this. Ring Fit Adventure is a great way to get into shape. I love that game. I played it a lot when it came out. And I remember I cranked it all the way up to the hardest setting. It sucked. I mean, like it was a workout, but I could do it and it was fun. I liked it. I remember trying to do a challenge. I posed a challenge to my audience where I wanted to play every day for 30 days and see if I, you know, had abs or like how fit I got. And I think I got like 5 or 6 days in and just forgot, you know. It's just one of those things. It's hard for me to commit to anything like that for extended periods of time, but maybe if there's a sequel, I'll try again. It came with a big ring and you would work out to do damage to bosses or to like dodge attacks. You would actually have to do a workout. And a lot of people have asked me over the years, is it an actual workout? And yeah, it is. I mean, it's mostly cardio. I mean, you're not like weight training, right? But if you're looking to sweat and do some crunches and like leg squats, like, yeah, it's brutal. Pikmin 4, the best Pikmin game. I really love this game. There's so much content in Pikmin 4. It's the game that just keeps on giving. There's a whole extra Olimar mode, which is essentially just another Pikmin game within a Pikmin game. And then the actual Pikmin 4 is awesome. Xenoblade Chronicles 2 Torna, I never finished that, but I did enjoy it a lot more than Xenoblade Chronicles 2. And I do feel like it addressed a lot of the issues that I had. And the developers even said that they wanted to fix a lot of the issues with 2 and streamline them for Torna. And yeah, they did. I mean, this fixed all of my issues with, almost all my issues with the base game, which is another reason why, I know my review was terrible, but it's another reason why I've always found it funny that people really did not like my opinions on why the game was bad when the developers themselves not only fixed it in 2, but then when 3 came around, it was like the first game again without any of the things that bothered me in 2, because it was very clear that those things just didn't work without going into all of it. Xenoblade fans, you have to admit 2 is the most different between 1, 3, and 2 as far as gameplay, combat, and how the game works at its core, right? Splatoon 2. I already talked about Splatoon 3. What do you want me to say? Mario 3D World and Bowser's Fury. This was the first glimpse at where Nintendo was going with a lot of their games and their ideals and ideas as a company at the time. So 3D World's great, but this Bowser's Fury add-on that they did for the Switch. Also, I'm now realizing, I don't know if I'm an idiot or if anybody has realized this already, but this is what they're doing right now with Switch 2. I am now drawing the dots. This like box art split in like third down here with the new content and a plus. This was the first time they did that. And now it's like the enhanced edition thing for Switch. Nobody cares? All right, I'll keep talking. This was, to me, the first glimpse at where Nintendo were going with everything. You know, because Breath of the Wild, it was Zelda with no limits. It was open world. But at the time, it was the new one-off thing. It was, oh, this is where they went with Zelda. But then they did this with Mario, a big sandbox where every level or area of the game was connected. And as you walked over to the next area, it brought up the name of the area, but there was no load screen to go into it, like every other Mario has always been. Nintendo are definitely enjoying this idea of connecting everything in their games and like getting rid of load screens. Octopath Traveler, I think famously you have to say this is the first big third-party exclusive the Switch got. It's made by Square Enix. They even showed this off, I believe, in the first Nintendo Switch 1 Direct that they did that was an hour long. And yeah, it was, again, at a time where third-party support was kind of lackluster on Nintendo when they were starting to build it back up with the Switch 1. And Square Enix were the first people to really focus on making a big first-party exclusive Switch game. And it really paid off because Octopath Traveler saw massive success both on the platform and eventually off of it. And a lot of other companies took note and decided to do their own Switch games. Not as many as we would like, but the Switch 2 seems to be much better about that. Super Mario Party, funny enough, arguably the worst Mario Party. The worst Mario Party. This system had both the worst one and the best one. I have reviews on that on my channel. Paper Mario, the Origami King. I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't like Paper Mario post GameCube. I don't know, Wii. The Switch and the Wii U's Paper Marios were passable at best. Very lackluster and didn't capture a lot of the charm that I enjoyed from back in the day with Thousand Year Door. And mostly it was just the way they kept trying to reinvent the wheel, quite literally with Origami King. I don't know why they kept trying to reinvent something that didn't need to be reinvented, and it just never really worked for me. Metroid Prime Remastered. While this is sealed, that's because I believe the physical came out a couple months after the digital. Using the word remastered for it almost does it a disservice because it's essentially a one-for-one remake, which I think is a better way to describe this game. Everything was remade for it. All the visuals, all the assets, all the graphics. It was built from the ground up. And I believe the story is while they were making Metroid Prime 4 and they had this like engine, they realized they could remake Metroid Prime 1 in that engine, and that's what this is. And that's why the game, if you put them side by side, this one is not just like HD remastered the old game but upscaled. The whole game has been rebuilt as a one-for-one and looks so much better. Pokemon Snap surprised me. I didn't have any Pokemon Snap nostalgia. I'd never played it back in the day, and I played this one for hours actually, and I was always excited when I unlocked a new map or a new area and I could go and snap some more pictures. And by the way, beautiful Pokemon game. One of the only times you can say that. A gorgeous Pokemon game. Fire Emblem Engage. I don't like you. I'm sorry. Fire Emblem Three Houses was awesome. They found a new format and formula that really worked for me. Taking that Persona type game and putting it into Fire Emblem, it was a perfect marriage, a synonymous conception, and I was enthralled and enthralled. And then Engage came around and it was definitely a more traditional Fire Emblem, but it was just so goofy and corny. Visually felt like a downgrade in many ways. It looked like a mobile game, especially in the combat. I just don't know what happened here. I guess they just went back to the traditional Fire Emblem format, and that just doesn't work for me in the same way that Three Houses did. Scott the Waz's favorite, Clubhouse Games 51 Worldwide Classics. I say that every time I see this game and I mention it in a video. Scott the Waz's favorite game. A lot of people don't know what I'm referring to. I'm being honest. It's his favorite game. I did a video on my channel, best Nintendo Switch games reviewed by the best Nintendo YouTubers, which is a very conceited title. And I told him he could pick absolutely any game. Scott had first choice because it's Scott the Waz. He wasn't left with scraps. He could pick whatever he wanted, and he picked Clubhouse Games 51 Worldwide Classics. So I guess if you want to learn about it, you can go and watch his video, but Kim and I did have a lot of fun playing it. You know, I don't know if I would say best game. We have another Pokemon Snap, probably the same case as Builders. That was Kim's. That was supposed to be, and she did actually play that one. Mario Golf Super Rush. Now we're getting into an era, I believe. At some point, I realized while I started streaming, I think this is why this happened. I started streaming on Twitch, and I realized I could stream the games a day early if I bought them digitally off the Australian eShop. So a day before the games came out, I would buy it digital, stream it. Everyone in chat would be like, "How do you have the game already? Isn't it tomorrow?" And I'd get, you know, higher views because people wanted to see the game a day early. So it made sense to me logistically to then the next day go to GameStop and also buy it physical for the collection. It always felt silly to buy it twice, but yeah, at the same time it was for work, so it made sense. But Mario Golf, it was fine. I wasn't a huge fan. I thought the story mode, the single solo mode, was definitely lackluster, as many people did, and the actual core game just didn't hold my attention very long. We gotta burn through some of these, or else I really will be here forever, but Captain Toad Treasure Tracker, it's a Wii U game. I don't know if I even played it on Switch, to be honest. New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe. This is, sealed, maybe? Nope, but I don't like it. That was the last Mario Brothers game where they were still just phoning it in. They were remaking the same game over and over. And, you know, early on, I was reviewing those games or talking about those games, and I would always say that they're just the same game they've always been, especially since the jump to the Wii. Ever since that first New Super Mario Brothers that they then did again and again, and the 3DS version, just adding in more coins, or this time you can be real big. It was the same game. It was the same art style, and it was boring. And I never understood the argument people had with don't fix what isn't broken or whatever it is they would would say, or they would try and justify that they were different in some way. They piss and weren't. They were the same game. And then Wonder came out. Mario Wonder released, and everyone saw what an evolution of 2D Mario could be. And suddenly Wonder was awesome, the best Mario. Why is it taking so long? Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying for years. Tokyo Mirage Sessions, I gotta be honest, I tried hard to like that. I think I even reviewed it positively when it came to Switch because I didn't want to upset people, but it never really clicked with me. On Wii U or on Switch, I never really liked that game. Mario vs. Donkey Kong, this one just, I don't know. Just seems like a kid's game. Luigi's Mansion 2 HD, also have no interest in replaying it. I didn't really like it when it was on 3DS. I just rebought it. Am I now realizing I don't like Nintendo games? I'm so sorry. I feel bad, but I keep pulling them out and going, don't like it. Am I a bad fan? No, I'm gonna keep going. I love Luigi's Mansion. 3 was one of the best games on the console, and 1 is still an all-time classic, but 2 just didn't hit for me. Triangle Strategy, oh my God, I'm such a jerk. Didn't like it. Oh God, guys, I'm so sorry. Kirby Star Allies, arguably the biggest waste of money on the console, right? The game's about 2 hours long. I finished it in one stream. I finished it in half a stream. I went live and then ran out of things to do because I'd already finished the $50, $60 game that I bought. It just also wasn't that fun. Bayonetta 2, oh, this game I loved. Bayonetta famously was like an Xbox game. Maybe it was a dual release back in the day, but I remember playing that on Xbox. Platinum Games, I love hack and slash style games. Bayonetta was incredible, and then they weren't going to make another one. I don't think it did well. I can't remember. And in a bid to recapture some of its hardcore gamer market at a time where a lot of the hardcore gamers had fallen out of Nintendo, they needed something to bring them back. So they decided to buy out Bayonetta and save the franchise. Obviously, ended up getting ported to Switch, and then eventually we would go on to get Bayonetta 3, which I have. Don't ask me where it is. Here's Luigi's Mansion 3. One of the most gorgeous Nintendo Switch games. Really loved the visuals of this game. Definitely a contender for best looking game. And it really recaptured that magic of the first one for me. I didn't play much of the multiplayer, but boy howdy did I love the experience. I remember there was only one level I didn't like, and it's whatever one where you're on a little floaty in the river. I hated that whole level. I thought it was really clunky, and I had a hard time controlling the floaty. But other than that, that whole game was a A+. And I don't like Bravely Default. Wow, we are like getting a hit, then a miss, then a hit, then a miss. Oh, one of my favorite games in this section to have the Nintendo badge, Cadence of Hyrule. This was a crazy moment for Nintendo where they gave the IP of Zelda, the franchise of Zelda, to indie creators who made the Crypt of the NecroDancer games. Nintendo said, hey, make one of those, but with Zelda. It is, of my opinion, that indie games are a key part in why the Nintendo Switch was so successful early on. The games that really built their back on the console were games like Stardew Valley, which exploded in popularity on the Switch. It was games like SteamWorld Dig 2, which I quote this a lot on the channel, but it sold 10 times more on Switch eShop than on Steam, which was unheard of at the time. And it's very clear with games like Crypt of the NecroDancer at the time being so successful on the console, and Nintendo seeing that and going, hey, why not do a Zelda? Awesome for me because I got a Zelda game, but also awesome for me as someone who was already acknowledging and seeing that the indies were such a big reason for the Switch's success. People wanted indies, a craving for indies. Hollow Knight, you know, Celeste, you name it. So then seeing this come to fruition with Cadence of Hyrule, it made so much sense at the time, and the game is incredible. Loved the game. Moving on, we have Super Mario Maker 2, a GOAT. You know, not one of my all-time GOATs, but definitely my friend Bob, it's his favorite game on the console, and it's awesome. I'm just not that big into 2D Mario, so I played it a lot when it came out, but I don't really revisit it like he does. Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, I was hoping for more from this game because I really loved the first Ultimate Alliance games. It's another random game that Nintendo saved. These two games, I played them on Xbox back in the day. ARMS, this is probably Nintendo's biggest regret. I don't know what word to use for it, but an early Switch 1 release. It was the one that really leaned into the new motion control gimmick with 2 Joy-Cons, right? It makes sense when you think about it. Nintendo are probably sat there with their new Joy-Cons and they're like, well, I guess we can make a game with arms. And it kind of flopped. It was very fine. Again, there's nothing wrong with the game, but there's nothing that exciting about it either. It's just arms. Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. This was awesome when it came out because by then I'd already reviewed Xenoblade 2 poorly, and some people that hadn't played the first one didn't really understand what my issue with it was. But then this came out, and I remember legitimately when I reviewed this, which you can go and watch that video, and I gave it a glowing review. Loved my experience playing it again, and reminded myself why I loved it so much. A lot of comments around that time were, oh, now having gone back and playing this one, I do understand some of Wood's complaints, and it was nice to see that. One of the best RPGs of all time. Detective Pikachu Returns. I tasked Kim with playing this one because I didn't want to. She hated it. Yeah, she hated it. I don't know what to tell you. She hated it. It wasn't good. I saw some gameplay, and I remember seeing how poorly animated and designed the worlds were. It's funny because you have something like Pokemon Snap, which is so gorgeous, and you would think that something like Detective Pikachu is another great way or perfect time to make a Pokemon game in gorgeous visuals, because there's just not really much going on that you have to do. But they seemingly made it in like Scarlet and Violet's engine for some reason. You can't have a graphic novel game be that ugly because all you're doing is looking at stuff the whole time. That, and it ended up being kind of a baby's game. Mario Strikers Battle League. Without boasting my toast too much here, leading up to this game releasing, I had a really bad feeling that it wasn't gonna be all that, and I was streaming it, and I think I played for an hour or two, realized that it wasn't good, and at this point, we all can agree, right? It's very average, very forgettable experience. But on top of that, I realized that all you could do is like a match, you know, just like one match. You know, there was no like other modes, there was no like story. So once I realized I had played the whole game in an hour and the base game wasn't that good comparatively to other Mario Strikers games, I remember I deleted it. That night, I was like, I'm never playing it again. And that got tweeted out and blew up, and people thought that because the game wasn't out yet, and no one else had played it, a lot of the comments were saying he just was a sore loser and quit. I won the game I played. It was just boring. It was bad. After a while, people started to realize, oh, the game just isn't good. But people were mad at me at first because they were really excited. I don't blame you. It just, yeah, obviously didn't turn out the way we wanted. Here's The World Ends With You, the one that gave me carpal tunnel. We already talked about it, so I guess we don't have to talk about it again. Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. I loved the new controls, even if they were a bit cumbersome, and I really enjoyed playing that game again, and I don't think I finished it again. I will say that I did enjoy playing it, and the nostalgia was great, but I always held in my heart that the game was better than what people remembered or what people said about it. And going back and playing it, I did realize that people are right about that game. It is definitely the worst like main title Zelda, not counting like Spirit Tracks and Phantom Hourglass and like spin-offs like that. I say this all the time, but even the worst Zelda game is one of the best games. But comparatively to other Zeldas, if you have to go back and replay one, you probably wouldn't start with Skyward Sword. There's not much there to replay. Mario 3D World All-Stars. This is sealed. I know I bought several copies of this. Three, I think I bought 3. This is famously that game that Nintendo said was a limited time, and we didn't know how much of a limited time. I remember it being on sale for like a year, and then all of a sudden it was just gone from the eShop, and then the physical stock started drying up. I think the 2 extra copies I have, I did end up giving away to people that I think Billy took one. Friends that didn't buy it, and then they were like, oh, I didn't buy it. Wood, do you have an extra? You essentially have a GameStop in your house. So I think I am down to 1 now. Go Vacation. I think I played this. I remember not liking it. Dr. Kawashima's Brain Training for Nintendo Switch. This one I do remember buying, and it comes with a stylus. It was a physical release only in European regions. I bought this the first time I went back to Australia, and I just remember being enamored with the fact that it came with a stylus and that the stylus works flawlessly with the Switch screen. God, I am doing such a bad job of being a Nintendo fan. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. This was another one that I was excited to get and replay, and then it just didn't age as well as I remembered. It's kind of like a roguelike dungeon crawler Pokemon game. It isn't bad. bad by any means, but I think what the issue is now that I've played so many games like Cadence of Hyrule, like Dead Cells, like Moonlighter, that it's hard to impress me with what is essentially one of the first, if not the first, roguelike style games like that. And that's not to the game's discredit, but just playing it all these years later just didn't really hold up to some of the more newer experiences. I did love Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle. I have a weird little special place in my heart for these turn-based XCOM style strategy games. I get a lot of satisfaction out of when one is done right, and the enjoyment in actually fully completing a battle where it feels like you strategize the heck out of it. But no, I just remember really liking it. I was fascinated by the fact that it was all done within the game world. That was really cool to me, and I really thoroughly enjoyed the story, the cinematics, the personality, and the game. The sequel, I feel like, accidentally took some steps back while trying to take steps forward. My biggest issue with it was you would see enemies in the world, but when you hit them or walk into them, it would trigger like an old school Final Fantasy style battle where you would load into a new area on a battlefield and the battle would take place there and not where you saw the enemy. Yeah, it just felt really repetitive because of that. Disney's Magical World 2 Enhanced Edition? I feel like this came in fan mail at some point. And then Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. This is a Jet Set Grind or Jet Set Radio future spiritual successor style game. It's very similar and very fun. All right, my God, we are now through the bucket and the first section of Nintendo games. All right, I guess we'll drop down to this next layer while we're already over here, even though I'm barely on camera over there. Persona 5 Royal, just like Dragon Quest, it took me years to actually finish this one. 10 hours here, 20 hours there. I swear it took me a couple years to finally get through it, but I did beat it, and it is definitely the best Persona game. It's so fun. 2 Point Jumbo Edition. I haven't played it. Ty the Tasmanian Tiger HD. I bought that to support the physical release because these are some of my favorite old school GameCube games. This I bought in Australia when I went back. They re-released it physically. It's just the first game in HD, and I still haven't replayed it on Switch. Walking Dead Destinies. I believe Monado Max, a fan of the show who always meets me in Too Many Games, gave that to me and said it was surprisingly good. I gotta tell you, Max, it's still sealed. I apologize. I will play it, though. Earth Knight. I bought this at the same Too Many Games, so I guess we're just in that section. This was at the Limited Run booth, and another fan met me or saw me in that booth, and they had this game, and they said it was really good, so I bought it, and I still haven't played it, but I do intend to. Oh, Impossible Mission. There were several of these games that I found once that were only download code games, and they all looked absolutely piss horrible. And I thought to myself, that would be a cool video. Like, I found these empty game cases or empty games on the shelf for $10. How bad are they or something? And I bought them all to make a video, and then I never did. I also was really excited for the Metal Gear Collection to release, and then everyone talked bad about it, and so I got discouraged from playing it. My friend Matt Thrillhouse gave me that game because he said he like bought 2 or something, and he also said it was awful. He said it did. He said it's an old NES game that did not hold up. Oh, here's Mario and Rabbids Sparks of Hope Gold Edition. Oh, yeah. Here's another game. This was actually in my bin for a long time. Sea of Solitude. I really wanted to play this. Persona 5 Tactica. It's sealed. I wanted to play it. I think I didn't play it because I wanted to finish Royal, and I really only finished Royal maybe like 6 months ago. New Super Lucky's Tale. This was back when I was living in Texas. The developers of this game, Playful, their studio was there, had a really awesome, beautiful studio they had just built, and they invited me to come and make a video about New Super Lucky's Tale. This is an awesome platformer. It's actually so fun, and this is the best version of the game. That was such a blast. God Eater 3, I did play that. I think it was a demo. I think I played that on Switch. Runner 3, I played this for a video. It's a game where you run. BioShock the Collection. Did play this. BioShock are some of my favorite games. 1 and 3 I love a lot. Infinite. I don't like 2 that much. It felt really disjointed. But 1 and 3 were awesome games and some of the best early ports on the system. Also, the original Doom port is here. Obviously, I played this a lot and I've used it as a reference in a lot of videos. Probably the first, I think, the first big third-party port that we got. There's a lot of cool cool ports in here. Look, Borderlands Collection now. One of the best ports on the console, No Man's Sky. I had just got addicted to this game playing it in VR, and then it released on this console, and man, Hello Games have gone so far with this game. I can't believe the things that they've done since launch, since the disaster that was their launch, and making a working and playable and actual competent Switch port is definitely a miracle. So too is Wolfenstein 2, another miracle port. And I did play this on this console as well. They also ported over the additional thing where you play as like the two daughters, and I think that was digital only, and it was co-op. I have that digital. If you're watching this far in the video, it's very clear that I'm only talking about physical. If you don't see something here that I should have, I probably have it digital. Like I have Mario Kart digital, which is why it's not in my collection, and I'm not, that's too much, you know, we're just doing physical. Grand Theft Auto, the trilogy. I bought this at the Nintendo New York store, which I still find so funny that I went to the Nintendo New York store and bought GTA Trilogy. It just didn't seem like something they would have on the shelf. Also, famously, that was a horrible port and horrible remaster of the games. And then they fixed them, and I thought that meant they would fix the Switch one, but then someone in my comments told me that they didn't fix the Switch version, so apparently it's just not fixed. Fatal Frame. This is also sealed. I hate myself, but I really did want to play this when it came to Switch, and I didn't. I did play it on Wii U. I played it on Wii U, I think. Endling Extinction is over. This is an indie game that I wanted to play. I think even Kim bought that for me, and it is still sealed. Klonoa, it is still sealed. I wanted to play those because I heard such great things. Horsetails Emerald Valley Ranch. This is not sealed. I played this a lot because I was going to make another horse video. Another weird thing in my career with Switch early on is I just started making videos on horse games. I don't really know why that started. I guess just an early Switch game that I found that was really bad was a horse game. And I do remember back then that if you could find a bad Switch game, like just a really bad game, it didn't matter who made it or where you found it. People wanted to see bad games on Switch. Like, it was like weird. I think it was like validating for some people that thought the Switch was, you know, an underpowered console. Like my video on WWE 2K18, for example, which I don't have physical anymore because I remember as soon as I was done with my video, I sent it to Dreamcast Guy. Like I mailed it to him because he wanted to make a video on it. So I think I just gave it to him. I don't remember if I sold it. I feel like I gave it. I apologize, Max, if you bought it, but I think I just gave it to him and I was like, you can have it. I might have sold it. I don't know. But yeah, people just wanted to see bad games, and I guess I was just buying into the rage bait. And I was like, well, here's a bad horse game we can all laugh at. And that video did so well. And then apparently there's just so many horse games and they're all pretty bad. Eventually I found this one, which is made by somebody who said they were sick of all the bad horse games and wanted to make a good one. And that's just so perfect for me because this was also pretty bad. I saw the dream and I played it a lot at recording footage. And then I was just like, I don't want to make another horse video. I've made so many, and at the point where I've made one where I actually go and ride a horse and take care of a horse for the video, and then one where I go and sing to a horse, where do you go from there? Potion Permit. A lot of people said this game was worth playing, kind of like a hidden gem. So I bought that and never played it. Baldur the Guardian Owls. This game was one I was looking forward to because it looked like Ni no Kuni. And then Switch Up, I believe, were the people. Reviewed it very negatively and said that it was not a good port. And so I got discouraged and I never actually started it. Super Neptuna RPG. I honestly don't know why I have that. Considering a lot of these games, I've had a reason for buying it. And this is the first one that I'm saying I don't know why I bought it. Might seem sus based on the picture. I do not know what this is or why I bought it, and I mean that in all sincerity. I don't know what that is. Tell me if it's good. Monster Hunter Stories 2. I forget about this game all the time. I forget this exists, but it's actually really fun. It kind of took the Monster Hunter Stories from 3DS that was very Pokemon-y and very baby-y, but like fun, and sort of matured it up. And it hit this really interesting point between being a Pokemon game and being a Monster Hunter game. I remember a lot of repetitiveness in it, and I don't know if I finished that one either. I know I played it a lot though, and I did really like it. Dragon Ball Fighters. This is a game that went on sale every single week since it came out. It was like a $70 game with all the gold expansion, and it was always on sale for like a nickel. Yeah, it's an incredible fighting game. I just wanted to own it on Switch. Fishing Star World Tour. I feel like this came with a fishing rod, but I don't know where the fishing rod would be at this point. World's End Club. This was a game I was excited for a while because I loved the look of the art style and the game direction in general. And then when it finally came out, I kind of lost interest. Funny, same story with this one. Waited for that for so long because the art style looks so intriguing, and apparently it got a lot of really great reviews, and then it finally came out and I just didn't get around to it. I did play Disney Illusion Island with Kim. This is a co-op Metroidvania style game. It's kind of like Ori, but with Mickey Mouse. Skyrim, I mean, what do you say? Where do you go? One of the first Switch ports right there next to Doom. One of the first games we ever saw running on the console in the reveal trailer for the Switch. Oh, here's Altaria Riser 3 that I was talking about. No More Heroes 3. This one, I think I actually might have got that early. But regardless, I got it. I really liked the story and the combat. I felt like it was an adequate sequel to the previous games, but visually it was an absolute nightmaric mess of a game. But the actual game wasn't too bad. It just lost a lot of points for being so hideous. De Blob 2. I barely remember this game, but I remember really liking De Blob 1 and picking up De Blob 2. Oh, speaking of No More Heroes, we also have Travis Strikes Again here, sealed. I didn't really know what was happening with this one at the time. It was more of a top-down style No More Heroes game and a spin-off of the No More Heroes series. Darksiders Genesis. They put a lot of Darksiders games on the console, and this one is another top-down style game. This game's actually really fun and underrated. Cave Story Plus, another early indie gem. Tiny Barbarian, another Nicalis indie game. There were so many of these on launch. Mercenary Sagas Chronicles. I kind of remember it. I don't know why I have it, and I feel like I don't like it. Street Fighter 2. This was a launch window game for the Switch. Mortal Kombat 11. Was this the good port? I remember there was a good Mortal Kombat port. I think it was this one. It was actually pretty solid, which was surprising because then the next one went on to be one of the worst ports. Soul Dam. Drop, Connect, Erase. Who knows? Who knows why I have that? Shovel Knight Treasure Trove. I recently went to a Shovel Knight live in concert, invited by Yacht Club Games and Celia herself, and it was a lot of fun. I have not played all of these spin-off Shovel Knights, though, I gotta be honest. Maybe I dabbled in to, like, do an eShop review, but I don't think I really ever committed to playing that much of them. This one, though, was an absolute blast. So much so that I then bought it physical from Special Reserve, I suppose, since this is where it's from. My Friend Pedro, Bullets, Bananas, and Blood. Anyway, I did finish that one. The levels are so creative, and it was just so fun. Ari and the Secret of Seasons. I remember trying to play this for a video, I think because it was like a really rough port, but I barely remember that one too. Also, No Straight Roads. This is a game I got digital and really enjoyed. The whole game is set to music kind of like Hi-Fi Rush. When we went to Australia, we found it physical, and I tried to buy it, and the guy was like, oh, we don't have it. And I remember being sad about it, and then Kim must have taken note of that, and then for my birthday or Christmas or something, whatever the next holiday was, she snuck that into my Christmas stocking. RPG Maker MV. This is sealed. I probably wanted to make a video on it and then just didn't. Mutant Year Zero. This is sealed, but I did play this, so I guess I have it digital as well. Rocket League Ultimate Edition. I'm really glad I bought this because I feel like now that it's gone free, that this is going to be one of those really hard to find games later, because who the hell is going to buy it now? A lot of these games that are still ongoing, like Fortnite, Rocket League, I always love them at launch, and sure, maybe I play them for a few months and get really competitive with them, and then I move on. Like, I feel like everybody should. I don't know why we're all still playing Fortnite and Rocket League. You know, there's so many good games out there. Like Hello Kitty Cruises. I haven't bought Hello Kitty Island Adventure yet, physical, because the physical came out after the digital, which I hate when they do that. And I can only assume it's because they want to double dip on people that want to then buy the physical. But That game's really fun. Voice. I bought this digital when the Switch came out. This was one of the earliest Switch games. I remember people making a big deal about it, in fact. Like, it was just at that time where every new game dropping on the eShop was big news. And yeah, this dropped and it was big news. It was a really fun rhythm game. Retro City Rampage DX. I bought this for the collection, but I had previously played the games already. Fairy Tail. I bought this because I heard it was like a big RPG adventure type game and I thought I would like it, and then I don't think I actually ended up playing it. It's still in the back of my mind, it's still one of those games where I'm like, I should play that, but I've never even seen the anime, so I don't know what I was thinking. Battle Chaser Night War 2017, this came out, so this must have been one of the very first Switch games, and I remember talking about it early on because it was one of those first games, and I do remember liking it but not loving it. Monster Harvest. This game had so much potential. I think I made a video about this on the channel because the game was completely broken at launch. Yeah, the potential was really there. It's a farming sim just like Stardew Valley where you grow your own little monsters on the side and then you can battle with them maybe. I had a lot of fun with this game, but as I said, I put hours into it, like 30 hours into it, and then I realized the game was completely broken and like certain seeds weren't growing and certain things weren't hatching, and yeah, it was a mess, and I made a video complaining, and then to their credit, I think they fixed it. I think I had someone reach out and they were like, saw your video, fixed it. And I was like, okay, thanks. I've already made my video though, and I didn't really feel like making a whole nother one, and I didn't feel like playing the game again after my game had broke, but maybe I should go back to it. I think it's a net positive though. Even though the game was kind of a mess when I reviewed it, I still talked about how much I wish it was not a mess because of how good it was. It did inform a lot of people on the game. People found the game because of my video, so it's still, any publicity is good publicity. Cooking Mama Cookstar. This is a fun one to talk about. When this game came out, it was hard to find because it was immediately ripped from the shelves. In fact, I heard it was getting pulled from shelves, and I don't think they ever re-released it. I'm not sure. So I went and bought one really quickly, and I think it is a hard game and an expensive game to find now. It's a terrible game. The original creator of Cooking Mama denounced the game and said they weren't involved, and it really is just like a poor cash-in Cooking Mama. But on top of that, it was so badly designed and optimized that it was overheating Switch consoles, and people found in the game's code a possibility that it was like crypto data mining on the Switch or something. I can't remember, but then people had a theory that that's why the Switches were overheating, because it's doing some like weird crypto data mining thing in the background. It was a mess. Really, I think what it was is it was just a bad game that was optimized poorly, and also I think the guy sued him too. I think there was a whole nother element to it where the game wasn't ready to go out, and he said it wasn't ready, but they forced him to release it, and he tried to get it pulled from the eShop. There was a whole thing. I barely remember, but yeah, there was a lot of drama around that game. I apologize for not remembering it exactly. Persona 5 Strikers. This is another Hyrule Warriors, Dynasty Warriors style game, but with the Persona series. Has Been Heroes was a very early GameStop developed game for the Switch, and I actually liked it, and I have 2 copies of it, and initially it released with a spine that wasn't uniformed to Nintendo. I think they did this because it was such an early release and GameStop was self-publishing, so they just did whatever they wanted with the spine before Nintendo really made it clear, because there was like 10 games at the time. Hey, our spines have to look like this. They have to be like boring, you know? So then they re-released it with this new one, and I bought both for that reason. I was like, well, I'll buy both because they're like variants, you know, of a really early GameStop game. Yeah, really didn't hate it. I remember those people at the time didn't like it, and because it was one of the early games when there wasn't many games, it got way too much attention than it deserved. But for what it was, I thought GameStop did fine. I'd have to replay it, but I thought they did fine. I have another Lucky's Tale. This, I think that's because they literally just gave me a a bunch of copies of the game while I was there. I think they gave me something to give away, and I did. And I must have just ended up with 2 still. Bendy and the Ink Machine, great game that I didn't play on Switch. Hell Waters. Oh, I know where I got this. I'm pretty sure I got this in Australia, in Shintokyo. It's in my video, my Australia vlogs, but growing up, I would always go to Shintokyo, and they do a ton of import games. And yeah, they do import Switch games now since I've been gone. And I bought Hell Waters. And Vampire. I bought the physical, but I was actually given the digital, and I believe I did a sponsored video for this game on my channel, and I really liked the game. You play as a vampire, and you suck blood, and you use the blood to do blood arts and cool things. While I'm doing some like imports and talking about Shintokyo though, down here in this section here is my Australia games. These are all the games that I bought while I was in Australia or Europe or UK even. Ippon Marathon. This is a very goofy game where you try and run and there's obstacles. It's kind of like Fall Guys before Fall Guys. And I actually imported that one for a video with Kim, and I don't remember why or what the video was. Transformers Battlegrounds. You probably just saw this in my UK video. That was a gift for spending more than $30 at the store. And that $30 was spent partly on this Borderlands 3. It was on sale for $20 at a game in UK. So was this one, We Love Katamari Reroll. I haven't played that Katamari yet, but I did play the first one on Switch. So was this Tachia. Great game. It's kind of like Wind Waker in a way. Horrible port. The Switch version is not very good. I can't recommend it. Hopefully it's better on Switch too. You Suck at Parking. I've heard really good things about that game, but I also got it at UK along with Songbird. I just grabbed random games because they were on sale. Dark, I don't remember getting that. It looks interesting. Fox and Forests. So Kim got me this game years ago. 2018, yeah. It was probably one of the first things Kim ever bought me when we were dating because she thought it looked cool. And I have no idea what it is. And she always asks me, did you ever play that? And I'm always go, no, it's still sealed. I don't know what it is. I'll play it one day. Loop Hero, I bought that in UK. A great indie game where you just go around in a loop and you have to keep upgrading yourself so you can survive the next loop. Guns of Mercy. Actually, I believe this is a European import that I bought here in New York City at JNL. And that's probably in my New York City game hunting vlog. I think I just thought it looked cool. Windstorm, I think someone sent me this. They sent me a horse game and they told me to play it. And I don't know if I did. The Dragon Quest games. This says PG on it, so I must have bought this in Australia. I guess I don't have to play these now, though, because they just remade them all. Rhyme. I only had the loose cart all these years. I bought it from GameStop, I think, in one of those early GameStop what did they send me videos. And they sent me the loose cart of Rhyme. And I never had the case for it, so I finally got it. Rhyme, by the way, was probably the first Switch game that got a lot of bad attention for being a technical mess. Like, performance was horrible, really bad frame rate drops. It was one of those early on, like, Switch haters and Switch deniers were like, see, it can barely even handle Rhyme, which was true, but again, it's because, like, the game was just optimized so poorly. Last Fight, this was in that game, the Marathon Ippon, that was what in that video. I don't remember why. I don't remember what that video was. Velocity. I also don't remember buying this or where I got this, but it's European apparently. Skabama that I did buy in Australia recently. Haven't played it. Broken Sword. Don't remember getting that one. A lot of these European ones might have been fan mail too, if I don't remember buying it. But I did buy that in Australia. I did play. I played it in bed after I got home from Australia. And I don't remember what I thought of it. Trine 5. Kim and I played Trine 4. And I was surprised she really liked it. So I bought Trine 5. We haven't played it yet, though. Chicken Police. Kind of like Disco Elysium style game. I'm not sure why my Ys 7 or Ys 8. Ys 8 probably. Is apparently European, but this was a very early Switch game that I really enjoyed, and I've always recommended it to people that like Xenoblade on Switch, that, hey, you should check out Ys. And Xenoblade fans, they're so weird, man. They always get weird when I say that. They're like, the games are nothing alike. They're very alike. The combat is different, but the vibe is the same. If you like one, you'll probably like the other. Speaking of games with weird spines, Darksiders. This is another cool story of an early Switch game. Darksiders doing a black spine. And it looks so sick. It really does. And Nintendo were pissed. They said, THQ Nordic, you cannot do that. So they had to re-release it quickly with a red spine. But if you were quick enough, you could get this black spine, which I'm now realizing is not only a black spine, but actually does have some artwork on it too. So it's really custom and really cool, and it really stands out in the collection. And they weren't supposed to do it. They got in trouble and then had to reverse it. And to this day, the only other black spine, and we'll get to it, and you can kind of see it if you zoom in on that weird wide camera, the Labo games also did a black spine, but that was Nintendo, so I guess they're allowed to, huh? I don't remember getting these. I think they were handed to me at Too Many Games, but 1 and 2 premium editions of just some random games I got physicals. Super Blood Hockey and Pigeon Dev Games Collection. No idea. All right, so that's all of the European stuff. And then just to finish off this section, we have the Let's Go Pikachu, Eevee, and Pikachu. I don't know why I said it like that. With the Pokeball pluses. So I got like the big packs for me and Kim. Fate Extello Link. I think this was, again, something a fan gave to me. Or maybe even they sent that to me. I think they just sent that to me now that I remember, and I never played it. Crystal Crisis. This is one of those games where the Nicalis came together with all their characters. There's Astro Boy. I don't want to start naming them. You can see. But I played a lot of these indies, and then seeing them all come together for this puzzle game was actually really fun. We also have Lego DC Supervillains, which really wasn't a bad Lego game. Pokemon dual packs for Scarlet and Violet and for Shining Pearl and Diamond. And then Nintendo Sports, Switch Sports, which wasn't really the game I was hoping for. I liked all the mini games. I liked all the sport games they made, but I really wanted that to be like a big multiplayer fun game, especially to like stream with friends. But in general, you know, like Wii Bowling, you want to play it with somebody. And they had like the massive Wii Bowling mode, and you couldn't even find that many players online. They made it so it was X amount and then NPCs, or if you tried playing with a friend online, you couldn't then go online. You know, so like if me and Bob played online together from his house and my house, we then couldn't search together online to play with 12 other people in bowling. You would only be able to play offline with NPCs. So you're online, but then you're forced to be offline. Just so many weird things like that. And then there only being like so many games that you can play with 2 players or 4 players. It was kind of a mess. And I wasn't really looking to play on my own or with NPCs for the most part. Yeah, it was just very lackluster. It was fun for a night, which isn't really something that you want to spend $60 on, which was my issue with a lot of Nintendo games. Anyway, I've been filming for 2 hours, and I've really enjoyed your company. I hope you've enjoyed mine. I can't physically not talk anymore. And also, all my cameras are dying, and my memory cards are filling up. So I'm going to take a pause. And then tomorrow, which you're going to see instantly, I'm going to come back and we're going to do the rest of this in one quick shot. Okay, hi, I'm back. Hello. Did you miss me? Day 2 of this. I have not washed my hair. I apologize if it looks awful. Lego City Undercover. I believe I met up with a guy at a coffee shop in like a Craigslist deal or Facebook Marketplace deal to buy his Lego City Undercover for 20 bucks. I completely forgot about this. It was like memory unlocked. And I remember the game had just came out and it was $60. But I asked him, I was like, why only 20 bucks? And he said, I just hate it. I remember him so vividly telling me it sucked. I really like this game, actually. This is one of the better Lego games, and it's a completely original story. It's kind of like GTA Lego. All right, then we have Taiko no Tatsujin. A lot of fun playing this one on stream. It came with the big drum too, which, yeah, it came in here. Gal Metal. I think I got this at an import store somewhere. I have some recollection of buying it in some city, but I never actually played it. I just thought it looked cool. My Riding Stables Life with Horses. I don't know if this was the first horse game, but it was definitely one of them. I really loved making I think this is the video that Curtis Connor had a collab in, which is one of my favorite collabs that I've done just as a longtime fan of Curtis. Poi Explorer Edition. Don't ask and I won't tell. Wonder Boy The Dragon's Trap. Man, another early release game. It was a beautiful remaster of the old Wonder Boy game. They did such a fantastic job with this. Red Faction Gorilla Remastered. I love Xbox 360 era video games in general, and I missed out on this one back in the day, and I picked it up to play it on Switch, and it was fun. I don't think I ever reviewed it or talked about it. I just had a good time with it. Victor Vran Overkill. It's a Diablo-like game. Pretty much the same thing. Just picture Diablo. And I played it through with someone. I don't remember who though, but it's very good. It's actually a very good Diablo-like game. Sports Party. I'm pretty sure this was one of those GameStop games that I got when I bought out a GameStop. Blade Strangers. This is also one of those Nicalis collaboration games with all of the indie characters coming together for what I believe is a Street Fighter type, Tekken type, Final Fight type, you get the idea type fighting game. All-Star Fruit Racing. This was for a video that I did with Kim where I think I was buying random GameStop games and then seeing if they were good. I can't recall completely. And I do recall actually being pretty impressed by this one. Everspace. Played this a bunch, and $20 for the Stellar Edition is honestly a steal. It's a roguelike spaceship style game where you load into different areas and then complete different tasks and space battles, and yeah, think Hades, but in space. Batman, the Telltale series. I am a huge fan of Telltale games. I don't care what you got to say about them. Blue Fire. This was a more recent indie release, and unfortunately, I didn't find the Switch port to be all that impressive, but the actual game is really good. It definitely gives me Zelda vibes, like mixed with like a Dark Souls-y type setting, I suppose. Risk of Rain 2. I have a soft spot in my heart for Risk of Rain 2. It's a fantastic game if you haven't played it. Like, you can just find so many upgrades, abilities, and items to just add on until you become a god. And it's just a lot of fun. Oddworld Munch's Odyssey. Never played it on Switch, I gotta be honest. Dead by Daylight, easy, didn't play it. Resident Evil Triple Pack. This is sealed. I had high hopes of playing this and then never did. I also believe this is one of the many games that includes the game cartridge for Resident Evil 4 and a download code for 5 and 6. Almost all the Resident Evil packs on the Switch only have one game on it, and then the others are downloads. This is Beat 'em Ups and the Quest for Morning Wood with new Funky Kong mode. This was a fan sent this to me. I don't know, I just kept it. Man, I'm wearing a Shawn Michaels shirt. There's a screenshot of when my house flooded and I'm spamming B for some reason. Oh, I don't know if I ever even... Did I ever even open it? There's me in Ark inside. There was so much work that went... I don't know if I ever actually opened it or if I just forgot. A lot of work went into this, and that's why I've kept it. And it's actually in the game room. It's been just placed in the games. And sometimes people come over and they pull that one out and they're like, what is that? I don't have time to explain. This War of Mine, this is a fantastic 10 out of 10 game. Assassin's Creed Ezio Collection. Again, this was just my hubris of wanting to own these games on the Switch. Yomawari, The Long Night Collection. I bought this with Kim one day because we thought it looked interesting, and I did play it, and I remember thinking that it was indeed interesting, but it never really stuck, but it did seem like a good game. I just bought the sequel to Shaq Fu. Lost Sphere, another early Switch game that people really gravitated to because it was just something to play. Harvest Moon, which one is this? Light of Hope SE. I always intended to do a video on Harvest Moon games because they're so bad now and they keep shoveling them out on Switch and they're just like bad mobile games being ported to the console. I had a lot of ideas for videos over the years, but I couldn't make them all, you know. Warriors, Orochi 4. Couldn't tell you where that came from, and I also haven't played it. Team Sonic Racing. Have played it, thoroughly enjoyed it. Trials Rising. You're on a bike, and it's like a 2D side-scroller kind of, and you just do tricks and flips, and it's by Ubisoft, and the Switch port was pretty good. Taxi Chaos. I bought this at GameStop once, and my intention was to make a video, and I never did. Or maybe I did. I don't remember. Dark Souls Remastered. It's Dark Souls. I bought it to play it, and I did play it. And I don't really like it. Hogwarts Legacy. What a game full of controversy. I hate talking about it. I don't even want to talk about it. I don't like giving it any attention just because the woman behind it is an absolute nightmare of a person. So I won't, and I'll just move on. Burnout Paradise. A fantastic Switch port. Burnout Paradise is one of the best racing/driving games ever. It's a giant playground that you can race in and break stuff. Oh, and just like Rocket League, we have an Overwatch. Full game download. Yeah, so there's no actual physical in here. I don't think this is something that'll even be worth money one day because the Rocket League one at least has a cart inside. This is just a download code. So honestly, I don't even know why I bought this other than I do find it fascinating that you can buy just nothing. And I'm the sucker that bought it. Ark Survival Evolved. Back when I bought this, it was the worst, one of the worst ports. Just absolutely abysmal. And I just wanted to own what was one of the worst games on the console. And then recently, they completely scrapped the build they had for it on Switch and they rebuilt it. I made a video on that. And it's really good now. Bladed Fury, no idea. I just want to move on. I have no idea what that is or why I have it. Lost Worlds, this is one of those $10 full game download that we talked about earlier with that spy game. I just bought it with that to make a video and then never did. Hello Neighbor, I don't know. I don't think it was a good port either. Overcooked. All right, I have a bunch of Overcooks in here scattered around. These are just because the games are sick. Staple Switch games. There are just certain games that found a home on the console and felt like they belonged there all along. And Overcooked 1 and 2 are definitely those games. Diablo 3, I bought this in hopes of finally enjoying a Diablo, and I don't know if I even played it, but this is actually apparently, and I know this because I did a video about it and I learned it while I was making a video about it, one of the best Switch ports. And actually one of the best ways to play this game. And also, there's a Ganondorf armor set in it. I did not know that. Sonic Frontiers, this is sealed because I also have it digital because I bought it for a stream. And it's a horrible, horrible way to play the game. I made a video about that on the channel. You can go and watch it. It's just a really bad port. Stop me from talking about Starlink Battle for Atlantis. Atlantis, I always say Atlantis. It's Atlas. I always unintentionally say Atlantis. I don't care what you got to say about it. This one was so much fun. An early Switch game that cross-released on all consoles, but on Nintendo Switch, there was a whole Star Fox element added in where you could play as Star Fox and it had a whole extra storyline where Star Fox, and it was Star Fox if you could not be on rails and you could actually kind of live out your Star Fox fantasies. It hit for me. I did actually like it quite a bit. Oh, here's the Youngblood. So they did do a standalone, so no download code, but it does have a buddy pass system like the It Takes Two game does, where only one person has to get the game, and it's Wolfenstein. Yeah, so you play co-op Wolfenstein. Subnautica and Subnautica Below Zero. I played them because I had never played Minecraft before whatever video on my channel it is where I play Minecraft for the first time, and I didn't think I would like a game like that, and I ended up really liking it. And then after playing Minecraft for a while, I was like, okay, so what else have I been missing out on? Because I liked Dragon Quest Builders, then I got into Minecraft, and then I saw Subnautica, and I was like, okay, so it's kind of like those games but underwater. And yeah, that is what it's like, and it's very good. Played that a lot actually. Still haven't played the sequel though. Gallic Z, I don't know what that is. Tell me down below if that's good. Northgard, I also don't know where that came from or why I have that. I haven't played it or heard about it. Death's Gambit Afterlife. I do think I tried this because I think it looked like oh, that's so funny. I was about to say because it looks like Salt and Sanctuary, and that is the next game, and that's probably why they're together. Oh, and then we have Story of Seasons. Speaking of Harvest Moon, funny, I actually still haven't played that either. My intention was to play them all when I was making a video, and then I still just haven't made the video. Oh, here's a good one, a banger, honestly. Immortals Phoenix Rising. I really liked this game. It's another one that I feel like got a bad rap, and maybe I just like the Ubisoft structure sometimes, and in this case, it was literally Breath of the Wild. Yeah, I really liked it. And no, not just because I was sponsored. All right, now we have, I forgot I had this, a whole Altaria saga of games. Sophie, Lydia, Ferris. Never played any of them. Then we have the Assassin's Creed 3 remastered, Super Putty Squad. It's another one. There's about 4 or 5 of those of the download code games that I bought all at once for $10. Here's another one right next to it. Fruitful Crush. I don't know. I think I really did miss them all. Here's another one right next to it. James Pond. James Pond? Codename RoboCod. Please tell me why I never made a video about that, for Pete's sake. Moving Out. If you haven't played Moving Out and you like Overcooked, it's quite literally Overcooked if you were a furniture moving, like helping people move house company. This, I know for sure, came from that GameStop video where I bought every game at GameStop. Another, I think this might be the last one. They are Play It Games with the download codes. That is Rally Races for those not watching the video anymore and just have it on in the background like a podcast. The Book of Unwritten Tales 2, God knows. There's definitely a lot of God knows in here. I don't know why I bought some of these. Children of Morta. I have some recollection of talking about this game or playing this game, but I don't know what it is. Or maybe I didn't and I just bought it. I don't know. I don't remember. My Hero 1's Justice 2. Underrated fighting games. Hidden gems, I dare say. The first My Hero game is just a straight fighter, kind of like Budokai Tenkaichi, but with My Hero characters, and I loved it. And then the last game in this category is Little Friends, Dogs and Cats. I think Kim wanted me to grab this one, and I'm not sure if she ever actually even played it. Let's move on to the Japanese section. I don't know if this is going to take longer or be the quickest section, purely because I really haven't played most of these, but I can tell you where I got them in Japan and why I wanted them. To start with, we have these two that haven't actually made it into the collection. A friend of the channel and friend of me in my life personally, and pretty much family at this point. Thank you. Thank you for saying that, me. Is Gift and Shim. These are from Matt Thrillhouse again, gifted these to me. They went to Japan recently and they brought back gifts, and these were for me. And I'll just say he nailed it because these look so sick. I don't know if they have multi-language for me to play them, and I don't know what they are, but they looked cool and he got them for me, so I love them. Good place to start. I Am Setsuna. Yeah, I imported this back in the day. Ender Lilies. This is just a sick game. I played this digitally for an eShop video. It's like Dark Souls, 2D side-scrolling Dark Souls. There are so many of those. But in this one, you play as a young girl who can capture spirits, and the spirits fight for her. And it's actually really great. A really great game. That didn't get a physical here. And that's going to be the case for a lot of these. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit because it helps make my point. Eastwood. By the way, these Japanese box art's gorgeous. Their art is so much better than ours, man. This did not have a physical here. It does now, ironically, I believe. You can just go to GameStop and get it, although it is a different cover art. This I got on my most recent trip, I believe at Bic Camera in Japan. I saw people buying this. I guess it had just come out, and I was like, oh, I guess if it's good, I'll grab it. For most cases, when I'm in Japan, unless I just really like box art, which this could be the case, look at it, I will only buy it if it says it has multi-language, so I can actually play it, even though I was learning Japanese, but have severely fallen off. So I'm assuming most of these should have multi-language if I bought them. And again, really, it's just gonna be based on me thinking the game looks sick. And this is Alba Wildlife Adventure. This one is Summer in Mara, and I had played this one previously on the eShop. Again, very Wind Waker-y in the way that you traverse and you have little islands that you have to explore. This one, I believe, I literally bought because I thought it looked sick. I do think this one might have had an English, but I have no idea what this is. Dragon Quest, I do remember where I got this one. It was in the Mandarake in wherever that Mandarake is, that I bought things at both times I went on the trip. It became like a little Dragon Quest store. The first time I went there, I bought the blue Dragon Quest controller, and the second time I got Dragon Quest X. It just felt fitting, and I was looking for that anyway. Here is the one that everybody was buying when I went to Bic Camera, so I was like, okay, I guess I gotta get that. And I did play this one. This was one that I actually did play because I wanted to find out what the hype was all about. Turns out it's a sequel to a long series of game, and it's kind of like a slice of lifestyle game. It's just about enjoying Japan in the summer as a kid. I actually enjoyed it quite a bit. Chrono Cross, let's blast through these because I haven't played a lot of them. Again, it's just because I wanted them. I'll tell you if it's because I wanted it, because I like the game, or I just wanted to have it physical, or if I thought the box art looked sick. Let's do that. Thought the box art looked sick. Belt Action Collection. I don't think it got a physical here, but in English, it was actually Beat 'em Up Collection, not Belt Action. I'm not sure what the translation is there with Belt Action, but I bought it because it had my name in it. That was it. I mean, they're good games, but, Chocobo Racing, Final Fantasy X and X2, Ace Attorney, and I know this one didn't get a physical, and that's why I bought it. Daedalus, I bought this one because it looks sick, but it is also multi-language, I'm pretty sure. Work X Work, Okami. I wanted it physical, and this looks sick. Look at the box art. tell me that you wouldn't have bought that if you saw it. Oh, this I got in a Super Potato, and I got it purely because I thought the cover art looked sick. It's also a graphic novel, and I don't like those. World of Final Fantasy, just wanted to own it, never even played it. Don't even know what that is. It was probably cheap in Japan. Kim wanted to get this because it had birds on it. I don't remember what the story was with this one, but it's some weird like software type game. YouTuber Life 2. Kim and I made a video on the channel years ago about YouTuber Life, the video game. That did strangely well at the time, considering it was just me and Kim playing a game. And we ended up doing this game when it came out, the sequel. But that was just an eShop game. There was no physical. So I was surprised to see it when I went to Japan. And then obviously had to buy it. Felt serendipitous. The Tower of Children. It has English on the side, so I'm guessing it's multi-language. Again, I think I just thought the cover looked cool. No Place for Bravery. This one was full English on the cover. I got this in Osaka. And I'm pretty sure I found out later that you can buy this at GameStop here. But hey, mine has Japanese katakana and hiragana on the back, so, you know, I'm cooler. I think this was really cheap. I remember this being on sale, and Kim and I thought that it looked like Bug Snacks. I think that was the only reason we bought that. And I don't know. I kind of remember buying it, but I don't remember why. This was another one that was in all English, and I thought it looked okay on the back. And it was probably also cheap. Oh, I bought Fitness Boxing in Japan because I thought that was the only place you could get it physical. And I think I might have been wrong about that. I mean, I got mine in Japan, so I don't know what to tell you. Giraffe and Annika, a really weird name for a game that I remember kind of being hopeful that it might be fun and that I might be discovering something weird. Never played it. Same with this one. I remember it being cheap. And Snow Brothers, I got this for Kim. Oh, Melon Journey we picked up because Kim and I had just gone to PAX before we went to Japan. And she played this game a little at PAX and she liked it. It's made to be like an old Game Boy game, even like the green art style. This was one that I wanted to make sure I picked up. So Yokai Watch didn't get a physical in America or outside of Japan. In fact, this game doesn't even have an English translation outside of Japan. But a lot of people say that it's a great way of like learning Japanese because it's like a kid's game. It's kind of like Pokemon. It's kind of like baby's first video game in Japanese. You know what I mean? Legend of Mana. You know the story. I just wanted it physical. Ultra Age. This was a really cool game that came to Switch. It was $30, and I did not know it had a physical in Japan. And when I saw it, I grabbed it. Serial Cleaners. I just thought this one looked cool. This is the part of the video where Simon ruins by coming down and just screaming at me for a while. Oh, I always liked Crystal Chronicles. It was one of my favorite GameCube games, and I was really excited for it to come to Switch, so I bought it physically. And then I can't remember exactly what they did, but they messed up the online. There was something about the online and playing it 4 players or something that people weren't happy with. It didn't work or something. I don't remember. Metallic Child, who knows? All the Dragon Quest games, I feel like I already showed that, but in English. So I guess I have that twice as well. Densha De Go. It came in a big box that's around here somewhere that has a train, I don't know, a joystick. I don't know what to call it. It's like an actual like simulator setup with a speed joystick thing. It's like a whole giant controller just for Densha De Go. It's the only game that it works for. Fatal Frame. Apparently I have this twice and haven't played it once. Metal Dogs. This just looks sick. Look at it. Puppies. Doggos, Metal Dogs. The game sucked. I did try that one. It was not good. Hentai versus Evil. I also made a video about this. Who knows? Who knows what that is or why I have it? Also this, Gundam. I'm assuming they were just cheap in Japan. Young Souls. Oh, I think I actually have 2 copies of this then. I didn't know I had a Japanese copy because I started playing this recently. This is a really good beat 'em up game. And I literally just started it fairly recently. Really great direction, fun controls, and yeah, just a really great beat 'em up game if you haven't played it. This one I did not get in Japan. This is from J&L here in New York City. I say here, but you know, like an hour or 2 away. I remember going to J&L and seeing this $100 price tag on it and thinking to myself, why is there a $100 Switch game? But I remember looking it up and finding out it was actually a very rare game. It's a Square Enix game, and it was actually a very rare game. and actually worth a little more than 100 at the time. And I was making a video too, and whenever I'm making a video, I feel more inclined to pick up stuff. So I was like, screw it, I'll pick it up. Then we have Hell Waters, which I also got that same day from J&L. I think it was also a harder one to find. I have 2 copies here of this Final Fantasy game, which I'm not too upset about because 1, Final Fantasy IX is my favorite Final Fantasy of all time, if you didn't know. And 2, this is one of the coolest, sickest cover arts to any Switch game because it is technically sideways, which I've just never seen done twice. Manifold Garden and Clanad. Manifold Garden, I remember the person that gave that to me really recommended it, and there's a ton of awards for it on the back. I've actually never heard of it, and yeah, I still haven't played it. I'm sorry. All right, that's all the Japanese, actually. Let's finish this little section, and then I can put this back together, and then we can move on to another section. So just finishing off this little section here, we're back to normal games. The Coma, never played it. I picked up Terraria because a lot of people said it's like Minecraft. It's like an early 2D Minecraft. I mean, I know what it is. I'm talking about it like I've never heard of it. I know what it is, believe me. SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated. You know what it is. I didn't think it was all that great a second time. Dragon's Dogma. I remember being excited at the idea of playing this game on my Switch because I'd never played it before. I thought it'd be like Skyrim. And I think I did start it, actually. I got a couple hours in. And it's not like I wasn't having a good time. I guess this is a good chance to say that obviously I have a lot of games, right? And I think a lot of people are going to find it silly how many I haven't played. But it's because this is my job. My job isn't always to just play Dragon's Dogma. Like, if there's some reason for it, if I'm trying to review it, sure. But typically, I'm playing things that I need to review. Or if I'm not, I'm playing games with friends and trying to relax. A lot of things I buy, it's because I have an intention of making a video and then I don't get around to it. Or, you know, like I've said, I just wanted it in the collection because I'm a fan of the game and I'm a collector, so I wanted to own it. Sometimes I start games fully intention to play them and then I never get through them. But there's also this big part in my brain that buys all these games, even though I know I'm not getting around to it, because I'm excited at the idea of one day when I have time. I know it sounds silly, but like maybe when I'm retired or like, you know, years down the line, I can start going back through some of these games and playing them for the first time. And I get really excited at the idea of like having time and having this. That is how I feel. And I honestly, I do look at even things like Dragon's Dogma and I'm like, oh, one day. Sid Meier, and I forgot that Sid Meier was not in here and it's a full game download. I gotta be honest, don't remember buying it. I've always liked the idea of playing these games, but the Switch way of playing it has always seemed like the worst way. Switch 2, I'm sure, will be a much better way of playing this, but Switch 1, not so much. Oddworld Collection, I like the first Oddworld, so I don't know. I actually, yeah, oh, yep. The Oddworld and this Nerf Legends game, these 3 were definitely GameStop, me buying out GameStop games. I'm pretty sure if you go back through and pause the video when I have all the games on the table, you'll see all of those. I remember Nerf Legends specifically. And then Minecraft Legends. Is this the one that I played on stream, or is this actually, wait, if this is the newest Minecraft spinoff and not like the dungeon crawler one, then this probably was also in the GameStop thing, and that's why it's also sealed. We can tell a story about a Minecraft game that I was thinking when I saw that, but whatever Minecraft game it was, that was like the first big spin-off one that was like a dungeon crawler or whatever. That was the last game that Nintendo gave me, and it was kind of part of the whole drama of them dropping me. Not really, but like the story was connected. So you might remember, and I'm sorry that I don't talk about it that much. Honestly, I don't talk about it that much. But it was also like a big part of my career. So yeah, it comes up. I don't know why I'm getting mad. I used to work with Golan, which is the company Nintendo used for their PR. They would send me games, but like never, you know, like it would be codes for games ever since the 3DS. When they gave me physicals of Mario and Luigi, Bowser's Inside Story or whatever, and Miitopia, they sent those out to creators, and one of the creators on the program dumped the ROM online because they used to send the games out to creators on the program, and it was great until someone dumped a ROM of the game. Nintendo got pissed, and they said, never again. We're never sending out physicals of games early, and from then on, they would only send codes out on the day, which kind of sucked because, you know, Before that, you could get a head start on reviewing and playing the games, and you could get a video out day one when the game releases, and then all of a sudden, you just don't have that ability anymore. Whoever it was that dumped that ROM, by the way, if you're watching this, you suck, because you really ruined that for everybody. So they were giving digital codes for a while, and then those really slowed down. For me specifically, I was barely ever getting codes. And in that final like year or two of working with Golan, I maybe got sent like 1 or 2 things max, and Minecraft was the last one they sent me. There was the spin-off Minecraft game, and then they couldn't get it to me until like 3 days after the game came out. By that point, I'd already bought it and streamed it. And I remember I messaged them back and I was like, don't worry, it's been out for 3 days. I've already bought it. And I wasn't mean. I just said I don't need the code. And the reason why I said that is because when Nintendo and Golan sent you codes, no matter what kind of coverage you did of that game, you had to put free game. Like free game, Nintendo free game, or like hashtag, so everybody knew that you got it for free. And I didn't. I paid for it. I bought it. But that wouldn't have mattered. If they gave you a code, you had to say free game, even if you bought it. It was like part of the deal. You signed that. So I told them, I don't want this, because I'd already bought it and I was already making content, and I didn't want to have to start retroactively slapping free game on everything, which they would have made me do, and they've done that before. And I didn't want people thinking that I got it for free, because I didn't. And you don't really say no to Nintendo, by the way. Like, as soon as they offer you a game, and everybody used to say this, if they offer you a game code and you say no, they'll never offer you one again. As soon as I said no, and I was like, you know what, don't worry about it, I already have it. I promise you, I don't know if I could find the emails, but it was days later, if not the next day. Like, it was around the same time, within the same week for sure, I got the email saying I was dropped, which is why I was so hesitant at the time to believe that it was because of the mod video that I made. Because I was like, really? After all this time working with you, you're dropping me out of the blue? And I was like, I'm pretty sure it's because I said no to Minecraft Dungeons or whatever it was. Anyway, that's the long-winded story on that. And we never really did get an answer from them until I did a podcast episode with Kit and Krista. And then Krista told me it was because of the mod video, which I believe her wholeheartedly. But I also think it was a multitude of things. All right, we got to focus up. So we've covered this and this. This and this. We still have this and this and that, and then this, and then all of these like special editions. So Gory Cuddly Carnage, I got that recently for that GameStop video, and I was quite impressed by the port, even if it was a bit ugly. Nier Automata. It is one of the best ports on the console. Sonic and Shadow, I bought this day 1 edition, and I have not opened it, and I have not played it. TikTok Destiny Connect Clock. I never played it. Long story short, this was in the GameStop video recently, The Seed of Life. Probably the worst game, the Switch game I've ever played. If you saw the video, you saw the video. Same with Harvest Days. This is just the section of World War Z. These are all from that GameStop video that I did very recently. Neptuna Riders vs. Doggos or Dugus. Revita. Finally, Lego Horizon Adventure. So if you didn't watch the GameStop video, go watch it, but I got all of those in that video. Oh, I completely forgot that Super Bomberman R also had one of the crazy spines where you could actually do something fun with it. Yeah, I have Sid Meier's. I was like, Civ 7, I'm pretty sure that wasn't a code. Okay. So I have this twice as well. Great, cool. My Time at Porsche. This was a cult classic little niche hit on the Switch. It's kind of like Stardew Valley. It's an indie game. They've made a bunch of these My Time at Something games now, and they're all crowdfunded and kickstarted, and they're really not too bad. Sinmora X. This was an early Switch game that is probably one of the best shoot-'em-up games of all time, and got a lot of rave reviews early on. This is the Police. Whoop, whoop. This is the sound of the police. I don't know what that is or why I have it. I'm going to be real with you guys. LA Noire. Disappointing that Rockstar only really supported the Switch with this, and then eventually the triple pack of the remasters. No, well, that's a lie. They finally did Red Dead recently. But I did feel like for a majority of the Switch's lifespan, Rockstar really didn't help out and support like all of the other companies ended up turning around and helping. And I would love to see better support from them on the Switch too. I'd love to see a Bully remastered. And then of course, I would love to see Red Dead 2 get a port on the Switch. You know, we already have Red Dead 1 on Switch 1. It makes a lot of sense. I guarantee you the Switch 2 will be able to handle Red Dead. That was on PlayStation 4. XCOM. I'm actually a pretty big fan of XCOM. The Outer Worlds, notoriously one of the worst ports, and I was thinking about this recently. I would love to see them bring this up to speed on the Switch 2 and do a free, hopefully, enhanced version utilizing the Switch 2's power. I've been playing this on the ROG Ally X, and it looks phenomenal on that. So there's no reason why the Switch 2 shouldn't be able to actually handle it now if they put in the work. And by the way, fantastic game. Now that I'm playing it officially, right now I'm doing a playthrough on my ROG Ally. Really like it. Really great game. It's essentially Fallout, but in space. I was thinking about that recently, though. I wonder how many of these older, crappier ports will get some retools and reworks. And I think Witcher 3 is a prime candidate. It's CD Projekt Red. They're doing Cyberpunk right now, and they're probably learning a lot about working with the Switch 2. I wouldn't be surprised if they take whatever they learn here with the Cyberpunk port and just kind of put it over onto the Witcher port and bring it up. And, you know, I just think it makes sense. It makes sense. Zombieland Double Tap. Never played it. Sorry about that. Collection of Mana. I played it on Super Nintendo, but not on Switch. Remy Law, Binding of Isaac. I mean, what needs to be said? That was a banger game. Overcooked 2. I've already talked about it. Oh, yes, let's blast through. Okay, another great port. Ghostbusters, the video game remastered. If you haven't played this, the Switch port goes hard. So clean, so crisp, so fun. Such a great game. Really hidden gem that people didn't even know about. And I'm glad that it saw some extra life on the Switch. Kill la Kill the game. This is actually another great fighting game of an anime. I really enjoyed this. I picked this up because of My Hero and how much fun I had with that, and I thought I'd give this one a shot, and I did pretty good. I had never watched the anime, and then after playing this, I went and watched the anime, and that was pretty good too. Trine 1 to 3. I have not played that, but I've played Trine 4, which I got at the same time. Valkyria Chronicles 4. I haven't played that. Don't know why I have it. Candle. I kind of remember buying that, but I don't even know what it is. Grindstone. Grindstone was an indie game I fell in love with. This was in one of my eShop videos. It's a puzzle kind of game where you draw a line through enemies and then your little character will slice them all up. It's roguelike as well, and it's so satisfying to play with such a great art style. And I had it digital, and then I wanted to buy it physical, and I think I bought it physical at PAX or some convention I went to, and I just wanted to support it and actually own it physically. We talked about Cadence of Hyrule. Well, here's Crypt of the Necrodancer. If you haven't played this, highly recommend it, obviously. Apex Legends. I just wanted to own it, even though you don't own it. And here, you can take that code because I ain't gonna use it. Yeah, this was another unfortunate port. I don't really fault Respawn because they really tried. I don't know why they decided they wanted to put Apex on the Switch, but they definitely bit off more than they could chew, and they committed to it. They kept delaying it while they were working on it to make it as good as they could, and then to their credit, it's on the Switch, and it's free, and it runs, but it's very ugly, terrible frame rates, hard to play. But I think they did the best that they could, and they clearly tried very hard. Would love to see it get that Switch 2 treatment. Soraya Wild Hearts, another awesome game set to music with great visuals if you haven't played it. Surviving the Aftermath. I actually heard that game was good, and I picked it up because I heard it was good and didn't play it. Guacamole 1-2 Punch Thing Collection 2 Guacamole, sorry. I bought them on the eShop for maybe even the first eShop video I ever did. And then when they got physicals, I jumped on it because obviously they were a lot of fun. Child of Light and Valorant Hearts combo pack. I mostly got this for Child of Light because that is a fantastic, really old game at this point. Super Cane Magic Zero. I hope I put this in a video. I bought this as part of a video, and I don't remember if it ever came to fruition. Pretty sure it was part of the Nippon Racing and the other weird game we talked about that I played with Kim, where I imported some strange games and actually ended up liking this one. Penny Punching Princess, another really fun indie game that I found early on. Mega Man X Collection, what do you need to say? Disgaea 5 Complete, what do you need to say? I've never played a Disgaea or whatever. I buy them thinking I will, and then I never do. Disney Classics. I mean, it's the old Aladdin and Lion King. No idea what Hover is. Carry On. This was an indie game that I did for an eShop video that I then wanted to buy physically, or maybe possibly even was sent, because Devolver Digital, if they can have a moment in this video. I've been talking to Clara again recently, actually, who was the previous public relations manager at Devolver Digital. I love her so much, and I love Devolver. The people working at Devolver, they are awesome. But long story short, Devolver was just a company that reached out to me, and it was Clara initially working there. And they were like, hey, do you want codes for our games? And then she would always send me codes, like usually early, but no matter what game it was, if it was coming to Switch, she would make sure to email me. And then she started giving me 2 codes so that Kim could play as well. No matter what the game was, she would always give me 2, and she's just such a sweetheart. And the people at Devolver were so nice, and it was never like no money ever exchanged hands. It was always just, here's a code for our game, and I would almost always find a way to put them in an eShop video to say thank you, but also because Devolver games are almost always sick. I mean, Carry On, I can guarantee you if you go to Carry On Steam, it's probably got a 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10. You play as a big blob alien thing, and you just go, you 2D Metroidvania around eating people, but the games are always so fun. You can see Devolver on Spines, and I guarantee you if I find another Devolver game, look, it's my friend Pedro. Apparently I have 2 of these as well. I don't know why, because I definitely bought this. Yeah, again, I talked so highly about my friend Pedro. Let's go back a second. Let's remember where we were and see if I can find another Devolver game quickly. Here we go. Oh, that's my friend Pedro again. My point is, if it's a Devolver game, it's gonna be fun. Caballera the Hunt. I don't know if I ever talked about this, and I don't think it was this game, but very early on in my Switch career, my management sent me 2 games that used like a gun, and one was like this, kind of Gabalas. It wasn't this one, but it was like that. It was a sponsor deal, and they wanted me to do a sponsor video, and the games were so bad. Like, they didn't work. It was horrible, like just horrible and fun, like funnily bad. Remember what I was talking about, trying to find games that were bad and funny? It was that. And so I told them, I'm canceling the spot. That's without question. I'm not talking about these positively. And I asked them, can I review them anyway, but make fun of them? And my management, I remember they were like, please don't. We don't want to upset the brand that we're working with. You know, they sent you the games for free. Please don't trash them in a video. And I remember at the time I was like, oh, but it would be so funny. And I've kept them. And I always wanted to do it. I was like, one day I'll make fun of it. And now it's like too late. It doesn't even matter. Like, no one would even care anymore. It was definitely like a 2018 or 19 would be the prime time for that. But I just thought of that when I saw Caballera. I don't know. I just went on a tangent. Attack on Titan. I bought this well before I watched the anime. I was about to say I played it recently, but I don't know if I did actually. But recently, I did watch through all the anime about 9 months ago, and I know that because I was watching it when we found out Kim was pregnant. That is like the best anime ever. Remothered, I don't know what that is. SteamWorld Dig 2, the game that I so famously quote all the time for selling 10 times more on Switch than Steam. Mega Man Zero X Collection. Wild Guns Reloaded. I remember that was a big deal, funny enough, when that came out. So it must have been like a 2018 era. Yeah, 2018. I tell you now, like, if you weren't there for that first year of Switch, you really don't know what it was like. But even this made like a pretty big noise in the online, like, YouTuber space and like articles about Wild Guns Reloaded coming to Nintendo Switch. The old Super Nintendo game re-released for like $40. 2 new characters, each with their own weapons and tactics. This was big news at the time because we were just dying. That's what I'm telling you guys. Like, you don't either you don't remember or you weren't there. But in that first year, we were dying for Switch games. Whatever would come to the console, we would buy. That's why I constantly talk about the regret that a lot of these third-party companies had not being there at launch, because even something like Wild Guns Reloaded did really well and made noise in the ecosystem because it was just there. That's what it was like, man. That's why Doom and Skyrim were so successful. Crash Team Racing, of course, a classic. This is the Katamari that I did play a lot on Switch, and not getting ahead of myself too much, but I also have this Katamari reroll stuffy thing that I got from Best Buy, this plush, and it says that it comes with the game, but what I didn't know is they printed the game on the receipt when you buy it, and I threw away the receipt. And so when I went to play the game, I realized that I just had the stuffy. So dumb. Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. This is a Castlevania-inspired game made by Koji Igarashi, and it was crowdfunded, and it ended up being really good. Wargroove. This is a Chucklefish game. Chucklefish does some of the best pixel art out there. They also did Eastward. Actually, I don't know if that's true, because there's developed and published games by Chucklefish. I'm not sure which ones they developed and which ones they published, but they seem to only deal in games that have beautiful pixel artwork either way. And Wargroove was a Fire Emblem type inspired game. It was a Advance Wars style game. Either way, it came out at a time where people were kind of craving those kinds of games, and I don't think we had them yet. So it was kind of 2019. I'm not sure when Three Houses came out, but it was kind of at the perfect time for this game. That's all like generic third-party stuff, and then this little bit here is actually limited run games, and then the limited run games also extend down there and then also into all the collectible things. So I think what we'll do is we'll put a pause in this section here, and we'll come back to it when we start hitting all the limited run stuff. And my brain is wanting to say this now, even though we're not at the limited run section yet. So I guess I'm just going to say it now. For limited run, I initially wanted to buy every single Switch limited run thing. And I did that for, I want to say, a year or two, no matter what limited run put out. And if you don't know what limited run is, let's just go into limited run now, and then we'll come back because I'm already here, right? What they do is they take a lot of these indie games or even just great games that are on the Switch digitally, where the publishers and developers of these games only planned on doing a digital release because they didn't think they had the money or the resources, or it was worth investing time and energy in making a physical. Limited Run comes along to these companies and they say, what if we did the physical for you? And then once we make our money back on the sales for whatever production costs were, you and I split the revenue like 50-50 or whatever deal it is they figure out with the company, right? So Limited Run is kind of in it for like no risk because they're going to make their money back eventually and then start making money. And then the company was never going to do a physical release anyway. So now they're getting a physical. They don't have to produce it. And eventually they just make money from it. So it's kind of a win-win, and a lot of these companies sign up for that reason. The trade-off here is that we get some of our favorite games physical. Now, where people get upset is that they're limited, right? So sometimes they're limited to 3,000 or 5,000. A lot of the times with the Switch copies, what they've done is they've just taken orders. And it's a limited window of orders, and then once the window closes, they cut it off and they make as many as they sold, which is probably the best way to do it. We wouldn't have it physical otherwise. Some people complain because they're like, oh, it's limited, I can't get one. Yeah, well, without them, it wouldn't have existed in the first place. So let's go through my limited run collection. As I said, I was trying to get, and they're in no particular order, by the way, because it's me. They are numbered at the back. So this is number 16 I have here first. And as I said, I was trying to get them all, and for a year or two I was. And then they started Limited Run did a great job at first at picking a lot of the games I would want to get physicals. And then I feel like at some point they became a bit more loose with it, and they were just giving physicals to things that I'd never even heard of. And I was trying to buy them anyway because I wanted to I really wanted to stay up with it and have every single one. I just thought that would be cool. But at some point, they released way too many, way too frequently of things I didn't even know what they were, and I just gave up. And then I started just buying the ones I wanted when they came out, when I saw them. And unfortunately, I missed so many that I wanted. I found out later, I'm like, oh, they made that physical? Damn. So we have Broken Age, which I do actually really like this game. It's a point-and-click style adventure game where you play as two different characters, and it's made by the people that made Brutal Legend, Tim Schafer, Psychonauts fame, and a ton of other games that I really liked. I don't know. I would have, that was definitely, that was number 24, so I guess I was still buying them at that point. Another World, I had heard of this game. I think this is also a really old school point and click. Windjammers, this one I was actually excited to buy. Bomb Chicken, no idea. Grandia HD Collection, Cosmic Star Heroine, this is number 20. I can guarantee you I bought that. To the Moon, this was number 97. I think I actually just wanted this one. To the Moon was part of like an RPG Maker, I
I think. Just a gamer guy made a little RPG kind of story narrative focused game within an RPG maker, and it was to the moon, and people really liked it. Thumper. I actually really like the metallic cover that they had. Oxenfree. I really like this game, actually. This was number 10, but I would have bought this regardless. It also had a fun metallic cover. It's a